In the sky, the appearance of the bone dragon has begun to condense. That's right, it's the bone dragon. The damn palace of the dead actually summoned a bone dragon. After confirming the situation, the faces of the magisters became even more ugly. Because elemental magicians really have a very, very headache when it comes to bone dragons. This also made Qi Lu think about why the dragon-slaying sword master became famous. It is no exaggeration to say that in this world, the bone dragon is definitely at the top of the combat force. No matter what methods and means are used, even if it is opportunistic, as long as the bone dragon can be killed, it is a symbol of strength. This is also the main reason why the dragon-slaying sword master is so hated by the Hall of the Dead. Because according to Qi Li's guess, the dragon-slaying sword master's ability to kill the bone dragon should not rely entirely on his own strength. Maybe it was opportunistic, or maybe it was a bargain. Otherwise, even if the Palace of the Dead still holds a grudge against the dragon-slaying sword master, it will not easily send people to assassinate him. But these are things in the past, and Qi Lu has no intention of taking care of them. What is more important now is the battle in front of us. The Hall of the Dead has really spent a lot of money this time, hoping to defeat the Elemental Union at once. At the cost of drying up the river of blood and the lives of men and necromancers, the five-headed bone dragon was directly summoned. This power can definitely tip the balance of victory completely towards the Palace of the Dead. There are actually 5 skull dragons. Attack with all our strength. If we can't stop the bone dragon from raging, the united elements will definitely fail. All magisters obey the order and attack with all their strength. For the union of elements. The magisters no longer hesitated, and each one began to mobilize the magic power of their whole body. The bone dragon is indeed unparalleled, but the united elements has dozens of magisters, so they may not be unable to fight. And in order to summon the 5-headed bone dragon, the blood river in the Hall of the Dead has completely dried up at this moment. In other words, as long as these 5-headed bone dragons fall, the defeat of the Palace of the Dead is doomed. So there is no need to hold back now. Because the final battle has already begun. Roar. The roar of the bone dragon resounded throughout the sky. The necromancers below also looked enthusiastically at the bone dragon flying in the sky, their eyes full of piety. This is the bone dragon, the highest masterpiece among undead creatures. It is also the strongest combat power. It's just that the cost of summoning bone dragons is too high, so the Temple of the Dead rarely summons bone dragons on the battlefield. Because most of the time, the bone dragon is not used to decide the outcome of the battle. These 5-headed bone dragons are the most powerful force in our Palace of the Dead. Magisters of the Elemental Union, just watch with your eyes wide open and watch how the great bone dragon destroys the place you have been guarding and destroys your Elemental Union. You should feel honored to be able to witness this unparalleled power at the last moment of your life. The necromancers with fanatical faces looked at the magician of the Union of Elements, their eyes full of teasing. The appearance of the bone dragon is the greatest confidence of the Palace of the Dead. Ouch! As if responding, the bone dragon in the sky burst out with a terrifying roar. The aura of the netherworld mixed with the might of the dragon raged on the battlefield, making everyone in the Union of Elements change their expressions. This soul-stirring coercion is like an invasion from the abyss, and the ghostly energy is like a demon, rampaging across the battlefield. Everyone obeys the order and retreats. The next battle is not for you to participate in. The magician of the United Elements decisively ordered the entire army to retreat. Facing the bone dragon, the cultivation realm cannot keep up, and the number is of no use at all. The next battle is between the magister and the bone dragon, and no one else can get involved. Even those necromancers who summoned bone dragons were the same. In this battle, they could only watch. Because the bone dragon is one of the few undead creatures that has self-awareness. Therefore, the battle of the bone dragon does not require the command of the necromancer, and it will not obey the useless orders of the necromancer. The bone dragon has its own pride, and will not bow its head even when facing its summoner. After all, the fighting instinct possessed by the bone dragon is many times stronger than the fighting skills of the necromancer. But the magicians of the Union of Elements are not weak either, and they also have a deep understanding of combat skills. There is no way the magister relies on himself to fight, unlike those necromancers who rely on summons and various insidious methods. If you don't have strong fighting skills, you will easily be unable to get out of the battlefield. Therefore, when dozens of magisters faced off against the five-headed bone dragon, they did not suffer much loss. It's just that the bone dragon's inherent magic resistance is indeed the most troublesome point for elemental magicians. Various powerful and terrifying elemental magics bombarded the bone dragon's body, with almost no traces visible. At most, the hellfire on the keel shook for a while, and then there was no movement. Occasionally, it caused a little damage to the bone dragon. But comparing it to the huge body of the bone dragon, which is hundreds of meters long, it also makes people feel discouraged. Because this battle itself is an unfair battle. The bone dragon can easily seriously injure or even kill the magister. However, the damage caused by elemental magic to the bone dragon is minimal. This is what makes them most powerful among the undead creatures, a truly unrivaled power. Whether facing the sword master or the magister, the bone dragon has no shortcomings at all and can be called a perfect attribute. Naturally, it goes without saying much about the natural magic resistance, and the hardness of the dragon bone should also go without saying. The magic resistance is high, and the physical resistance is also high. Is this still the case? If it weren't for the cost of summoning the bone dragon, it would be too expensive. I am afraid that the Hall of the Dead has long since eliminated the Ys Empire and the Elemental Alliance, and then unified the three major forces. But now, regardless of the superficial battlefield situation, the five-headed bone dragon and dozens of magisters are facing each other in a stalemate. They seem to be equally matched, and no one can beat the other. But careful analysis will reveal that this is not the case. Because the bone dragon is an undead creature, there is no such thing as tiredness during battle. However, the magister cannot do this. No matter how powerful the magister is, he is still an individual, and if he continues to fight, he will definitely become tired. And once they were tired, the magisters made some mistakes during the battle. The bone dragon with its terrifying fighting instinct would never be polite. If a magister with high attack and low defense cannot avoid the bone dragon's attack, it will be impossible for him to win. In this way, once the combined combat power of the elements begins to suffer losses, the subsequent disadvantage, and then turning into a defeat, is something that cannot be stopped. Therefore, the longer this battle goes on, the more detrimental it will be to the union of elements. The greatest advantage of undead creatures is that they never get tired. As long as the strength is not exhausted, the attack can continue. This is a place unmatched by any race. Therefore, if you want to win, you must resolve the battle as soon as possible to avoid it becoming more difficult to fight later. But here's the problem: the magician of the United Elements doesn't want to fight quickly. But their opponents are genuine bone dragons. Is this something that can be resolved quickly? To be honest, if it weren't for the belief in the union of protective elements supporting these magisters, they would have doubts about whether they and others could win. There is no way. The bone dragon is indeed very restrained against the elemental magician. Maybe this is the opposite of everything. Elemental magic can restrain ordinary undead creatures, but it is restrained to death by the bone dragon. In comparison, the sword master has an advantage when facing the bone dragon. After all, no matter how hard the keel is, as long as it keeps attacking the same place, it will accumulate damage. There will always be a moment when it breaks. However, if the elemental magic cannot cause harm to the bone dragon, it will be eliminated invisible by the ghost fire on the dragon bone. It is impossible to accumulate damage. It is indeed the most powerful existence among the undead creatures. We've been attacking for so long, but it's hard to see any results. The Hall of the Dead summoned 5-headed bone dragons in one breath. Sothair losses must not be small. Offensive, continue to attack. If the bone dragon breaks through our defense line, the united elements will definitely fall into chaos. The battle continued, and the expressions of the magisters became more and more serious. Because they also discovered a serious problem, that is, the problem of physical strength. The physical strength of undead creatures is unlimited, but the physical strength of these magisters is limited. I didn't feel it at the beginning of the battle, but the longer the battle went on, the more the magisters had to face up to this matter. After all, the magister's physique is inherently inferior to that of the swordmasters from the Aes Empire. Not to mention being compared to undead creatures. After this serious problem was exposed, subsequent development became the most critical thing. Once the magisters are at a disadvantage, it is almost impossible to get the situation back. Have you seen it? This is the Great Bone Dragon, its unparalleled power. Magisters of the United Elements, there is no way you can win the Bone Dragon. Just surrender and capture him. The Hall of the Dead is the strongest. The Union of Elements will surely fall at the feet of the Hall of the Dead. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, it is developing in the direction you want to see. The necromancers in the Hall of the Dead also began to mock unceremoniously and laugh unbridled. The Bone Dragon is the greatest source of confidence for the Hall of the Dead and the greatest source of confidence for the necromancer. A mere magister is simply not enough to look at in front of the Bone Dragon. It's impossible to have no chance of winning. Faced with the taunts of the necromancer, the magisters of the United Elements wanted to refute. But in the current situation, there is really no way to express rebuttal. Even if you don't want to admit it anymore, you have to say that there is no doubt about the power of the Bone Dragon. In the previous battles, although no magisters had been killed yet, there were many seriously injured magisters. There were even several magisters who were about to lose their fighting ability, but they still held on and did not retreat. This is also the biggest reason why the necromancer taunts. Because the elemental union was gradually at a disadvantage under the attack of Bone Dragon. Moreover, this disadvantage will continue to expand as time goes by, until the elements unite is defeated. On the other hand, looking at the Bone Dragon here in the Hall of the Dead, there are many scars and cracks on the dragon bone. But there were no real serious injuries. In other words, the combat effectiveness of the magisters is constantly decreasing, but the combat effectiveness of the Bone Dragon has not changed. If things continue like this, most of the magicians sent to this main battlefield by the United Elements will probably be lost. Even the current alliance of elements cannot afford such a huge loss. Wait a minute, Fire Emperor. It seems that Fire Emperor is not participating in the battle. What? The Fire Emperor didn't join the battle. But at this moment, a magician suddenly spoke. All the magisters were shocked, and suddenly realized that the Fire Emperor who was specially recruited did not participate in the battle. Instead, he has been behind the front line of the battlefield, observing their battle with the Bone Dragon. What on earth is he thinking? We have come to such a time, and the Fire Emperor is still not participating in the war. Does he want to watch the United Elements be destroyed? A deserter, this is a deserter. After discovering this situation, the seriously injured magisters suddenly spoke out with indignation. They were fighting desperately in front, but the Fire Emperor was watching from behind? Even one more magister would have little impact on this battle. But this is a matter of attitude, right? You are a great magister, but you are hiding behind the battlefield and watching the battle fail. What kind of person is this that can do such a thing? Oh? In your elemental alliance, there is still a magician who has not participated in the war. Not participating in the war was the right choice. Why bother coming to die when you know you can't win? You're right, this is the choice of a smart person, just watch the destruction of the United Elements. That's right, just watch our Palace of the Dead and crush the Elemental Union. The necromancers who discovered this immediately followed suit and started ridiculing, without hesitation. In their view, it was a matter of great pride that the powerful bone dragon could scare the magicians of the United Elements from joining the battle. Subduing the enemy's troops without fighting is the best strategy. This shows that the intimidating power of the Hall of the Dead is unparalleled. Because the Magister, who is truly a top combat power, is so afraid of the power of the bone dragon. This is definitely a huge blow to the morale of the United Elements. However, this has little impact on the morale of the Palace of the Dead. After all, undead creatures do not have much morale. They are not afraid of death and will never retreat, which is the best proof. The morale of the undead creatures is always like that. It can't go up even if it goes up, and it can't come down even if it goes down. But it doesn't matter. As long as they can hit the Magisters of the Elemental Union, the necromancers in the Hall of the Dead are also willing to taunt them to reduce their combat effectiveness. Forget it, don't worry about the Fire Emperor anymore. The Fire Emperor doesn't want to join the war. That's his problem. We don't have time to think about it now. After being filled with indignation, a certain Magister suddenly took a deep breath, and then spoke loudly. If we can't stop the Bone Dragon's attack, even if we add another Fire Emperor, we won't be able to change the current situation. Everyone, use all your strength, even if it costs your life. For the Union of Elements. These words also made the other Magisters' eyes become firmer. Then they shouted in unison, for the Union of Elements. Attack with all your might. Facing the five-skull dragon, the Magisters once again rushed forward one after another. The elemental magic that filled the sky was like a roaring rainstorm, hitting the bone dragon hard. Even if each elemental magic does not cause much damage, as long as you continue to attack, the effect will always appear. Seeing the violent attack rhythm of these Magisters, Qi Lu, who had never participated in the battle, was confused. I just observed where the bone dragon's weaknesses are, what about you? It sounds like I'm a traitor who does nothing. Qi Lu spread his hands helplessly. Qi Lu is very familiar with the bone dragon thing. After all, I have had a lot of contact with giant dragons, so I naturally have a certain understanding of bone dragons. What's more, Qi Lu was actually punching bone dragons and stepping on giant dragons back then. How could he not be familiar with it? It's just that now Qi Lu plays the role of a fire elemental magician, and Hetson use power randomly, so he has to think. Think about what method to use to kill this five-headed bone dragon. Why in the eyes of these guys, did I become a deserter who was afraid of the bone dragon? But it's not too late to take action now. Almost all the Magisters of the United Elements were injured, but after all, no one was killed. Even if it is corroded by the bone dragon's dark fire dragon breath, it doesn't matter much. Just go back and raise it for a year or two. It's good if you can save your life, but what else do you need a bicycle for? Therefore, Qi Lu does not intend to remain silent any longer. I just want to try the method I just thought of to see if I can punish the bone dragon. The breath of fire protects my body, and the power of fire bless my body. The giant flame soldier appears. Following Qi Li's unskilled chanting, the surrounding fire elements quickly gathered in front of him. There was no way, Qi Li's previous magic was all instantaneous, and this was his first time singing, so it was normal for him to be unskilled. The gathered fire elements gradually condensed into a pair of flame armor, and then covered Qi Li's body. Immediately afterwards, the flame armor became thicker and thicker, slowly covering Qi Li's entire body. Then, more and more fire elements continued to gather. In everyone's shocked eyes, a giant made purely of fire elements appeared on the battlefield. A huge body hundreds of meters high stands on the earth like a fiery red mountain. The shadows cast down clearly covered the sky and the sun, but the light emitted by the flames was extremely dazzling. What is this? Even the magisters fighting the bone dragon could not ignore the sudden appearance of the flame giant. Because of the oppressive feeling emanating from this flame giant, even magisters like them felt tight in their chests. Needless to say, the power contained in it is so powerful. The giant condensed by the fire element, could it be the Fire Emperor? What? Fire King. It turns out that the Fire Emperor never participated in the war, just to condense the magic power and use this magic. What kind of magic is this? Do you know, or have you ever heard of it? No, never heard of it, never heard of this type of magic. Among so many magisters, there are always smart people who can think of this matter. Upon hearing that this flame giant was actually created by the Fire King, all the magisters were stunned. It turns out that the Fire Emperor did not join the battle because of fear, but was instead accumulating strength. Thinking of this, the magister who had previously misunderstood the Fire Emperor suddenly felt ashamed. If you think about it carefully, the elemental blessing potion was researched by the Fire Emperor. How could such a powerful person watch the destruction of the Elemental Alliance? They should not misunderstand the Fire Emperor's intentions. Over at the Hall of the Undead, many necromancers were also stunned. What's going on with this flame giant? The aura is so strong that it is not weaker than the bone dragon. How is this possible? The flame giant that suddenly appeared on the battlefield was the biggest variable in this battle. Seeing that the bone dragon was about to win this battle, and now such a variable suddenly appeared, these necromancers certainly felt uncomfortable. However, Qi Lu had no idea what these people were thinking. The flame giant soldier is a magic that Qi Lu came up with in a flash of inspiration. By condensing the fire element to the extreme, it can form a solid body and then cause physical attacks. To fight against the bone dragon, it is more convenient to use physical attacks. It is too difficult to use elemental magic. After all, when Qi Lu fought against the bone dragon, he smashed it into pieces with his fists. Now it was just a repeat of the scene. Moreover, Qi Li's current strength is much stronger than before. Even if you face the five-headed dragon all at once, there won't be much pressure. You guys, get out of my way. If I accidentally hurt you, I don't care. Qi Lu controlled the flame giant, and while issuing a warning, he rose into the sky and faced the bone dragon. Qi Lu is probably the first person in history to use magic to cause physical attacks. But it doesn't matter. If you can win, don't worry about the process. Us? The magisters were about to retort, saying that they could also help. But the next second, these magisters saw a huge flame giant appearing in front of them. Then he punched the bone dragon that rushed up. Boom! The two collided together, and a loud noise suddenly erupted. Then in the next moment, the bone dragon that rushed up flew back at a faster speed according to the path it flew over. Boom! The power of the punch directly knocked the skull dragon from the sky to the ground, causing the ground to shake. The shocking scene almost made these magisters' jaws drop in shock. Everyone's eyes widened, completely unable to believe what they saw. This flame giant smashed the bone dragon away with one punch. What a power this must be. When the bone dragon attacks, there is no situation of underestimating the enemy, and the attack is full force. Otherwise, the magisters wouldn't have been so miserable, with everyone injured and covered in blood. After this battle, even if he wins, it will probably take him a year or two to recover from his injuries. However, in front of this flame giant, he was smashed back so easily. Is this power something an elemental magician should have? Even the sword masters, who specialize in strength among the group of sword masters in the A's Empire, may not have this level of power. Smashing the flying bone dragon with one punch is simply not something that normal human beings can do. Is this Fire Emperor a monster? However, compared to the shock of the magisters, the necromancer opposite was almost so shocked that he sat on the ground. This is a bone dragon. the strongest combat power among undead creatures. And then he was punched away? This scene made many necromancers almost collapse on the spot. No, that's impossible. Where did this fire giant come from? It actually smashed the bone dragon away. Countless necromancers held their heads and looked at the scene in front of them, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. However, this is the fact. Back then, Qi Lu could defeat the bone dragon with his own strength alone. Now that we have the blessing of the giant flame soldiers, there is no reason why we should be worse than before. It's a pity that no one on this battlefield can ever think of what is going on. They only knew that the power of this flame giant was more terrifying than the bone dragon, and it completely touched their blind spot of knowledge. I told you to go back. You can't help at all now. Just don't cause any trouble. Qi Lu looked at the dumbfounded expressions of the magisters around him and couldn't help but give another reminder. This time, no one thought the Fire Emperor was joking. Because it is. Based on the strength shown by this flame giant, it would be a good thing if they could not cause trouble, let alone help. Logically speaking, when an elemental magician faces the skeleton dragon, he's basically helpless. But why is it that here in the Fire Emperor, there is no sign of helplessness at all? The necromancer who worked so hard to summon the bone dragon on the opposite side is going to cry, okay? But on the other hand, the magisters from the United Elements would laugh to death. It is a great blessing that the Fire Emperor exists in the Union of Elements. I just want to ask everyone in the Hall of the Dead, can you still laugh now? Back off, let's all step back now, and just watch the Fire King's performance quietly. Let's make room for the Fire Emperor first, so that the Fire Emperor can use his fists and kicks. We may not be able to help him deal with the bone dragon, but we will still have no problem dealing with other undead creatures. The elements will unite to win. The appearance of the giant flame soldiers immediately changed the situation in the battlefield. The polar opposites between those who mock and those who are mocked are reversed. Now it is the turn of the necromancer in the Hall of the Dead to have a headache. Even though the magisters were covered in blood and the wounds on their bodies were still aching, they couldn't stop the smiles on their faces. It doesn't matter if you are seriously injured, or if you can't get up again, as long as the person doesn't die, just take care of him for 2 more years. On the other hand, in the Hall of the Dead, if all the 5-headed bone dragons are gone this time, even if the foundation is not damaged, it will still be a heavy loss. After this war, it is estimated that within 20 years, no one will be able to compete with the Elemental Alliance. In the past 20 years, the Union of Elements has had the presence of the Fire Emperor. There is no doubt that the destruction of the Palace of the Dead is only a matter of time. Don't be too happy too soon. This flame giant that suddenly appeared may be just a strong-willed guy. Naturally, the Palace of the Dead was unwilling to admit defeat. Faced with the ridicule of the magisters, the necromancers immediately retorted. What does the sudden burst of power prove? There are 5 skull dragons in your Hall of the Dead. Yes, when your last glimmer of hope disappears, I hope you won't despair. Bone dragon, go kill that arrogant guy. A bone dragon was smashed away, but it didn't mean anything. It can only show that the explosive power of this flame giant is indeed outstanding and unexpected. But how much real combat power there is, who knows? If the dignified Hall of the Dead is frightened by this appearance, that would be the biggest joke. Although the necromancer's order, the bone dragon didn't care too much. But the threat posed by the flame giant in front of the bone dragons was too great. Therefore, the bone dragon did not resist the necromancer's order this time, but cooperated with each other to surround the flame giant. The powerful fighting instinct makes the cooperation between bone dragons extremely skillful even without practice. Although it is not perfect yet, there are definitely no major flaws. And soon, the bone dragon, which was knocked to the ground by the giant flame soldiers, returned to the sky again. The dark fire in his eyes stared at this guy made of flames with boundless anger. No matter what the situation was, the fact that it was a bone dragon and was knocked to the ground by a punch is an irrefutable fact. This is absolutely an unacceptable shame for the proud bone dragon who inherited the giant dragon. And if you want to wash away this shame, the best way is to tear the flame giant in front of you into pieces. Therefore, the eyes of the five-headed bone dragon were full of anger and murderous intent, and they roared and surrounded the giant flame soldiers. The underworld fire on their bodies swayed, driving their auras and rising steadily. The five-headed bone dragons came together, and they actually knew how to cooperate with each other. It seems that bone dragons are not all fools. Qi Lu controlled the flame giant without any nervousness in his heart. Although the bone dragon is very strong, it can only show off its power in front of the group of magisters. It is still not enough in front of Qi Lu. It's just that the flame giant is just a temporary magic thought by Qi Lu. Its power has not been fully tested yet. Although Qi Lu can fight these bone dragons with his bare hands, that would not be in line with the Fire Emperor's setting. When it comes to acting, you have to do the whole thing. Come on, let me see what you five-headed bone dragons can do. So Qi Lu unceremoniously took a parrying stance and raised his fingers towards the five-headed bone dragon in front of him. The sarcasm was self-evident, and even the necromancers frowned. How can a dignified bone dragon bear this anger? Suddenly they all roared angrily, and then rushed towards the giant flame soldiers. Roar. The roar of the bone dragon is also mixed with the majestic dragon power. The five-headed bone dragons surrounding Qi Lu burst out with a mixture of dragon power and netherworld energy. Trying to use this violent coercion to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness and increase his chances of winning. This may be miraculous when dealing with ordinary enemies. After all, this is the coercion erupted by the five-headed bone dragons. It is so powerful that it goes without saying. But it would be a pity to use it against Qi Lu. Qi Lu is immune to all mental oppression, so naturally he won't care about this small pressure. Even if the force of this pressure was 10 times stronger, Qi Lu could still turn a blind eye. It's such a pity that your dragon clan's fighting methods are always solacing. As Qi Lu spoke, he controlled the giant flame soldiers and raised his fists. The dragon's 3 main fighting methods, dragon breath, dragon body, and dragon language magic. After spending so much time with Lan Qi, Qi Lu knows it all too well. Therefore, the oppression of Long Wei is not actually the dragon's official fighting method. It can only be said to be a demonstration or a deterrent. However, for the bone dragon, the dragon's power combined with the spirit of the netherworld can completely replace the dragon language magic. This is also because the bone dragon cannot use dragon language magic, so this change occurs. And Qi Li's ability to be immune to this mutated dragon power meant that the threat of the bone dragon was instantly reduced by 1/3. What's more, Qi Lu himself is not afraid of bone dragons, so the next development is obvious. Facing the five-headed bone dragon that rushed forward, the cooperation seemed to be seamless. In Qi Li's eyes, although it can't be said to be full of loopholes. But it's really too easy to break it down. After all, in terms of combat skills and combat consciousness, Qi Lu, who has gone through many hardships, has never lost. Unless he goes back in time to fight against the land gods in the trial space. Qi Lu can still be a little stressed. There was no way, the first trial in the trial space was really a shadow that Qi Lu couldn't erase. Anyone is inexplicably pulled into a small space that cannot be exited, and fights with a powerful person with superior combat skills. Then, without the ability to fight back, he experienced death for free again and again. It would be strange not to leave a psychological shadow. As for the subsequent trials in the trial space, Qi Lu was used to it. Anyway, the system won't let him out until he kills his host thousands of times. So looking at it now, Qi Lu is really grateful to the system for being so strict with his lazy host. Otherwise, this powerful fighting skill and fighting consciousness would really not be able to be developed. I can smash you away the first time, and I can definitely smash you away the second time. The five-headed bone dragons come together, it's just a few more punches. Fire giant soldier, strike hard. Qi Lu has never been submissive in normal times, but now, of course, he has to strike hard. Facing an enemy like Bone Dragon who relied solely on fighting instinct, Qi didn't even need to think too much. Because the fighting skills brought by fighting instinct use the simplest moves to cause the greatest damage. This actually coincides with Qi Li's fighting philosophy. However, it is precisely because of this that Qi Lu is also the most knowledgeable about how to defend against such upright attacks. Punch hard, 5 punches in a row, punches to the bone. Bang bang bang. A sudden explosion sounded in the sky almost at the same moment. The fist of the flame giant bombarded the bone dragon, colliding with the hellfire, sputtering out dazzling fire. Then in the next second, the five-headed bone dragons flew out together, exactly the same as in the beginning. It hit the ground hard. Immediately, cracks were created in the ground, and they continued to spread to the surrounding area. In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, causing the entire battlefield to shake continuously, as if a major earthquake had occurred. A huge crack stretched across the earth like an abyss, causing everyone to retreat in shock. Fortunately, the warrior phalanx of the United Elements retreated quickly. Otherwise, at this moment, more warriors would die under the impact of the bone dragon than at the hands of the undead creatures. Vulnerable. This sentence was not meant by Qi Lu to be sarcastic, but just telling the truth. The bone dragons summoned as undead creatures are really inferior to those accidentally raised in terms of combat effectiveness. Of course, there is nothing we can do about it. Creatures like bone dragons were born out of strong obsession or hatred. If it is included among the undead creatures, its combat effectiveness will be at least half weaker on the spot. And this also surprised Qi Lu. This is a five-headed bone dragon, and it has learned to join forces to attack, but the result is this? Qi Lu also thought that there would be a slightly interesting battle to entertain him for a while. As a result, the battle process was simpler than imagined. Although the attack just now was not enough to defeat the five-headed bone dragon. However, in the previous attack, Qi Lu had already figured out the specific combat power of these five-headed bone dragons. Therefore, there are basically no surprises in the outcome of this battle. It is indeed a playground for gods. There are no strong enemies at all. Qi Lu could only sigh in his heart. However, in Qi Li's eyes, this was an ordinary thing, but it frightened those watching the battle to the point where they almost knelt on the ground. What just happened? Why did the five-headed bone dragon fly out in such a sudden way? Obviously, the flame giant moved so fast that most people didn't even see what was happening. They only saw the bone dragon and didn't know why it hit the ground, but they didn't know what the specific process was. And the only ones who could see clearly what was happening were the Magistertia were paying full attention. Did I read that correctly? The battle ended so simply? Although I know that the Fire Emperor is very strong, this might be a little too strong. Who said the Fire Emperor was a deserter before? Stand up for yourself. Snapped. The sound of a slap suddenly sounded, which sounded a bit harsh. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have doubted the Fire Emperor. I took the blame myself. The one who did it was a newly promoted magister, who slapped his face with 5 fingerprints. It can be seen that this slap was indeed sincere and not fake at all. If it weren't for the elemental magician's weak constitution, he would probably be able to pull out a tooth with this slap. Okay, we know you sincerely admit your mistake, but you should go apologize to the Fire Emperor later. There was a magician beside him who quickly grabbed this guy to prevent him from thinking too hard and slapped him twice. However, it was different from the conflicting atmosphere at the United Elements, where everyone was cheering and filled with guilt. In the Hall of the Undead, the expressions on the faces of the necromancer swear as if they were mourning for their heirs. 5-headed bone dragons, all fallen? No. No, these are all illusions and deceptions. I won't believe it. The bone dragon is invincible and can never lose to an elemental magician. Such a huge blow eventually caused some undead mages who could not bear it to collapse. The most powerful undead creature, the bone dragon, has always been an unrivaled existence in their minds. But now, even the 5-headed dragon can't do anything to an elemental magician. He was even beaten defenseless by this elemental magician. This kind of scene simply destroyed their previous understanding. It also made them doubt their own efforts. It is understandable that he would collapse on the spot. But the necromancers who gritted their teeth and accepted the reality still accounted for the majority. Although I don't want to believe what I see with my own eyes, this is the bloody fact. The bone dragon was defeated, and so was the Palace of the Dead. Lost to the United Elements. Bone dragon, aren't you the strongest undead creature? Then stand up and tear the enemies in front of you into pieces. The collapsed necromancers roared loudly, wanting the bone dragon to get up and continue fighting. After all, the bone dragon has not completely fallen, and the Palace of the Dead has not completely lost. That flame giant must be at the end of his might. However, this self-deception was completely shattered with the next move of the flame giant. It's really troublesome. Since you are all so weak, it would be better to solve it as soon as possible. Don't waste my time. Chila muttered to himself slowly, and then controlled the giant flame soldier to fall to the ground. There is no necessary connection between the bone dragon's combat effectiveness and its ability to withstand strikes. This is due to the characteristics of the bone dragon, which makes the bone dragon very strong in resisting strikes, regardless of its combat effectiveness. After all, it is also a keel wrapped in hellfire. Its hardness is very high, as you can imagine. So Chila had to go down and get rid of these bone dragons one by one. Then, all I saw was the giant flame soldier raising its huge fist. Those bone dragons that fell to the ground and fell into the pits finally climbed out of them. Then, he saw a huge flaming fist. Ouch! Accompanied by a furious roar, the giant flame soldier's fist crashed down. Goodbye, bone dragon, rest in peace. Chila followed the cover of the giant flame soldiers and burst out with terrifying power. Then he aimed at the bone dragon's head and blasted it. For the bone dragon, apart from the remaining dragon's soul, the most critical thing is the hell fire in the skull. It's just the bone dragon's skull, but it's the hardest part of the dragon's bones. So even if many people know about it, there is nothing they can do about it. However, Chilu is different. A punch to the head is as easy as a slap in the face. Boom! A loud explosion, like thunder, resounded throughout the world. The loud noise was so earth-shattering that it almost shook the space. The necromancers who saw this scene almost fainted from shock. This is a bone dragon. That is the hardest skull among the dragon bones. Did you just smash it into pieces with one punch? Do you still take bone dragon seriously? It turns out that you haven't taken it seriously all along, so that's okay. A shocking and horrifying scene was completely displayed in front of everyone's eyes on this battlefield. No matter how unbelievable everyone is, it cannot be denied that the name of this magister will surely spread throughout the world. Loosed, the Palace of the Dead lost. It's over, it's all over, the bone dragon is gone, everything is gone. After seeing this scene, a large number of necromancers softened their legs and fell to their knees. This is not out of fear or panic, but out of desperation. The strongest combat power of the Temple of the Dead is so vulnerable to the alliance of elements, so how can it resist it? Killing people is nothing more than that. Qi Li's strong performance almost destroyed the confidence of the necromancers. One punch and one bone dragon head, who can withstand this? We won, the victory is determined. Notify the warrior phalanx and the magician phalanx to prepare to take over the battlefield and clean up the mess. The Fire Emperor has finished most of the things. Let us handle the rest. After this battle, the Hall of the Dead will not be able to take any action for at least 20 years. The magisters, who woke up from the shock, issued the order immediately. The outcome of this battle has been decided. All that's left is to clean up the battlefield. In this battle, the Fire Emperor made the greatest contribution, and this is something that is obvious to all. After returning to the Union of Elements, the name of the Fire Emperor will surely spread throughout the world along with his deeds of slaying dragons. By then, the Fire Emperor's reputation will surely be at its peak. It can be said that no one can surpass him except the president of the Elements Guild. As for the Fire Emperor's strength and the reputation he deserves, all Themagisters are also convinced. A strong man who could punch a bone dragon with one punch was simply not a level they could approach. I really didn't know that the Fire Emperor was so trained that he became so ridiculously strong. It's finally done. After solving the five-headed bone dragon, Qi Lu also released the state of the giant flame soldier. After this battle, the problem of the Hall of the Dead is completely resolved. However, it is still impossible to completely destroy the Palace of the Dead with this battle alone. Because the death of 5 whole skull dragons only meant that the vitality of the Hall of the Dead was severely damaged and its strength was greatly reduced. Even if there is no way to make any big moves, it has not shaken the foundation of the Temple of the Dead. As long as the necromancers are not completely eliminated, the Hall of the Undead will always have the power to fight. Therefore, in future plans, the Alliance of Elements can only encroach on the Hall of the Dead step by step. After all, there are total confrontations between these 3 major forces in his world. To say that the Palace of the Dead is weak is absolutely impossible. Even though the Palace of the Dead lost a lot of top combat power in this battle, it was not a total annihilation. And if the Union of Elements presses too hard and the Palace of the Dead decides to fight to the death, even if it means self-destruction, it will not make things easier for the Union of Elements. In the end, it was cheap, as the A's Empire was watching the fire from the other side. So now the situation is the best. This battle destroyed most of the top combat power of the Palace of the Dead, making it impossible for the Palace of the Dead to dare to unite the elements in the Northern Expedition for at least 20 years. Then the Elemental Alliance can slowly free up its hands to deal with the A's Empire on the other side with all its strength. This was also the original plan of the United Elements. 1 against 2 is definitely not going to war with 2 major forces at the same time. Instead, drag on one side and hit on the other. Only after one side is resolved can one focus on attacking the other side. Only in this way can the United Elements' chances of winning be guaranteed, and they will not be dragged to death on the battlefield because the battle line is too long. Fire Emperor, this most critical battle is really thanks to you. If it hadn't been for you, Fire Emperor, to take action, we, the United Elements, would probably have lost. This is not a polite statement, but a fact. When an elemental magician faces a bone dragon, the disadvantage is too great. Therefore, the Fire Emperor's action was crucial. So, of course, after seeing the flame giant disappear, these magisters rushed over to express their thanks. You're welcome, it's all for the Union of Elements. Qi Lu waved his hand and said modestly. Well said, Fire Emperor, it's all for the Union of Elements. The Fire Emperor's broad mind and noble conduct make us ashamed. Benevolent and righteous, I'm talking about the Fire Emperor. This humble remark immediately attracted many compliments. When the Magister spoke of compliments, each one sounded better than the other. I don't know if it's because I hear a lot of compliments, so I can only apply what I learned at this time. But what does it matter? Who doesn't like to hear compliments? What's more, these magisters speak nicely. On the other hand, over at the Hall of the Dead, after the defeat, there was total silence. The necromancers on the battlefield evacuated in a hurry without making any sound. Except for some collapsed necromancers who still stayed on the battlefield, deciding to live and die with their collapsed beliefs. The other necromancers have basically withdrawn. If you keep the Green Hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. Although the Bone Dragon was defeated, the Palace of the Dead has not yet fallen. What was lost can be regained later. If we were left on the battlefield now, we would have nothing, so we had better leave as soon as possible. Of course, this also has something to do with the fact that the people from the United Elements did not insist on pursuing them. Because the Union of Elements doesn't want to force the Palace of the Dead toady. Instead, he wanted to eat away at the Hall of the Dead step by step. By the time the Hall of the Dead realized something was wrong, it was probably too late. Therefore, a large number of necromancers were actually deliberately released by the Elemental Alliance in order to stabilize the Palace of the Undead. Anyway, in this battle, most of the Magister-level necromancers sacrificed their lives, and then used them to summon bone dragons. Now that the bone dragon is gone, so is the Magister-level necromancer. Such a Palace of the Dead is no longer a concern. Then the next focus should be on the A's Empire, located southeast of the Union of Elements. Is there any news coming back from the other main battlefield? Qi Lu asked, with interest. After all, it was the first force I stayed with after coming to this world. And he also had his first apprentice there, and then took her to participate in a martial arts competition. So Qi Lu is still very concerned about the situation in the A's Empire. If nothing else, at least make sure that Pesha is okay. This is also the responsibility of being a master. The A's Empire's offensive is not as fierce as the Palace of the Dead, and it is still in a stalemate. A magister next to him quickly answered Qi Li's question. The A's Empire originally prepared to take action after hearing the news that the Hall of the Dead took the initiative to seek a joint war with the elements. Of course, in the beginning of the battle, you won't use all your strength, and it's normal to be in a stalemate. Who is the one who throws a king bomb at the very beginning when fighting against landlords? However, the difference between the A's Empire and the Hall of the Dead is that the Juggernaut's fighting style is restrained against the Magister. The agile and aggressive Sword Master is simply the natural enemy of the Magister on the battlefield. Once the Sword Master surprises him, the Magister has almost no means of resistance. Even if it is protected by an elemental shield, it will not last long before it will be shattered by the Sword Master, and blood will be splashed on the spot. Therefore, the current stalemate is actually just an appearance. If we really use our full strength, the stalemate will be broken immediately. However, that was under normal circumstances, and the forces of the United Elements were still contained in the Hall of the Dead. Only when the A's Empire has no worries will it take full action. However, now, it is estimated that the news of the defeat of the Palace of the Dead will reach the ears of the A's Empire in a short time. When the time comes, the elements will be able to unite with their excess troops to support the main battlefield on the other side at any time. It is true that the agility-type Sword Master can restrain the magician, but that is only when the strength of the troops is about the same. If the number of magisters far exceeds the number of Sword Masters, then the Sword Masters can be blasted out by simply using elemental magic. After all, the Sword Master's advantages can only be used after getting close. If you can't get close, it's all for nothing. Therefore, after learning the news that the United Elements had defeated the Temple of the Dead, it remains to be discussed whether the A's Empire is still willing to fight, and it may not actually start a fight. Because the strength of the Temple of the Dead is severely damaged, if the fight continues, the A's Empire will face the United Elements alone. In the subsequent battle, even if the Hall of the Dead can provide help, it will be quite limited. At best, it is just a small fight and cannot play a decisive role. There is no way, even the bone dragon has its head broken. What can the remaining necromancer do? The Temple of the Dead itself is at a disadvantage when facing the alliance of elements. It was not easy to rely on the bone dragon to turn the tables, but in the blink of an eye, he fell into deeper despair. Maybe after this, the Palace of the Dead will arrange special personnel to assassinate the Fire Emperor. But now, there is really nothing we can do. After briefly understanding the situation, Qi Lu nodded and decided not to participate in the next battle. Now that the overall situation has been decided and the United Elements has the absolute upper hand, Qi Lu no longer needs to take action. Among the three major forces, it is no problem for one of them to take the lead and gain some advantage. But if one company dominates, the other two will either join forces or disappear. This situation goes against Qi Li's original intention. The stability of the struggle between the two parties will never be as stable as that of a tripartite confrontation. Yu Dao is that the triangle is the most stable shape. Maintaining stability isn't about falling in love. It is definitely better to balance the three parties. So Qi Lu wisely chose to become invisible on the battlefield and return to Eden Magic Academy. As long as the three major forces form a balance again, Qi Lu can actually go back to the store. Anyway, the Elemental Blessing Potion and the Elemental Protection Potion have already opened up shipping channels and have stable buyers. Additional elemental magic is also compiled into a magic book and taught in the Eden Magic Academy. In the A's Empire, corresponding martial arts were also taught to collect the power of faith. I've done everything I need to do, and there's not much use in staying here. As for the power of faith in the Hall of the Dead, to be honest, Qi Lu didn't even think of what means he should use to collect it. Because there should be no products currently available in Qi Lu's store that are suitable for use by necromancers. Qi Lu himself has done some research on undead magic. But Qi Lu rarely uses magic that is too cruel. Especially those undead magics that require sacrifices before they can be used, Qi Lu avoided even more. If you use this thing, wouldn't you become an evil person? Therefore, Qi Lu gave up on the Palace of the Dead. Otherwise, how could Qi Lu help the Elemental Alliance to cripple the Hall of the Dead this time? The biggest reason is not that the power of faith contributed by the Temple of the Dead is too little. Qi Lu feels that he should educate him. Now that the education in the Hall of the Dead is over and the battlefield situation has stabilized, it's time for Qi Lu to run away. However, Qi Lu disappeared from the battlefield. But the legend of the Fire Emperor remained on the battlefield. The elements unite to emerge as a surprise, condensing the flame giant, 1 against 5, and punches the five-headed dragon. In the end, he won with a significant advantage, and even punched a bone dragon head, ending the life of the five-headed bone dragon. This legend was spread to various places of the three major forces, with added fuel and jealousy. But in just a few days, almost everyone in the world knew that an elemental magician with extremely powerful combat power had appeared in the Union of Elements, the Fire Emperor. Known as the Dragon Slayer Mage, the Bone Dragon Terminator, the nemesis of the undead. In short, titles are all made up by people, so there is no big problem if there are more. It's just that these titles are embarrassing to the people in the Hall of the Dead. Because in this world, as far as Qi Lu knows, there are no dragons. In other words, any title with a prefix such as dragon slaying or dragon slaying is slaying the bone dragon summoned by the Hall of the Dead. Therefore, in the United Elements and the Ezra Empire, this type of title symbolizes honor and tyrannical strength. But in the Temple of the Dead, slaying the dragon is more like an insult. You know, the bone dragon is the strongest combat power among undead creatures, and it is also the spiritual support of the necromancer. Now that the spiritual pillar has been slaughtered, which necromancer can be happy? Of course, if the A's Empire had not joined forces with the Hall of the Dead, they would probably be very happy after hearing this news. Because the strength of the Temple of the Dead has been weakened, it is also good for the A's Empire. After all, the Temple of the Dead, which uses undead creatures as its combat power, is still very restrained by the A's empire. But it's different now. The strength of the united elements has increased so fast. If the Palace of the Dead falls first, then the E's empire will probably be the next one to disappear. Therefore, the Fire Emperor, who has been rumored to be so evil recently, must be vigilant. Dragon Slayer Mage, Fire Emperor. In the A's empire, all the sword masters gathered together. There was a heated discussion about this Fire Emperor who suddenly appeared on the battlefield and became famous. Everyone, what do you think of this Fire Emperor who suddenly appeared? Slaying a dragon may sound simple, but this is unprecedented among elemental magicians. In the A's empire, there is still a dragon-slaying sword master with such a record. But on the elemental union side, the dragon-slaying elemental magician has never appeared. Because joining forces to slay the bone dragon will not be included in the dragon-slaying record, at least it will not be included in the single dragon-slaying record, and of course the title of dragon-slaying will not be spread. But this time, the Fire Emperor fought 1 against 5 and fought against the 5 skull dragons, killing them all without even leaving one behind. Such terrifying combat power is fully qualified to make all strong men fear it. Therefore, none of the sword masters present dared to look down upon the Fire Emperor who became famous in one battle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered here specifically to discuss this matter. After all, elemental magicians who are capable of fighting bone dragons are also a huge threat to all sword masters. They don't think that the fighting power of themselves and others is stronger than the bone dragon. At least when facing the bone dragon, these sword masters dare not say that they will definitely win. If these rumors are not exaggerated, I can only say that this Fire Emperor will be stronger than we imagined. If I face such a strong man alone, I have no confidence that I can defeat him. The Gale Sword Master, who spoke, had a solemn expression on his face, which showed the vigilance and fear in his heart. The Swift Wind Sword Master has rich experience in dueling elemental magicians. It can even be said that among the sword masters in the joint statistics of elements, the threat level of the Blast Sword Master is definitely among the top 3. However, at this moment, what the Gale Sword Master said showed his deep fear of the Fire Emperor. Let's not talk about the actual battle. Just talk about the information that can be drawn from the currently known information. It should be confirmed that the Fire Emperor's combat power is stronger than that of the Bone Dragon. From this, we can conclude that the Fire Emperor's melee combat ability should not be bad. Because it is too difficult to use elemental magic to punish the bone dragon, usually a large number of magisters join forces. Only through the continuous bombardment of elemental magic and qualitative changes caused by quantitative changes can it be possible to solve the bone dragon. Otherwise, it must be solved through physical attacks. On this point, the A's empire has the most say. So if the guess is correct, the Fire Emperor's accomplishments in close combat are definitely not low. Speaking of which, this Fire King really doesn't know where this monster came from. His elemental magic is so powerful that his combat skills are so terrifying, and they can be combined perfectly. And compared to the rumors outside, the information these sword masters received was obviously more detailed. The sword master Gale is right. The Palace of the Dead also sent the records of this battle. Another sword master also spoke up. Since they are allies, the corresponding battle records will generally be shared. This is mainly to understand the common enemy's information so that we can better deal with the enemy. According to what is recorded in the Hall of the Dead, the Fire Emperor isn't a traditional elemental magician, but an elemental magician who likes to find new ways. The Flame Giant was summoned on the battlefield, and then killed the 5-headed bone dragon in close combat. It can be seen from here that the Fire Emperor's fighting style is different from ordinary elemental magicians. He is very restrained against us. Because in terms of close combat, the Fire Emperor will probably not be weaker than us at all. Having said this, the sword master raised his head and glanced at the sword masters around him. There is no doubt that this Fire Emperor will definitely be a formidable enemy of our A's empire and will be extremely difficult to deal with. This sentence is not to boost others' ambitions and destroy one's own prestige, but to illustrate a fact. The biggest advantage of the sword master when facing the magister is that after getting close, the magister has no resistance. However, in front of the Fire King, this was not the case at all. Even getting close to him would be more dangerous than staying away from him. The power of the melee mage is more terrifying than imagined. Dragon-slaying sword master. I'm afraid I'm no match for this Fire Emperor. The simulation robot that replaced Qi Lu and pretended to be the dragon-slaying sword master said plainly. It should go without saying how big the difference is between barely killing one bone dragon and easily killing 5 skull dragons. What's more, how could a simulated robot fight Qi Lu? I think so. The Fire Emperor's combat power has exceeded what we can fathom. But why didn't even a little bit of news about the Fire Emperor come out before this? This is what everyone is most confused about. Logically speaking, such a powerful elemental magician should have become famous long ago. How could he still need to prove his strength on the battlefield, and in such an extreme way? According to the investigation information, the appearance of this Fire Emperor is truly an accident. Even the United Elements don't know the origin of this Fire Emperor. I only know that the Fire Emperor was already a magister when he registered his identity. Unknown identities and unknown origins are the most difficult enemies. Because you don't know how to deal with him at all. There is another thing that you may be interested in. A sword master who was looking through the information suddenly spoke out in the silence. What's the matter? The eyes of the sword masters turned away. The elemental favor potion comes from the hands of this Fire Emperor. One sentence immediately caused an uproar. What is the elemental favor potion? It has been spread among the 3 major forces for such a long time. It can be said that the rise of the union of elements is entirely due to the blessing potion of this element that suddenly appeared. The sudden increase in magisters is a point that the E's empire and the Hell of the Dead cannot handle. And now, the person who provided the elemental favor potion has finally surfaced. This name is unexpected by everyone, but it is also reasonable. It turns out that this elemental blessing potion was provided by the Fire Emperor. No wonder, it is not incomprehensible for such a geek to possess such powerful fighting power. According to what was said at the time, the Fire Emperor developed this elemental protection potion just to deal with the elemental protection potion, and gave it this name. And the elemental favor potion fulfills its mission and brings the elemental favor to the elemental union. The sword master who told this news went on to complete the following paragraphs. It also caused all the sword masters to fall into silence. The strength of a monster, the ability to develop medicines like a monster. Why didn't such a strong man appear in the A's empire? Thinking of this, some people couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, no one can answer. The Fire Emperor's fighting power was too powerful, and his amazing achievements made everyone breathless. In this situation, there is only one solution. But at this moment, the dragon-slaying sword master spoke. Any solution? Upon hearing this, the sword masters suddenly raised their heads and looked at dragon-slaying sword master. If there is any sword master in the A's empire who is closest to the monster Fire Emperor, then there is no doubt that it is the dragon-slaying sword master. He also has the experience of killing bone dragons, and he also has the experience of developing precious potions. Although no matter which aspect you look at, the dragon-slaying sword master will be overwhelmed by the Fire Emperor. But that's just the Fire Emperor being too evil. It's not that the dragon-slaying sword master can't do it. So the dragon-slaying sword master suddenly said that there was still a way, and everyone immediately became hopeful. Delay for time until our magic resistance stack is high enough, and then we can start a full-scale war with the Elemental Alliance. Although we can't deal with the Fire Emperor, once the magic resistance is enough, we can easily deal with other magisters. The union of elements cannot be supported by just one Fire Emperor. The dragon-slaying sword master stopped when he said this. Needless to say what follows, all the sword masters can also think of it. Yes, we can't deal with the Fire Emperor, can't we also deal with other magisters? As long as the other magisters are killed, there will be only one Fire Emperor left in the entire Elemental Alliance, so what's the use? Could it be that the Fire Emperor, a single magician, could hold up the entire Elemental Union? Impossible. Thinking of this, the expressions of the sword masters suddenly became much more relaxed. The feeling of oppression caused by the Fire Emperor has also weakened a lot. In fact, this method is not particularly difficult to think of. It's just that these sword masters were immersed in the power of the Fire Emperor before and didn't think about this problem for a while. I never thought that it would be enough to bypass the most difficult point of the Fire King. Now that he was mentioned by the dragon-slaying sword master, he suddenly became enlightened. Therefore, the A's Empire's strategy on the battlefield also set the tone. That is to buy time, take your time, and wait until the sword masters of Thei's Empire are ready before launching the final general attack. After all, agility-type sword masters are naturally capable of restraining magisters, and the monster Fire King is just a rare exception. The dragon-slaying sword master who proposed this method also received praise from many sword masters. Little did they know that the dragon-slaying sword master came up with this method under the instruction of Qi Lu. Because the sword masters want to improve their magic resistance, they have Tobui elemental protection potions in large quantities. And if those magisters died on the battlefield, the Elemental Union would definitely have to purchase more elemental favor potions in order to train new magisters. Then on this basis, the United Elements and the Ezer Empire will definitely think of developing their own comprehensive strength. The top combat forces of the two major forces come and go. Of course, the bottom combat forces cannot lose. Anyway, with the Elemental Blessing Potion and the Elemental Protection Potion here, it would be easy to do this. For the Ezer Empire and the United Elements, as long as money can solve the problem, it is not a problem. In the end, it was cheaper and Qi Lu made a lot of money. The most important thing is that once the war spreads, the elemental magic and sword skills taught by Qi Lu will definitely spread as quickly as possible. After all, in troubled times, one's own strength is the greatest guarantee. There are free powerful sword skills and useful elemental magic, so of course you have to learn them. In this way, most of the power of faith in this world will be captured by Qi Lu. Anyway, what started the war was the game between the gods, the dispute for believers, the differences in beliefs, and not Qi Lu. What Qi Lu did was just add a fire to it and try to fish in troubled waters. As for the consequences, will the dispute between the three major forces end if Qi Lu does not come? So, after the Fire Emperor, played by Qi Lu, left the battlefield without any secret. Over in the A's Empire, there was also the deliberate guidance of the dragon-slaying sword master. The battle between the three major forces has once again reached a stalemate, falling into a strange balance. The Temple of the Dead, whose vitality was severely damaged, could be regarded as the only loser in this war. Due to the pressure from the Elemental Alliance, the Temple of the Dead still chose to cooperate with the A's Empire. However, with this cooperation, the Palace of the Dead can no longer negotiate with the A's Empire as an equal. In order not to be the first to be eliminated, no matter how angry the master of the Hall of the Dead is, he can only admit it. How could there not be a monster who could change the status quo like the other two major forces in the Hall of the Dead? The A's Empire has the dragon-slaying sword master, and the Elemental Union has the Fire Emperor. Of these two great talents, one developed the Elemental Protection Potion, and the other followed closely and developed the Elemental Protection Potion. Then there was the Palace of the Dead, which had nothing to suffer from and was caught between the A's Empire and the United Elements, suffering from both sides. It was okay if I didn't mention it before, but now that I mention it, it's really a bitter tear. It's a pity that no matter how much suffering you have to endure it. At most, it can be regarded as a daring experience. As long as we can make a comeback in the end, the hardships ahead are nothing. Therefore, the master of the Hall of the Dead, in anger, gave up after smashing several branch halls. For a moment, the three major forces seemed to be back to what they were before, as if there hadn't been much change. But those who stayed on the battlefield knew that the relationship between the three major forces had changed. The Palace of the Dead has already begun to gradually decline amid this great defeat. This can be seen from the fact that the Palace of the Dead was defeated steadily on the frontal battlefield. The strength of the Hall of the Dead is no longer what it used to be. This event excites the people of the United Elements. The A's empire, on the other hand, seemed very calm. It's just that under this calm situation, what kind of undercurrent is surging, which ordinary people can't see. Even the three supervisors of the three major forces can't understand the current situation. After all, supervisors cannot directly intervene in the disputes between believers and can only sit on the sidelines. Occasionally commanding the battle, there is no guarantee that these guys can execute it perfectly. Over time, the main responsibility of these regulators became to prevent internal losses within the power and try to improve the overall strength of the forces you are responsible for as much as possible. But the current situation is completely beyond the control of these three supervisors. The emergence of elemental protection potions and elemental care potions made the already tit-for-tat situation between the three major forces suddenly become incompatible. A large amount of elemental magic and the spread of various sword skills have caused the power of the Elemental Union and the A's empire to expand rapidly. And along with it, the ambitions of these two major forces expanded. So the war will never stop. The only difference is that on the battlefield, whether the people of the three major forces went all out or did it half-heartedly. However, just under this strange calm, Qi Lu, who had originally planned to leave this world and rush back to the store, suddenly learned another piece of news that made him give up the idea of going back. That is, the monsters in the monster forest, for some reason, behave strangely. A large number of powerful monsters that should have been entrenched in the depths of the monster forest are migrating to the outskirts of the monster forest. The first person to discover this news was none other than the dragon-slaying sword master who had been waiting in the Warcraft forest for a long time. That is, the simulation robot that Qi Lu left behind in the A's empire. After sensing something was wrong, the dragon-slaying sword master first contacted Qi Lu, and then reported the matter to the A's empire. So soon, all three major forces knew about it. The Warcraft in the Warcraft forest rioted. This matter is no small matter. Because of the special geographical distribution of this world, the areas covered by these three major forces, the A's empire, the United Elements, and the Hall of the Dead, are divided into three areas by the triangular Warcraft forest. So really speaking, the world of Warcraft forest occupies the largest area in the world. But in the past, those powerful monsters lived deep in the monster forest and would not come to the periphery. As long as he doesn't commit suicide and runs deep into the Warcraft forest, there is no danger at all. However, now, such a huge group of Warcraft has run out from the depths of the Warcraft forest. If they want to attack the three major forces, the consequences are simply unimaginable. It is no exaggeration to say that the fragile balance between the three major forces will be broken in an instant. At that point, it will be a real free-for-all. Warcraft, the United Elements, the Hall of the Dead, and the Ezra Empire, once these four forces collide, it will be almost impossible to coexist. Especially the attitude of the Warcraft that ran out of the Warcraft forest towards the human race is definitely the same. Either you die or I die. And with the strength of the Warcraft group, even if they need to fight enemies from three sides, they will never be weak. There is no way. Over the years, the three major forces have been fighting tooth death on the three main battlefields, and they have consumed an unknown amount of troops. But the monsters in the monster forest have been hiding their capabilities and biding their time, accumulating strength. It was only now that the Palace of the Dead suddenly appeared due to its weakened vitality. This is obviously a purposeful move. If it is not a coincidence, then there is definitely someone directing it from behind. Ordinary monsters definitely don't have this kind of intelligence and strategy. Even those powerful monsters are only powerful in combat power, not in brain power. Therefore, the migration of these monsters, as well as the organized and planned gathering, were finally divided into three forces. Qi Lu guessed something that even he couldn't believe. That is, in this world, there are probably not three gods competing for believers, but four. A god who accepts the power of faith from Warcraft. To be honest, there is indeed no race requirement for the road to the king-level realm. In other words, if Warcraft can gather the supreme throne, it can also ascend to the realm of king level and become a so-called god. But in terms of competition for believers, becoming the god of Warcraft is not a good thing. Because the power of faith in Warcraft is not so easy to obtain. The first point is that the power of faith generated by Warcraft is very thin. After all, faith is too difficult to understand for a monster with no spiritual intelligence and advocating the law of the jungle. The awe of Warcraft towards the strong only comes from the nature in its blood. That is, respect for the natural law of the jungle. If you want Warcraft to generate the power of faith, in addition to deliberate guidance, chance is also essential. Because of this, even if the base of Warcraft is extremely large, it is still very difficult to change the power of Warcraft's faith from quantitative changes to qualitative changes. The only advantage is probably that once a believer in World of Warcraft identifies the god he believes in, it will basically never change for the rest of his life. But it is precisely because it is extremely difficult to generate the power of faith in Warcraft. At least, Qi Lu can't get the power of faith from Warcraft now. Therefore, there are only a handful of gods who can obtain the power of these beliefs, and each one of them is promoted from a Warcraft. So much so that Qi Lu selectively ignored this type of gods, and never thought about this aspect. But who would have thought that he could actually meet the gods among the Warcraft in this world? That's really lucky. Fortunately, I stayed here for 2 more days. Otherwise the layout left here would have been destroyed by these monsters. Qi Lu, who guessed the truth, said to himself with lingering fear. Although Qi Lu never felt that there were only so many gods. But now even the god of Warcraft has gotten involved, and the intricate relationship between these gods has given Qi Lu a bit of a headache. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Who would have thought that the god of Warcraft could be so patient even though he was obviously involved, and could lie dormant for hundreds of years without any movement? It seems that the 3 gods from before are not willing to take this god of Warcraft to play with them at all. That's why my home was stolen by this group of monsters now. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The IQ of Warcraft is not very good, but the strategy of this god of Warcraft is something. An unexpected attack really means catching someone by surprise and catching them off guard. If no one stops it, it is really possible to trick these 3 major forces. But now, Qi Lu hasn't left yet. It took a lot of effort to guide the ignited war into a balanced situation. How can we let you group of monsters destroy it? Qi Lu immediately made a decision to fight these monsters back into the monster forest. Anyway, Qi Lu couldn't collect the power of faith in Warcraft. Of course we can't let these guys do bad things. As for saying that all the monsters will be wiped out, that is totally unrealistic. The area of the Warcraft forest is so huge, and the number of Warcraft living in it is so large. It is simply impossible to wipe them all out. At most, you can scare these monsters until they dare not come out. However, it is not easy to do this. After all, Warcraft are basically one-dimensional, and their intelligence is not very high. Once you have faith, you will not worry about your own life or death. Speaking of this, as a believer, Warcraft is a good seed. It's just that if you don't have a good brain, you can easily lose your life. But this is not a question Qi needs to think about. What Qi should think about now is how to strengthen the power of the three major forces so that they can fight against the hordes of monsters and still maintain the current state of checks and balances. Don't worry about the Palace of the Dead. They are the best at fighting such large-scale battles. The endless stream of undead creatures is no worse than the offensive of the wave of Warcraft. Even after entering the battle, the Hall of the Undead can use the corpses of monsters as sacrifices to summon undead creatures. Maybe this time the invasion of monsters can be an opportunity for the Temple of the Dead, which has been severely damaged, to rise again. On the contrary, the United Elements and the Ezzer Empire must be extremely cautious when facing the wave of Warcraft. If one is not careful and fails to block the invasion of the monster wave, then the trouble will be big. The Hall of the Dead is definitely the first one to laugh out loud. This is probably why the World of Warcraft wave appeared at this time. It was because the Hall of the Dead, which the Warcraft group was most afraid of, had just been defeated, and most of its top combat forces were killed or injured. Attacking at this time can severely damage the three major forces to the greatest extent and gain more space for the survival of Warcraft. Therefore, it is said that when the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole stalks behind. As for who will be this yellow bird, no one can guess. Anyway, Qi was quite surprised. The swarm of monsters came out in full force, and at the same time they launched a surprise attack on our Elemental Alliance, as well as the Ys Empire and the Hall of the Dead. Damn it, why is it at this time? Not long after they defeated the Hall of the Dead, the Magisters who had already discussed tactics and were preparing to attack the Ys Empire, all looked a little ugly after learning about the wave of monsters. Why does the Warcraft wave appear at this time? If there wasn't this obstructive wave of Warcraft. So if the United Elements insists on attacking the Ys Empire, then the Ys Empire will have no choice but to respond. By that time, the Ys Empire's strategy of stalling for time would be completely bankrupt. Unless the Ys Empire is willing to continue to withdraw its troops, let the Elemental Alliance slowly encroach on the Ys Empire's territory. In this way, in order to digest the occupied territory, the Elemental Alliance must also allocate manpower to garrison. Only when the battle lines between the two sides become longer and longer, and the Elemental Alliance does not have enough troops, will this encroachment stop temporarily, giving the Ys Empire some buffering time. But it is obvious that the Ys Empire is not the kind of big force that can remain calm. If we really succumb in front of the United Elements, will the Ys Empire still lose face? Do you still want the face of those sword masters? But now, the sudden wave of Warcraft has shattered the next plan of the Elemental Union. Otherwise, what can I say? Man's calculations are not as good as God's calculations, and plans cannot keep up with changes. Now is not the time to think about it. As long as the elemental care potion is still there, our advantage will not be reduced. Even if the Ys Empire escapes disaster due to the wave of monsters, it will not always have such good luck. The most important thing for us now is to think about how to deal with the next wave of Warcraft. Although the Magisters of the Union of Elements are very depressed, they also know that what they have to do now is more important. The disaster caused by the wave of monsters is no small matter, especially those powerful monsters that emerge from the depths of the monster forest. As we all know, compared to the human race and Warcraft, at the same level of cultivation, it is almost impossible to compare. Except for those monsters with natural talents, monsters with qualifications, and guys with extraordinary potential, if others want to defeat monsters of the same level of cultivation, at least they will have to be surrounded by 3 or 5 people. After all, the physique of Warcraft is naturally several times stronger than that of humans. The fighting instinct is innate. And the higher the bloodline one possesses, the stronger the fighting instinct becomes. Compared with ordinary practitioners, the advantage held by Warcraft is too great. Perhaps the only drawback is that the intelligence of Warcraft is not high, so it doesn't have that much flexibility in combat. And this is also the greatest advantage of the human race. Therefore, after learning about the wave of Warcraft, the magicians of the United Elements were also preparing to make arrangements in advance. This is to avoid being unprepared and being caught off guard. Yes, the most important thing is to defend against the coming wave of monsters. But this is really weird. These monsters are living well in the monster forest. They have been here peacefully for hundreds of years. Why do they choose to escape at this time? This is also a doubtful point, but no one can guess why. However, these magisters are not too concerned about this issue. After all, they have no control over the temperament of the monsters. Since those monsters dare to come out of the monster forest, just kill them. It just so happened that the United Elements chose to fight 1 against 2 this time, and the consumption of various resources was also a bit large. If we can withstand this wave of Warcraft attacks, we will definitely be able to get a huge boost from the combined resources of the elements. Not to mention anything else, at least the things that Warcraft has, such as magic cores, fur, fangs, and claws, are definitely enough. And most of the meat of Warcraft is edible. And because the meat of Warcraft contains energy, it has a long shelf life. If handled well, it might be possible to solve the food problem of the Elemental Union for the next year. After all, the logistics of marching and fighting are a big problem. Otherwise, how can we say that, before the soldiers and horses are moved, food and grass go first? Elemental magicians are humans too, and they also need to eat. If they can't even eat enough, how can they fight? And the millions of warriors recruited by the Elemental Alliance need to consume even more food and grass. Even if there is no war, so many troops are just hoarded on the border. The amount of food and grass consumed every day is also an astronomical figure. What's more, after the 3 major forces started a full-scale war, the production of various grains has also been reduced a lot. Mainly because wars are raging and there are fewer places to grow food. After all, food must take time to take root, sprout, and bear fruit. The reality is not like playing games, planting seeds, and waiting for 2 or 3 days to harvest. It's really like playing a farm game. However, the cruel reality is that if the war between the 3 major forces continues on the current scale, it is estimated that it will not be able to sustain it in terms of food. Therefore, it is not possible to say whether the sudden wave of Warcraft is a blessing or a curse. That's fine, the focus now is on resisting the wave of monsters. Since this wave of monsters is attacking everyone, the Palace of the Dead and the A's Empire will probably not feel well either. After we have dealt with the Warcraft tide, it will be the same if we deal with them again. It didn't take long for the results of the negotiation meeting to come out. The magisters are not people who like to hold meetings, so naturally they won't talk too much nonsense. Even if we discussed how to attack the Azure Empire before, we would try topic out useful things. Otherwise, how could they decide to fully attack the A's Empire so quickly? Then it's decided, let's disperse and prepare to resist the monsters. In the A's Empire, all the sword masters also gathered together. Since the war between the 3 major forces began, the sword masters have spent more and more time gathering to discuss countermeasures. I have to say that this is a really troubled time for the A's Empire. The matter of the Elemental Union has not yet been dealt with, yet another wave of Warcraft has arrived. This really means that they will not give up until the A's Empire is beaten death. Unlike the Union of Elements, the A's Empire was quite melancholy about the news of the emergence of the wave of Warcraft. Elemental magicians have a natural advantage when dealing with enemies that appear in a large area. Range-type elemental magic can be thrown out for free, and there is no need to worry about hitting nothing. But on the swordsman's side, it would be difficult. Among sword skills, there are far fewer group attack moves than imagined. Moreover, even those group attack moves are far inferior to elemental magic. It can be said that juggernauts are not naturally suitable for dealing with quantitative enemies. They are better at dealing with qualitative enemies. A massive offensive like the Warcraft Tide is definitely the biggest problem for the Ezer Empire. Apart from risking the lives of many warriors, there is almost no other way to think of. So all the sword masters gathered together and struggled over this matter. Everyone, do you have any good ideas for this wave of monsters? As soon as this question came out, everyone was just silent. What can be done about this? Who doesn't know that the biggest shortcoming of the Sword Saints is the lack of range-based offensive methods? You know, it is well known that elemental magicians are good at cutting grass and sword masters are good at attacking enemies. But the Warcraft Tide is not a problem that can be understood by killing the leading Warcraft. In other words, there is no specific leader of the Warcraft Tide at all. It's strange that all the sword masters don't have headaches. The sudden appearance of the wave of monsters is a blessing and a curse for the United Elements. For the Temple of the Dead, the blessings outweigh the disasters. But for our A's Empire, it is more disaster than blessing. Even if we resist the invasion of the monster wave, we don't know how many troops it will consume. In the next war, it will only become more and more difficult. In the silence, a sword master couldn't help but beat the table and sighed. The other sword masters also shook their heads and said nothing. However, the dragon-slaying sword master suddenly raised his head and said loudly, "Actually, it is not impossible." As soon as these words came out, all the sword masters raised their heads, looked at the dragon-slaying sword master with burning eyes, and asked eagerly, "Have you thought of a solution?" It's not a very good idea, but at least it can preserve the force to the greatest extent. Seeing how excited everyone was, the dragon-slaying sword master was silent for a while, before speaking slowly. It would be good if we can preserve our troops as much as possible. In this situation, we can't ask for more. Yes, as long as we can take a breather, the things left behind by the wave of monsters can still make up for the losses. Dragon-slaying sword master, don't be too pretentious. Tell me what you can do. The sword master spoke immediately. Although the tide of Warcraft is dangerous, it can also bring various resources. As long as you can survive, you can make a lot of money just by cleaning the battlefield. Well, since you asked, I won't hide it from you. Originally, I wanted to save it until we were fighting against the Elemental Alliance, and then take it out, but now there is no other way. As the dragon-slaying sword master spoke, he took out a bunch of small porcelain bottles from his arms. These are some of the elixirs that I have prepared with great concentration during this period of time. You can think of the elixir as a solid medicine, but its functions are different. And the pills here include Healing Pill, Chi Restoration Pill, Little Bravery Pill, Little Wind Speed Pill. The sword master's range attack was a flaw, and even Chi Lu couldn't save him from this. Therefore, if the A's Empire wants to deal with the wave of monsters, it can only use various pills to survive. This is also the best solution Chi Lu can think of. The dragon-slaying sword master would take out these elixirs, and it was naturally with Chi Li's permission. Anyway, these pills are cheap and can be supplied in unlimited quantities. By the way, you can also earn a lot of power of faith. Why not do it? After listening to the dragon-slaying sword master's introduction, the other sword masters were shocked. This thing about elixirs, let alone the A's Empire, which doesn't value foreign objects very much. Even if it is the Union of Elements and the Hall of the Dead, there is none. Therefore, it was definitely a shocking thing for the dragon-slaying swordmaster to suddenly take out these elixirs. We had previously developed an elemental protection potion, which was already remarkable. Why is the dragon-slaying swordmaster doing such a thing now? No more killing the dragon? But there is one thing to say. After the initial surprise, the sword masters immediately began to recall the efficacy of these elixirs, and they suddenly became happy. Since the warrior's group attack ability is not outstanding, it would be better to maximize his personal ability. With the help of these elixirs, it must not be difficult to do this. And after the wave of monsters, these pills can also play a huge role when dealing with the alliance of elements. The dragon-slaying sword master is indeed a man of great talent. The only person in the world who can develop these elixirs is the dragon-slaying sword master. We used to think that the dragon-slaying sword master's sword skills were unparalleled, but we didn't expect that his knowledge in potions was so profound. It is truly a great blessing for the country to have the existence of the dragon-slaying sword master in the A's empire. After hearing such good news, the sword masters did not hesitate in their words of praise. Because the emergence of these elixirs has been of great help to the A's empire. However, the dragon-slaying sword master waved his hand calmly, as if to say that such a trivial matter was not worth mentioning. All the sword masters immediately felt great admiration and felt ashamed. The only person who has made such a huge contribution but is still indifferent of fame and wealth is probably the dragon-slaying sword master. To put it bluntly, if the dragon-slaying sword master cares a little, the name of the number one sword master in the A's empire must be that of the dragon-slaying sword master. No matter it is the contribution made by the dragon-slaying sword master, or the current reputation and prestige of the dragon-slaying sword master. They all deserve the title of first sword master. But so far, the dragon-slaying sword master has never cared about fame and fortune. Isn't it worthy of admiration for such a person who is noble in conduct, has a heart as big as the sea, and is indifferent to fame and wealth? You're welcome. I have prepared a lot of these elixirs for the future battle with the Elemental Alliance. But now that we have encountered a wave of monsters, I have no choice but to take them all out. The dragon-slaying sword master listened to everyone's compliments with a calm expression, and then spoke. Of course, this sentence must have been made up. But besides the dragon-slaying sword master and Qi Lu, who can know? Dragon-slaying sword master doesn't have to be so humble. Since you are willing to take out these elixirs, we will never let you suffer. Whatever the price of these elixirs is, then we will give them whatever price they are worth. You don't have to save us a single copper coin. As long as we can survive this wave of warcraft and win the Elemental Alliance, it will all be worth it. As expected, all the sword masters were also moved by the Dragon Slayer swordmaster's words, and spoke out one after another. I have seen many people begging for discounts, but this is the first time I have seen people begging for discounts. In this case, Qi Lu will not be polite. With the help of the system, there will be no hindrance to communication with the simulated robot, no matter how far apart the two are. Unless Qi Lu left this world through the barrier gate, there would be no way to contact him. After all, plane barriers still have to be respected. Therefore, under Qi Li's instruction, the dragon-slaying sword master did not show politeness to these sword masters. Anyway, these guys are not short of money, and most of the resources of Thei's empire have flowed into the hands of these sword masters. If you are polite to them at this time, it will look artificial. In this way, the A's empire has made arrangements. Just wait for the arrival of the Warcraft wave to test the results. Hall of the Dead. The master of the Hall of the Dead, who was furious just a few days ago, actually laughed out loud after hearing the news about the wave of monsters. This is really the Palace of the Dead, where God will never destroy me. The impact of the wave of monsters can be said to be the best problem to solve for the Temple of the Dead. As long as the undead creatures are used to withstand the first wave of the Warcraft wave, the next battle will be a reversal of polarity. No matter how huge the number of monsters is, it is nothing in front of undead creatures. Because no matter how large the number of monsters is, there will still be losses. But the number of undead creatures will not decrease as long as there are sacrifices and necromancers. And when the wave of Warcraft attacks, the corpses left behind by the Warcraft are the best sacrifices. Given the ebb and flow of the situation, how could the tide of Warcraft be the opponent of the Hall of the Dead? This is also the greatest advantage of the Temple of the Dead. United Elements, you think you can deal with me. But you would never imagine that the general trend is on my side. This wave of monsters is the best time for our Palace of the Dead to hide its capabilities and bide its time, and it is also an opportunity for our Palace of the Dead to make a comeback. Wait, unite the elements. When this wave of monsters passes, you will definitely be destroyed by my Palace of the Dead. Pass my order, all necromancers, regardless of their strength, be prepared till come the arrival of the wave of monsters. This time is the best chance for my Palace of the Dead to rise again. The master of the Hall of the Dead laughed and passed on the order. Let all necromancers be prepared to resist the tide of Warcraft. And they can also use this wave of monsters to reaccumulate sacrifices. When the next joint battle with the elements comes, it's not certain who will win and who will lose. With the dragon-slaying sword master here, Qi Lu was still very aware of Thei's Empire's reaction. But Qi Lu is not very clear about the reaction of the Palace of the Dead. But I can guess that I am probably very happy. After all, the arrival of the wave of monsters gave the Palace of the Dead a big sigh of relief. It could even be said that it saved lives. Once the United Elements and the Ezer Empire resisted the tide of Warcraft, they began to decline. Then presumably the Palace of the Dead will not miss a good opportunity to add insult to injury. It can be said that the Temple of the Dead is definitely the biggest vested interest from the sudden intervention of the God of Warcraft. Faced with this situation, Qi Lu could only say that the God of Warcraft is the God of Warcraft. Even if my brain becomes better for a little bit, the difference is not big. The Hall of the Dead can be said to be the existence that defeats the tide of monsters. Since we have been waiting for hundreds of years, why not wait a few more years and wait for the Temple of the Dead to disappear completely before reappearing? However, Qi Lu didn't bother to speculate on the matter of gods. Gods have their own purposes, and Qi Lu also has his own purposes. Qi Lu cannot get the power of faith in Warcraft, so he will never allow these guys to come out and cause trouble. The Hall of the Dead is the biggest vested interest. I have already supported the elixir in the A's Empire. Then what should the United Elements give you? Qi Lu rubbed his chin and thought in his mind. How about supporting us with some powerful weapons? Thinking of this, Qi Li's eyes suddenly lit up. When it comes to the weapons used by elemental magicians, Qi Lu still has many kinds in his hands. Various elemental staffs are almost in complete sets. If they are thrown into the union of elements, there will definitely be a huge market. After all, there are almost only so many elemental magicians who can break through the shackles with the help of elemental favor potions. Those who can become magisters have basically been promoted to the realm of magisters. As for the remaining elemental magicians, it is absolutely impossible to advance to the realm of magisters, at least not in the short term. Therefore, we want to once again significantly improve the overall strength of the elemental union in a short period of time. Then we can only think of ways to deal with weapons. As for armor, well, elemental mages don't need armor. Anyway, the body is so brittle, and with the addition of armor, it can only be carried once, to be able to be carried once and a half, so there is no need. If there is strength that can be used to improve defense, it is better to use it to improve offensive capabilities. So Qi Lu also mentioned this matter to the system in his mind. System, host, if you want to add existing products in the store to the vending point, you can do it yourself and add it yourself. What should you do with this system? In the A's Empire, it was also because of this reason that the dragon-slaying sword master was able to produce those elixirs. But this time, the situation is a little different. System, don't say that. Products such as elemental staffs are not complete yet. So I want to ask you if you can take advantage of this opportunity to make up for the remaining elemental staffs. Qile replied calmly. At present, the series of elemental staffs in the store only include 4 types: water elemental staffs, fire elemental staffs, ice elemental staffs, and wood elemental staffs, which are still far from a complete set. As for the 5-element staff, since it is not a regular commodity, there is no way to get it here. So, since we are planning to improve the overall strength of the elemental union, we cannot favor one over the other. Let's just take out these 4 elemental staffs. No matter how difficult it is, you have to gather the 5 common elements off gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. If conditions permit, wind, thunder, light, and darkness can also be considered. But given the stingy nature of the system, the last 4 should be a no-brainer. System, this. I knew you would make excuses, but system, you have to understand that these products are not important to you or me. We should take a longer view. Judging from the current situation, there is no harm in completing the elemental staffs. As soon as Qile heard the system's tone, he knew what this guy wanted to say, and quickly persuaded him earnestly. This stingy 2-stroke system is already at such a high level, yet it's still greedy for petty profits. In the past, there was no choice but to be greedy. Now, shouldn't we look further afield? So after some haggling, the system finally compromised. However, wind, thunder, light, and darkness did not agree after all, but only agreed to complete the 5 common elements. That's right. I know that you are still very generous to the system, sensible, and aware of putting the overall situation first. Let's not focus on this small profit now. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to gather more power of faith? After achieving his goal, Qile was still willing to praise the system. Anyway, it doesn't take much effort to say a few words. System, of course, the host is the first to know about the generosity of this system. That's not true. Qile shrugged. If the system were generous, it would be really generous. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to activate this generous time. Fortunately, the goal was achieved. Rather than chatting with the system now, Qile would rather take a look at the attributes of the new product. Gold Element Staff, rare weapon, increases the user's magic concentration speed and magic power by a moderate amount. If the user's class is an Ice Gold Element Magician, the magic power increase will become a large amount, and comes with the skill, Gold Element Thrust. Gold Element Thrust, passive skill, strengthens the metal magic released. And every time the user releases gold magic 3 times, the next gold magic will cause 100% penetrating damage. Usage restrictions, all magician classes. Really powerful offensive attributes. After Qile saw the skills attached to the golden elemental staff, he couldn't help but sigh. The gold element thrusting skill is really in line with the characteristics of the metal magic element, and it enhances the offensive ability to the extreme. Penetrating damage can ignore part of the target's defense. As for the 100% penetration damage, it goes without saying. To describe it simply, it is real damage. Every time you release gold magic 3 times, you can add the full amount of real damage from the previous time on top of the next gold magic. This kind of offensive ability is simply not too powerful. When used by a metal elemental magician who already has a lot of destructive power, it becomes even more powerful. Then, there is another elemental staff. Earth Element Staff, rare weapon, increases the user's magic concentration speed and magic power by a moderate amount. If the user's class is an Earth Element Magician, the magic power increase will become a large amount. It comes with the skill, Earth Element Guard. Earth Element Guard, passive skill, strengthens the released Earth magic. And every time the user releases Earth magic 10 times, a layer of Earth Element Shield will automatically condense. The Earth Element Shield can be superimposed. Usage restrictions, all magician classes. Similarly, the skills attached to the Earth Elemental Staff are also quite consistent with the characteristics of the Earth magic element. The Earth element has never been good at offense, but at defense. Therefore, the skill attached to the Earth Element Staff Earth Element Guard is naturally focused on defense. Every 10 times the Earth magic is released, a layer of Earth Element shield can be automatically formed. This triggering condition does seem to be more difficult than the Gold Element Thrust. However, the second half of the description of the Earth Element Guardian skill is equally important. That is, Earth Element shields can be stacked. In other words, as long as Earth magic is continuously released, the Earth Element shield will become thicker and thicker. Compared with the Gold Element Thrust that cannot be stored, it is much stronger. After all, the Elemental Magician is a long-range output, and there are not many opportunities to be attacked. If you can have a strong defensive Earth Element shield to protect you, your chance of survival will definitely be much higher. This is really good news for Earth Element Magicians. Very good. I'm very satisfied with the 2 new elemental staffs, although I can't use them either. Qilu closed the store managers backstage and felt it was time to take out these elemental staffs. However, forging is different from normal preparation of potions and will take more time. So Qilu didn't plan to bring out too many elemental staffs. Anyway, it is impossible to equip every elemental magician with such a valuable weapon. It's not that Qilu is reluctant to part with it. As a businessman, what's Sana be reluctant to part with? The main reason is that people who are afraid of the union of elements will be reluctant to part with it. After all, the elemental staff is different from the elemental favor potion, and there is no comparison in terms of price. And when used, the effect on improving strength also varies from person to person. It is impossible for an elemental magician with insufficient cultivation level to exert the full power of the elemental staff, which is a complete waste. Therefore, an elemental magician who can truly equip an elemental staff must be at least at the level of a great magician. But this kind of thing has nothing to do with Qilu. Qilu is only responsible for providing equipment. As for how to distribute the equipment, it depends on the magisters. So taking advantage of this opportunity, Qilu also asked Kogabert to send a message to gather the magicians from the United Elements. Although Kogabert is only a newly promoted magister, he has little say in the entire circle of magisters. However, if Kogabert conveyed the meaning of the Fire Emperor, it would be different. During the battle with the Hall of the Dead, the name of the Fire Emperor Rosato fame. If nothing unexpected happens, it is already recognized that the Fire Emperor is the #1 magister in the Union of Elements. With his own strength, he can challenge the 5-headed skeleton dragon with ease, and he may even feel unfinished. With such terrifying combat power, if he is not the first magister, then who is worthy of becoming the first magister? Therefore, as soon as the news of Kogabot came out, the magisters did not Dorito neglect and gathered together again. Fire Emperor, I wonder what you can teach us when you come to us this time. Although all the magisters have a sense of awe towards the Fire Emperor. But at this critical moment, everyone was preparing to deal with the attack of the wave of monsters, but the Fire Emperor suddenly called them all. The tone was a little more urgent, but it wasn't that he couldn't understand. I can't even talk about teaching you, but I do have some things I want to tell you. You should also know that the period when the elemental blessing potion can exert its greatest effect has passed. If you want to improve the overall strength of the elemental union, you still need to continue to accumulate. However, this sudden wave of monsters did not give us time to accumulate. So, in order to better cope with this wave of warcraft, I have developed some other good things. Sheila didn't bother to show off, looked at these magisters, and spoke straight to the point. Anyway, the Fire Emperor's prestige is high enough. Even if he comes up with something incredible, no one would dare to covet it. There will be no doubts or other emotions because of these things. After all, the Fire Emperor is a monster, and there is nothing surprising about whatever he does. This is the benefit of strength. Good stuff? What good stuff? Is it another potion that can enhance strength? The magisters looked at the Fire Emperor's confident look and were stunned for a moment before guessing aloud. Of course not. Using potions to enhance strength is not something that can bed one in a short while. What I developed this time is a magic staff. As Qi Lu spoke, he lined up the 6 elemental staffs and placed them on the table. Gold elemental staff, wood elemental staff, water elemental staff, fire elemental staff, earth elemental staff, ice elemental staff. There are 6 types in total, with different colors, shapes, and elemental fluctuations emitted. It immediately attracted the attention of all the magisters. What kind of staff is this? I can actually feel the strong fluctuations of magic elements from it. Thesis, incredible. No way, Fire Emperor, you not only know how to prepare potions, you even know how to forge a staff. It's really unbelievable. How on earth did you do this, Fire Emperor? I think the Fire Emperor is not very old. It is really unimaginable that he's proficient in so many things. All the magisters present looked at the 6 elemental staffs with astonishment in their faces. They were shocked, and at the same time, they unknowingly changed the title of Fire Emperor to an honorific. At such a young age, he not only possesses unparalleled fighting power, but even other miscellaneous subjects are so unpredictable. Having developed a potion of blessing from the elements, he is already considered a monster. Unexpectedly, the Fire Emperor knew exactly how the staff was forged. Although forging the staff is not a top-secret matter. But it is definitely not an easy task to forge a good staff. At least they, the magisters, dare not even think about it. Don't be so surprised. Forging the staff is just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. The most important thing is to fight against this wave of monsters. I hope these staffs can help the elemental union. Qi Lu glanced at the surprised magisters and said calmly. By the way, I also introduced the abilities of the 6 elemental staffs and the accompanying skills. After saying this, the expressions of these magisters became even more exciting, almost so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. It is no exaggeration to say that these staffs forged by the Fire Emperor are more than 10 times stronger than those they used before. Compared with these elemental staffs, their previous staffs should be thrown into the trash and buried. These elemental staffs are too valuable. Fire Emperor, can you really provide them to us? A magister asked in disbelief. It's not that I'm questioning what the Fire Emperor said, it's just that it's a bit too shocking to see something good for the first time. Of course, these are all for the union of elements, and they are not particularly precious things. I can provide 10,000 handles for each of these 6 elemental staffs. Qi Lu was used to hearing this kind of shocked tone, so he didn't pay much attention to it and continued. 10,000 handles. Did we hear correctly? This sentence immediately made the magisters, who had calmed down a little, jump up again. Such a valuable elemental staff, with dozens of handles, was enough to excite them for a while. Now the Fire Emperor opens his mouth with 10,000 handles. And each elemental staff can provide 10,000 handles. This can't be a dream. Fire Emperor, are you sure you are not joking? Such a precious elemental staff. I never like to joke. If I say it's 10,000, it's 10,000. You'dn't have to doubt what I say. Qi Lu directly interrupted the magister's words and spoke calmly. As long as you can eat it, I have the ability to provide it. Anyway, they are picking up the goods from the system, and Qi Lu is just a middleman. If we weren't worried that the strength of the united elements would increase too quickly, after this wave of warcraft, it would threaten the Ease Empire and the Hall of the Dead, and become a dominant force. Even if there is an unlimited supply of elemental staffs, Qi Lu will have no problem. Okay. Since it's the Fire Emperor who said it, then naturally we won't doubt it. All the magisters also responded. 60,000 elemental staffs, considering the financial resources of the entire elemental union, it would be easy to eat them. In this way, there is no need to worry about the next wave of warcraft. Just treat the wave of warcraft as an opportunity to regain blood. The three major forces are all ready. The wave of warcraft has also arrived as expected. A large number of monsters gathered, like a wave, appeared in the border area of the three major forces. All kinds of magical beasts roared with such force that the sound waves were like a torrent, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Looking up, all he could see was the surging black tide of monsters, with none in sight. Roar. The warcraft tide has no specific leader, only bloodthirsty emotions. Tear apart all the enemies standing in front of you. This idea spread among the warcraft. The demonic beast that is red-eyed by the killing will not show fear, nor will it have the thought of retreating, it will only keep charging forward. From a distance, you can see smoke and dust billowing up into the sky. Even the blue sky was dyed gray. The enemy is coming, everyone, prepare. Draw your swords and prepare to meet the enemy. In the A's Empire, all the sword masters have been waiting on the only way for the wave of monsters to pass through, and have formed a defense line. Millions of swordsmen gathered in formation and opened a battle line hundreds of miles long, blocking the path of the monster tide. If you want to break into the power envelope of the A's Empire, you must break through this line of defense. Pesha, be careful yourself. The dragon-slaying sword master gave an instruction to the high-spirited Pesha. I know, master. Pesha nodded, then tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. I had never had time to go to the battlefield, so I had been practicing in the World of Warcraft forest using those warcraft. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy now, and it was the most suitable place. Boom. The wave of monsters in the distance is getting closer and closer, and the earth has begun to tremble violently. Judging from this huge movement, there is no doubt how huge this wave of monsters is. Hundreds of years of keeping a low profile have allowed countless warcraft to breed in the warcraft forest. The crowds coming out at this moment are endless. For the Ease Empire, attack. For the Ease Empire. Chong. Millions of swordsmen roared loudly and unsheathed their swords. The sonorous sound soared straight into the sky, and the sound of the sword resounded throughout the world like thunder. The chilling air spreads out. What a swordsman values is courage. When the sword is unsheathed, it means moving forward indomitably. Facing the endless tide of monsters, even if you are frightened in your heart, you will not show any fear on your face. Kill. The swordsman opened the battle line, charged forward, and collided with the wave of monsters. It was like two heaven-shaking waves, colliding hard together, erupting with an earth-shattering momentum. In the first round of collision, the wave of monsters took advantage of the charge, which was the most ferocious collision. However, the swordsmen with high morale were not willing to show weakness at all. Before the war started, various magical elixirs had been distributed. As the group of swordsmen at the front, the elixirs they received were elixirs that could temporarily improve various attributes. They had already consumed all these elixirs before the battle began. At this moment, when he collided with the monsters, he was not even at a disadvantage. Roar. Damn monsters, they should also covet the A's Empire. Come and die. It is our duty as swordsmen to protect the A's Empire. It is our honor to sacrifice for this. The sword is stained with blood, and I will never retreat until I die. Roars, screams, and curses, mixed with the roars and cries of monsters, were endless. The entire battlefield was stained red with blood, and the corpses of countless monsters and swordsmen fell to the ground. However, the Juggernaut's expression was indifferent. Because they were not paying attention to the situation on the frontal battlefield, but we're looking for the truly powerful monsters among the wave-off monsters. For the A's Empire, those monsters with powerful combat capabilities are the greatest threat to the enemy. This is also the enemy that the sword masters need to be responsible for. As for the weak monsters rushing in front, they are simply cannon fodder. When facing cannon fodder, it is natural to use cannon fodder to consume it. This may sound a bit cruel. But war is like that, cruelty is the keynote, and beautiful things are just imagination. A powerful enemy is coming, everyone, prepare to take action. But at this moment, a sword master frowned slightly and stared. The monsters in the wave of monsters don't know much about the art of war, and they don't know how to hide the monsters that are red-eyed. Now that the attack has begun, it is natural to attack with all strength. Therefore, those powerful monsters will not hide in the tide of monsters and wait for opportunities. There is no way. The so-called tide of monsters relies on a vigorous offensive, drowning the enemy like a sea tide. There won't be any detours or consecutive attacks at all. It's just a one-timey offensive, and all the trump cards will be revealed. Victory or defeat depends on this. Well, a warcraft is a warcraft, and it doesn't know any tactics at all. But this is fine. If we work together in one go, as long as we can block the attack of the wave of monsters, we will win. It's just that this quantity is really too much. The surrounding sword masters also drew their weapons. Or long sword, or heavy sword, or thin sword, or cross sword. Each sword master's weapons are tailor-made and have different styles, which are naturally different from those standard weapons. Everyone, go find the monster you are best at dealing with. What we need now is to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible, not top-rove our own strength. If you understand, then, start attacking. Although the Juggernaut appears to be quite lacking in range-based offensive methods. But in terms of duel, it is definitely the strongest among the top 3 forces. It's just that being strong in one-on-one combat is one thing, but fighting style is another thing entirely. Warcraft with powerful combat capabilities cannot all be of the same type. Some are good at offense, and some are good at defense. Agile monsters and aggressive monsters are completely different in their attack methods. Therefore, if you want to kill these monsters faster, choosing your opponent with restraint is the top priority. Because the fighting styles of the sword masters are also different. The collapsing mountain sword master likes to use force to defeat cleverness, and his brute strength is unparalleled. The Gale sword master moves like wind and draws his sword like lightning. The dragon-slaying sword master has unparalleled sword skills and can deal with all kinds of enemies. As long as the enemy you choose happens to be the type you can control, don't take it too easy when fighting. After all, the sword masters who come to the battlefield to face the enemy are all veteran sword masters, who have been enlightened in this realm of cultivation for a long time. His sword skills are at the pinnacle, and he is still much stronger than the monsters that rely on their fighting instincts to fight. Joining the battlefield at this moment has given many swordsmen in the A's Empire a shot in the arm. The sword master is the spiritual support of young swordsmen and their highest goal. Able to fight with the sword master, to defend against enemies. In the eyes of these young swordsmen, that is a kind of honor. This situation is similar to the so-called imperial conquest, which can boost morale. The sword master's attack can also boost morale. Especially when the sword master kills those powerful monsters mixed in the tide of monsters, the blood of the monsters splashes everywhere, which can make the morale of the young swordsmen high and their fighting spirit high. The pills were being consumed one after another, and the seriously injured envying swordsmen were dragged off the battlefield one after another. Then with the help of various healing elixirs, he quickly stood up again and joined the battlefield. The battlefield that spreads for hundreds of miles is like a huge millstone of flesh and blood. The monsters that were thrown in, as well as the swordsmen of the A's Empire, were turned into corpses. Even if the sword master falls into it, he may be seriously injured if he isn't careful, and other powerful monsters may take advantage of him. But there was only one person who was at home in this battlefield, without any nervousness or panic at all. That is the dragon-slaying sword master. As a simulation robot produced by the system and specializing in sword skills, the sword skills of the dragon-slaying sword master have already been perfected. Moreover, in terms of combat skills and combat awareness, the dragon-slaying sword master is also at the pinnacle. Although it can't be compared with Qi Li's fighting skills honed through countless lives and deaths. But compared with these monsters, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are far behind. Even if he is caught in the tide of warcraft, no warcraft can pose the slightest threat to the dragon-slaying sword master. It is even said that the dragon-slaying sword master simply kills wherever he goes. Wherever he passed, corpses of monsters were everywhere. Even the sword masters who had expected such a powerful combat power couldn't help but look askance at it. The dragon-slaying sword master has been in seclusion in the Warcraft forest for several years. His strength is many times stronger than it was back then. On the battlefield against the Hall of the Dead, dragon-slaying sword master was famous for his sword skills. Now, dragon-slaying sword master's sword skills are so high that we can hardly match them. Not only in terms of sword skills, but also in terms of combat awareness, the dragon-slaying sword master is equally powerful. Haven't you noticed that the dragon-slaying sword master will never put himself in danger, and he knows the situation of the battle very well? Back then, the dragon-slaying sword master needed our help to win against the bone dragon. The current dragon-slaying sword master probably doesn't take bone dragon seriously anymore. During the battle, the sword masters occasionally caught a glimpse of the heroic figure of the dragon-slaying sword master, and they couldn't help but marvel. Those powerful monsters that they thought were quite troublesome could not withstand even 3 moves under the sword of the dragon-slaying sword master. When you draw your sword, you will definitely see blood, and your throat will be sealed within 3 moves. The essence of swordsmanship, speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness is brought to the extreme. Every sword is aimed at the vital point, every move is looking for an opportunity to kill. This kind of sword skill and fighting style, which is specially designed for killing enemies, is simply the best performance stage on this battlefield. Wherever the sword blade touches, all the monsters will be killed. Wherever the sword light touched, the blood seemed to turn into charming flowers. These flowers are praising the power of the dragon-slaying sword master, and also heralding the withering of the tide of monsters. Guys who are in the way shouldn't show up. The dragon-slaying sword master would behave so exaggeratedly mainly because he off Qi Li's instructions. The timing of the emergence of the Warcraft wave did make Qi Lu a little unhappy. It was of course very annoying to delay Qi Li's return home without making any contribution. So when the dragon-slaying sword master serves as the strongest sword and the other sword masters serve as sharp blades, they lead millions of swordsmen toe-tack and together resist the wave of monsters. The offensive of the monster wave was actually suppressed after the initial collision. This kind of development is what the Ease Empire wants to see most. But when it actually appeared, it was surprising. You must know that the boundless tide of monsters is like a huge wave pouring from the sky, rushing towards the border of the Ease Empire. The earth-shattering momentum shot up to the sky and scattered the clouds. It reached down to the earth, shaking endlessly. Ordinary warriors, let alone fight against the tide of Warcraft. Even if you just take a look at it, you will probably be so scared that your hands and feet will become weak. But now, under the leadership of the sword masters, the Ease Empire has actually blocked the wave of Warcraft. Even with the ridiculous combat power of the dragon-slaying sword master and the jaw-dropping killing speed, the swordsmen of the Ease Empire slowly gained the upper hand. This is something that no one expected. Even the other sword masters were quite surprised at the strength displayed by the dragon-slaying sword master. Because the fighting power displayed by the dragon-slaying sword master in his battle was not at the same level as them. That's the fighting power that completely crushes sword masters like them, so tyrannical. It wasn't until this moment that these sword masters understood that it turned out that the dragon-slaying sword master had been hiding his strength before. He probably had an epiphany after slaying the bone dragon, and then lived in seclusion in order to improve his strength. In this way, it makes sense why the dragon-slaying sword master suddenly disappeared after becoming famous. When I came out this time, I probably felt that my strength had reached a bottleneck. That's why I came out of seclusion, specifically to see if there was any chance to go further. It's a pity that no one can imagine that the real dragon-slaying sword master has actually disappeared long ago. The only person who knows the truth has been saved by Qi Lu. Now, even if the dragon-slaying sword master really comes back to life, he probably won't be able to get his name back. It can only be said that these sword masters have really strong mental abilities. If Qi Lu knew about this, he would probably be very satisfied. It saves Qi Lu from having to explain the situation himself, right? However, the Great War situation in the A's Empire did not last long. Because at this moment, a shocking roar suddenly came from behind the wave of monsters. Roar. This roar caused the space to vibrate as well. Circles of sound waves condensed into substance, spreading out like ripples. In an instant, countless swordsmen who were fighting against the monsters were suddenly affected by the sound wave, and they all vomited blood and became confused. Those who are slightly stronger can still withstand one or two, but most off-tier combat strength has been lost. The weaker ones either fell unconscious on the spot, or fell to the ground with bleeding from all their orifices, without any breath. Just a roar caused the A's empire to lose tens of thousands of troops. He also injured hundreds of thousands of swordsmen, greatly reducing their fighting power and making it difficult for them to fight again. At this moment, the advantage that the A's empire had previously gained by relying on the dragon-slaying sword master and other sword masters was actually lost. Sure enough, there are truly powerful monsters sitting in the wave of monsters. In this huge roar, even the sword masters felt a sense of chest tightness. This depressing feeling, although it won't cause any real harm, is quite uncomfortable. It was as if he had been crushed. In fact, these sword masters also understood that they were indeed overwhelmed. Just a loud roar can have such a big impact on them. It's hard to imagine how powerful the monster that made this roar was. At least, they won't be opponents. The peak of the hero level, a half-step strong level monster? However, the dragon-slaying sword master lowered his eyes slightly, sensing the strength of this monster. Disputes between gods also have rules. If you say you can't use strong level power, then you absolutely can't use it. Gods who break the rules for no reason will be attacked by other gods. Therefore, even the god of Warcraft who intervenes midway will not use the powerful level Warcraft. However, the half-step powerhouse level is already the most advanced power among the magical beasts that can be used. At least in terms of cultivation level, it is impossible to have a level higher than the half-step powerhouse level. The level of cultivation of the dragon-slaying sword master is just stuck at this position. That's why when fighting against the previous monsters, he could behave so easily, just like chopping vegetables and melons. Because the Warcraft that appeared before this, even if they were lucky and auto reached the heroic level, they were all good and bad. Compared with the dragon-slaying sword master, whose swordsmanship and combat skills are both at the pinnacle, the gap is not small. But even so, it is still a huge challenge for the other sword masters. But now, the half-step strong level monsters that suddenly appear are not opponents that these sword masters can handle. Ouch! But at this moment, the roaring sound appeared again, and it became even more terrifying. The surrounding space was also shaking, cracks appeared, and sound waves spread like a circle of deadly weapons. All the sword masters looked at each other, and they all understood the thoughts in each other's eyes. The swordsmen of the A's empire must not be allowed to continue to be consumed by this power. It was too late, but it was too soon. The moment a consensus was reached, the sword masters took action. A large number of sword skills aimed at the spreading sound waves and bombarded them. It is important to defeat the sound wave before it reaches the swordsmen of the Ezra Empire. Boom! The moment the two forces collided with each other, an even more shocking sound erupted. It was as if the sky was in wrath and the thunder roared. In an instant, it resounded throughout the world and shocked people's souls. Fortunately, the sound this time did not form a sound wave with terrible impact and would not cause damage. This is good news for the A's Empire, but it is not good news for the swordmasters. Because through this clash of forces, the swordmasters clearly understood one thing. That is this monster, and it is definitely not an enemy they can deal with. The strength is simply beyond imagination. How can this be? There is such a powerful monster hidden in the World of Warcraft forest. However, the reason for such a request is not unexpected. You know, in the past hundreds of years, the three major forces had been fighting constantly and lost an unknown amount of troops. Swordmaster level experts also lost many, including some extremely talented people. But the monsters in the monster forest have watched all this with cold eyes during these hundreds of years. Not to mention any losses, they have been hiding their capabilities and biding their time. It is completely reasonable for such a powerful monster to appear. However, before the emergence of the Warcraft wave, the three major forces never thought that one day, they would be plotted by Warcraft. Therefore, the World of Warcraft forest was never taken into consideration in the life and death fight between the three major forces. However, at this point today, it is already too late to think about these issues. The wave of monsters is approaching the city. If they are defeated, there will be no room for maneuver. Humans and Warcraft are born with irreconcilable conflicts. So there is no such thing as showing mercy. In the past, each had their own side and everything was fine, so forget it. Now that the fight has reached this point, it is basically impossible to stop until one of the parties is completely destroyed. So, this magical beast that has already shown such a huge threat before it appears has to be dealt with absolutely. Otherwise, even if the wave of monsters is repelled, the A's Empire's military strength will still be exhausted. If they join forces with the Hall of the Dead and the elements to fight again, their defeat is certain. Leave it to me, you guys, to deal with the other monsters. The dragon-slaying sword master naturally stepped forward without hesitation. Facing this kind of half-powerful monster, there is no need to let these weak swordsmen die. When the A's Empire faced the wave of Warcraft, its overall strength itself was not enough. If there were a few less sword masters at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then I'll leave it to you, dragon-slaying sword master. After this battle, you will be the well-deserved number one among the many sword masters in the A's Empire. Upon hearing this, the sword masters looked at the dragon-slaying sword master with eyes full of respect. In this battle, they could only rely on the dragon-slaying sword master. You know, the leader of the A's Empire will never participate in a war. All external battles are commanded by the sword master, and the cauldron is scared by various sword masters. Therefore, it is conceivable to what extent the dragon-slaying sword master's reputation will rise after the War of Warcraft. Those who are not number one are just in vain. The dragon-slaying sword master shook his head, then stepped forward and rushed into the depths of the wave of monsters. That's where the roar came from, and it's also where the half-step strong level monster is located. The dragon-slaying sword master dodged away and soon saw the monster. It was a monster that looked like a tiger, but was several times larger. When he saw the dragon-slaying sword master, the tiger-shaped monster's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. As if he was specifically waiting for the dragon-slaying sword master to come over, he opened his bloody mouth, revealing the sharp teeth inside. Roar! The roar that resounded throughout the world was truly the roar of a tiger. But it shattered every inch of the space, eclipsed the sky, and cracked the earth. The power of the tiger's roar is so violent. Especially when it suddenly burst out from the mouth of this half-step strong level tiger-shaped monster. Its power and destructive power are no less than a full-strength attack by Thetager-shaped monster. Moreover, the sonic attack is invisible and has an extremely wide coverage area, making it impossible to avoid it. In just an instant, the monsters around the tiger-shaped monster were blown away by the roar of the tiger. Then it hit the ground hard, bones and muscles were broken, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. This was just the aftermath of this tiger roar, but the power was already so terrifying. Not to mention the terrifying destructive power that the dragon-slaying swordmaster at the center of the attack would have to face. The swordmasters who were subconsciously paying attention to the battle on this side felt their hearts tighten even more. These swordmasters still have some self-awareness after all. It is no exaggeration to say that if they were to face such a terrifying attack, at least they would end up seriously injured. It is not impossible for even a slightly weaker swordmaster to die on the spot. I just don't know how the dragon-slaying swordmaster will handle it. To be honest, even these swordmasters felt that the dragon-slaying swordmaster was indeed stronger than them. But when faced with such a terrifying sonic attack, they couldn't help but sweat for the dragon-slaying swordmaster. A monster that dares to frequently use sonic attacks in battle must be superior in sonic attacks. The dragon-slaying swordmaster withstood this kind of attack head-on. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. However, a monster is a monster. It only knows how to bark, so what's the use? There was no trace of panic on the dragon-slaying swordmaster's face, and he even sneered. In the next second, the sword was unsheathed. Immediately afterwards, the dragon-slaying swordmaster flicked his wrist, and the sound of swords could be heard all of a sudden. If we say that the tiger roar issued by the tiger-shaped monster, the sonic attack formed by it is like a huge wave. Then this sword sound is like a dragon with the power of water control, turning the river and sea in the huge waves. Then, an opening was ruthlessly torn out from the huge wave, completely exposing the tiger-shaped monster to the blade of the dragon-slaying swordmaster. The long sword is unsheathed, and the blood is shining in the sky. Under the blade, every blow kills everyone. The dragon-slaying swordmaster's gaze was as sharp as a sword at this moment. The sword light was like a thunderbolt that broke through the sky, flashing past the wave of monsters, shocking everyone. Shwa! There seemed to be a flash of fire in the air. Mixed with the suppressed sound of breaking through the air, it passed over the body of the tiger-shaped monster. Then in the next moment, the long sword returned to its sheath, everything returned to calm, and the dragon-slaying swordmaster seemed as if he had never drawn his sword. Only the tiger-shaped monster was left, its mouth wide open, but it couldn't make any more sound. Crack dash. The next moment, blood suddenly appeared. A bloodstain suddenly appeared on the body of the tiger-shaped monster, and then grew longer and longer. Threads of blood also overflowed from the blood mark. Then with that blood mark, it became wider and wider. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's incredible gaze, the tiger-shaped monster suddenly split into two, and then fell to the ground. With just one sword strike, he killed the powerful monster that made all the swordmasters fear him. Is this the true strength of the dragon-slaying swordmaster? What a terrifying power this is! The swordmasters who were still worried about the dragon-slaying swordmaster suddenly felt that their thoughts were a bit silly. When did a strong man of dragon-slaying swordmaster's level need them to worry about? Don't be in a daze anymore. The problem of the wave of Warcraft has not been solved yet. After sheathing his sword, he caught a glimpse of many dumbfounded swordmasters. The dragon-slaying swordmaster frowned slightly and spoke out Airminder. The words of the dragon-slaying swordmaster immediately woke up all the swordmasters, and they said yes, one after another. Warcraft has indeed been hiding in the Warcraft forest for hundreds of years. However, half-step strong level monsters are not so easy to cultivate. It is good to have 3 or 4. What's more, the targets of the attack by the wave of monsters this time are the 3 forces of the Palace of the Dead, the United Elements, and the A's Empire. Then it is impossible for all the half-step strong level monsters to be brought to the A's Empire. So after the dragon-slaying sword master killed the tiger-shaped monster, there was no other half-step strong monster. In this way, the biggest threat to the A's Empire in dealing with the wave of monsters has been eliminated. However, it can also be seen from this tiger-shaped monster that this group of monsters is not as brainless as imagined. At least they know what method to use to break through the A's Empire's defense line as quickly as possible. A large area covering sonic attack that cannot be avoided is one of the best ways. As long as the millions of swordsmen, the main force of the monster wave, are blocked, they will suffer too many casualties. Then the A's Empire will definitely not be able to resist the wave of warcraft that follows. Even if the sword masters are extremely powerful, there are so many monsters, even if they are all waiting there for these sword masters to kill, it is not something that can be done in a short time. By the time the sword masters have almost completely dealt with the monsters, the A's Empire will probably have almost disappeared. This is a shortcoming that the swordsmen of the A's Empire can never avoid. Otherwise, there would be no need to use millions of swordsmen to open up the front line and resist the tide of monsters. However, the appearance of the dragon-slaying sword master was indeed the most unexpected thing. The Warcraft could never imagine that their seemingly perfect plan could go bankrupt so easily. As the most critical point in the attack on the A's Empire, the half-step strong level tiger-shaped monster was actually killed by a sword. This sudden change is definitely the most unpredictable situation. Anyway, with the brain of Warcraft, it will definitely not be able to react. Therefore, in the battle between the A's Empire and the tide of Warcraft, the balance of victory has already been decided. What happened in the A's Empire also alerted Qi Lu. The wave of Warcraft is at least proof that the god of Warcraft has joined the war. After being dormant for so many years, it cannot be so complete. I just don't know what kind of half-step strong level monsters are hidden among the wave of monsters that combine offensive elements. But, no matter what type of Warcraft it is, Qi Lu actually doesn't care. Unlike the dragon-slaying sword master, who stayed in the A's Empire and wastingly proficient in sword skills, Qi Lu was a comprehensive player. Can handle any situation. So when fighting against the wave of Warcraft, just be more careful. To avoid being plotted by the hidden powerful monster. Although Qi Lu is not afraid of such plots, other magisters are not capable of this. However, Qi Lu can know this information through his connection with the dragon-slaying sword master, but other magisters do not know it. Because the Warcraft wave's attack on the 3 major forces was launched at the same time. It is to prevent the 3 major forces from getting a chance to breathe. In fact, if Qi Lu had not been involved, Warcraft's strategy would have been absolutely successful. After dormant for hundreds of years, several half-step strong level monsters were cultivated and used to lead the tide of monsters in raids. Even the Temple of the Dead, which is the most restrained in the wave of monsters, must carefully consider its own strength. However, if Qi Lu did not come in to disrupt the situation, the checks and balances between the 3 major forces may not be broken so easily. It is estimated that this group of monsters will have to hibernate for several hundred more years. And the hundreds of years it has continued to lie dormant are not just to wait for the 3 major forces to decide the outcome. Rather, it was to directly cultivate the power of the Warcraft tide to a level that could crush the 3 major forces, and then push them across. The reason why I showed up so early is mainly because the opportunity now is really great. It is rare to see most of the top combat power in the Hall of the Dead being wiped out. Moreover, the magisters who threatened the huge elemental alliance were all injured and their combat power was greatly reduced. As for the group of swordsmen in the A's Empire, to be honest, they should bait a force that the Warcraft wave cares about least. Why? Because the biggest advantage of the Warcraft wave is its almost endless number. The Hall of the Undead can summon undead creatures to compete with the Tide of Warcraft in numbers. The range-type elemental magic of the Elemental Union is the nemesis of such enemies that appear in large numbers. Only the swordsmen of the A's Empire can only fight hand-to-hand with the monsters and kill the enemies with one sword after another. Interesting. I would like to see what kind of powerful monsters are hidden in the wave of monsters that come to attack the Elemental Alliance. Sheila looked at the wave of monsters in the distance, like a huge black wave, overwhelming with no end in sight. All we can see is that these fierce and fearless monsters are constantly attacking the defense line of the United Elements. Although the Elemental Magician is relatively restrained from the wave of Warcraft, but it is obviously unrealistic to let elemental magicians fight hand-to-hand. So the one at the front is still the warrior phalanx. It's just that compared to fighting undead creatures, the casualties caused by fierce monsters are obviously greater. The elemental magic that fills the sky is like a colorful rain, falling towards the earth. They buried the attacking monsters and sang the tragic song of the warrior phalanx. Even at the beginning, the United Elements suffered more casualties than the A's Empire. After all, the United Elements is not a large force that is good at close combat, and it does not have any advantage when dealing with this kind of impact. Fortunately, countless elemental magics provided the best cover for the warrior phalanx. Thousands of monsters fell on the battlefield. It can be said that the monsters behind came over the corpses of the monsters in front. As the battle progressed, mountains of monster corpses formed a new line of defense for the United Elements. This spectacular and tragic scene is really shocking. But it can also be seen that the casualties of the Warcraft wave are heavy. However, even so, there is still no end in sight for the wave of Warcraft that follows. All kinds of magical beasts are emerging in an endless stream. I don't know when the battle will end. At this moment, most of the magisters also joined the battlefield, constantly reducing the number of monsters. Only a small number of magisters were left to deal with emergencies. The Fire Emperor was among them. After all, he is also the strongest mage in the Union of Elements. The Fire King, who is strong enough to deal with various situations, is Thebia's choice to provide support at any time. Of course, Chilu readily accepted this arrangement. While observing the battlefield situation, he was also thinking about the future development of things. Defeating the Tide of Warcraft is naturally the top priority at the moment. But after this incident, what changes will happen to the three major forces? After all, the emergence of this incident is tantamount to bringing a force that was previously hidden in the shadows to the light. No matter what, the A's Empire, the Elemental Union, and the Hall of the Dead can no longer ignore the power of the Warcraft forest. This is equivalent to the fact that the god of Warcraft has officially participated in this dispute among believers. The original three major forces naturally became four major forces. By then, the situation will only become more complicated. The A's Empire, the United Elements, and the Hall of the Dead all have different beliefs, so they can never stand together. Just like this time to deal with the Alliance of Elements, the A's Empire and the Hall of the Dead said they were joining forces, but in reality, they were still fighting independently. Then add a Warcraft forest, and the situation will not be much better. Even humans and Warcraft themselves cannot live together. But that only allowed the A's Empire, the Elemental Union, and the Hall of the Dead to allocate some of their energy to fight against the Warcraft forest while fighting on their own. As for Alliance, that is impossible. So the situation after that will only become more chaotic. The biggest possibility is that the situation will change from a three-legged confrontation to a four-party melee situation. Because when the three pillars stand against each other, if one party takes action, it may be attacked by the other two parties. Therefore, when there is no perfect opportunity, under normal circumstances, there will only be a stalemate or a little friction. But now that the four forces have appeared, it is completely different. Even if a war breaks out, the remaining two parties can still contain each other. In this way, the stalemate was broken. After this battle, the flames of war will probably burn everywhere. This should be good news for Chile. After all, the wider the war burns, the greater the demand for various medicines, elixirs, and weapons. Thinking about it carefully, the four-party melee seems to be better than the previous three-legged confrontation. Although I don't really like the timing of the appearance of the god of Warcraft, the emergence of the Warcraft tide can indeed bring some benefits. Even with so many monster corpses, we even helped solve the problem of food and grass. The more Chile thought about it, the more he realized that this was the case. This is like planting flowers intentionally and failing, but planting willows and willows unintentionally to create shade. The previous efforts to ignite the flames of war among the three major forces, and then to find a balance, would be worse than a wave of monsters. Of course, the main premise is that the three major forces can withstand this wave of Warcraft. Only then can a four-party melee situation form. If one party has not endured it, then everything is empty talk. As for whether the remaining monsters can be driven out after repelling the wave of monsters, sorry, this is not possible. Not to mention this wave of Warcraft, have all the Warcraft in the Warcraft forest emerged? Even if they survive the impact of the monster wave, the three major forces are not unscathed. I finally had some rest, and if I didn't quickly recuperate, how could I still have time to attack the World of Warcraft forest? If they meet in the Warcraft forest, there will be another tough battle to fight. All we can say is that after this battle, the situation will change. But the war will not go out. That's good. Once all the hidden dangers are removed, I can go back to the store with peace of mind. Chile thought about it and said silently in his heart. But to be honest, Chile is actually quite happy. Fortunately, this wave of monsters broke out before he could leave. In this case, at least Chile can stay here to control the situation and regain the balance. If the wave of Warcraft breaks out after Chile leaves, it will be hard to say what will happen next. Maybe the three major forces were destroyed by the wave of Warcraft, and then the fisherman, the god of Warcraft, benefited. Ouch! Just as Chile was thinking, a long wolf howl sounded. Echoing among the waves of Warcraft, it also spread to the Elemental Alliance front. Wolf howl? Is it another sonic attack? Chile frowned slightly when he heard the sound. This type of attack is indeed somewhat difficult to prevent. But for the combination of elements, sonic attacks will not have very good effects. Because the warrior phalanx of the United Elements is not the main combat force, they are only used as the first line of defense against the tide of Warcraft. They focus on defense, not killing the enemy. The sonic attacks coming from the wave of monsters may not be very powerful when offset by elemental magic. Especially the elemental magic that fills the sky is like a downpour, continuous and continuous. As soon as the sound waves were transmitted over, they were already cancelled out to some extent. However, this time, Chile guessed wrong. Warcraft does have some brains and knows that facing different enemies requires different methods. Therefore, the effect of this wolf howl is not offensive, but auxiliary. Roar. As the wolf howled, countless monsters roared in the tide of monsters. The aura exuded actually began to rise at this moment. Not long after, it increased by more than 30%. Why did these monsters suddenly become stronger? Damn it, the monster's attack is getting stronger and it's almost unstoppable. The monster is coming, save me. The sudden increase in strength of the wave of monsters caused a panicked shout to appear in the warrior phalanx. The defense line that had been barely resisting was torn open a small hole almost instantly. And this small opening has a tendency to continue to expand. You're so smart, you actually know how to use this method. Chile also saw it. This wolf howl inspired the ferocity of these monsters and also activated their potential and vitality. Just like a forced explosion using secret techniques, the sudden growth will burn the potential and vitality of these monsters. Even if he survives the war, he will still be unable to make any progress because of his burning potential. Because of the burning of vitality, life is short. But what does it matter? It is unknown whether the charging warcraft can survive. In this case, why not burn your potential and vitality in battle to increase your combat effectiveness when the time comes? What a good idea! This method of burning potential and vitality to increase strength is really difficult for the Elemental Union to cope with. Even if Qi Lu saw the intention of this wolf howl, it would be difficult to do anything. Because this kind of temporary improvement, even if it is temporary, is a real improvement. It is an enhancement in all aspects. This is a huge test for the phalanx of warriors who are resisting in front. Elemental magicians have always been afraid of being approached, so they form a huge phalanx of warriors. If the warrior phalanx is breached by the wave of monsters, there is no doubt that the phalanx of elemental magicians at the rear will never be able to withstand the surprise attack of the wave of monsters. Fortunately, Wolf Howl's assistance range is not wide, although sound travels a long distance. But the effect of activating potential and vitality does not seem to work together with the sound. It seems that the only monsters that have been temporarily improved are those at the front. This makes sense. A wolf howl can make this endless wave of monsters rise together like a sea tide. Then Qi Lu would have doubts about what level of cultivation this monster hidden in the tide of monsters was. As for this situation, the magisters of the Elemental Union quickly notice it. If you haven't noticed such a significant change in the tide of warcraft, then this mage may be a fake mage. The attack of the monster wave suddenly became stronger. It was caused by that wolf howl. I never expected that there would be such a monster among the tide of monsters. Use the roar to activate the potential and vitality of the monster, and then bring out the maximum value of the cannon fodder. Damn it, if we don't stop it quickly, the defense line formed by the warrior phalanx will be in danger. However, even if they understood what was going on, these magisters had nothing to do. The monster that howled like a wolf was hiding in the tide of monsters. If you are a sword master, you can also go to the wave of monsters alone to find the culprit. But if the magister dares to run into the tide of warcraft to find his target, he may not be able to come back. Ouch! But while all the magisters were talking about it, another wolf howled. The many monsters at the front also roared immediately as if they were responding. The momentum of the warcraft tide is rising again. The temporary improvement at the expense of burning potential and vitality has a huge effect. The gaping hole in the warrior phalanx's defense line expanded once again. This time, there were even extremely fast small monsters. Relying on their terrifying speed, they crossed the warrior phalanx, rushed directly into the elemental magician phalanx, and started killing. How could an elemental magician with weak close combat capabilities be a match for Warcraft? Especially this kind of magical beast that was temporarily strengthened under the stimulation of the wolf's howl. At this moment, the phalanx of elemental magicians also began to suffer casualties. This is an extremely rare situation where elements unite on a frontal battlefield. The undead creatures in the Hall of the Dead cannot bypass the warrior phalanx in front, and only the powerful swordsmen of the A's Empire can occasionally do so. But now, these monsters have actually done it. And the lethality caused is even more terrifying than that of a swordsman. If it is not stopped, the offensive line formed by the elemental magicians in the rear will begin to cause chaos. That was really the beginning of the collapse of the United Elements. If the warrior phalanx does not withstand it, there will be heavy casualties. But as long as this battle is won, then we can just recruit again. Anyway, the people who make up the warrior phalanx don't need any talent, they just need to be strong. When you are on the battlefield, you can listen to commands. When the time comes, with the blessing of various auxiliary elemental magics, you will be a qualified warrior. But elemental magicians can't. If you want to become an elemental magician, you must have magical qualifications. And if you want to become a powerful elemental magician, you also need to have high magic qualifications. Therefore, the warrior phalanx can be torn apart, but the elemental magician phalanx cannot be messed up. Once the elemental magician phalanx is in chaos, the elemental union will have no ability to resist. No, we must stop that monster from continuing to hell. If this continues, the union of elements will simply not be able to withstand the impact of the wave of monsters. But if we just go into the wave of monsters like this, we are just going toady. Wait a minute, if the Fire Emperor takes action, it should be fine. While anxious, all the magisters suddenly thought of the Fire Emperor. This ruthless man who easily killed 5 skull dragons, with 1 against 5 will definitely be able to solve this problem. Thinking of this, a magister immediately ran to the back. After finding the Fire Emperor, he explained the matter sincerely. I know, I was looking for that guy's location just now, and now I'm getting ready to take action. Chila glanced at the magister who hurried over and asked him to take action, waved his hand and spoke quietly. The battlefront range is so wide and so many troops are involved in the battle. It is impossible for one person to determine the winner. So Chila took action just to kill the key target. Naturally, it is better to kill with 1 strike. If you don't find the location, you'll take action rashly, thus alerting the enemy. It won't be that easy to find that guy later. It has to be said that these monsters have been dormant for so many years, and they really have some trump cards that can affect the situation of the battle. The advantage of the union of elements was lost under this wolf hell. Found it. Chila stared and suddenly spoke out. When it comes to perception, Chi Lu, who has the god's perspective skill, is definitely the most powerful one. It's just that the coverage area of the Warcraft wave is too large, and Chi Lu did not fully participate in the battle. So it took a while to find it. But once he finds it, Chi Leke won't let the target run away so easily. The one who held is indeed a wolf. Chila raised his eyebrows and saw clearly with his senses that the one howling was a strong grey wolf. Although the figure is well proportioned, the body is not large. Hidden in the tide of Warcraft, it is inconspicuous at all. No wonder I couldn't find it at first. It's really a feast for me. I didn't expect it to be such an inconspicuous grey wolf. However, now that I have found it, prepare to accept the punishment. Fortunately, the target was found in the end, so Chi Lu was not polite. With a move of both hands, violent fire elements gathered crazily from the sky, forming a dazzling ball of light. Even if you just look at the dazzling light, you can feel the billowing heat waves radiating outward. Skyfire meteorite. Fall. Chi Lu formed a palm with one hand and made a false slash downward. The ball of light in the sky suddenly roared down and hit the middle of the wave of monsters. Terrible momentum and violent power. Even among the elemental magic that filled the sky, the ball of light whizzing down looked extremely dazzling. The heat wave surged, causing the surrounding air to become distorted. However, the most terrifying thing is the huge power contained in this ball of light. Chila took action this time, but he didn't hold anything back. Just in order not to alarm those gods, so there is no way to use the power of the strong level. But this move is definitely the most peak attack below the strong level. As long as the grey wolf didn't hide away, it would be absolutely impossible for him to survive. Unless, the god of Warcraft wants to violate the rules. However, if the god of Warcraft really violated the rules, then Chi Lu would be even happier. Because in this way, other gods will go to negotiate with the god of Warcraft to resolve this matter. If the final result is that he can use strong level power, then Chi Lu will definitely be invincible in this world. So, Let me see how you will act. Qi Li's eyes were fixed on the location of the grey wolf in the wave-off monsters. Now, the Skyfire meteorite has locked onto the aura of the grey wolf, and even if it wants to escape, it's already too late. Then, what is that? Is it a meteorite? It doesn't seem like it's a meteorite condensed by flames. It's such a rich fire element, so far away, I can feel the suffocating heat wave. Such a powerful fire elemental magic must have been done by the Fire Emperor. Yes, our elemental union has the Fire Emperor here. How could we lose to these monsters? Lord Fire Emperor is mighty. The powerful Skyfire meteorite also attracted the attention of the warrior phalanx and many elemental magicians. You know, the name of the Fire Emperor is known to everyone in the Union of Elements. There are countless fire element magicians who regard the Fire Emperor as their lifelong goal. Speaking of which, this doesn't seem to be Qi Li's original intention, but it doesn't matter. So Qi Li took action this time, and the huge momentum caused by the Skyfire meteorite immediately boosted the morale of the Elemental Alliance. Even the phalanx of elemental magicians that had been broken through by the monsters calmed down from their panic. High morale can inspire people's fighting spirit, and it can also increase people's courage. After calming down, the magician phalanx quickly gathered its strength and dealt with the small monsters that suddenly came in one by one. The phalanx of warriors, with high morale, worked hard to fill the gaps in the defense line without fear of sacrifice. This unexpected effect also made all the magisters stunned. It turns out that asking the Fire Emperor to take action can still have such an effect. As soon as he appears on the stage, everyone's blood will boil, and he will be brave and fearless of death. This level of prestige may not even be matched by the president of the Elemental Guild. That's not to mention other magisters. All the magisters looked at each other, speechless. Although it can be guessed that the Fire Emperor's prestige is extremely high, it is too high. However, in the wave of Warcraft, the grey wolf locked by the Skyfire meteorite could no longer feel this prestige. When the heat wave hit, the howling grey wolf suddenly raised its head, a flash of light flashing in its eyes. Fire Emperor, you really took action. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the Skyfire meteorite fell to the ground. The Skyfire meteorite, condensed from the purest fire element, exploded the moment it touched the ground. The surging heat wave turned into a rolling sea of fire in an instant, spreading in all directions from the location of the explosion. The fire wave slapped away in all directions, like a shocking tsunami formed by flames. The dazzling fire made everyone stop what they were doing and stared at the scene blankly. What a powerful force! Is this the strength of Lord Fire Emperor? I'm really glad that Lord Fire Emperor won't be our enemy, otherwise I wouldn't even think of how we could win. Look at this invincible power. These damn monsters will only regret joining forces with our elements to become enemies. For the Union of Elements, kill. Powerful power is the most inspiring thing. After the initial shock and consternation, the high morale that erupted from the Elemental Alliance was almost as strong as the sky. Whether it is the phalanx of warriors in front or the phalanx of elemental magicians in the rear, their faces are full of enthusiasm and admiration. Looking at the waves of fire raging between the waves of monsters, it seemed like a sea of fire falling from the sky. All monsters affected by this dazzling flame were turned into ashes. The billowing heat waves radiated out were like big mouths devouring life. Those monsters screamed and roared, desperately trying to avoid the incoming flames, but it was impossible to do so. As the waves of fire surged, a vacuum also appeared in the tide of monsters. Where the flames extinguished, only the burnt ashes remained in the vacuum. No, more than that. The place where the Skyfire meteorite fell is the place that everyone is paying attention to. The half-step strong level monster that appears here at the Elemental Uniones, indeed quite capable. The corners of Qi Li's mouth raised slightly, and an expected look appeared on his face. Where the flames were extinguished before, no monsters could survive, leaving only burned-out residue. But the center where the Skyfire meteorite fell was also the place where the flames burned the most violently. The monsters there were Qi Li's target this time. The flames there naturally extinguished last. However, under Qi Li's perception, the seemingly inconspicuous gray wolf survived safely. Being able to withstand the bombardment of the Skyfire meteorite is only half a step to the powerhouse level. I'm afraid it can't be done. The expression on Qi Li's face remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed slightly. You must know that Qi Li's true cultivation level is truly the peak of the strong level. Even if the power is suppressed now and only half a step of strong level power is used, it is definitely not an opponent that ordinary powerful people of the same realm can compete with. Because the understanding of power is completely different between the half-step strong level and the peak strong level. The level of power they possess is also completely different. With Qi Li's power level at the peak of the powerhouse level, and his understanding of his own power. Even if Qi Li suppresses his power to a half-step strong level, it is still enough to fight against ordinary strong level powers without losing the slightest bit. How could a half-step strong level monster be able to contend with it? But this gray wolf managed to withstand the Skyfire meteorite released by Qi Li. If he said there was no secret method, Qi Li wouldn't believe it. There is actually a monster alive. How is it possible? How is it possible that any magical beast can survive the attack of Lord Fire Emperor? No, it's true, but it seems that only that one monster survived. Ju, it's actually true. As the flames gradually extinguished, not only Qi Li felt that the gray wolf had survived. Others also saw the gray wolf, standing so carelessly in the center of the vacuum zone, extremely conspicuous. There was no way, all the surrounding monsters were turned into fly ash, and even the ground affected by the flames was roasted. There was only one gray wolf standing there. Even though it was inconspicuous before, it became obvious now. Fire Emperor, your strength is beyond my expectation. However, just when everyone was in shock, the gray wolf suddenly spoke. It's not unusual for a half-powerful monster to be able to talk. However, what this guy said made Qi Li a little surprised. You actually know me? It seems that your Warcraft Forest's ambition to attack the three major forces has been around for a long time. Qi Li said slowly. It is an incredible thing for Warcraft to go out of its way to understand the powerful people of the human race. After all, Warcraft has always been a symbol of brainlessness. This habit of knowing yourself and the enemy is not brainless behavior. Yes, we have indeed waited hundreds of years for this opportunity. Grey Wolf didn't mean to hide it, he said it openly. It's just that the eyes of this Grey Wolf are not very friendly. The Fire Emperor only took more than a month from his appearance to his fame. He became famous because he defeated the five-headed bone dragon. Such a powerful opponent can even be said to be the most powerful opponent you may encounter. How could we not pay attention? The Grey Wolf spoke warmly, his mouth wide open, but his sharp fangs were revealed. Oh? I see. It seems that being famous is not a good thing. Even the monsters are thinking about me. Qi Li shrugged and replied in a joking tone. I thought before that this group of monsters had investigated all the information on the three major forces. As a result, it is now discovered that these monsters only seem to pay attention to those strong enough to threaten the victory of the war. For other information, such as military strength and top combat power, they didn't seem to care. But come to think of it, when it comes to military strength, who can compare with Warcraft? Most of the Warcraft in the Warcraft Forest will basically have good combat power as long as they reach adulthood. If it is just used to form a wave of Warcraft and serve as cannon fodder, it is more than enough. What's more, there is this Grey Wolf with special abilities, helping these cannon fodder to unleash their potential from behind. As for the top combat power, there are quite a few among the warcraft. Even if they are incapable of defeating them, they are enough to contain them. So for warcraft, what really needs to be sorted out are variables that are beyond control, like the Fire Emperor. In that case, let me know what methods you have prepared for me. After Qi Lu thought about these things, he also understood why this grey wolf was able to survive under the Skyfire meteor. Speaking of which, the half-step strong level monster is actually not weak. If you are unable to catch the Skyfire meteorite, you will be unprepared. If it had been anticipated and prepared in advance, it might not be impossible to resist the Skyfire meteor head-on. Of course, Fire Emperor, you are the only human being who can be treated so seriously by us. Even if you die here because of this, you are still proud enough. Grey Wolf spoke slowly, and his aura surged. Following the surge in momentum, the Grey Wolf's body also began to expand rapidly and continue to grow. The color of the gray-black fur became darker, and the pressure that pervaded it became more and more terrifying. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. In just a few breaths, a grey wolf that seemed inconspicuous before turned into a behemoth. Looking up, a body dozens of meters tall stood on this battlefield, which was extremely terrifying. Although it is not as good as the bone dragon that covers the sky and the sun. But the giant wolf, which is tens of meters tall, is not comparable to ordinary magical beasts. And the coercion exuded by this giant wolf is no weaker than that of the bone dragon, and is even stronger. In order to deal with the Fire Emperor, the Warcraft showed their trump card and did not hesitate at all. Roar. Immediately afterwards, after the giant wolf stopped growing, a roar suddenly erupted. This wolf howl was dozens of times more terrifying than the previous wolf howl. Sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out, causing countless cracks to appear in the space, and they continued to spread outward. The violent momentum is even more incomparable. As soon as the wolf howled, the surrounding monsters also howled as if in response. The howling like a wave aroused the ferocity of the monsters, making their eyes as scarlet as blood. It even attacked the defense line of the United Elements crazily, as Fearcelia's undead creatures. I have no idea what fear is, and what withdrawal is. How about it, Fire King? You have defeated the bone dragon before, but now, do you have the confidence to fight me? The giant wolf that Grey Wolf transformed into had a thunderous sound, looked in the direction of Qi Lu, and spoke out. Bone dragons may be powerful, but in the eyes of Warcraft, only living dragons are worthy of awe. And the dead dragon clan is nothing more than that. However, the giant wolf will not underestimate the Fire Emperor who once fought against the 5-headed bone dragon with 1 against 5. However, the giant wolf also wants to prove that it is not weaker than the bone dragon at all, and is even much stronger. Why don't you dare? When Qi Lu heard the giant wolf's words, he smiled lightly and shouted back. Even if this giant wolf has been prepared for a long time, he will not hesitate to explode his potential and increase his strength when it comes. However, if you are not at the strong level, you are not at the strong level. Even if it is improved to the extreme, it is still not a powerful person. So how could Qi Lu be afraid? Then come on. The giant wolf roared angrily and rushed in the direction of Qi Lu. The speed was so fast that it brought out bursts of wind and thunder. During the roar, only the afterimage could be seen, but the figure of the giant wolf could not be seen. A half-step strong level monster might be nothing to Qi Lu. But for the defense line of the United Elements, it is a fatal threat. If this giant wolf is allowed to rush over, the warrior phalanx of the United Elements will definitely be destroyed. When the time comes, the huge gap that has been torn open will be impossible to be filled again if it is hit by a wave of monsters. It's really troublesome. Do you want to use this method to force me to go out and fight in close combat? Qi Lu scratched his head and immediately understood what the giant wolf was thinking. If you don't want the defense line of the united elements to be breached, you must keep the giant wolf out of the defense line. And the only person with this ability is the Fire Emperor. And there can be no hesitation. Because once the giant wolf and the warrior phalanx of the united elements are mixed together, Qi Lu will not be able to take action at will. There is no way, this is reality, not a game, but there is no such thing as friendly forces being immune from injury. Even if Qi Li's magic is released more accurately, there is no guarantee that it will hit the giant wolf. After all, the giant wolf is alive, not dead, and its strength is not weak either. Therefore, melee combat has become the best solution. In that case, then I will do as you wish. Fire Giant Soldier. When it comes to close combat, Qi Lu feels a little helpless. In order to play the role of the Fire King well, if you want to fight in close combat, you can only use magic as a cover. If it were in the A's Empire, Qi Lu would have taken the long sword transformed from thousands of machine balls, rushed out and stabbed this giant wolf that couldn't see the reality clearly to death. But it's not bad now. As Qi Lu mobilized his magic power, rich fire elements quickly gathered. Then a huge flame giant condensed around Qi Lu, wrapping Qi Lu in it. But this time, the flame giant was not as big as the last time. The last flame giant was formed to deal with the bone dragon, so it was naturally larger in size. This time, the giant wolf was not as big as the bone dragon, so the giant flame soldiers were made smaller. After all, it is smaller and more flexible. Although this kind of flexibility does not mean much to Qi Lu. Combat skills are not all about fast, and there are also ways to use slow to fight fast. It just needs to be used at the right time. Come on, let me see how capable you are of going to such great lengths, to provoke me into taking action. Qi Lu controlled the giant flame soldiers and instantly appeared in front of the elemental joint defense line. He stretched out his arms and condensed a flame shield, blocking the way of the giant wolf's attack. You are so small, but you want to stop me? The giant wolf roared, appeared in front of the flame shield, and swung out a claw. The flame shield shattered in response, turning into flames that filled the sky, revealing the giant flame soldier behind it. Immediately afterwards, the giant wolf swung out its claw again, slapping towards the giant flame soldier. The force was so powerful that it caused waves of wind and waves. There is no doubt that as the giant wolf increases in size, its strength also increases dozens of times. Such a secret method is somewhat interesting. However, strength alone is not enough in battle. Qi Lu chuckled lightly, controlled the giant flame soldiers, and told the giant wolf this truth, quite politely. No matter how powerful it is, if it can't hit the enemy, it's all fake. No matter how fast the giant wolf attacks, the giant flame soldier can always dodge it without missing a beat. The huge body did not affect the flickering and moving of the flame giant, but it seemed particularly agile. No, it's impossible. How did you do it? The giant wolf, which kept attacking but failed once, roared in surprise and anger. Warcraft has been hiding its capabilities and biding its time in the Warcraft forest for too long, relying on its natural fighting instinct but ignoring actual combat. Although combat skills don't seem that important. However, at the same level of cultivation, it is often the seemingly unimportant combat skill that determines the final outcome. The fighting instinct may be very powerful, but relying too much on this instinct without developing and learning other fighting skills will definitely lead to big losses. How did you do it? Qi Lu smiled calmly and said, if you are willing to constantly experience life and death battles, you will know how to do it. But I've let you attack so many times before, now it's my turn. After saying that, Qi Lu controlled the giant flame soldiers and easily found the flaws exposed by the giant wolf during its attack. Compared to the bone dragon that we encountered before, this giant wolf may be able to defeat the bone dragon in terms of strength. But in terms of fighting instinct, it is still weaker. There is no way, the bone dragon was one of the top races when he was alive, the giant dragon. Then the fighting instinct possessed by the giant dragon is naturally phoebiest. This point is irrefutable. No matter how much this giant wolf wants to surpass the bone dragon, it can't make a fuss about its bloodline. After all, the power of faith cannot improve bloodline problems. Boom. Just such a small flaw caused the giant flame soldier's fist to hit the giant wolf's belly hard. The power of the fire burst out violently, creating a violent explosion where the punch hit. Qi Li's aim has always been to achieve quick results. Unless there is a purpose to delay time, it is always as fast as possible. The giant wolf showed its flaws, so Qi Li naturally had to take action with all his strength to teach it a painful lesson. Because Qi Li didn't think that this punch could end the giant wolf's life. After all, it is a half-powerful monster, and it uses such an advanced secret method, so it is not so out of place. Therefore, the huge power contained in this punch only caused the giant wolf to vomit blood and fly backwards. However, the fact that the giant wolf at the half-step strong level can withstand this power does not mean that other monsters can withstand it. The giant wolf flew backwards on the path, so all the monsters in the way were knocked away, their muscles and bones were broken, and they died. In an instant, a passage was cleared among the tide of monsters. Ahem, how can your power be so strong? Are you really an elemental mage? The giant wolf lay on the ground, coughing blood, and looked at the giant flame soldier with a look of disbelief on his face. To be honest, this question is also the question that the magisters in the Union of Elements want to ask the most. It's outrageous that an elemental magician could have such terrifying power. Even if it's because of the giant flame soldiers, it shouldn't be so scary. As you can see, I am indeed an elemental mage. It's just that I'm different from other people. I'm born with divine power. Qi Li said with a slight smile, but the sarcasm in his tone was undisguised. Since they are a hostile party, Qi Li will not show mercy, let alone any etiquette. Now that the giant wolf has fallen to the ground, he should pursue the victory. Take advantage of its illness and kill it so that it will never stand up again. As long as this half-step strong level monster falls, then the remaining wave-off monsters will be easy to deal with. Even if the Elemental Alliance will still lose a lot of troops, at least it will not be defeated. I believe the same is true for the Palace of the Dead and the A's Empire. When their combat power is severely damaged and they want to quickly restore their strength, the United Elements and the A's Empire will naturally purchase the products left by Qi Li. Elemental Favor Potion and Elemental Staff from the Union of Elements. The Elixir of the A's Empire. For the Hall of the Dead, the corpses left behind by the wave of monsters are the best training resources. So, you'd better go on your way with peace of mind. As Qi Li spoke, he controlled the giant flame soldiers and came to the front of the giant wolf. You know, Qi Li didn't hold back at all from the previous punch. The result is also obvious. The physical strength of the giant wolf is not as strong as that of the bone dragon. So this punch started directly from the giant wolf's belly, shattering its internal organs and breaking its spine. Sure enough, it is indeed unrealistic for an ordinary monster to try to compete with a giant dragon in terms of physical strength. Especially in front of Qi Li. Even the Ocean Dragon King, who is at the peak of the power level, is no match for Qi Li. Even a giant wolf with a half-step powerhouse level dares to challenge him, but he is just looking for death. In this case, Qi Li is also happy to fulfill it. Fire Emperor, you are more powerful than I imagined. Whether it is talent or potential, you are the only one I have ever seen in my life. If a person like you is willing to lead the elements to unite, he will definitely be able to dominate the world. The giant wolf looked at the giant flame soldiers in front of him and said with great reluctance. With only a broken spine, it could only lie on the ground. It struggled desperately several times, but failed to stand up. To rule the world? Maybe, but I just don't have that intention. Qi Li replied non-committally, and then controlled the flame giant to raise his fist. What's the point of unifying the world? If the gods are really introduced, then everything done before will be in vain. It would be better to let the three parties, no, it is the four parties now, and continue to confront each other like this. Born in sorrow, died in happiness. If you keep fighting, you can maintain good vitality. If it really develops into a one-stop shop, it might become slack. If everyone slacks off, it will be difficult to sell the products Qi Lu left here. And if there were no competitors and no pressure, no one would learn the sword skills and elemental magic left here. If this kind of thing really happened, how could Qi Lu collect the power off faith? Wouldn't it be cutting off his own path? Really? Then we'll see. The giant wolf seemed to recognize the reality and gave up the struggle. But the look he looked at the giant flame soldier looked extremely ferocious. Fire King, the foundation of the World of Warcraft forest is much stronger than you think. You elements unite and prepare. Neither the Palace of the Dead nor the A's Empire can make us afraid like you, the Fire Emperor. So from now on, the World of Warcraft forest will take the destruction of the Elemental Alliance as its first goal. Having said this, a flash of blood suddenly flashed through the giant wolf's beast eyes. It was as if he wanted to imprint the image of the giant flame soldier into his mind. You. But Qi Lu understood it immediately. The words of this giant wolf were not a curse or an order, but a mark. That touch of blood will become a mark that continues to attract attacks from monsters, constantly attracting the impact of waves of monsters. Until the mark dissipates. Don't even think about dragging someone on your back before you die. Qi Lu could see clearly, and naturally he would not let the giant wolf's conspiracy succeed. Controlling the giant flame soldier, he swayed and blocked the mark formed by bloody light. How dare you take on the attack of the monster wave alone? How brave you are. However, Fire Emperor, as long as you are missing, the union of elements is nothing. The giant wolf also didn't expect that the mark he released with his last bit off life force before dying would actually be blocked by the Fire Emperor. However, this doesn't matter, it just changes the target of the mark from the union of elements to the Fire Emperor. For the giant wolf, if it wants to destroy the Elemental Alliance, the Fire Emperor must not be able to avoid it. So whether this mark falls on the union of elements or on the Fire Emperor, there is no difference at all. Enjoy the last gift I give you. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of the giant wolf disappeared. Releasing the mark that attracts monsters to attack consumes the last vitality off the giant wolf, so it is naturally impossible for it to survive anymore. It saves Qi Lu from taking action. However, Qi Lu, who had blocked the mark, now had a headache. The giant wolf's original purpose was to spread this mark within the defense lines of the United Elements. In this case, it can attract the wave of Warcraft to attack the Elemental Alliance in a crazy way, endlessly, until the defense line is completely destroyed. At that time, the wave of monsters will be able to march straight into the important areas of the Elemental Union. Speaking of which, it can be regarded as a kind of revenge before the death of the giant wolf. Since its attack on the Elemental Union failed, let more monsters attack. Even if he dies, he still needs to get the United Elements to back him up. That's probably what it means. But now, the mark is blocked by Qi Lu, and it is Qi Lu who attracts the wave-off monsters to attack. Although Qi Lu doesn't care about these weak monsters, once the number reaches a certain level, they are also a huge threat. It's not a threat in terms of combat effectiveness, but a threat in terms of energy. The Warcraft tide doesn't know how to rest, but Qi Li's energy is not unlimited. Facing the endless attacks of monsters, even Qi Lu would feel a headache. Of course, it's just a little headache, and there's no real danger to life. Wait, the mark that attracts the attack of monsters. Qi Lu, who had a headache at first, suddenly had an idea flash in his mind while thinking about this problem. Maybe this is really a good gift. System, you should have a way to clear this mark, to prevent those monsters from thinking about me. Otherwise, if I continue to attract monsters after I go back, I won't be able to open a store. System, of course it's no problem, host, this is a small matter, it can bed one easily. That's good. After getting the affirmative answer, Qi Lun nodded with satisfaction. Just in time, just use this perfect excuse to leave this world perfectly. Otherwise, with the strength of the Fire Emperor, if he really wants to quit, he doesn't know how long it will take. Fortunately, when I sent the elemental blessing potion before, I asked the system for a simulated robot. In this way, the goods left here can continue to be sold without anyone being suspicious. After figuring this out, Qilu also dispersed the giant flame soldiers and retreated behind the United Elements defense line. Everyone, I think I have a way to end this wave of monsters. Qilu pretended to look solemn and spoke solemnly. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding magisters were shocked and all looked at Qilu. Fire Emperor, are you telling the truth? If we can end the wave of monsters now, the Elemental Alliance will definitely be able to save a lot of troops. Fire Emperor, tell me what method you have in mind. No wonder the magisters are so surprised by this. The impact of the wave of monsters is huge, and the consumption of troops is also huge. Even if you win in the end, you can make up for the loss in resources when cleaning the battlefield. However, the losses in military strength cannot be fully replenished in a short period of time. Even though the warrior phalanx does not have many requirements for the soldiers it recruits, the most basic training must still be guaranteed. In this way, after recruiting people, it will take at least 2 or 3 months of training before they can go to the battlefield. Otherwise, as soon as the horn blows and the drums sound, these guys who have never been on the battlefield will probably be so scared that their legs will weaken and they will kneel on the spot. Therefore, the sooner the Warcraft wave ends, the better. The method is very simple, just let me attract the wave of Warcraft alone. Sheila said this sentence as lightly as possible. What's the meaning? As soon as these words came out, all the magisters were immediately confused. What do you mean by letting the Fire Emperor attract the wave of monsters by herself? This matter is easy to say. Sheila smiled slightly, and then told the story about the giant wolf's Desirito take revenge on the Union of Elements when he was dying. Finally, he explained what he meant. As long as I go to the depths of the Warcraft forest alone, I will naturally be able to attract the wave of Warcraft. Sheila did not continue what he said next, but none of the magisters present were human beings. As soon as he heard Chili's words, he knew what he wanted to do. I was immediately moved to pieces. Fire Emperor, do you want to attract the wave of monsters by yourself? But if you do that, wouldn't it be dangerous for you? Yes, Fire Emperor, as long as you are here, the Union of Elements will be indestructible. There is no need for you to risk your life. This wave of monsters is no match for the United Elements, and it is not worthy for you, the Fire Emperor, to divert them away in person. It has taken hundreds of years for us to wait for a Fire Emperor. You must not let anything happen to you. Unknowingly, the tone of all the magisters used words of respect. For such a strong man who is willing to take risks and even sacrifice his own life for the sake of the Union of Elements. That is worthy of respect and admiration from everyone in the Element Union. You don't need to persuade me anymore, I've made up my mind. I have actually given the Elemental Blessing Potion and the forging method of the Elemental Staff to the Wind Emperor. So you don't have to worry about the development of the United Elements stagnating after I leave. Sheila shook his head, with a look of resignation and a generous sacrifice. In fact, I just wanted to take this opportunity to go to the store. It can also leave a good reputation that will be passed down from generation to generation, so why not do it? Anyway, when the Ease Empire and the Elemental Alliance face the wave of Warcraft, their victory is certain. The Palace of the Dead itself is not very afraid of the wave of warcraft, subsequent matters actually have little to do with Qi Lu. Everything that needs to be arranged has been arranged, and now it's time to find a suitable opportunity to exit safely. But, Fire Emperor, if something really happens to you, then even with the elemental care potions and elemental staffs, there is no way to make up for such a huge loss. The magisters are still persuading. If these magisters valued the Fire Emperor before, it was because of the elemental favor potion. So in that battle with the Hall of the Dead, the magisters truly recognized the Fire Emperor's strength. He is also willing to call the Fire Emperor the first magister, and is willing to make the elemental union stronger and stronger under his leadership. However, now, the Fire Emperor actually wants to attract the wave of warcraft alone for the sake of the union of elements. If something happens to the Fire Emperor, the united elements cannot afford such a big loss. There is nothing we can do about this. If I don't leave, the elemental union will face a wave of monsters several times larger than now. Compared to the difficult resistance of the elements united, they may encounter the pain of destruction at any time. It's better to let me bear it alone. Qi Lu shook his head again and said righteously. The eyes of the magisters present immediately turned red, and they were almost unable to hold back the tears of emotion. But this time, no one tried to persuade me. Because everyone knows that the Fire Emperor is right. Under the attraction of the last mark released by the giant wolf, if the Fire Emperor did not leave the union of elements, then what the elemental union will face next may be a wave of warcraft that is several times larger than it is now. There is no doubt that that is definitely not an enemy that the current alliance of elements can fight against. So the best way is to give up on the Fire Emperor. And the Fire Emperor's willingness to do this is tantamount to saving the entire elemental union with his own life. How could such an act of benevolence and righteousness not be touching? Fire Emperor, for your benevolent and righteous act, we unite everyone on behalf of the elements, thank you. I wish you a safe return. The magisters held back the tears of emotion and gave a gift exclusive to elemental magicians. Immediately afterwards, tears of emotion also blurred his eyes. Thank you for your blessings. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if I never come back. I believe that the union of elements will become more prosperous under your leadership. Qi Lu played his role conscientiously, with an awe-inspiring look on his face and a disregard for death. He was definitely at the level of a movie king. I have to go back to the store anyway, so I just want to earn a good reputation at the last minute. Maybe we can better collect the power of faith. Kagabot. I'm here, Fire Emperor, do you have any other instructions? Kagabot immediately stood up, with red eyes, and asked aloud. Among these magisters, Kagabot spent the longest time with the Fire Emperor. Therefore, the relationship with the Fire Emperor is the deepest. Now I watch the Fire Emperor die generously, using his own life in exchange for the safety of the elemental union. Kagabot tried his best to hold back the tears of emotion from flowing out. I don't have any instructions. I just want to tell you that you should lead the Aiden Magic Academy well and don't ruin my reputation. Qi Lu said with a smile. Aiden Magic Academy is the place where Qi Lu uses to spread elemental magic and collect the power of faith. Don't be lazy. Please rest assured, Lord Fire Emperor, I, Kagabot, will guarantee with my life that Aiden Magic Academy will get better and better. After hearing this, Kagabot immediately made a guarantee and even swore an oath. And Kagabot also understood that when the Fire Emperor mentioned Aiden Magic Academy at this time, he was actually telling other magisters to help take care of Aiden Magic Academy. After all, the magisters around him include all the deans of 20 top magic academies. As long as they are under their care, Aiden Magic Academy cannot fail even if it wants to. If that's the case, then I have nothing to worry about. Everyone, take care. Qi Lu continued to smile, then turned around and walked towards the Warcraft forest. The subsequent matters are not under Qi Li's control. Anyway, the system has a way to remove the mark of the giant wolf. Now I just used to attract the wave of Warcraft. When the crisis of the elemental union is resolved, it won't be too late for Qi Lu to clear the mark. Congratulations, Lord Fire Emperor. Looking at Qi Li's back, all the magisters also shouted spontaneously. The loud sound even alerted the warrior Phalanx and elemental magician Phalanx below. What happened? What's wrong with Lord Fire Emperor? Something's wrong. Lord Fire Emperor looks like he's walking into the World of Warcraft forest. Yes, how could this happen? What happened? Amid everyone's puzzled looks, Qi Lu also arrived above the wave of monsters. The mark left by the giant wolf after exhausting its last vitality also took effect at this time. A large number of magical beasts raised their heads and looked at the figures in the sky. It was like a group of guys who had been hungry for 3 or 4 days and saw a table of delicious food. Roar! Countless monsters roared at the figure in the sky. Qi Lu smiled calmly, and then continued walking towards the Warcraft forest step by step. The huge attraction has even slowed down the combined offensive of the elements from the tide of Warcraft. At this time all the magisters spread the news about the Fire Emperor. Such a benevolent and righteous act should be made known to everyone in the United Elements. The Fire Emperor is a strong man worthy of praise from countless people. What? Such a thing could happen. Lord Fire Emperor chose to die alone for us. It turns out to be like this. Lord Fire Emperor is doing it for us, for the union of elements. This is what the Fire Emperor himself meant. He is willing to sacrifice his life for us. Then how should we repay his kindness? After understanding the whole story, countless people were moved to tears. The Fire Emperor, the first mage of the Elemental Alliance, was actually willing to attract the wave of Warcraft by himself for their sake. Such a great act immediately increased the Fire Emperor's reputation to an unparalleled level. At this time, if anyone dared to say a bad word about the Fire Emperor, they would probably be beaten to death on the spot. And there will be countless people who will say, "Die well." Everyone, this is Lord Fire Emperor's wish. We should respect Lord Fire Emperor's choice. Yes, we should respect Lord Fire Emperor's choice. Congratulations, Lord Fire Emperor. The touching emotions and thousands of words were finally condensed into one sentence. Congratulations, Lord Fire Emperor. Warrior Phalanx, Elemental Magician Phalanx, Magister. The voices of millions of people shouted in unison, and for a moment, they actually overwhelmed the roar of the monster wave. This is such a shocking scene, earth-shattering. Such high emotions shocked Qi Lu. No way, these guys are so touched. I just said it casually, but it can cause such a big fuss. Qi Lu was a little surprised by the reaction of the Union of Elements. As air salt, the Fire Emperor's reputation would probably be as high as the sky. Maybe after a while, after it is confirmed that the Fire Emperor cannot return, the United Elements will cast a statue for the Fire Emperor. That is truly an unprecedented reputation. Forget it, let's just think of it as the last time to help the elements unite. Qi Lu did not give up his burden, but decided to attract all these monsters to the monster forest. Speaking of which, the final mark given by the giant wolf was really a great gift. However, the big gift in Qi Li's mouth and the big gift in Zhulong's mouth should not have the same meaning. Just kidding, such an astonishing fame, does that mean you have it? To put it bluntly, even the president of the Elemental Guild may not have half the reputation of the Fire Emperor. This is the reputation that the Elemental Guild has accumulated after operating in the United Elements for so long. As for other magisters, let alone that. Amidst the shouts of countless people, Qi Lu walked into the World of Warcraft forest step by step. The wave of monsters that were attacking the Elemental Alliance roared and chased after them under the attraction. The last resort left behind by a half-step strong level monster is truly extraordinary. If the mark is really placed in the territory of the United Elements, the consequences would be unimaginable. After seeing the crazy reactions of these monsters, the Magisters were even more grateful to the Fire Emperor. Being able to have such a huge attraction to warcraft, it is easy to attract more warcraft. If the elements unite to block the current wave of warcraft, they will already need to do their best. One can imagine what will happen if a larger wave of warcraft emerges. Similarly, the warrior Phalanx and the elemental magician Phalanx also noticed this. Although they can't understand the overall situation on the battlefield, but they knew that the offensive of the warcraft tide was really weakening. And these are all the work of the Fire Emperor. System, host, this system needs to tell you something. Just when Qilu stepped into the range of the warcraft forest, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Qilu was stunned for a moment, before replying, "What's the matter?" "There is no rush to remove the mark for now, the matter is not over yet." "System, it's not about the imprint." "What's that?" Qilu was stunned again. "Apart from the imprint, what else can be done with this second bill system at this time?" "System, it's about the power of faith." "System, just now, the power of faith collected by this system seems to have become more intense." "What?" "The power of faith has become stronger." Qilu was shocked, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. "I didn't do anything just now, how could this happen? Wait a minute. Is it because of the reputation?" As soon as he asked himself this question, Qilu thought of this. One of the identities he played, the Fire Emperor, seemed to have reached the peak of his reputation during the act of sacrificing his life just now. In other words, reputation can actually provide the power of faith? Qilu was a little confused. But when I turned around and thought about it, I felt something was wrong. No, mere reputation should not be able to provide the power of faith. Qilu is still very sure about this. After all, when he was in Donghuang and Beishan Mountains, his reputation as a store manager was not weak. But I didn't gain any power of faith at that time. Therefore, the real role of reputation should be to strengthen the collected power of faith and make it more intense. System, it's very possible. It turns out you don't know either. Qi Li's eyes twitched sharply, feeling a little helpless at the system's uncertain tone. System, no, host, you misunderstood. This system is just not sure because the role of reputation has yet to be tested. System, but the host's analysis process is still very useful. Reputation does add to the power of faith. System, it's just that in the detection of this system, this is a special situation and remains to be seen. Fine. Qilu shrugged, everything you said is right. Qilu didn't bother to argue with the system about such a useless topic. There is too much uncertainty about reputation, and its role is open to question, so there is no need to study it. All I can say is that the current situation is a complete surprise. Just take it, there is no need to delve into it. The reputation of the Fire Emperor has reached its peak, and it can actually affect the collection efficiency of the power of faith. It's a pity that the probability of this situation happening is too low. The right time, place, and people must be indispensable, otherwise it can still be an experiment. Looking at it this way, the big gift that the giant wolf mentioned is real live big gift. However, if the giant wolf knew about the current situation, he would probably be angry to death again if he came back to life. Since the union of elements has given me such a surprise, I will stay in the Warcraft forest for 2 more days. Qilu also reciprocated the favor. He was not in a hurry to remove the marks in his body, but continued walking deep into the Warcraft forest. The longer this side attracts the wave of Warcraft, the easier it will be for the elemental union. Maybe they can follow behind, pursue them, and get some benefits from the wave off Warcraft. But Qilu has no control over how it will develop. The identity of the Fire Emperor can be regarded as a sacrifice. Only by sacrificing your life for righteousness can you maximize your reputation and even spread it. Although this was not Qi Li's original intention, he had to give up this identity after all, so he might as well make more contributions. Then there is the A's Empire. With the dragon-slaying sword master here, there should be no problem. Qi Lu was thinking in his mind while dealing with the wave of monsters. If Qi Lu would think of anyone else in this world before he left, it would probably be Pesha. After all, he is also Qi Li's first apprentice. Even if he is not a qualified master, he should still take care of what he should take care of. So before crossing the barrier gate, Qi Lu specially talked with the dragon-slaying sword master. After learning about Pesha's recent situation, I felt a little more relieved. At the same time, I am also glad that when I played the dragon-slaying swordmaster, I didn't show any flaws. So now the actor playing the dragon-slaying swordmaster has been replaced, and Pesha didn't notice much. After all, the dragon-slaying swordmaster wears a mask all day long, talks little, moves little, and basically has no characteristics at all. So much so that the only way to identify the dragon-slaying swordmaster is Shi's amazing sword skills. This is not difficult for a specially designed simulation robot. There are as many sword skills as you need. If you don't know how, just load them in. So before Qi Lu left, he also gave a few words to the dragon-slaying swordmaster, asking him to take good care of Pesha. Although he originally accepted Pesha as his apprentice through the name of the dragon-slaying swordmaster. But after all, it is still a master-disciple relationship, and Qi Lu cannot be ruthless and righteous. In this way, everything here will be over. Sword skills and elemental magic spread, and a market for suitable products opened up. After repelling the wave of warcraft, the four forces began to fight. As long as there is no winner or loser, it can provide the power of faith for at least a few hundred years. Anyway, the lifespan of the gods follows the supreme throne. As long as the supreme throne is immortal, the gods do not have to worry about lifespan. Therefore, for a normal god, hundreds of years are probably just a blink of an eye. This gave Qi Lu some time to develop quietly. As long as Qi Lu doesn't make any big noise, in the eyes of the gods, it's all normal. It's just a pity that the will of heaven and earth in this world cannot be condensed again. Otherwise, with the help of the will of heaven and earth, the speed of gathering the power of faith would be several times faster. This is the conclusion Qi Lu drew based on the situations in the first two worlds. The power of faith does not have such a big effect on the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, if a cooperative relationship can be established between the two, the benefits will definitely be greater than imagined. However, those gods never thought of this, and it was probably an established rule. The relationship between the gods and the will of heaven and earth has always been unfavorable to each other. These benefits are all cheap and enjoyable. The four gods are wrestling. If under such circumstances, they still forcibly gather the will of heaven and earth, then I might as well not come to this world. Qi Lu shook his head, looked at the surging wave of monsters around him, and said in his mind, "System, help me clear the mark. Then help me open the barrier door. This trip ends here." System, understood, host, the imprint has been cleared. Immediately afterwards, the familiar-looking barrier door also appeared in front of Qi Lu. Elements unite, battlefield defense line. Although most of the monsters were attracted by the Fire Emperor, but there are still more or less some monsters left, still attacking the Elemental Alliance's defense line. It's just that the remaining monsters no longer have the ability to pose a threat to the Elemental Alliance's defense line. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of the phalanx of warriors and the phalanx of elemental magicians who were outraged by the sacrifice of the Fire Emperor, the remaining monsters were quickly eliminated. Then comes the much-loved part of cleaning up the battlefield. When the Warcraft wave comes, it is indeed a disaster. But after resisting the tide of monsters, the corpses of monsters left behind are all good things. Except for a very small number of magical beasts that are poisonous and edible, the meat of most other magical beasts is edible. The only difference is whether it tastes good or not, and what method should be used to cook it. And the more powerful the monster, the more energy is contained in its flesh and blood. The most famous example is probably the meat of the dragon. It's just that the dragon does not belong to the ranks of Warcraft. But this does not hinder the dragon's meat, which is a first-class good thing. Eating it can strengthen your body. Of course, this is only for ordinary people and some practitioners with low levels of cultivation. However, it is still very good to make and preserve the meat of Warcraft and use it as dry food. In addition, things such as the fur, scales, fangs, claws, and bones of Warcraft are all good materials for making weapons and armor. The remaining magic cores and other things are indispensable resources for practice. Therefore, the previous battle was difficult, but the harvest after the battle was happy. The corpses of millions of monsters and the various materials left behind, even if distributed among the entire Elemental Union, would be a huge wealth that could support financial problems for a long time. And the biggest contributor to being able to harvest all these resources is the Fire Emperor, who is sacrificed. Everyone on the battlefield understands this deeply. So when cleaning the battlefield, everyone was thanking the Fire Emperor for his efforts. And when this incident was reported back to the Union of Elements, the residents of the Union of Elements were even more grateful. Because after the wave of Warcraft breaks through the defense line of the Elemental Union, those elemental magicians may still have some ability to protect themselves. But ordinary people like them are bound to die. So the residents in the Union of Elements all understand. The peaceful life they have now is inseparable from the sacrifice of the Fire Emperor. Even when the president of the Elements Guild learned about this, he immediately decided to add the Fire Emperor's deeds to the magic books of major magic academies. This spirit of daring to sacrifice, be brave in dedication, and sacrificing life for the sake of the Union of Elements is worth learning by everyone. None of the magisters objected, and they all felt that this should be done. It is precisely because of such a benevolent and righteous person as the Fire Emperor that the Union of Elements can prosper. And Kosa, who benefited from the appearance of the Fire Emperor and was promoted from the Gold Lord to the Star Stone Lord, cried bitterly after learning the news of the Fire Emperor's sacrifice and ordered the entire territory to fast for 3 days. And during these 3 days, every household must light torches to express their condolences to the Fire Emperor. A's Empire, Tent. The Fire Emperor is dead. This news was not blocked, and all the sword masters naturally got the news as soon as possible. I heard that due to some special reasons, the Fire Emperor chose to sacrifice himself in order to lure away the wave of monsters and save the Elemental Union. Although he is our enemy, this kind of righteous act deserves our admiration. In the silence, a certain sword master suddenly spoke. In the Union of Elements, even children know about the Fire Emperor's deeds. A casual inquiry in the A's Empire will yield several versions of the story, so it is not a secret at all. But without exception, they were all praising the Fire Emperor. The most evidence that proves the authenticity of this matter is that the wave of Warcraft attacks outside the Union of Elements has indeed ended. But the wave of monsters attacking the A's Empire and the Hall of the Dead remains the same, endless, with no end in sight. This is the most troublesome problem for all the sword masters. In this wave of monsters, the Elemental Alliance retained the largest number of troops because of the sacrifice of the Fire Emperor. After we repel the wave of monsters, the first thing we will face is probably the weapon of the Union of Elements. The Gale Sword Master knocked on the table and said with a frown. Yes, the United Elements are waiting for this opportunity. And after the Fire Emperor's deeds spread, the cohesion of the Elemental Union will definitely rise to the highest point. The Collapsing Mountain Sword Master also spoke up. The power of role models is huge. How widely the Fire Emperor's deeds are spread, how huge the impact is. If everyone in the United Elements had this belief in the Fire Emperor, that would be the most terrifying thing. Don't worry, everyone. The United Elements are in mourning across the country and have no energy to attack our Ease Empire. Just when all the sword masters were frowning and thinking about countermeasures, the dragon-slaying sword master spoke up. In the minds of those in the United Elements, the culprit that led to the Fire Emperor's sacrifice was the wave of Warcraft, not the Ezer Empire. So in a short period of time, the United Elements will not want to attack Thei's Empire. Because those guys in the Warcraft forest haven't cleaned up yet. What the dragon-slaying sword master said makes sense. The sacrifice of the Fire Emperor may increase the cohesion of the Elemental Union to the extreme. But at the same time, it will also make ordinary people put the target of Fated on Warcraft. And the Ease Empire, which is still fighting against the wave of Warcraft, can be regarded as enemies on the same front in a short period of time. Since we have the premise of one front, we should be united in dealing with the outside world before the Warcraft wave ends. Therefore, as long as the tide of Warcraft does not end, the Ease Empire will be safe. So, naturally we can use this matter to make some articles. For example, leaving the last bit of the Warcraft tide to continue the confrontation without affecting the Ease Empire's recovery of strength. This is a matter of belief, and there is no pressure at all to use it. Qi didn't think too much about it, but it was something Qi wanted to see develop into the current situation. After all, if the Ease Empire collapses, the power of faith that Qi can collect will be reduced by half. The words of the Holy Dragon-slaying sword make sense. Then it seems like what we have to do now is not to repel this damn wave of monsters in one fell swoop, but the longer it takes, the better. The sword masters present were awakened by the words of the dragon-slaying sword master, and they suddenly showed expressions of enlightenment. The endless offensive momentum of the wave of Warcraft is indeed quite difficult to deal with. However, this offensive is not without limits. As long as it continues to be consumed, the offensive of the monster wave will one day weaken. After all, although the number of monsters is incredibly large, it is not truly infinite. And when the offensive of the monster wave weakened, the Ease Empire had a chance to breathe. Even under the attack of the monster wave, manpower can be sent out of the defense line to clear the battlefield under cover. Bring back all the corpses of monsters that are close enough and can be moved back. In this way, the Ease Empire can slowly recover its own strength under the attack of the wave of Warcraft. This is much better than repelling the wave of Warcraft in one fell swoop. At least it can be guaranteed that the United Elements will not have any plans to target the Ezer Empire during this period of time. The dragon-slaying sword master always sees such critical issues. I really admire him. It seems that in addition to his superb swordsmanship, the dragon-slaying sword master is also gifted in terms of resourcefulness. After the most difficult problem was solved, all the sword masters also bowed their hands to the dragon-slaying sword master. Such brave and resourceful people are truly a great blessing to the Ease Empire. Although the Union of Elements has the Fire Emperor, the Ease Empire also has the dragon-slaying sword master. But now, the Fire Emperor is dead, but the dragon-slaying sword master is still here. As long as you survive this calamity, let's see how your combined elements can stand against our Ease Empire. On the other hand, the dragon-slaying sword master smiled modestly and did not continue to speak. The glint in his eyes proved that the dragon-slaying sword master's thoughts were not that simple. Qi has no idea what happened to the United Elements and the Ezer Empire. All he knew was that when he returned to the store, the task of maintaining the balance would be handed over to the dragon-slaying sword master. As for the Union of Elements incorporating the Fire Emperor's deeds into the magic book. To be honest, luckily Qi didn't know. If he knew, he wouldn't necessarily show what kind of expression he would show. Anyway, it won't be a happy expression. Finally home. Returning to his familiar bedroom, Qi stretched hard. Although it is easy to stay in the United Elements, it is not as comfortably as staying in your own territory. It's actually daytime here. It's really rare. The time on both sides actually matches up. Qilu glanced out the window, then took a shower and changed into comfortable clothes. There was something wrong with wearing a magician's robe in the store. Especially since Qilu has been in the Warcraft forest for several days, it's time to take a bath. As soon as I took a dip in the bathtub, most of my fatigue was instantly dissipated. Then I shaved and tidied my hair, and my spirits immediately improved. After that, it's time to go downstairs and have something to eat. Manager Qi, it's been a long time since we last seen each other. Have you always stayed in the Beishan Mountains? Just as he came downstairs, Qilu met Ling Ao, who opened the door from outside. His face suddenly became a little embarrassed. There was no way, who allowed Qilu to borrow Ling Ao's name and sacrifice him, by the way. But Ling Ao will never know about this. That's right, Fire Emperor, you came a little late today. Qi Li's face straightened up and he said hello. It's not too late. If it weren't for shower, I estimate that we would only come here every 2 or 3 days. Ling Ao smiled and returned. Really? Then I won't say much more. I hope you have a good time. Qilu also smiled. Almost all customers know that the store manager is often absent from the store, so it is not surprising. Ling Ao just asked and answered casually, and after saying hello, he went into the store. Dining Bragging enters a New World mode, a classic trio for regular customers. After all, the East Wasteland and the North Mountain Range are now singing and dancing, and except for some small fights, they basically coexist peacefully. The number of matters that Ling Ao needed to deal with also became much smaller. So I have more time to go to the store and spend money. But this may have something to do with Ling Ao gradually handing over the affairs of the Huangyuan Empire to Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, although the Huangyuan Empire does not have a system of eldest son succession, under normal circumstances, the eldest prince will be established as the crown prince. But this time the situation is different. Among the 3 princes, the eldest prince, Ling Chongkong, was a civil servant, and the 4th prince, Ling Yun, was a martial artist. But at the beginning, the 3rd prince, Ling Xiao, who was idle and seemed to have no chance of winning, came from behind. He first gained a reputation among the military attaches, and then gained the right to speak in the court. In the end, Ling Ao valued him and was made the prince. But it's hard for Qilu to guess whether there are other reasons for this. For example, Ling Xiao has a good relationship with most of the customers in Qi Li's store. Especially people like Gu Pingchuan, Bailey Fenghua, and Lu Jingya. And this group of newly promoted powerful men are the foundation of the Huangyuan Empire. So now, as the crown prince, Ling Xiao takes the place of Ling Ao to supervise the country, so he spends less time in the store. But this matter was also Ling Xiao's original wish, and idleness was just Ling Xiao's cover-up. After all, in the beginning, when Ling Xiao first came to the store, he was neither civil nor military. The eldest prince, Ling Chongkong, and the 4th prince, Ling Yun, probably would let Ling Xiao touch their cake. But later, Ling Xiao was ordered to do something in danger, gained a reputation with the military attaché, and successfully snatched the cake from Ling Yun. With this as a starting point, he entered the government and entered the ISOF civil and military officials. The turning point of all this was because Ling Xiao came to Yunwu City under the leadership of the Ying family siblings. Of course, Qilu only knew so much. As for other things, it has nothing to do with Qilu. It actually makes no difference who takes the decision in the Huangyuan Empire. Anyway, Qilu has nothing to do with it. It is even said that Yunwu City now has a high degree of autonomy. There was no way, all the hero-level powerhouses in the Eastern Wasteland, as well as the newly promoted powerhouse-level powers, all gathered here in Cloud Mist City. Even if the Huangyuan Empire were to take charge, who would dare to take charge? But speaking of it, there is no one who dares to cause trouble in Yunwu City. After all, those who come to take care of things are justified, but the guy who caused trouble is afraid that he will evaporate on the spot. Therefore, even though Yunwu City is in a state of autonomy, the order and environment are surprisingly good. It is not too far off to say that people do not pick up lost things on the road and do not close their doors at night. It did benefit some people. Brother Qi Lu, you are back. Welcome back. After greeting Ling Ao, Qi Lu turned around and saw Yu Shi'er. Then I saw the surprised expression on Yu Shi'er's face and the undisguised happiness in her eyes. Well, I'm back, Shi'er. Qi Lu walked over with a smile and hugged Yu Shi'er without hesitation. The feeling of going home always makes people feel at ease involuntarily, even Qi Lu is no exception. So this hug was also an act that Qi Lu couldn't help but feel that the current scene was suitable for this action. Ah. Yu Shi'er didn't expect Qi Lu to be so direct and couldn't help but exclaimed. But soon, feeling the warm embrace, Yu Shi'er reached out and hugged her back with joy. I was still thinking in my mind, could it be that brother Qi Lu has enlightened himself? Yu Dao is that a little separation is better than a newlywed. No, this word should not be used at this time. When she thought of the word newly married, Yu Shi'er's cheeks suddenly turned red. Even the movements of his hands became a little stiff. Fortunately, Qi Lu didn't pay attention to these small details, which made Yu Shi'er feel relieved. However, the hug after a long separation did not last long, and Qi Lu took the initiative to let go. After all, it's still daytime, and Yu Shi'er still has to look at the store, so it's not a good time to reminisce about the past. If I hugged her for a little longer, the customers in the store would probably come over and start booing me. Those guys are very good at sizing up the situation, and watching the excitement is never too big a deal. However, seeing this kind of excitement, it was not considered a riot, so Qi Lu had no choice but to let them make a fuss. So it's better to find a quiet time and make small talk. Yu Shi'er also slipped away from Qi Li's arms very wisely. The main reason was that her red cheeks were too hot, which made Yu Shi'er feel a little at a loss and wanted to calm down. Store manager Qi, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect you to come back. When did you come back? At this time it was Lan Qi and Shauna who opened the store door. Lan Qi, since the Dragon Holy King appeared and returned to Dragon Island, he has been staying in the Eastern Wasteland. Naturally, Shauna also stayed in Donghuang. Anyway, no matter where the powerful person stays, he is a highly respected existence. So there is actually not much difference between staying in the Eastern Wasteland and staying in the Northern Mountains. It is precisely because of this that Lan Qi has become the most idle powerhouse level in the Eastern Wasteland. After all, Lan Qi, as the demonic dragon emperor, had not paid much attention to the affairs of the dragon clan before, not to mention that he later ran away from the Dragon Island. But now, the Dragon Saint King is born, and the matter of Dragon Island has nothing to do with him. So Lan Qi naturally took Shauna with him and started a life of idleness. I wandered around in the Eastern Wasteland all day, and then ran to Yunwu City when I had nothing to do. At most, they would just ask about the situation of the Dragon Clan members every day. After all, Lan Qi also brought those dragon tribesmen to the store, and they will still take care of them when necessary. And unlike others who rush to come here, although Lan Qi and Shauna come every day, the time is never fixed. It could be morning or evening. Anyway, they have nothing to do all day long, so they can come whenever they want. Not long after I came back, I saw you guys coming. It was a coincidence. Qi Lu shrugged and said hello to Lan Qi. It was like an old friend whom I hadn't seen in years. But really speaking, the relationship between Qi Lu and Lan Qi can indeed be regarded as old friends. That's really a coincidence. I haven't seen store manager Chi for such a long time. It's fate that I can't see store manager Chi when I come here today. Since you and I are so destined, won't manager Chi treat us to something tote? Lan Chi also said with a smile when he heard this. It's impossible to treat a guest. You don't even have to think about such a thing. Chila smiled and then refused without hesitation. Just kidding, how long has it been since Chila opened my shop? When did I have guests? So far, only you Shi'er can enjoy free food and accommodation in the store. Even for Yu Shuangshu, eating requires spending spirit crystals. After all, the civet cat's appetite is really too big. If it were free food, even if Chilu could afford it, he would probably be in pain. I knew that was the case. Manager Chi's principles are so unbreakable that even fate doesn't matter. Lan Chi shrugged, with a look of anticipation, and then changed the subject and talked about another thing. By the way, Manager Chi, the Thunder Element Oasis copy in the Elemental Spirit Oasis map was cleared a few days ago. But after clearing the level, it seems that no new copy appears. What's going on? New World Mode is one of the most important pastimes for customers in the store. Mainly because the cost of this pastime is much lower than the cost of other pastimes. For example, going to a store to eat or drawing a pet card are all serious money-making activities. Especially when it comes to drawing pet cards, if it's not destiny, don't think too much about it. That's all for the honest Krypton Gold. The pet card exchange machine is not like Chila's purchase channel, and it also has a guarantee mechanism. This card drawing mode without a guaranteed mechanism is used to gamble on luck. Because when you have bad luck, Krypton Gold is ineffective. What? Cleared the Thunder Element Oasis? How did you do it? Chi Lu was stunned for a moment after listening to Lan Chi's words. Chi Lu ran over to see what the Thunder Element Oasis copy was like. The Violet Thunder formation, as well as the Thunder Elemental Else inside, which are not easy to mess with at first sight, are simply a situation of death and no life. After all, the Thunder Element, which is said to have the most terrifying destructive power, is no joke. If a fight really breaks out, the group of Thunder Element Elves will probably punch one kid and kill each other with one thunder. Players who are slightly less resistant to Thunder Elements may not be able to withstand a Thunderbolt. Because the Thunder Element Oasis copy is indeed the last copy in the Elemental Spirit Oasis map. Therefore, the level of those Thunder Elemental Elves is also the capped level in the Elemental Spirit Oasis map, level 95. And there is another point, that is, the Thunder Elemental Elves are not ordinary mobs, but elite monsters. There is not a single normal mob in the entire Thunder Element Oasis copy. All Thunder Element Elves are at least elite monsters. In terms of attributes, elite monsters are much stronger than mobs. This is one of the biggest difficulties in the Thunder Element Oasis copy. As for the other Thunder Element Elves, except for the elite monsters, that's either a mini-boss or a big boss. After all, it is also the final copy of the Oasis of Elemental Spirits map, so this card is still needed. But what Chila never expected was that he would only be out for such a short period of time, probably 2 or 3 months at most. Unexpectedly, in just 2 or 3 months, the Thunder Element copy was cleared by this group of magical players. I have to say that players who can be resurrected infinitely are really awesome. As long as the monster can display the blood bar, it is the hunting target of this group of aggressive players. As long as there is a way to rely on the number of people to pile up dungeons, this group of stubborn players will have a way to get through. Even if they continue to fail, there are always people with strong perseverance who will keep trying and exploring. Then he led everyone to climb the peak and charge towards the impossible goal. Well, after saying so much, Chi Lu just wants to say one thing. The reckless man is really scary. The group of guys who were so tough that it took them several months to build a copy of the Thunder Element Oasis based on the number of people, and slowly pushed it through with constant attempts, are really awesome. Speaking of which, Yu Xuanxue must have made a fortune during this period of time. After all, if you want to use the head iron method to pass the Thunder Element Oasis copy, it also requires capital. A large amount of magic resistance equipment, and even specialized lightning resistance equipment, are necessary. You know, in front of those group of Thunder Element elves, there is a huge difference between being able to carry them once and being able to carry them twice. You can only take the damage for a while, which means you will be killed instantly and there will be no chance to take action. But if you can take damage twice, it means there is still a chance for output. As long as there is an opportunity for output, there is hope of passing the level. Because although the destructive power of the Thunder Elemental elves is terrifying, it can be killed instantly. However, in the final analysis, the Thunder Elemental elf is still one of the representatives with high attack power, brittle skin, explosive output, and worrying health volume. So as long as you can find some output opportunities, before being knocked back to the resurrection point. Even if it can only cause a little bit of damage, that's no problem. Anyway, it depends on the number of people. If you add up a small amount, you can always get rid of some of the Thunder Element elves. As long as the number of Thunder Elemental elves is reduced, everything will be better, and the subsequent progress will only become smoother and smoother. Moreover, as the number of Thunder Element springs obtained increases, the Thunder Element Oasis copy will only become simpler and simpler. Just take out part of the spring of Thunder Element, and don't rush to exchange it for outside potions. Instead, use it to invest in the Favor Potion of Thunder Element in the New World mode. After the Thunder Element resistance is improved, it will not be too late to talk about other things. Thinking of this, Qi Lu could also guess how much hardship these reckless men suffered and how much sweat they shed. At least that unwavering belief and unswerving perseverance are really strong. You have worked hard. Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't help but patted Lan Qi's shoulder and said aloud. Actually, I'm okay, Manager Qi. The ones who are really having the hard time are the members of my dragon clan. Lan Qi scratched his head and replied. To be honest, although Lan Qi is also quite interested in conquering the Thunder Element Oasis copy. But in the New World mode, the player's cultivation level in the outside world is not looked at, only the level inside is looked at. So after being killed dozens of times by the group of Thunder Element elves, Lan Qi quit the strategy group in frustration. There was no way. It wasn't that Lan Qi's perseverance was bad, it was mainly that the feeling of being killed instantly was too frustrating. As soon as he walked into the Thunder Element Oasis copy, he was immediately hit by a bolt of thunder. Even if Lan Qi was born with magic resistance, he would still be severely damaged. If you are not killed instantly, if you take 2 steps further and encounter those group of Thunder Element elves, you will inevitably get a thunderous blow. This has nothing to do with operation, it is entirely a question of whether you can resist it. But speaking of which, this is the original intention of the Elemental Spirit Oasis map. The main purpose is to strengthen the player's magic element affinity or magic element resistance. As for things like combat skills, haven't you been tortured enough in the previous big maps? Especially in the Tower of the Necromancer, it is definitely the best place to train combat skills. At present, there is not one. Therefore, this large map of the Elemental Spirit Oasis has become a place where attributes, resistance, and combat effectiveness are accumulated. After all, combat skills are based on the realm of cultivation. If you don't have enough cultivation realm, just having combat skills is not enough. Because of combat skills, the effect of providing help in times of need is not very obvious, but the icing on the cake is really awesome. So this time, the main force in conquering the Thunder Element Oasis copy became the group of muscular brothers from the Dragon Clan. Although before coming to the store, Lan Qi had told the tribesmen to learn to keep a low profile. And in fact, after those muscular men came over, they were indeed quite low-key. It's just that this time the Thunder Element Oasis copy strategy battle is really suitable for these rough-skinned guys, and they can't keep a low profile even if they want to. Then he was pulled over by many players. So now, those muscular men in the store are famous new celebrities. At least it's quite prosperous in the New World mode. As long as the strategy for the Thunder Element Oasis dungeon is mentioned, everyone will never forget the contribution of those guys. What is the specific contribution? Of course, it is a huge contribution as the main human shield, blocking the front and absorbing damage. Okay, you all have worked hard. Qilu also scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. But looking at it now, everyone should be happy when something like this happens. After all, the Dragon Tribe and the Human Tribe have truly accepted each other because of the Thunder Element Oasis copy. This is the real meaning of this matter. Sometimes, the process is not important, but sometimes, the process is still very important. Then Qilu asked again in his mind. System, the Thunder Element Oasis copy has been cleared. What big map is behind the Elemental Spirit Oasis map? When do you plan to open the new map? How long the New World mode lasts depends on how diligently it is updated. Qilu, who has been addicted to various games, knows this deeply. Players' interests are limited, and new features must be constantly developed to keep players interested. System, host, don't worry, this system is designing a new large map, which will probably be opened soon. System, prior to this, host, please be patient. I'm not in a hurry, I just don't know if those players are in a hurry. After Qilu learned about the new big map, he didn't ask any more questions. This matter is urgent and useless, and there is no way to push it. Anyway, Qilu can't help, so just wait. Instead, the system ran out again after being silent for a while. System, host, given that when you were collecting the power of faith, you accidentally developed a special function of reputation. System, this system has decided to give you some additional rewards. As soon as these words came out, Qilu was stunned. Oh, I never thought you would be so polite. In that case, let me see what extra rewards you are going to give me. Qilu reacted quickly. Surprised, he quickly asked. The special effect of reputation, although the triggering conditions are a bit harsh, you actually have to sacrifice yourself to do it. But as long as you can get rewards, it's not a loss. Anyway, it was not Qilu himself who died. System, the first is the elixir type reward, Panacea. This elixir has been added to the elixir egg pool and the host can draw it at any time. Hearing this, Qilu quickly checked the store managers backstage in his mind. Panacea, rare elixir, after taking it, it quickly restores a large amount of health and mana, and slightly improves the attributes of the user in a short period of time. There is no restriction on use. It's actually a consumable elixir. This is really rare. The introduction of Panacea is very simple, and Qilu can understand what it means just by glancing at it. In fact, the amount of simple consumption of elixirs in Qilu's shop is relatively small. Most of the elixirs sold in Qilu's store are elixirs that can permanently improve a certain attribute of the user. Therefore, this type of elixir has usage restrictions, or a lifetime limit on the number of times it can be used. In fact, there are not many pills that are simply used for consumption. The first healing pills, rejuvenation pills, small bravery pills, small wind speed pills, small spiritual wisdom pills, intermittent pills, and other pills are the pills that are really used for consumption. Once they are used, they are gone. The effect will only take effect for a period of time. The subsequent elixirs that can permanently improve attributes are, in essence, consumables. However, the effect of the medicine can be permanent, so it cannot be classified as a pure consumable. But this time, the new Panacea is a real consumable. Moreover, it still combines all the effects of consuming elixirs in the past. It can not only restore health and mana, but also slightly improve all attributes in a short period of time. And the most important point is that this panacea is obviously a rare elixir, but there is no restriction on its use. The effect is so good that it is a must-have medicine for any practitioner when traveling at home. Not bad, a good start. Are there any other rewards? Sheila nodded with satisfaction and then asked. Although the reward this time is an unexpected surprise, who wouldn't want more of something that comes for free? System, of course, since the reputation gained by the host this time comes from the character Fire King designed by the host himself, then the next reward is armor. System, congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, the Equipment Synthesis Blueprint Elemental Robe. Hey, the reward this time is actually the Equipment Synthesis drawings. Chilu was a little surprised. You know, the equipment that can be used to synthesize equipment blueprints is at least treasure-level equipment. Maybe if you are lucky enough, you can even get some epic equipment, and that would be a huge profit. Synthesis Plan, Elemental Robe. Equipment required for synthesis, any 5 pieces of rare-level armor. Synthesis cost, 12,000 spiritual crystals. The equipment required for synthesis is only rare level, so it seems that this elemental robe is only epic level armor. Chilu first took a look at the materials needed to synthesize the equipment blueprint. Generally speaking, in the synthesis formula of the equipment synthesis blueprint, the equipment required will only be one level lower than the synthesized equipment. Cross-level synthesis is basically impossible. But then again, the equipment required for synthesis this time turned out to be any 5 pieces of rare-level armor. Unlike the previous equipment synthesis drawings, there are clear requirements for the equipment required for synthesis. For example, the 7 deadly sins and the 4 seasons armor stipulate which equipment must be used to synthesize them. The subsequent 5 elements staff and 5 elements light armor also have corresponding requirements. But this time, the elemental robe only requires armor. That was quite satisfying. I just don't know what the properties are. Elemental robe, treasure-level armor, slightly increases the user's physical defense, greatly increases the user's magic resistance, greatly increases the user's magic release speed, and comes with the skill, Elemental Flow. Elemental Flow, passive skill. When the wearer of the elemental robe releases magic, he will randomly appear in one of 3 situations: attack, defense, or recovery. Offense, the power of magic is doubled. Defense, gathers a magical shield around the wearer of the elemental robe. The shield can be stacked. Restoration, the wearer of the elemental robe will restore his own health and mana based on the mana consumed in casting the spell. Usage restrictions, all magician classes. Powerful. After reading the specific attributes of the elemental robe in the store manager's backstage, Chi Lu could only say this one word. If I add one more word, it would be sharp. Speaking of which, Chi Li's store also has a lot of treasure-level products. Chi Lu also sold a lot of even higher-level epic-level products. For example, the 5 elements staff, 5 elements long sword, and 5 elements light armor that appeared before, although they also need to be synthesized through equipment synthesizers. But there is no doubt that they are all genuine epic equipment. You know, when these 3 synthesis plans appeared in the equipment synthesizer, that instantly turned the equipment synthesizer, a machine that was extremely unpopular in the store, into one of the most popular machines. But corresponding to the epic equipment is the extremely high difficulty of collecting the equipment required for synthesis. It was completely a combination of spiritual crystal and liver. Every piece of 5 elements equipment is hard-won, and the amount of elemental crystals required is huge. But these difficulties still cannot stop those customers who strive for their dreams. You can see how attractive a good piece of equipment is. And this time, there is a new equipment synthesis solution, elemental robe. It is no exaggeration to say that for those magicians, it is definitely a piece of good armor worth $1,000. After all, there are still too few armors exclusive to the magician class in Qi Li's store. There's no way around it. For a fragile class like the magician, you don't have to go to the front to resist damage. What kind of armor do you need? Isn't that a waste? But the elemental robe that appeared this time told everyone that the magician class was also qualified to wear armor. As for the skills attached to the elemental robe, they don't seem to be the skills that a piece of armor should have. On the contrary, it is like the skill attached to a powerful staff. That is indeed true. Even the basic attributes of the elemental robe are not exactly the attributes that armor should have. Significantly increasing the user's magic release speed is not the standard basic attribute of the staff. And the skill of elemental flow is a rare and excellent passive skill that is both offensive and defensive. Offense, defense, and recovery, these three effects, no matter which one they are quite useful in battle. The power of the magic released is doubled, catching the opponent off guard. And the magic shield that can be superimposed is the essence of the elemental robe. It is also a piece of armor, after all. Since it does not have strong defensive skills, it is natural to have a thick magic shield. The final recovery effect is also an effect that Qi Li finds quite useful. Because the recovery effect of the elemental robe takes effect instantly. If you're lucky, you might be able to make a perpetual motion machine. With the synthesis plan of elemental robes, the magicians in the store will definitely be very happy. After Qi Li read the properties of the elemental robe, he loaded the synthesis plan into the equipment synthesizer. The sudden extra synthesis plan was immediately discovered by the customer squatting next to the equipment synthesizer. New synthesis plan, elemental robe, what a good thing. Manager Qi, have you finally given up on the new armor? And it's an armor only for magicians. In the past, the armors were basically not usable by magicians. Now, it's finally our turn to feel proud. Elemental robe, with this, my combat effectiveness can be increased by at least another 50%. This discovery immediately excited the magicians in the store. In the past, armors were either exclusive to the Doqi class or were universal models. The magician class always felt like they were being discriminated against. Therefore, although there are many types of magic wands in the store, customers of the magician class always feel that something is missing. Well now, the shortcoming of armor has finally been made up for. Wait a minute, the new synthesis plan, doesn't that mean that store manager Qi is back? Mr. Qi is either in the store here or in the store over there. What do you care about? That's it, are you suitable for the elemental robe? If you are not suitable, I will still be suitable. Don't occupy your position and do nothing. Within a few words, there was another commotion in the store, and the equipment synthesizer became a popular machine once again. The magicians who received the news hurriedly crowded into this small corner. The lively scene also made Qi Li take a second look. Although I guessed that the elemental robe would be very popular, it was too popular. It's very good. It's rare for a product to become so popular as soon as it comes out. Qi Li nodded silently, and then asked in his mind, System, are there only so many extra rewards? System, of course not only, the host, this system is well known for its generosity. Yeah. Qi Li fell into deep thought. There is no doubt that the more generous the system is now, the more it will earn. However, for Qi Li, it is actually quite good to have so many additional rewards. So Qi Li didn't bother to delve into this matter. Then what's next? System, congratulations to the host for getting a new snack, self-heating beef hot pot, which can be added to the snack vending machine at any time. What the hell? Since when can hot pot be classified as a snack? Qi Li's first reaction was this question. This two-stroke system will not talk about the classification style of drinks. But the classification of snacks is a bit strange. It seems that anything that can be eaten can be used as a snack. Although Qi Lu has complained about this a long time ago, the system has no intention of changing it. I guess I don't want to take out another vending machine. It goes without saying that stinginess is rooted in nature. But it doesn't matter now, Qi Lu no longer wants to talk about this issue. Having good food is a good thing, at least it can improve the quality of life. Hot pot is one of Qi Li's favorite foods. Self-heating beef hot pot, irresistibly delicious, whoever eats it knows. Long-term consumption of self-heating beef hot pot can moderately improve the attributes of the eater and enhance the qi and blood of the eater. Price, 80 spiritual crystals, proportion. Just because of the name hot pot, the price of 80 spiritual crystals isn't expensive. Although it's unfortunate that it's already past the time to eat, it doesn't matter because Qi Lu hasn't eaten yet. There was no way, Qi Lu had just come back from another world, and had been staying in the Warcraft forest before, so Qi Lu had no time to eat at all. So after looking at the situation in the store, Qi Lu knew that this self-heating beef hot pot could only be enjoyed by himself. However, in order not to disturb Yushir, Qi Lu made a smart decision to eat at another restaurant. Because there are more foodies in the northern mountains. Especially Yafel, I haven't seen this snack food for a long time. Now when we meet, I will bring her a new delicacy. She will probably be very happy. You know, as everyone knows about hot pot, the rich aroma is irresistible. If it's not a meal, eating in the store will definitely attract a lot of people's attention. To be honest, if it weren't for missing a meal, Qi Lu would definitely save the self-heating beef hot pot for dinner. After all, this is Qi Li's practice of reviewing new products. However, people always need to learn to be flexible. I used to do reviews at night and then put new products on the shelves, but now it's not impossible to do it during the day. It just so happens that Qi Lu has disappeared in the store for so long. For ordinary customers, isn't it just restocking? What's more, there are so many types of products in snack vending machines. Now there is suddenly another one, and not many customers can notice it. Hiss. Tear open the packaging of the self-heating beef hot pot. Inside are a bunch of food packages, a set of cutlery, a small iron shelf, and a small iron pot. Among the pile of ingredient packages, there are 5 types: hot pot base package, beef package, vegetable package, vermicelli package, and water package. Tear them all apart and pour them into a small iron pot. There is also a big pot full of them. The self-heating beef hot pot, which costs 80 spiritual crystals, is quite heavy and worth the price. Then put the small iron pot on the small iron stand, and put the flame stone that comes with the self-heating beef hot pot on the base of the small iron stand. The fire element is sealed inside the flame stone. When installed on the base of the iron frame, flames will automatically emit. Next, you only need to wait for about 10 minutes, and the self-heating beef hot pot is ready to eat, which is quite convenient. After the hot pot is boiled, the rich aroma spreads in the store and lasts for a long time. It smells so good. Where does the smell come from? It's not like there's some new food in the store. It's very possible that Manager Qi hasn't been in the store for so long. Maybe he is developing new delicacies. Wow, this smells so good, I can't stand it. Cough cough cough, I almost choked on my own saliva. Suddenly, all the customers who smelled the fragrance were looking for the source of the fragrance. I can't help it, it's so fragrant. As long as you are interested in food, it's impossible not to care about this fragrance. What's more, if it appears in Manager Qi's store, it must taste extremely delicious. And the first one to be found, without a doubt, must be Yafel. This guy has treated the store as a canteen, and Yafel will definitely not let go of the sudden appearance of delicious food. Manager Qi, what are you eating? I've definitely never eaten food like this before. Is it a newly developed food? Yafei took 3 steps at a time and ran to Qi Lu, who was sitting in the corner. To be honest, although the food in the store is delicious, there are still not many customers in the restaurant area before meal time. New cuisine indeed. Qi Lu raised his head and looked at Yefel. This thing is called hot pot. If you want to eat it, the snack vending machine should have it on the shelves. If it's not a meal, there will basically be no queues at the snack vending machines, and it's still very clean. After all, Qi Lu doesn't open a restaurant. There are some customers who come here specifically to eat, but not many. Customers come to the store one after another and naturally place orders one after another. Hot pot, I didn't see it during lunch today. After Yafel got the answer, he quickly ran to the snack vending machine. I want to make a hot pot to eat before everyone reacts. This time, however, Yafel miscalculated. Yafel's reputation as a foodie is well known in the store, and most of the customers are aware of it. So when Yafei was the first to find Qi Lu, the customers who smelled the fragrance noticed the conversation between the two. Then after knowing the name hot pot, the outside of the snack vending machine was already surrounded. Even customers who have already eaten can't help but come over to try something new. This fragrance is really too fragrant. And the most important thing is that the self-heating beef hot pot is still cooking, and the aroma is getting stronger and stronger. Spicy is inherently appetizing, not to mention that it is produced by the system and must be high quality. Tasty. Qi Lu finally waited until the self-heating beef hot pot was boiling. He took one bite and was completely satisfied. Although the essence of hot pot is in the hot pot base, the requirements for the ingredients are also not low. The self-heating beef hot pot produced by the system must use the freshest and best quality vegetables and beef. The vegetables are cooked in the fragrant hot pot soup base and then put into your mouth. The spicy, and sweet tastes explode in your mouth at the same time. The smooth beef is cooked so soft and delicious that it melts in your mouth. Qi Lu was extremely satisfied with this hot pot meal. When Qi Lu put down his chopsticks, what he saw was Yafel's resentful little face. The current store is filled with the aroma of hot pot, but Yafei is still queuing up. The resentment on his face was clearly visible to Qi Lu through the distance of half a shop. However, Qi Lu could only shrug and expressed that he was helpless. Because the reputation of the Fire Emperor has reached the top and the rewards it brings, it is hot pot. Then there shouldn't be anything related to fire in the drink. Qi Lu was thinking in his mind while eating. System, don't worry, host, the reward this time is no drinks. Qi Lu paused for a moment, then silently went to the beverage vending machine and took out a bottle of yogurt. This answer is really the answer that the system should have. No, then no. System, next, what will be distributed to the host is the final reward. System, congratulations to the host for getting 2 new pet cards, Fire Cloud Flying Leopard and Suzaku. Wait, what did I just hear? What's in the new pet card, Suzaku? Qi Lu almost jumped up from his stool when he heard this. What is Suzaku? One of the 4 great beasts. That was a tyrannical existence on the same level as Qiongqi. Qiongqi is one of the 4 ferocious beasts, and Suzaku is one of the 4 divine beasts. Hearing this name, Qi Lu knew without even guessing that this must be another SSR-level pet card. Among the 4 mythical beasts, only the Suzaku belongs to fire, so the Suzaku is given out as a reward. This is great. As for the previous Fire Cloud Flying Leopard pet card, Qi Lu had selectively ignored it. With the Suzaku pet card, what else is needed for the Fire Cloud and Flying Leopard pet card? Of course, going back is definitely impossible. This reward is a real explosion of character. Qi Lu took a deep breath, then immediately opened the store manager's backend and began to check the information of the new pet card. Suzaku, Quality SSR, Fire Pet, Ancient Beast, Main Attributes, Mental Power, Agility, Explosion, Magic Power. It's true, it is indeed a mythical beast on the same level as Qiongqi's pet card. Another SSR-level pet card. Qi Lu is still very happy that a new SSR-level pet card has appeared. As a card character in many pet cards, each SSR-level pet card is the pinnacle of a certain attribute. If it can be cultivated to graduation, there is no doubt that even an ordinary Strawman-level power cannot match the SSR-level pet card. One of the 4 ancient mythical beasts, let me see what it looks like. The Suzaku looks like a huge flying bird, with its body burning with blazing flames. On the outer edge of the flame, there is also a golden luster, which makes it look noble, with extraordinary temperament. Compared with Qiongqi's ferocious spirit, Suzaku, as a divine beast, has a noble demeanor that makes people admire him involuntarily. And after staring at the golden flames for a long time, I still felt that there was a strange majesty in it. Pet card, SSR, Suzaku. Main attributes, mental strength, agility, burst, magic power. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, ancient mythical beast, control of flames, proficient in fire magic, reborn from the ashes. Hey, this rebirth from the ashes seems a bit familiar to me. System, this ability should not be Suzaku's ability. When Qi Lu saw this, he suddenly raised a question in his heart. Suzaku is indeed a fire beast, but isn't it the ability of the phoenix to be reborn from the ashes? System, host, this is because you are ignorant. The phoenix is reborn from the ashes. It belongs to Nirvana and will become stronger and stronger. System, the rebirth of the Suzaku pet card is a kind of resurrection method and will not become stronger. Facing Qi Li's question, the system explained it very kindly. Resurrection? However, even so, it was enough to surprise Qi Lu. Do you mean to say that Suzaku can resurrect himself after being summoned? Resurrection from the ashes is an incredible skill. System, host, this system will explain it to you in detail. System, the rebirth from the ashes possessed by the Suzaku pet card means that, when the concentration of the fire element is high enough, as long as it is not completely destroyed, it can recover instantly. I see. Qi Lu finally understood. Speaking of which, Suzaku is worthy of being a fire beast, and he actually possesses such powerful abilities. As long as the surrounding fire element is sufficient and is not exhausted, Suzaku is equivalent to an immortal existence. After all, it is basically impossible to completely eliminate Suzaku in an instant. SSR-level pet cards, even if they are just a blank slate, as long as the level is up to par, they are no less powerful than strong-level cards. So if you want to destroy Suzaku instantly, isn't that a joke? Unless the king-level powerful person takes action personally, there is still a possibility, and it can be done. Of course, immortality only means that you are invincible. As for whether you can win, that is another matter. Because being unable to lose and being sure to win are 2 different things. Just because the enemy cannot defeat you does not mean that you will definitely be able to defeat the enemy. A tie is also a very common situation. The 2 sides are in a stalemate, and then it depends on who can hold on longer. As for the other 2 positioning tags, Qi Lu didn't need the system to explain them. Anyway, I have come into contact with so many pet cards. Needless to say, flame control is literal. This ability is somewhat similar to Flame Spirit pet card. It's just that the Vermilion Bird pet card has a higher level of control over flames than the Flame Spirit pet card. This is the difference between SSR-level pet cards and SR-level pet cards. Although the Flame Spirit is a creature formed by the condensed fire element. But Suzaku is a fire beast and is naturally capable of controlling all flames. Of course, having said that, if you really want to compare, it still depends on the actual situation. At the same level of cultivation, Suzaku can definitely control all flames. As for the situation where there is a gap in cultivation level, that is not necessarily the case. Then there is the positioning label proficient in fire magic, which also means literally. Suzaku can use all fire magic, and can also learn all fire magic he sees. This is probably the benefit of SR level pet cards, and SSR level pet cards, there is no need to load skill books. Whether it's Cheongchi and Suzaku, or the Flame Spirit and Ice Spirit, or the Shadow Hunter. These pet cards all have built-in learning functions. Basically, the longer these pets are summoned to fight, the stronger their abilities will be. Especially the ancient ferocious beast Cheongchi, whose built-in fighting instinct can help it become braver and stronger as it fights. The fire magic proficiency possessed by the Suzaku pet card actually has another function. That is, when Suzaku uses fire magic, the consumption will become very low. It can be said that as long as the Suzaku pet card fights in a place with abundant fire elements, it will be a perpetual motion machine. Resurrection from the ashes can allow Suzaku to recover indefinitely and become invincible. Proficiency in fire magic allows Suzaku to use fire magic almost unlimitedly. This is the power of ancient mythical beasts. What's more, as a genuine SSR level pet card, the Vermilion Bird pet card isn't weak in itself. Even if it's just a whiteboard card, you can take it out and use it without any problems. Not to mention how powerful the Suzaku pet card with a high number of awakenings is. Therefore, in terms of sustained combat capabilities, the Suzaku pet card is more terrifying than the Cheongchi pet card. The strength of the Suzaku pet card is higher than I imagined. Chi-Lu couldn't help but sigh. Counting the perpetual motion ability of the Suzaku pet card, if the Suzaku pet card can really be cultivated until graduation. The Suzaku pet card that has awakened 5 times has absolute power and ice undefeated against the strongest and most powerful. Moreover, there is plenty of fire element around the battlefield, and if it lasts long enough, even the strongest and most powerful person might suffer under the flames of the Suzaku pet card. Even when facing a king-level powerhouse with weak offensive capabilities, the graduated Suzaku pet card can last for a while. The ancient mythical beast is indeed extraordinary. I feel comfortable. The reward this time, even if it is only this Suzaku pet card, is worth it. Chi-Lu nodded vigorously, and then thought in his mind that he was going to start making a promotional video again. After all, the Suzaku pet card is also an SSR level pet card, and it still needs to have the proper pomp. At the beginning, even SR level pet cards had to be specially produced with promotional videos to promote them. Naturally, the current SSR level pet cards are no exception. Therefore, Chi-Lu was not in a hurry to put the newly acquired Suzaku pet card into the card pool of the pet card machine. Instead, he turned to look at another new pet card. Fire Cloud Flying Leopard, Quality R, Fire Pet, Main Attributes, Strength, Agility. R-rated pet card, Huiyun Fei Bao is really attack on, so useless. After seeing the Suzaku pet card, Chi-Lu really had no interest in this R-level pet card. However, as a bonus, the R-level pet card can be regarded as giving face. At least it's better than B-level pet cards and A-level pet cards. So Chi-Lu didn't ignore it, and still looked at it casually. The appearance of Huiyun Fei Bao is quite mighty and domineering. At a glance, you can see a leopard as tall as a horse, with exquisite fire patterns all over its body. And on the 4 legs of this fire cloud flying leopard, there are still clouds of fire burning, which is very beautiful. Presumably, this is also the origin of the name Huiyun Fei Bao. Pet card, our fire cloud flying leopard. Main attributes, strength, agility. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, combat, magic, mounting, flying. Mount? Chi-Lu looked at these 4 fairly simple and easy to understand positioning labels, and expressed a little surprise. The Huiyun Fei Bao pet card is actually a mount, which is interesting. Among the pet cards currently released, there are only 2 that are suitable for use as mounts. They are, Windwalker White Horse Pet Card, Golden Winged Griffin Pet Card. Of course, if you insist on talking about it, the Gale Wyvern Pet Card can also be regarded as a mount, but it is not a professional one. And now, there is one more pet card that can be called a professional mount, the Fire Cloud Flying Leopard Pet Card. It also has the ability to fly without even needing wings. This is probably the function of the fire clouds wrapped around the four legs of Huiyun Feibao. In this case, the cavalry team will probably be expanded again. After the wind-trading White Horse Cavalry Battalion and the Golden Winged Griffin Flying Group, there is now a new Fire Cloud Flying Leopard Cavalry Battalion. Moreover, Huiyun Feibao has another big advantage. That is, both martial arts and magic can be learned. But for magic, you can only learn fire magic. It is this that allows Huiyun Feibao to have good combat effectiveness. As a mount, being able to possess a certain level of combat effectiveness is a considerable advantage. Just like the Golden Winged Griffin Pet Card is obviously more popular than the Windwalker White Horse Pet Card. It's not just that Golden Winged Griffins can fly. More importantly, it's because the Golden Winged Griffin can still fight. Then looking at it this way, Huiyun Feibao is a good addition. Qilu reached out and touched his chin, thinking to himself. It's a pet card thing, because the chance of winning a high-quality one is too low. So now, a considerable number of customers in the store prefer these R-rated pet cards. There is no other way. Let's not talk about B-level pet cards and A-level pet cards. These two lowest quality pet cards are now on the streets. To put it bluntly, regular customers in Qilu's store who don't have a few fully graduated A-level pet cards and B-level pet cards would be embarrassed to say that they are playing pet cards. However, fully graduated R-level pet cards are relatively rare. Since SR-level pet cards and SSR-level pet cards are difficult to obtain, the next best thing is to cultivate R-level pet cards. What's more, an R-level pet card that has been fully trained has a very strong combat power. As long as there are a few more cards, he can completely defeat the hero-level strong ones without losing. For pet cards, of course you need to use the crowd tactics. A pet card that can be taken out to fight alone and act independently must at least be an SR-level pet card. So Qilu is not worried that no one will like the Huiyun Feibao pet card. The last reward has been collected, and now it's time to think about the promotional video. Regarding the production of promotional videos, Qilu is quite familiar with it. It's just that creativity doesn't just happen. You still have to think about it. Suzaku, one of the four ancient mythical beasts. Otherwise, let the Qiongqi pet card be used as a tool card. Qilu rubbed his chin, thinking about the feasibility in his mind, and then nodded. The first SSR level pet card, Qiongqi, there is no way, there is no pet card of the same quality to set it off. Now it's the turn of the second SSR level pet card, Suzaku, with this condition. Naturally, the promotional video should be made more majestic. But regarding the promotional video, no matter how quickly Qilu makes it, still has to wait until tomorrow. The launch of new pet cards is different from the launch of other products. As a major source of Krypton gold, it is better to be more grand. After all, with the shipment rate of SSR level pet cards, it will only take until customers notice that the card pool has been updated. I don't know when it will go. Qilu. When did you come back? Why did you come to me as soon as you came back? Where is Xier? When it was time for dinner, Yu Xuanxue, who had been addicted to the New World mode, finally thought of coming out to replenish energy, and suddenly found Qilu sitting on the sofa, and was stunned. I'm from over there. We haven't seen each other for a few months. Is this how you look at the store? Qilu leaned on the sofa, looked at Yu Xuanxue, and spoke slowly. The playful expression on her face made Yu Xuanxue tremble with fear. She quickly rubbed her hands to please him and said, I just want to relax. Yes, that's a whole day for you. Qilu shrugged. It's a commonplace thing, and there's nothing to preach about it. If he really wanted to teach you Xuanxue, then Qi Lu should have caught Yue Xuanxue out as soon as he came over. This. Yu Xuanxue was speechless, and could only smile sarcastically. Okay, you haven't done this kind of thing once or twice, and you won't change it even if you tell me. Qi Lu waved his hand and said, I just came over to take a look, and by the way, I want to tell you that I'm back, so don't look like this. Qi Lu, I knew you were a good person. Yu Xuanxue heard this, and gave Qi Lu a thumbs up. Shocked, Qi Lu quickly reached out and pressed Yu Xuanxue's thumb down. Qi Lu had received something like the good guy card in his previous life, but didn't want to receive it in this life anyway. But what Qi Lu said was right. He came here just to take a look at the shops here while eating hot pot. As for Yu Xuanxue's working status, Qi Lu could guess what it was like even if he couldn't figure it out. But it doesn't matter anymore. Qi Li's shop has been open in Donghuang and Beishan Mountains for so long, and everyone knows the rules there. As long as it's not something that requires a clerk to do, it doesn't matter whether there is a clerk visiting the store or not, there is no difference. What's more, Yu Xuanxue didn't run out and stayed in the store the whole time. If a customer really needs anything, he can just go to the New World mode and say hello. Okay, I've seen the situation here. Xiaoxue, come back after the store closes in the evening. I've been out for so long this time, so let's have a meal together tonight. Qi Lu didn't say much. After sending Yu Xuanxue away, he continued to catch up on his sleep on the sofa. There was no time to sleep during those few days in the World of Warcraft forest. If I don't catch up on sleep now, I really have nothing to do. As for the question of tired. To be honest, with Qi Li's strength at the peak of the powerhouse level, it was just a matter of not sleeping for a few days, which was a small problem. But just because you're not tired physically doesn't mean you're not tired mentally. Things like sleeping have long been a habit, and you can't change them in a while. But Qi Lu didn't plan to change it. After all, Qi Lu doesn't need to meditate to replace sleep like those magicians. Then as time goes by, there is no need to sleep anymore. When you are tired, you can sit down and meditate. This is called spending all your sleeping time practicing. However, in the journey of spiritual practice, just working hard is not enough. Talent, qualifications, potential, opportunity, luck, you have to have them all. Qi Lu slept until night. When he opened his eyes, there were already many fewer customers. It's time to close the store. Fortunately, I woke up early. I have to stay up late tonight to make a promotional video. Qi Lu scratched his head, then stretched. At the dinner party with Yu Shi'er and Yu Xuanxue in the evening, Qi Lu had already thought about eating self-heating beef hot pot. It is both meat and vegetables, and it's also heated. You can eat as long as you want. It's perfect for this kind of scene where you can chat while eating. And at this time, the store also has cold beer that is only available in summer. It feels comfortable to eat it with hot pot. Speaking of which, the appearance of this cold beer also surprised the dwarf customers on the northern mountains for a while. Although the alcohol concentration of beer is not high, it does have a unique flavor when you really drink it. What you experience is the generous feeling of drinking in large quantities. After a late-night snack, Yu Shi'er, whose face was flushed, was not sure whether it was because of drinking or for some other reason, but was sent back to the bedroom by Qi Lu, and then watched Qi Lu go out with a troubled expression. Yu Xuanxue, who ran into the bedroom shortly after, threw herself on the quilt with a smile, and looked at Yu Shi'er with a lazy look on her face. Shi'er, should I have closed the door for you just now? What are you talking about, Xiaoxue? When Yu Shi'er heard this, her already red cheeks suddenly became even redder. Seeing Yu Xuanxue still smiling, Yu Shi'er stared and smashed a pillow. Don't hit me, help me, Shi'er hit someone. Yu Xuanxue hurriedly hid aside, and said as she ran, you drank so much tonight, didn't you have a premeditated plan? After all, drunkenness makes people cowardly. Shao Shu, if you keep talking, I will ignore you. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. She drank a little too much tonight. Does cold beer taste so good? Although it's a drink only available in summer, it shouldn't be treated like water. Chila took a shower in the bathroom to wash away the smell of alcohol from his body. Although cold beer is said to be an alcohol, it is really not very intoxicating. Even someone like Chi Lu, who doesn't like drinking very much, can drink a dozen bottles without getting drunk, but his stomach will be a little bloated. Okay, we've finished our midnight snack, now it's time to design a promotional video. Chi Lu, wiping his hair, felt inspired. On the second day, customers who came to the store were surprised to find that the decoration of the store had changed again. The fiery red color makes you feel like you are in a sea of flames. The ubiquitous flame decoration also proves this. The regular customers who were familiar with store manager Chi's character suddenly became happy, looked around and said, "Is this seen a sign of some new products coming out in the store?" It's very possible, and I estimate it should be a new pet card. Immediately an old customer next to me continued. To have such a grand pet card, it must be at least an SR-level pet card. Look at the decorations in the store, they must be fire pet cards. The Flame Spirit pet card has a competitor. You are kidding, even if there is no competitor, you can get the Flame Spirit pet card? I'm sorry, I did draw the Flame Spirit pet card. Do you need me to show it to you? Amid the discussions among many old customers, the truth of the matter soon surfaced: there must be a new pet card added to the card pool of the pet card exchange machine. Regarding this, the members of the Pet Card Research Guild cheered even more. Why do they always have joy in their eyes? It's because they love pet cards deeply. You'd better stop discussing it and go watch the new promotional video released by store manager Chi. That's right, while you have time to discuss here, why not go take a look at standing cards over there? This new pet card is stronger than you imagined. Some customers who came to the store earlier pointed to the pet card changing machine. Over there, a majestic red bird spreads its wings and is about to fly, and the flames glowing with golden light are even more majestic. Just such a standing sign can make all the customers feel a boundless pressure. No way, with this level of power, could it be. When most customers saw this, they quickly found a booth and entered the New World mode. Sure enough, a new promotional video was pushed out as soon as it went online. Suzaku Pet Card is released, and the 4 mythical beasts first show their talents. Divine Beast. After most people saw the title, they were immediately stunned by the word mythical beast. Then I quickly clicked on the promotional video to take a quick look. And the pictures displayed did not live up to the expectations of these customers. What you see is a vast land, a dark sky, and a chilly air. There is no doubt that anyone with a discerning eye can see that this place should be a vast battlefield. Suddenly, at both ends of the vast land, yellow sand surged up all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of fighting and fighting. Under the yellow sand, there are countless people and horses, charging towards the center of the battlefield. Underneath the roars and shouts of death is the determination and will defeat the opponent and win victory. At this time, customers who are a little familiar with the pet cards that have been issued in the store will be able to tell. One of the two parties is riding a white horse riding the wind. The high movement speed naturally possessed by wind pets makes the movement off this party as fast as the wind and as powerful as thunder. The horse on the other side was riding a leopard with fire clouds wrapped around its head and 4 legs, and its fur had exquisite fire patterns. Hey, I haven't seen this mount before. Is it the new pet card this time? This leopard covered in fire patterns is so majestic. It would be so majestic to use it as a mount. Looking at it this way, we can finally expand the new cavalry team. I will definitely support store manager Chi's new pet card this time. Seeing this, many customers started talking. Hui Yunfeibao has a majestic and domineering appearance, which is quite pleasing to most customers. Compared to the extraordinary and handsome wind-trading white horse, the fire-cloud flying leopard is obviously more impressive as a mount. In the midst of this discussion, the two parties collided. The result of the battle is also obvious. The purest mount of Windwalker white horse, an auxiliary pet card, how could it be the opponent of fire-cloud flying leopard? You know, when the cavalry is charging, the impact of the mount is definitely the greatest. Therefore, amid some expectations, some surprises, some regrets, or some natural comments, the party riding on the wind-riding white horse was quickly defeated. However, the battle is not over. Soon, a new cavalry team appeared on the defeated side. And this time, the new cavalry team came quickly from the sky. Golden-winged griffin flying team. Wait, isn't this cheating? Using a golden-winged griffin to beat the cavalry on the ground is not cheating. Wow, even if you can't afford it, there's no need to do this. Can't you afford it? What do you mean you can't afford to play? The Windwalker white horse is a type of strength. Isn't the golden-winged griffin the same? It's just that the cavalry teams are of different types. Do I have to fight you ground to ground and air to air? Do you understand the suppression attack? You will definitely lose this time. The customers who watched the promotional video were divided into two groups from the beginning because of the battle between the two parties. The dividing line between the two factions is also very clear. As a pet card that appeared very early, Windwalker white horse naturally has some loyal fans who are willing to make great efforts to cultivate it. As for these people, the direction of support for both sides in this battle is of course Iwujuwu. Therefore, the customers who support the side of Windwalker Baiju are feeling proud at this moment. The customers who supported Hui Yunfeibao were gritting their teeth at this time. But in the next second, there were subtle changes in the expressions of both parties. Because after the fire cloud flying leopard saw the golden-winged griffin appear, the fire clouds on its four legs surged and it actually stepped up into the air. Flying? This leopard mount can fly. Wonderful. As soon as this scene appeared, the expressions of the two groups of customers suddenly reversed. The two parties fought together again. The combat effectiveness of the fire cloud flying leopard is not inferior to that of the golden-winged griffin. It's just that one side belongs to fire and the other side belongs to wind. It's not that simple to decide the winner. Just as the customers watching the game gritted their teeth and cheered for the team they supported. The situation on the battlefield has changed again. Bear. A wisp of flame flashed out from the sky. When the golden-winged griffins saw the flames, they immediately cheered. When the men and horses dealing with them noticed this blaze of flames, their expressions suddenly changed, and a solemn look appeared on their faces. Especially the customers who were watching the battle were stunned when they saw this blaze of flames. Because this scene is so familiar to them. Fire spirit. What's going on? It's obviously a battle between cavalry from both sides. Why did the flame spirit even come out? Are you kidding? How can a cavalry of this level be the opponent of flame spirit? Cheating. Cheating again. When the flame spirit pet card was promoted, most customers still remember the scene from the promotional video. The sea of fire filled the sky, and even the sky was dyed red by the flames. The overwhelming fire surged in, and it was simply not an object that ordinary power could contend with. Once the flame spirit comes out, Hui Yunfeibao will definitely be defeated. This is not what cheating is. And the next scene is just as many customers imagined. That flash of flame was just the beginning, and the blazing fire quickly swept across the entire sky. In the sea of fire, a pair of cold eyes can be faintly seen that is where the essence of the flame spirit condenses. The power of SR-level pet cards is so terrifying. You know, it is a recognized thing among the Pet Card Research Association. That is SR-level pet cards and R-level pet cards. The difference in quality is definitely more than one level. Just like there is a natural chasm between the Grandmaster level and the Hero level, there is also a natural chasm between the R-level pet card and the SR-level pet card. Seeing this, the customers who supported Huiyun Feibao were almost desperate. Because there is no hope of a comeback. But turning points often come at unexpected times. The pet cards that appear in the front are used as a bunch of tool cards, and their function is naturally to set off the protagonist's appearance. Chirp. But at this moment, a sharp and crisp phoenix cry came from the horizon. In an instant, the sea of fire that covered the sky seemed to have met its real owner. Bear. That incomparably noble figure crossed the horizon. In just an instant, he crossed 1,000 miles and arrived at the battlefield, fluttering his wings and hovering in the sky. The fire beast, Suzaku. At this moment, the customers who were watching the promotional video were dumbfounded. The flames exuding golden luster are like the king of all flames. As Suzaku's wings flapped, the surrounding flames ignited by the flame spirit were all frightened and did not dare to step forward. Between the flames, there can be level suppression. Even though the flame spirit is a spirit condensed from the fire element, its ability to control flames is completely inferior to that of Suzaku. Is this the legendary fire beast? Suzaku is actually more powerful than the flame spirit. Have you seen that the flames around me seem to be expressing surrender? Is this the new pet card that store manager Chi added to the card pool this time? This is great. Seeing this, all the customers became excited, and expressions of excitement appeared on their faces. How could I not be excited when I thought that such a powerful pet card would be added to the card pool of the pet card exchange machine, and that it would probably be drawn by myself? These guys completely ignored the shipment rate of SSR level pet cards. However, before drawing a card, who doesn't think that he is the chosen one? It's just that every time, I will be hit hard by reality, and be filled with despair. However, the promotional video is not finished here. Suzaku suppressed the flame spirit, showing only his control over the flames. But in terms of combat effectiveness, it was not reflected at all. As a veteran in making promotional videos, how could Chila make such a low-end mistake? So the next moment, the sky above the sky changed, and a terrifying roar also sounded. Ouch! This roar is Cheongqi. It's impossible for customers not to be unimpressed by such a heart-shaking roar. The ferocious power that appeared crazily on the horizon and continued to gather also confirmed the customers' guesses. At the same time that Cheongqi appeared, the flames all over the sky were oppressed by the evil force and kept retreating, not daring to get close. After all, it is one of the 4 ferocious beasts in ancient times. Even if Cheongqi cannot control the flame, it is not an object that ordinary flames can get close to. Chirp! Suzaku looked at the evil force spreading over and let out a crisp cry. Although the chirping sound of the Suzaku was clear and crisp, like jade beads falling on a silver plate, it was able to withstand Cheongqi's roar. The flames all over the sky collided with the fierce power that spread rapidly, each occupying half of the sky. The firelight and black energy kept colliding and devouring each other, but none could do anything to the other. It just burned the entire sky into strange colors of red and black. The terrifying momentum was as if the end of the world was coming. At this point, the outcome of this battle has little to do with the cavalry below. Suzaku and Cheongqi, on the one hand, are ancient divine beasts, and on the other, they are ancient ferocious beasts. In terms of innate blood, these mounts must be forced too much. In fact, after Suzaku and Cheongqi appeared, no matter whether it was the golden-winged griffin, the fire-cloud-flying leopard, or the wind-walking white horse, they were all trembling and did not dare to move. It's just that Suzaku's flames and Cheongqi's ferocious power made too much noise. That's why customers who watched the promotional video didn't notice these situations. And this is the purest form of bloodline suppression. Ancient mythical beasts and ancient ferocious beasts are inherently superior to ordinary races. Just like the might of the dragon clan, it has a strong deterrent effect on most races. Bloodlines of the level of ancient divine beasts and ancient ferocious beasts may, in a sense, be more noble than dragons. This is true whether it is from the level of strength or the degree of nourishment of blood. Customers who suddenly noticed this had a deeper understanding of Suzaku. As one of the SSR-level pet cards, Cheongchi is currently held by so many customers in the store that they are really embarrassed to speak out. Even if it is an SR-level pet card, from the time it was released to this day, a small number of people have drawn it. There are even a few customers who are lucky enough to have completed their first awakening and are preparing for their second awakening. Moreover, among the 3 SR-level pet cards currently issued, for the time being, there are no skills that are randomly activated upon awakening that cannot be used. For example, the Flame Spirit pet card is enhanced by flames, the Ice Spirit pet card is absolutely frozen, and so on. This can be regarded as a hidden feature of high-quality pet cards. After all, with such an impressive shipment rate, if one of the randomly activated skills turns out to be unusable, it would be very annoying. Although the system is deceptive, at least it is not outrageous. So it makes sense that the number of SSR-level pet cards held is so low. However, low holdings does not mean there is none. There are also many customers who know it from the hands of those lucky ones. What a terrifying power the Cheongchi pet card has. Even if it is just a white card that has not been awakened, it can still fight against a powerful person. This is not only due to the quality of the SSR-level pet card, but also due to the super high-level bloodline that Cheongchi possesses. And now, the newly released pet card, Suzaku, can actually confront Cheongchi, and it has not been suppressed yet. Such a powerful force immediately made these already excited customers go crazy. It's confirmed, this is a new SSR-level pet card. Another new SSR-level pet card has been added to the card pool of the pet card changer. Store manager Chi is so angry that he got us another SSR-level pet card. I'm sure to blow it up this time. If you draw 2 SSR-level pet cards together, wouldn't that double the chance? Is there still such a thing? Isn't that? With such a large customer base, it is not unusual for 1 or 2 mathematical geniuses to appear occasionally. But the discussion did not have much impact, because the battle between Suzaku and Cheongchi had already begun. The golden flames were entangled with the overwhelming black air. Suzaku also flapped his wings and collided with Cheongchi. Even though Suzaku is a fire-based beast, its melee ability seems not as good as Cheongchi's. But at the level of ancient mythical beasts and ancient ferocious beasts, no matter how weak the melee combat ability is, it is impossible to be one level behind. When Suzaku and Cheongchi collide, if they simply compete in strength and physical strength, Suzaku will definitely suffer. But as a fire beast, the golden red flames burning on Suzaku's body can also cause considerable damage to Cheongchi. Because of this, even if Cheongchi is physically stronger than Suzaku, it is impossible for him to really go head-to-head with Suzaku stupidly. Roar. With a roar, the evil force in the sky rolled back. The black energy pouring out of the sky was like a pitch-black ocean tide, slapping towards Suzaku with overwhelming force. Boom! The golden red flames and black energy collided violently. In an instant, the sky was dark and the earth was dark. The space shattered inch by inch, and the void collapsed piece by piece, turning into a large area of nothingness. The ground beneath his feet was like a piece of smashed glass. Countless bottomless cracks appeared, dividing the complete ground into countless rubbles. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, the sky fell and the earth collapsed. The terrifying scene is like a scene of the end of the world. The customers were shocked when they saw it, and their faces were even more stunned. The combat prowess displayed by Suzaku and Cheongchi was completely at the level of strong men and powerful men. Such a fierce battle can cause the earth to collapse, the mountains and rivers to stop flowing, and the situation to change with just a few gestures. Ordinary cultivators, even if they are affected by the aftermath, will be crushed into powder. If we could get this power, wouldn't it be, take off? However, just as these customers were stunned, the battle on the battlefield seemed to be about to decide the winner. Suzaku, who is not as physically strong as Cheongchi, seems to be somewhat inferior in terms of overall combat capability. After all, Suzaku is a fire beast, and its most powerful thing is its ability to control flames and use flames to fight. However, Cheongchi is an ancient ferocious beast that lives on fighting and feeds on fighting. Therefore, it is not unusual for Cheongchi's overall combat power to be higher than that of Suzaku. So slowly, Suzaku was overwhelmed by Cheongchi. This also caused the customers who were watching this battle to start shouting. No way, why does Suzaku look like he's going to lose? This shouldn't be the case. Cheongchi is indeed an ancient ferocious beast. As a ferocious beast that fights the main battle, it should be fine with its more powerful combat power. That's right. Why can't the ancient beast that is the main battler be defeated by you, an ancient beast that plays with fire? The mythical beast is justice. Those of you who support Cheongchi will definitely not be able to draw the Suzaku pet card. TCH, it sounds like if you support Suzaku, you can draw the Suzaku pet card. Shut up. Suzaku will definitely win, just watch. The customers watching the battle were once again divided into two groups. The camp supporting Suzaku and those supporting Cheongchi appear to be distinct. It is also an SSR-level pet card, and it is also out of reach for everyone. This time, the support tendencies of these customers are much clearer than before. However, just when the two camps were arguing fiercely, someone suddenly shouted, "You guys will argue later, let's see what Suzaku is doing first." As soon as these words came out, both the customers who supported Cheongchi and those who supported Suzaku looked at the promotional video. At this moment, countless golden red flames condensed towards Suzaku. In the blink of an eye, Suzaku, who was covered in injuries, returned to his original state. What's happening here? The injuries on the body heal instantly. Is this also Suzaku's ability? It turns out that Suzaku not only controls flames, but also has such terrifying recovery abilities. Then it's hard to say whether we will win or lose. Seeing this, all the customers were stunned. Although Suzaku's comprehensive combat power is not as powerful as Cheongchi's, but his recovery ability, which is almost heaven-defying, is something that even Cheongchi cannot catch up with. In addition, one of them is an ancient divine beast, and the other is an ancient ferocious beast, so their physical strength is almost impossible to deplete. In this battle, the greatest possibility is that there will be no winner or loser. And even if there is a winner, it should be Suzaku, who has incredible recovery ability, and has a higher chance of winning. The situation is reversed. However, the promotional video ends here. Chilu makes promotional videos and never likes to give endings. Let those customers taste and experience it for themselves. Only by whetting their appetite can they make money. Chilu has long been familiar with doing this kind of thing, and there is no feeling of being unfamiliar at all. As for how to satisfy the curiosity of those customers, that's very simple. Let them draw Cheongchi pet cards and Suzaku pet cards. Then just play a game with these two pet cards and it's over. There are many ways to solve the problem, it just depends on how lucky these guys are. However, when these guys actually draw SSR-level pet cards, they probably won't be willing to play with them. Store Manager Chi is like this again. It's like this every time. It's just that every promotional video is done so well, but there is Norsalt every time. If I hadn't particularly enjoyed watching the promotional videos released by Store Manager, I would have stopped watching them long ago. No one really likes to watch the Store Manager's promotional video, no. Then don't look at it if you have the ability. No. In the forum of the membership card exchange system. Several posts that Qi Lu had posted before were blasted by angry customers on the spot. There was no other way. If I tried to reason with store manager Qi in person, I would probably be blown up by store manager Qi on the spot. Therefore, let's vent in the forum, which will appear more civilized. In front of store manager Qi, I was submissive, but in the communication system, I struck hard. Seeing the miraculous operations of the new generation of customers, Qi Lu was a little bit dumbfounded. But Qi Lu wouldn't bother those guys just because of such a trivial matter. If they want to explode, let them explode. After all, it whets their appetite, as long as they are spitted out the fragrance. Yin Yang and other weird things, they can also hold a competition to select underworld riders. But this turmoil has completely activated the popularity of the Suzaku pet card. Even the Fire Cloud Flying Leopard pet card has received a lot of attention. SSR level pet cards cannot be drawn, but this R level pet card is not easy to draw. Although the card pool of the pet card changer is updated from time to time, and many new pet cards are added. This has resulted in the pet cards that some customers want to draw becoming increasingly difficult to draw. But what does it matter? As long as the pet card has not been summoned, it is allowed to be traded. If you don't want the pet card, you can just link it to the pet card transaction system specially opened for membership cards. It's just that this method can basically only restore blood. It's impossible to earn spiritual crystals. Because the price of the pet card drawing machine is to draw 10 spiritual crystals once. As for the price of pet cards, although it is not explicitly stipulated in the pet card transaction system, it has long been a common practice. Of course, prices fluctuate from time to time, so we can only take the current average. For example, the B-level pet card has been reduced from 5 spiritual crystals per card at the beginning to 3 spiritual crystals per card now. The A-level pet card has also changed from 12 spiritual crystals at the beginning to 8 spiritual crystals now. As long as you draw these 2 quality pet cards, you will lose money. There is no way, both B-level pet cards and A-level pet cards are ruined. Basically, it's a gift to others, and no one else wants it. If anyone can collect spiritual crystals, they are all good people. When it comes to R-level pet cards, the purchase price suddenly increases sharply. Although the overall price has also dropped a bit. From 150 spiritual crystals in the past, it has dropped to 90 spiritual crystals each now. But generally speaking, as long as you draw an R-level pet card, you will make a lot of money. The cost of 10 spiritual crystals, the profit of 90 spiritual crystals. 800% net profit. Even if it's a grab, it's not that fast. Then came the quality of SR level pet cards and SSR level pet cards. Although some people are willing to pay a lot of money to acquire it, unfortunately, no one is willing to sell it. Just kidding, anyone who sells a pet card with such a low shipping rate and such strong combat effectiveness is a fool. Even in the pet card trading system, SR level pet cards have been bid for 30,000 spiritual crystals each. As for the SSR level pet card, the bidding price has even reached a sky-high price of 1 million spiritual crystals. However, no one is willing to sell. Just kidding, if you don't have this spiritual crystal thing, you can make money again. But luck is not something that is available all the time, and it may be gone once it is used up. This is the SSR level pet card in my hand. If I sell it like this, I might never be able to touch it in this life. At that time, Qi Lu, with the mentality of having fun, asked the system to pen a pet card trading market for customers to use. I didn't expect that it could be so prosperous to this day. This shows the status of pet cards in the minds of customers. The craze for ancient mythical beasts and ancient ferocious beasts has started. The new cavalry team, the Huiyan Flying Leopard Cavalry, is also in full swing. The newly released R-level pet cards are always more expensive in the trading market. The Huiyun Feibao pet card can now be sold for almost 130 spiritual crystals each, which is almost catching up with the previous price. But unfortunately, it is basically impossible to catch up with the original price. Because the current pet card market is completely different from before. As there are more and more high-quality pet cards, the depreciation of low-quality pet cards is quite significant. Of course, limited pet cards are not included here. The Moon Rabbit pet card and the Little Sparkle pet card can now be sold for 500 spirit crystals each, which is still the lowest price. Unfortunately, no one is selling it. Everyone is not stupid. Of these two pet cards, one is limited to the Mid-Autumn Festival and the other is limited to the Spring Festival. If the event is not repeated, it will probably be out of print, and the collection value will only get higher and higher. It would be a huge loss to sell it now. It's comfortable. It's much more comfortable now than before. Qilu lay on the sofa, stretched hard, looked at the customers in the store, and thought silently. As there are more and more types of pet cards, various matters related to pet cards are also arranged more and more clearly. In this way, Qilu has fewer things to manage. This is not too comfortable for Qila. Now every time a new pet card is released, as long as customers understand the situation, they will start to earn a lot of money. Anyway, the pet card trading market recycles unlimited amounts of pet cards of various qualities. Those low-quality pet cards will not suffer any loss when they are taken back. Whether it is used to cultivate 5 awakened graduation pet cards, or used as upgrade experience to feed other pet cards, it is a very good choice. After all, if a high-quality pet card wants to keep up with its combat effectiveness, the level of the pet card must be high. The biggest difference between high-quality pet cards and low-quality pet cards is the upper limit. The upper limit of SSR-level pet cards is much higher than the upper limit of SR-level pet cards. Therefore, the Krypton Gold warriors who no longer have any worries do not have to hold back. What if the luck is overwhelming? Who can say for sure? Manager Qi, long time no see. How are you? On this day, just when Qi Lu was preparing to take a nap comfortably. Outside the store, a rare visitor came. Dragon Holy King. It's been a long time indeed. Senior Dragon Holy King, how come you have Tomito come over? When Qilu saw the old man, he just lay down and sat up from the sofa again. If anyone in the eastern wasteland could best resist the temptation in Qilu's shop, it would be the Dragon Saint King. If you have to add another name, then add a 10,000-year black turtle. These two are both powerful men who have survived from ancient times. The Dragon Saint King has even achieved the king-level realm, and his visione so high that it is naturally beyond the reach of ordinary people. In addition, on the Dragon Island side, there is still a road to the sky that needs to be guarded. Therefore, after the Dragon Saint King and the 10,000 years black turtle came to Qilu's store once, they never came again. One is that there is no time, and the other is that there is no need. However, today, the Dragon Saint King suddenly visited, and Qilu did not believe that this great power from ancient times would be so idle. Store manager, Qi, you should know very well why I came here. Who have you come into contact with during this time? The Dragon Saint King had no intention of chatting with Qi Lu and went straight to the topic as soon as he opened his mouth. The serious tone made Qi Lu also become serious. Who have I been exposed to? Qi Lu frowned and muttered something silently. If we exclude the people who have been in contact with the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains, they can only be people from another world. Another world. Senior Dragon Holy King, what do you want to ask? You might as well say it directly. If I knew, I wouldn't hide anything. Qilu will definitely not reveal anything about the barrier gate. This is related to the existence of the system and is also Qi Li's biggest secret. So if you have anything to say, it's better to ask directly. Playing riddles is really not what Qi Lu is good at. Okay, I'll just tell you the truth. I sensed a familiar aura from Lan Qi when he returned to Dragon Island. After asking Lan Qi, I thought it might be related to you, Manager Qi, so I came here specially. Having said this, the Dragon Saint King raised his head and glanced at Qi Li again before continuing. And things are just as I expected. Manager Qi, although this aura on your body is not strong, it is very obvious. That's the breath of the beast god. The words of the Dragon Saint King were astonishing. Qilu was so shocked that he couldn't help but lean back tactically. The beast god is the god who controls the beasts and accepts the faith of the beasts. Qilu took a deep breath and asked. When it comes to things about gods, it's better to just guess. Obviously, the Dragon Saint King, who followed the god of summoning and came into contact with other gods, knew much more. That's right, there are very few gods who have condensed this kind of supreme throne, so I won't make any mistakes in my perception. Manager Qi, you must have come into contact with the beast god, or you may bait a beast god's messenger. The Dragon Saint King understood Qi Li's reaction when he saw it. If you don't know who the beast god is, how could you ask such a question? That's right. Senior Dragon Holy King, you are right. Not only have I come into contact with the messengers of the beast god, I have even. Only now did Qi Li know that the god who finally intervened among the three forces was called the beast god. So when answering the Dragon Saint King's question, Qi Lu paused for a moment before continuing to answer. He even killed the beast god's messenger directly. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Qi Lu didn't like those gods, so it was normal for him to do such a thing. Killed? Okay, well done. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Saint King couldn't help but praise. The beast god and the god of summoning have always been at odds with each other. When the god of summoning fell, the beast god contributed a lot. The following words also explain the origin of the Dragon Saint King's emotions. Obviously, the person who became the familiar of the god of summoning should be the Holy Dragon King with a complete dragon soul. But with the death of the god of summoning, the Holy Dragon King also had his dragon soul shattered. That's why the dragon soul fragments were thrown into different worlds. This also explains why Dragon Soul, the Holy Dragon King who stayed in the Eastern Wasteland, did not recognize Qi Lu at first. But now, I know something about the god of summoning. It seems that there is a very complicated process involved. At least based on the information Qi Lu knows so far, we can draw a conclusion. That was the unprecedented battle that took place in the Eastern Wasteland. On the timeline, it should have taken place before the Dragon Saint King left the Sifeng realm. And when he was summoned by the god of summoning, he signed a contract and became a familiar. The Dragon Saint King probably did not expect that the god of summoning would one day be qualified to step into the ranks of gods. However, after that, what the Dragon Saint King never expected was that the god of summoning would unexpectedly die. And judging from Qi Li's calculations, the god of summoning must not exist for long. Otherwise, the timeline would not match up. But it is precisely because of this that the Dragon Holy King's backup in the summoning world came into play just in case. The Holy Dragon King, who returned to the summoning world, may have split his dragon soul into several remnant souls and threw them to different worlds for some unavoidable reasons. The Holy King's token is a sacred object that the Dragon Holy King left behind in the Dragon Clan early on, and it was made of his own dragon scales. At this time, it is a good carrier to carry the remaining soul and the last hope of resurrection. And with such a slim hope, the Dragon Saint King happened to bet on it. Although it's a bit messy, it can be considered as gaining new information. Qi Li's speculation was somewhat fruitful. But Qi Li couldn't directly ask the Dragon Saint King about this kind of thing. The main reason is that whatever the Dragon Saint King is willing to say, he will take the initiative to say it without even asking. But if he doesn't want to say anything, then even if Qi Lu asks, he won't be able to get any answers, so it's better not to ask. The remnant souls thrown by the dragon Saint King to all walks of life should be the most secretive matter, a matter of life and death. How could he say it casually? Anyway, Qi Lu doesn't think he has the ability to bear these secrets. At least not yet. The peak of the strong level is not enough in the eyes of those gods. You actually got involved in the gods' affairs so quickly? That's really a headache. Qi Lu scratched his head and said half-truthfully. Indeed, with Qi Li's current level of cultivation, he was still far from ready to start a war with the gods. At this point, Qi Lu has always been very self-aware and never underestimates his opponents. But when Qi Lu talked about this matter now, he also emphasized that it was more to obtain information about the beast god. Because from the tone of the dragon Saint King, I felt that he should be very familiar with the beast god. Actually, as store manager Qi, you shouldn't have to worry about this kind of thing. The dragon Saint King glanced at Qi Lu and said aloud. My identity? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and was about to ask, what is his identity? The dragon Saint King then spoke up and said, however, with your current strength, Manager Qi, you should really feel a headache. This big gasp made Qi Lu understand. What the dragon Saint King was referring to was Qi Li's identity, the current leader of the human race, or the strongest one. Of course, if this strongest person refers to the ancient times, then there is really no need to worry about those gods. After all, as far as Qi Lu knew, in ancient times, the great powers that appeared in the human race, the Overlord and the Ice Spirit Saint King. These two are both king-level powerful men, and they will not be afraid at all when facing any god. But the problem is that the great power of the human race in ancient times has long since fallen. Hence the second half of the dragon Saint King's sentence. Well, in the final analysis, it's because Qi Li's current strength is too weak. Compared with the group of monsters in ancient times, it is really far behind. But then again, how long have those great human beings in ancient times been practicing in total? How long has Qi Lu been practicing now? A powerful person can rely on his powerful physique to have a lifespan of hundreds of years. As for a king-level power, as long as the supreme throne is not destroyed, his lifespan will be the same as that of heaven and earth. Judging from one point of view, it is estimated that the great human beings like the Ice Spirit Saint King have been practicing for hundreds of years at least. Even thousands of years are not impossible. Then come see Qi Lu, and it will only take a few years for you to start practicing spiritual practice. Thinking about it this way, Qi Lu is countless times stronger than those ancient powers. But there is nothing to be proud of in this matter. In battles with gods, one always only looks at the results and not the process. Qi Li's current strength is insufficient, that is, lack of strength. No god can be merciful in the face of an object that may threaten him. So Qi Lu not only had a headache, but if he didn't handle it well, he might be dead. Speaking of which, the beast god will be the enemy of the summoning god, and he have some reasons for it. Now that I think about it, I should have made a decision before taking action. Before Qi Lu could ask, another look of memory appeared in the eyes of the dragon Saint King. What the beast god accepts is mainly the belief of warcraft. However, the dragon race looks like warcraft, but it is independent of warcraft. For this reason, the beast god has long coveted the power of faith in the dragon clan. After all, dragons have always been powerful representatives. Once faith is formed, the power of faith generated is naturally huge. So in order to achieve this goal, the beast god has done a lot of things, just for the faith of the dragon. Then, until the dragon holy king followed the god of summoning, he appeared in front of the beast god. Only then did the beast god suddenly realize that everything he had done was in vain. If a clan member among the giant dragons has achieved king-level power and condensed the supreme throne, then the power of faith of the giant dragon will naturally belong to the supreme throne of the same clan. This is not something that can be changed simply by fighting for faith. Because it is impossible for a giant dragon with an arrogant nature to believe the gods of Warcraft. The giant dragon never thinks of itself as a monster, but calls itself a race of advanced intelligence. Therefore, among the dragon clan, there is still a chance to steal the dragon clan's power of faith before anyone has achieved the level of kingship. But the arrival of the dragon Saint King shattered the beast god's plan and also shattered the beast god's long-term covetousness. Therefore, it is normal for the beast god to dislike the dragon holy king. But in Qi Li's view, this is typical gangster logic. Based on this, the dragon Saint King has always felt disgust and hatred towards the beast god. It's just that the beast god has been a god for a long time, and is far from an enemy that the summoned god who has recently gathered on the supreme throne can deal with. At this point, I have to mention that even if they are both gods, the difference in combat power may be even greater than the gap between the hero level and the strong level. The person who told Qi Lu this was naturally the dragon Saint King, who was in the midst of his memories. The fighting power of a god is closely related to the supreme throne he holds. The first point is that the power of faith obtained by the gods will be gathered into the supreme throne and continue to refine the supreme throne. The greater the power the high throne holds, the greater the power of the god. Then comes the second point, the Tao possessed by the gods. That is, the Tao pattern engraved on the supreme throne. In layman's terms, it can also be described in one word, that is, the power of law. That's right, the key to condensing the supreme throne is actually the so-called power of law. For example, when the Ice Spirit Holy King condenses into the supreme throne, the Tao pattern engraved on it should be part of the law of ice. Or it would be more appropriate to call it the prototype of the law of ice. Then, as the supreme throne absorbs the power of faith, it continues to refine the supreme throne itself and the Taoist patterns engraved on it. The prototype of the law of ice will continue to be improved, and the power of the law of ice will naturally continue to strengthen. The power of laws is also the most important criterion for distinguishing the combat effectiveness of gods. The more complete the law, the higher the level of power it possesses. Every time the completeness of the power of law increases by 0.5%, the power possessed by the gods will increase exponentially. This is also the biggest reason why those gods will develop followers resilient continue to collect the power of faith. Therefore, the power of faith is actually useless to powerful people. Because the strong level powerful can only control the destiny of heaven and earth, but cannot control the power of laws. Therefore, it is impossible for a powerful person to fight against a god. After all, the power of law is the purest power. That's it. After hearing this, Qi Lu also had a preliminary understanding of those gods. The dragon Saint King is indeed an ancient power who has had contact with those gods, and he knows these things very clearly. Qi Lu, who was still at the peak of the powerful realm anyway, had no idea about matters at the king-level realm. The system did not mention it to Qi Lu, but said that it would help Qi Li advance to the king level if there was an opportunity in the future. So until now, Qi Li didn't know that the king-level realm actually involved the power of laws. But if you think about it carefully, it seems to make sense. If they cannot master the power of laws, why should those gods call themselves gods? It seems that store manager Qi really only knows these things now. When the dragon Saint King saw Qi Li's expression, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Of course, what the dragon Saint King was referring to was not about gods, but about the realm of the king. The tribes in the Sifang realm have indeed declined so much that they no longer even know the common sense of this realm. If you don't even know this knowledge, then how can you talk about becoming stronger? Common sense. In response, Qi Lu could only smile awkwardly. Although he wanted to refute the words of the dragon Saint King, Qi Lu thought about it and still couldn't say it. This kind of thing could only be called common sense in ancient times. As for now, these common senses have long been forgotten and have almost become a secret. If the dragon Saint King hadn't said it, Qi Lu wouldn't know when it would take him to learn this common sense. Fortunately, although the current scene was a bit embarrassing, Qi Lu finally understood these common senses. The strong level realm accumulates the luck of heaven and earth. Until the fate of heaven and earth forms a cycle in the body, life and death will continue. At this time it can be regarded as entering the peak of the strong level, and it can be regarded as reaching the limit of the strong level. Of course, this limit refers to the limit of cultivation level, not the limit of combat power. At the peak of the strong level, it is not impossible to continue to improve. Although the cycle formed by the fate of heaven and earth in the cultivator's body has entered an endless state. But this level of endless life has its strengths and weaknesses. Generally speaking, the way to distinguish is also very simple. The more destiny you control, the stronger your combat effectiveness will be when you reach the peak of the powerhouse level. Putting it this way, Qi Lu is probably the first person in history to reach the peak of the strong level. After all, the system can create the destiny of heaven and earth without limit, as long as the energy is enough. At present, the source of this energy is spiritual crystal. In other words, the more Qi Lu makes, the stronger his fighting power becomes. This is a good excuse for the black-hearted store manager. Being a profiteer is just to become stronger, which can be regarded as a last resort reason. But let's not mention that now. The important content is still behind the matter of the king-level realm. The power of law is a power that can only be controlled by the king-level realm. But before that, why should we first step into the peak of the strong level, so that the destiny of heaven and earth in the body will never end? The reason is simple, because the destiny of heaven and earth is the basis of the power of law. Under the catalysis of the power of faith, the destiny of heaven and earth can be condensed and transformed into the power of law. However, it is not enough to have the luck of heaven and earth and the power of faith. As a container for the power of law and a necessary place for catalysis, the supreme throne is also indispensable. Especially the law pattern engraved on the supreme throne, that is where the power of the law gathers and what it produces. The power of law controlled by the gods must be condensed according to the law patterns on the supreme throne. To put it simply, it is the Tao pattern of the law of ice, which can only condense the law of ice. The Tao pattern of the law of fire can only condense the law of fire. Therefore, the power of laws that can be controlled by the same God was already destined when the supreme throne was condensed and formed. This is why the title of a king-level powerful person is closely related to the Tao pattern engraved on the supreme throne. You control the law of ice, how can you still be called the god of fire? And this is why the will of heaven and earth does not value the power of faith. Because the will of heaven and earth cannot control the power of laws, nor can it use the power of faith to condense the power of laws. The laws a world possesses are those that already exist in this world. The will of heaven and earth can only borrow the power of laws from this world, but it cannot reform new laws on its own. After all, if the will of heaven and earth condenses new laws, it means that the world where the will of heaven and earth exists will also have new laws. Because what the will of heaven and earth represents is the will of this world. So this kind of thing is impossible to happen. To give a simple example, it is like the law of life and death. A life goes from birth to death, which is one of the basic laws. If the will of heaven and earth accidentally condenses the law of life, it will destroy the meaning of the existence of the law of life and death. This means that all life in this world will live forever. Is this possible? The answer is absolutely impossible. But the king-level powerful ones are different. Take the law of life as an example. It is indeed impossible for the will of heaven and earth to condense such a law. But the king-level powerful one can. The reason is that the law of life condensed by the king-level power is actually separated from the law of life and death. In contrast, there is the law of death. And another reason is that no matter what laws the king-level power condenses, it has no impact on the world where the king-level powerful people are located. However, these are not issues that Qi Lu needs to study. Qi only needs to know the difference between a king-level powerful person and a strong-level powerful person. The power of the law, no wonder. Qi nodded thoughtfully. There are thousands of types of laws, and you should never use common sense to figure them out. Moreover, the king-level power can only use the power of a certain law. It's not that you can only use the power of this law. If the king-level powerful can only use the power of the law he has condensed, wouldn't it be a reverse promotion? In fact, for king-level powers, magic, martial arts, battle formations, and the like are all a type of power. As long as you have not reached the height of the power of law, you can learn the king-level power. After all, there is no difference between fighting spirit and magic power in the destiny of heaven and earth. As the most essential energy, the luck of heaven and earth can be used to release any kind of magic and martial arts. Otherwise, the fate of heaven and earth would not be worthy of becoming the basic energy that condenses the power of laws. This is also the reason why the king-level powerful can completely crush the strong-level powerful even if the power of the law is removed. King-level powers have a theoretically infinite lifespan and can learn any kind of martial arts and magic. You can also hone your combat skills without limit and improve your combat awareness. This is something that is impossible for a powerful person to do. Of course, Qi is an exception. If you really want to talk about it, the only difference between Qi and a king-level powerful person is the power of law. However, the power of law is also the source of the true tyranny of the king-level power, and it is a point that can never be bypassed. With my current strength, it is indeed too difficult to fight against those gods. After listening to the Dragon Saint King's narration, Qi had to admit this. No matter from any angle, the power of law is not a force that Qi can compete with now. However, Senior Dragon Holy King, I still want to know what kind of laws the beast god possesses. Just because you can't fight now doesn't mean you won't be able to fight in the future. So Qi is still collecting intelligence consciously. What the beast god possesses is the law of power, which is one of the branches of the law of power. Regarding the enemy's information, the Dragon Saint King did not intend to hide it. Branch? Qi was stunned for a moment. This law is a law. Why do there are any branches? The power of laws can be strong or weak, and the so-called branches are lower-level laws. The Dragon Saint King glanced at Qi confused expression before explaining aloud. The law of force can control and strengthen all forces. It is a powerful law that can defeat all laws with one force. It is one of the most top laws. The law of power possessed by the beast god only allows the beast god to control and strengthen its own power. To say this is a branch of the law of power is to exalt him. This explanation is quite simple and easy to understand. To put it simply, the law of power and the law of force are the same in type, but the law of force is more powerful. Just like the Vermilion Bird pet card and the Flame Spirit pet card, they are both fire pet cards. But when it comes to the ability to control flames, Suzaku has to completely overpower the Flame Spirit. Is there any difference between high and low laws? Qi asked subconsciously. But as soon as these words came out of his mouth, Qi knew that he had asked the wrong question. Just kidding, of course there is a distinction between high and low laws. Just like the law of time, the law of space, the law of life, etc., this type of law belongs to the highest level among the laws. The various types of elemental laws are slightly inferior to these highest level laws. Then further down, things like the law of strength, the law of fragmentation, the law of growth, etc., seem not to be very good. As for the branch of law mentioned by the Dragon Saint King, it is also the so-called lower law. In fact, it can be regarded as a split or weakened version of the high-level laws. For example, a branch of the law of life, the law of growth, can accelerate the growth rate of living organisms. Or it is a branch of the law of death, the law of aging, it can accelerate the aging rate of living bodies. Or it's a branch of the law of time, the law of slowness. It can make the flow of time slower. These are all lower-level laws of higher-level laws, which are the so-called branches. At this point, Qi Lu finally understood. Because I made it clear before. When a king-level power condenses the supreme throne, it determines what Kindaf law power he can control. At the same time, it also means how high this king-level power can reach in the end. The more powerful the power of law that can be condensed, the more terrifying the height that a king-level power can reach. After all, when the degree of concentration of the law and Tao patterns is equal, the competition is the power of the law. It is almost impossible for a lower law to defeat a superior law. Unless the owner of the lower-level laws has a crushing degree of perfection in the laws and patterns. After explaining it this way, you should understand it, Manager Qi. The Dragon Saint King looked at Qi Lu meaningfully. I understand everything, Senior Dragon Holy King, thank you for your advice. Qi Lu bowed his hands to the Dragon Saint King and thanked him. This knowledge, although in ancient times, was defined as common sense. But now, it is still forgotten. The Dragon Saint King is willing to tell Qi Lu, and Qi Lu is still very grateful. Especially the information about those gods is extremely precious. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Although it is not possible to defeat the gods yet, knowing what the laws possessed by the beast gods are, it is better to prepare earlier. Even if it's of little use, it won't be a surprise. Therefore, the trip of the Dragon Saint King is still very meaningful. It's just that, Senior Dragon Holy King, you came here specifically, not just to tell me these things. After Qi Lu thanked him, he didn't hesitate, changed the subject, and then spoke. If the Dragon Saint King came to the store just to inform him about the king-level realm, there would be no need to be so grand. Specifically mentioning the matter of the beast god, it is obvious that there is a problem, so I went here. After all, the Dragon Saint King still has to guard the road to heaven on Dragon Island. If there is no important matter, he will not appear in Donghuang at all. Store Manager Qi is right. I really didn't come here this time to talk about these things. Actually, before this, I never thought that you, Manager Qi, don't even know this common sense. The Dragon Saint King said very heart-wrenching words in a calm tone. When Qi Lu heard this, he could only smile bitterly and could not refute. Who would have thought that the Dragon Saint King, who looked serious, could be so venomous? However, Qi Lu also knows that this old monster, who has lived from ancient times to the present, has a wealth of knowledge beyond imagination, and knows countless secrets. Therefore, Qi Lu didn't really care about the venomous tongue of the Dragon Saint King, and just continued to ask. Then what exactly is the thing that Senior Dragon Holy King wants to say? Fortunately, the Dragon Saint King's venomous tongue was not meant to ridicule Qi Lu, but was just lamenting the decline of the Sifang realm. To be honest, from ancient times all the way to the present, I have watched the decline of all races. If the Dragon Saint King doesn't have any emotion in his heart, then there's something wrong. So when Qi Lu asked again, the Dragon Saint King didn't say anything else. Actually, the original purpose of my coming here this time was just to confirm which god the aura on your body, Manager Qi, is. Although I had guessed it before, it should be the aura of the beast god, after all, it is too familiar. But I didn't expect that you, Manager Qi, would actually kill the messenger off the beast god. Having said this, the Dragon Saint King paused for a moment, and then suddenly sighed. After a while, he continued, although there has always been an enmity between me and the beast god, I am also very pleased by your behavior, Manager Qi. But it's really not a good thing to provoke the beast god now. The law of power possessed by the beast god is indeed not a high-level law. But no matter what, it is the power of law. If you don't reach the realm of king level, there is absolutely no way to compete with the power of law. There are strong and weak gods, and the most fundamental way to distinguish between strong and weak is the power of law. First, let's look at what kind of rules we have. Secondly, let's look at the degree of perfection of the law pattern. The higher the level of the law, the higher the potential it has. The higher the perfection of the law pattern, the greater the power that the law can exert. The two complement each other and are indispensable. It is like the highest level of law power, such as the law of time, the law of space, and the law of reincarnation. If a king-level power masters these laws, the perfection of the laws and patterns he possesses will be extremely low. So no matter how powerful the laws you master are, they won't be able to exert much power. Because the more powerful the law, the higher the requirements for the perfection of the law pattern if you want to use it. To put it figuratively, the laws mastered by the king-level powers are weapons, and the laws and patterns are ammunition. The more powerful the weapon, the higher the demand for ammunition. Therefore, if the perfection of the law pattern is not enough, no matter how powerful the law is, it will be of little use. From this point of view, when you are newly promoted to the realm of the king, it is beneficial to master the laws at a lower level. Because of the low-level laws, the requirements for the perfection of the law pattern are not high. Basically, it can be used as soon as you are promoted to the king-level realm. However, the potential of low-level laws is limited, and the further you get to the later stages, the lower your achievements will be. The high-level laws are just the opposite. In the early stage, they are almost impossible to use due to the pattern of the laws. But the later it gets, the stronger the power it can unleash. When the laws and Tao patterns are fully completed, when a king-level power who has mastered high-level laws faces a king-level power who has mastered low-level laws, even if it is 1 against 10, or even 1 against 100, it will be impossible. Able to not fall behind. Even if the level of the laws is too different, a king-level power who has mastered the low-level laws will risk the entire army being annihilated. But, that's right. But the battle between laws is also a battle between gods. The problem Qi Lu needs to face now is that he killed the beast god's messenger and became contaminated with the beast god's aura. The beast god, however, controls the law of power. He has a violent personality and will retaliate for his anger. According to the estimation of the Dragon Saint King, after so many years, the beast god's laws and patterns have probably been perfected to about 30%. Don't underestimate the degree of perfection of this 30%. The difficulty of perfecting the law pattern is far higher than imagined. You must know that the power of law is the purest and most powerful force in the world. It is not that easy to seize the fortune of heaven and earth and achieve one's own strength. Although those king-level powers claim to be gods, the time required to perfect the laws and patterns is calculated in terms of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. And every time after all the hard work, the degree of perfection achieved may only be less than half, or even less. The power of faith required is countless. And the further you go, the more difficult it is to perfect the law pattern. A level of 30% perfection is a hurdle, a level of 60% perfection is another hurdle, and a level of 90% perfection is another hurdle. Especially the journey from 90% perfection to 100% perfection can be said to be 10 times more difficult than the previous 90% perfection. Otherwise, why are those gods so obsessed with developing followers and gathering the power of faith? Therefore, among the many gods, the beast god's 30% perfect power law can be regarded as a strong one. The main reason why the Dragon Saint King made the beast god's message so clear was that Qi Li's behavior was likely to be retaliated by the beast god, who was determined to retaliate. The revenge of the beast god. But isn't it possible for gods to descend to the lower realms? When Qi Lu heard this, he frowned and asked with some doubts. If the gods could really take revenge in the lower world, Qi Lu might have been avenged by the god of forging long ago. Can we still wait until the beast god comes here? So Qi Lu was a little confused when he heard the Dragon Saint King talking about this. Could it be that the god of beasts is more powerful than the god of forging and can go down to the next world to take revenge? What Manager Chi asked is correct. Gods cannot descend to the realm for no reason. If it is really possible to retaliate, it will because of disputes and conflicts between believers, then there is no need to collect the power of faith, and there is no need for believers to develop. The Dragon Saint King nodded, confirming Chi Li's question. If a god could intervene in the struggle between believers at will, something big would really happen. It is estimated that there is a real fire between the gods, and none of the believers can escape, and they will all die in the hands of the hostile gods. Therefore, there is an agreement between gods. Gods must not interfere in disputes between believers. If any god violates the agreement, all other gods can be punished. It's just that this agreement has a special condition. That is, it does not apply to a world where there is still a way to reach the sky. There is a way to reach the sky, which means that this world still has the possibility of giving birth to a king-level power. In this way, the god's journey to the lower realm through the path to heaven will be defined as fighting with future gods. This is allowed because fighting with future gods does not constitute intervening in disputes between believers. What? When Chi Lu heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Sure enough, I have never been to the world of gods, and I still don't understand the rules between gods. Just thinking that in the forging world, the god of forging cannot go down Toth world, it turns out that the way to heaven in the forging world has been destroyed. But in the eastern wasteland, there is still a road to the sky that has not been destroyed. It turns out that the mark left by that giant wolf on my body also has this effect. It wasn't until this moment that Chi Lu realized that the mark used to attract the wave of monsters actually had this effect. Even if the system eliminates the effect of attracting the tide of monsters, the aura of the beast god is still left. And this breath is like a road sign to the beast god. In the previous world, for gods struggled, the path to heaven was broken, and the beast god could not descend to the lower world. But when I returned to the Sifang realm and came to the eastern wasteland, it was completely different. If the beast god wants to go down to the world to take revenge, he can take revenge through the road to heaven on Dragon Island. You can even harvest the power of faith from the Sifang realm. You must know that this world, whether it is the eastern wasteland or the northern mountains, is a pure land that has not been touched by gods. If the beast god knew about this, it would be impossible for him to develop followers and gain the power of faith. Killing two birds with one stone, with the strength of the beast god, it is simply a matter of digging into the bag. Damn, there is such a thing. Chi Lu shouted lowly. In the final analysis, it is still the disaster caused by knowing too little. If he had known that something like this would happen, Chi Lu would not have been able to return to Donghuang so easily. But store manager Chi doesn't have to worry so much. I just expected the worst-case scenario, so I came here. One of the roads to heaven in the eastern wasteland has been destroyed, and the other is guarded by me and the 10,000 years black turtle. Mr. Kidiani's not worried about the beast god's lower realm. It's just that in the coming battle, I and the 10,000 years black turtle won't be able to take action. The Dragon Saint King shook his head and spoke calmly. But then, the conversation changed and his tone became serious. Although the beast god cannot descend to the realm, he can drive the monsters to form a wave of monsters to attack other races. So, Manager Chi, you have to be careful. The wave of monsters can affect the whole body. Once it starts, it will surely sweep the entire eastern wasteland. Having said this, the Dragon Saint King's expression also became solemn. The terrifying level of the tide of monsters is that once the beast god starts to act, it will definitely drive the monsters in the entire eastern wasteland. This kind of battle sweeping across the entire eastern wasteland cannot be solved by relying solely on individual bravery. No matter how powerful Chi Lu is, there is only one person. The wave of Warcraft is coming, and it is absolutely impossible to cover everything with the strength of one person alone. Moreover, the Dragon Saint King can say with absolute certainty, this wave of monsters is definitely more terrifying than the ice crystal beasts that raged before. Because the ice crystal beast appeared carrying the aura of the ice spirit Saint King, it only needed to seal the far west land. However, the tide of warcraft caused by the beast god will never end unless most of the warcraft are eliminated. Unless the beast god's actions can be stopped. However, if Qi can stop the beast god's actions, then why not kill the beast god directly? Therefore, the final conclusion is that we can only withstand the raging wave of warcraft first, and then make long-term plans. Thank you, Senior Dragon Holy King, for the news. I understand. Qi nodded solemnly. As long as the beast god cannot come to the Sifang realm, there will be no big problem. As long as we prepare for things like the warcraft wave in advance, it won't be a big threat to the current human race. The Dragon Saint King is not a regular customer of the store, so he doesn't know about this. But when the beast god uses his ancient thinking to think about things in the East Wasteland, he will definitely end up with failure. It's just hard work for Senior Dragon Saint King and Senior 10,000 Years Black Turtle to guard the road to heaven. Thinking of this, Qi handed over his hand and thanked him again with a very sincere tone. If it's because of this, there's no need to thank store manager Qi. You and I had the same responsibilities. Facing the beast god is just a matter of time. Now it's just a little earlier. It's not a big deal. The Dragon Saint King was calm. He was indeed an ancient power who had faced the gods directly. If the Dragon Saint King's strength is not compromised, he may be able to confront the beast god head-on. After saying this, the Dragon Saint King took his leave. Things that should be notified have already been notified in place. The road to heaven still needs to be guarded, and the Dragon Saint King cannot stay out for too long. Therefore, Qi did not stay with the Holy Dragon King, but watched the Holy Dragon King leave Yunwu City and go to Dragon Island. Is there a wave of monsters that affects the entire Eastern Wasteland? That's really terrifying. Beast God, right? One day, I will definitely settle the score with you. Qi raised his head, looked at the sky, and said secretly in his heart. When it comes to the wave of warcraft that has affected the entire world, it's not like Qi has never encountered it before. Didn't we just meet him in the world we went to before? The beast god has been planning a large-scale monster wave for hundreds of years. Based on all the warcraft, they kept a low profile for hundreds of years, and then took action to destroy the three major forces. The results of it? It was not resisted by the three major forces. Although the three major forces consumed a lot of troops, they did not damage the foundation after all. But now, the beast god wants to repeat his old tricks and stage such a raging wave of monsters in the Eastern Wasteland. Will Qi give the beast god this chance? Will you give the warcraft wave this chance? Just kidding, Qi shop has been open for so long, Donghuang's overall strength has already risen to unknown levels. With the fighting power of those monsters in the Eastern Wasteland, it is simply impossible to shake the entire human race. However, preparations still have to be made. After all, Qi didn't know if the beast god would do anything. The gods may not be able to descend to the lower world themselves, but there is still no problem in using their own power to strengthen their believers. Things in the forging world are still fresh in Qi memory. Creating a powerful person is just a matter of words from the god of forging. It is enough to show how worthless a newly promoted powerful person is in the eyes of the gods. Therefore, in this wave of monsters, Qi has no doubt that among those monsters, there will definitely be many more powerful level monsters to lead the attack of the wave of monsters. The difference between a brainy attack and a brainless attack is huge. The main purpose of the beast god this time is to retaliate, not to develop followers. Therefore, one must act unscrupulously. Anyway, there are no other gods in the Eastern Wasteland to restrict the beast god. Apart from being unable to go down to the lower realm, he simply does everything he can. I happened to have thought before about whether it was time to clean up the monsters, and now it's just right. By the way, system, didn't you know about these things before? Qi Lu was thinking about it and suddenly asked a question in his mind. When I asked the system to help clean up the imprints, the system never mentioned these issues. If there had been a warning from the beginning, the entire eastern wasteland would not have been faced with a wave of warcraft now. System, host, are you stupid? How can this system know the rules between gods? Makes sense. Qi Lu was retorted by the system, but it was rare that he didn't fight back. That sounds right. The system has never been to the world of gods, so how could it possibly know these rules? The agreement between gods is different from the naturally formed laws between heaven and earth. These agreements all appeared later. It is strange that the system knows about them. But, system, do you dare to say that you don't even know anything about the king-level realm? Qi Lu paused for a moment, then asked again. What happened to the beast god was an accident, Qi Lu admitted. After all, the Dragon Saint King was right. With the plans of those ancient powers, it was only a matter of time before he faced the gods. It's as if the Dragon Holy King fell because of the god of summoning, and the dragon's soul was broken and returned to the Dragon Clan's Holy King token. Now I took the right chance and reunited the dragon body. It is impossible to remain indifferent to the matter of returning to the king-level realm. If you want to be promoted to a king-level power again, the need for the power of faith is the natural source of conflict between gods. It is too common for gods to fight to the death for the power of faith. So Qi Lu didn't think there was anything wrong with offending the beast god. Although Qi Lu wanted to eat and die, he didn't really become a salted fish. Faced with the opportunity to become stronger, how could Qi Lu give up? Therefore, it was only a matter of time before Dong Huang, and even the entire Sifang realm, faced the covetousness of the gods. Qi Lu just made this happen a little earlier. This may not be an opportunity. An opportunity for the human race in Dong Huang to once again improve their overall strength. Because there is a saying that goes, well, live in sorrow and die in happiness. The human race is sitting in the first place in the eastern wasteland and has been peaceful and happy for a long time. It has been so long that I have almost forgotten what it feels like to be invaded by foreign enemies. If this continues, sooner or later the human race will gradually become lazy and even decline due to lack of motivation. Why did the prosperous times of all races in ancient times appear? It's because all races refuse to give in to each other. In order to survive, they can only keep getting stronger. This is also the reason why the Dragon Saint King laments that the current eastern wasteland has completely declined. But now, the emergence of the wave of monsters can make the human race realize the crisis and know that they still have enemies. In this way, everyone's enthusiasm will be mobilized and they will work hard to become stronger. So Qi Lu accepted the accident. However, Qi Lu does not believe that the system is completely unaware of the information about the king-level realm. System, this system does know. Although the tone was a bit hesitant, the system did not lie after all. Knowing means knowing, not knowing means not knowing. It's good that you know, that's good that you know. When Qi Lu heard this, he snorted coldly and said it in his mind. The two no tones are different, and the specific difference can only be understood by the system itself. However, it is not certain whether this system with a low IQ can understand it. However, Qi Lu did not dwell on this point, but instead launched an army to investigate the crime. Since you know everything, why don't you tell me how to gather the supreme throne? I now have both the luck of heaven and earth and the power of faith. Logically speaking, the prerequisites are sufficient. Qi Lu said angrily. If he had gathered the supreme throne earlier, would Qi Lu still be angry now? Then you have to rush directly in front of the beast god, grab this guy and beat him up. System, host, what you said is wrong. This system did not say it for your own good. What the hell? Are you hiding such important information for my own good? If Senior Dragon Saint King hadn't come here today, how long would you have wanted to hide the information about the king-level realm from me? Qi Le sighed and asked dissatisfiedly in his mind. System, host, you have misunderstood this system. System, host, think about it carefully. If you condense the supreme throne, which kind of law power do you want? Of course it is. Wait, you dare to say this, that means, can I condense any laws I want? When Qi Le heard the system's question, he subconsciously wanted to answer it, but he quickly came to his senses. System, of course, this system is the strongest. Although the system's boasting was a bit narcissistic, it also answered Qi Le's question. This time, Qi Le fell silent. After a long while, Qi Le finally asked. Are you thinking of some way to condense more law patterns? If not, what does the system want to do? After some explanations from the Dragon Saint King, Qi Le also knew. On the same supreme throne, at most, only one law pattern can be condensed. This is also the key reason why the ultimate potential of gods is fixed. To put it simply, the supreme throne is the storage and processing plant of the power of law, and the fate of heaven and earth and the power of faith are the raw materials for producing the power of law. What kind of law patterns are engraved on the supreme throne can only produce what kind of law power. But according to Qi Le's guess, does the system want to transform this supreme throne and carve more laws and patterns on it? If it could really be done, that would be awesome. This is equivalent to the fact that when Qi Le was promoted to the realm of the king, he had a potential several times higher than those of the gods. And what does this potential, which is several times higher, mean? That means that after Qi Le is promoted to the king-level realm, given time, he will definitely be able to soar into the sky. As long as they can barely develop, what are those gods? It's not a problem for Qi Le to fight 10 of them. But the premise is that it has to be developed, otherwise no matter how many rules and patterns there are, it won't be enough. After all, potential is all imaginary and must be transformed into real strength, then it is really powerful. However, just when Qi Le was guessing the system's intention with excitement in his face, the system suddenly made a sound. System, host, this system can only say that what you think is too simple. System, the idea behind this system is to allow you, the host, to use all the power of laws. What did you say? Qi Le was shocked when he heard this. This is not to say that the system is exaggerating. In fact, Qi Le also knows it after having been with the system for so long. Although this second stroke system is a bit narcissistic and likes to brag about itself, its words are still very reliable. So the reason why Qi Le Hui was so surprised was because he felt that the system's ambitions were so great. What is the concept of using all the power of law? Perhaps even the will of heaven and earth, which can freely borrow the power of laws, is not so powerful. Because the will of heaven and earth cannot condense the laws and patterns. So at this point, the will of heaven and earth is not as powerful as the king level. The main reason for this is that the power of the will of heaven and earth comes from the thousands of creatures within its jurisdiction. However, the king-level powerful ones have never submitted to the jurisdiction of the will of heaven and earth, which is why the power of the will of heaven and earth is so weak. Of course, this weakness is only relative. For strong-level powers, the will of heaven and earth is still an unattainable object. To be honest, according to Qi Le's guess, if the will of heaven and earth exists in the world where those gods live, I can't believe how strong the will of heaven and earth can be. It is definitely an existence that shocks the past and the present. However, the will of heaven and earth is different from that of king-level power. There is no selfishness in the will of heaven and earth, it just operates according to the laws of nature. All things and billions of creatures are treated equally without any favoritism. However, this is talking about the will of heaven and earth that is naturally formed in accordance with the prayers of hundreds of millions of living beings and the laws between heaven and earth. It is different from the Zhu Bao that was born with the help of Qi Lu. Zhu Bao has personal relationships because it is not naturally formed. But what does it matter? Qi Lu doesn't care about this anyway. There are many wills of heaven and earth acting as thugs, and it is too late for Qi Lu to be happy. But the issue being discussed now is still what the system said. System, are you telling the truth? Can you really let me use all the power off laws? Can you really do it? Qi Lu asked 3 questions in a row, definitely not doubting the system. I just simply think that this thing is incredible. System, host, when has this system ever said something big? If you dare to say that, you must be sure to do it. Then I'll just wait and see. Qi Lu nodded happily. System, it's just that this system hasn't thought of how to do it yet. Qi Lu didn't even finish what he said. This is what the Irby system said. Qi Li's face froze with joy on the spot. Well, the good quality of the system that it never lies has not been lost, but the problem of self-promotion and boasting really needs to be changed. You didn't even think of a solution, so you started bragging here. It's real lie a bit. Waste other people's feelings. Forget it, think about such illusory things slowly. If you really can't think of it, then don't think about it. Just let me gather the supreme throne. Qi Lu waved his hand, not bothering to argue with this 2-stroke system. Speaking of which, the system would have this idea for the sake of his host. If he gathers the supreme throne prematurely, he might ruin the bright future of his host. After all, Qi Lu and the system have a mutually beneficial relationship. Qi Lu no longer has a bright future, and the system has no benefits. Anyway, Qi Lu hasn't encountered anything difficult now. If we really encounter something difficult, I guess the system will have other ways to solve it. Otherwise, it will do no good to the system if it is kept delayed like this. After receiving the news, Qi Lu was in a good mood. Even the tension of the beast god's revenge was diluted a lot. By the way, when I talk about the will of heaven and earth, I think of one more thing. It seems like I haven't been to the battlefield of immortals and demons for a long time. Jiu Hui suddenly thought of this, because he thought of the world where those gods lived and the will of heaven and earth that was born. Speaking of which, the only world that Qi Lu has encountered so far that cannot shatter space is the battlefield of immortals and demons. Even though Qi Lu has been promoted to the peak of the strong level, he is still mostly in awe of the battlefield of immortals and demons. With the spatial stability of the immortal and demon battlefield, if the will of heaven and earth is not damaged, I really don't know how powerful it can be. Then I thought that it seemed like I hadn't gone to the fairy and demonic battlefield to purchase goods for a long time. Speaking of which, when there are so many purchasing channels, I always forget about this and that. In the fairy and demon battlefield, there are all top-notch fairy and magic weapons. If 1 or 2 pieces are left behind, it will be a huge loss. No, I still have to go there quickly. Maybe I can find something good. Qi Lu said in his heart and quickened his pace to go upstairs. It has been delayed for so long, and it cannot be delayed any longer. In the battlefield of immortals and demons, it is as desolate as ever, and Idis also as vast and sad as ever. And, dead silence. Looking around, the immortal corpses of immortals and demons stand between heaven and earth like statues that will never wear out. Various fairy and magic weapons are scattered on the earth, and the ancient atmosphere is blowing towards your face. Qi Lu took a deep breath and lightly stamped his feet on the ground. With Qi Li's strength at the peak of the powerhouse level, if this kick were placed in the East Wasteland, the earth would have been trampled to pieces. However, in this battlefield of immortals and demons, there was not even a single shallow footprint on the seemingly ordinary ground. This shows how terrifyingly tough and stable this world is. To be honest, the stronger the strength in a place like the fairy and demonic battlefield, the more dangerous it is. Even if this world is dead, there is no trace of life left. But the remaining air of deathly silence is also full of murderous intent. My previous level of cultivation was not enough, and I didn't have deep feelings. I only knew that the battlefield between immortals and demons was too deadly and full of dangers. Now it seems that this aura of death is not the resentment left by the fallen immortals and demons. Even if the soul is gone and only this scarred corpse is left, it can create such a dangerous situation. It's really unimaginable how terrible the battle between immortals and demons was. Qilu raised his head and sighed, looking around, only sighing. Even such a tyrannical fairy and demon would only end up dying here, with his body and soul destroyed. Then, what do those gods mean? Thinking of this, Qilu's heart suddenly filled with pride. It doesn't matter if you face the gods directly. If you dare to take advantage of me, you must have this ability. Qilu exhaled a breath of turbid air and felt that his thoughts were clear and his inspiration flashed through him. Looking around the battlefield of immortals and demons again, he immediately stepped forward and picked up an orb. This orb is full of cracks and damaged, but there are wisps of clouds and mist inside it. That's it, system, send me back. Qilu looked at the orb in his hand, although he couldn't understand its use. But I just felt in my heart that I should take this orb this time. Qilu is already familiar with traveling to and from the battlefield of immortals and demons. While waiting for the system to repair the orb, Qilu also had a meal. When he was about to take a nap again, the system's voice came out, telling Qilu that the orb had been repaired. It's a little earlier than I guessed. Qilu was used to it, and as soon as he heard the system making a sound, he turned to the room. After the orb taken out from the battlefield of immortals and demons was repaired, all the cracks on the surface disappeared. But the mist in the orb has become thicker. It was even so rich that it was about to escape, making the orb in front of Qilu's eyes become a little blurry. This is interesting. I thought the cloud and mist were the chaotic power that invaded, but I didn't expect that the orb came with it. Qilu looked at the orb in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more interesting it became. Speaking of which, when Qilu entered the battlefield of immortals and demons for the first time, he also took out an orb. It is the holy light sphere in Tiana's hand now. However, the appearance of the holy light sphere is much better than the current orb. The holy light emanating from it makes people feel that it is a rare and top-notch treasure. However, this orb now has an inconspicuous appearance. The escaping clouds and mist seem to have the effect of reducing the sense of existence. Let me see what kind of ability this orb has. Soul protecting beads, legendary special items, protect the owner's soul from death and protect against all attacks. Additional skills, soul reunion, physical body reshaping. Soul reunion, a one-time skill. After use, the soul protecting spirit bead will be broken. Even if the soul-protecting spirit bead owner is scattered, Hudson still use the power of the soul-protecting spirit bead to reunite his soul. Body reshaping, a one-time skill. After use, the soul-protecting spirit bead is broken. Even if the body of the soul-protecting spirit bead owner is destroyed, the soul-protecting spirit bead owner can still use the power of the soul-protecting spirit bead to reshape the body. Restrictions on use. Just shed blood to identify the master and leave a mark in the soul. Legendary level. The first thing that surprised Qilu was not the effect of the soul-protecting spirit beads, but the grade of the soul-protecting spirit beads. Legendary level is a level higher than epic level. If it corresponds to the cultivation realm, the legendary level can properly correspond to the king level realm. Such a small orb, one that tries its best to weaken its own sense of existence, is actually a legendary special item. It had to be said that Qilu felt that his sudden flash of inspiration was of great use. The only pity is that the first legendary item brought out from the battlefield of immortals and demons is neither a weapon nor an armor, but a special item. And it's not a special item with particularly significant effects. The basic attribute is to protect the owner's soul from death and protect him from all attacks. This effect, to be honest, is a bit illusory. There are actually not many ways to directly attack the soul. Even among the gods, the only ones who like to focus on attacking the soul are those who study the laws of the soul. After all, the body is outside and the soul is inside. It is still difficult to bypass the physical body and attack the soul directly. Moreover, the means of attacking souls have always been relatively secretive, so there are actually a few people who use them. This alone is enough to show that the basic attributes of this soul-protecting spirit bead are indeed a bit useless. It can only be said that it is a precautionary measure. Maybe it will work one day. As for the skills attached to the soul-protecting spirit beads, Qi Lu couldn't even understand them. One-time skill? Then this soul-protecting spirit bead is just a consumable, isn't it? This is something Qi Lu has scratched his scalp and has never thought about. The legendary item he brought out from the battlefield of immortals and demons for the first time turned out to be a consumable? Although I must admit that the two skills of soul reunion and body reshaping are, indeed, quite incredible. But, this is a legendary item. While Qi Lu sighed, his brows were almost knotted. However, the skills attached to the soul-protecting spirit beads are indeed quite consistent with the status of legendary special items. Even if the soul is scattered, the soul can be reunited, and even if the physical body collapses, the physical body can be reunited. This is not just a simple matter of saving a life. But one more chance. You know, legendary special items, even king-level powers, can all be used. And wanting to resurrect a king-level powerful person is equivalent to reuniting the power of laws that dissipated when the king-level powerful person died. This kind of power is many times stronger than the dragon soul fire of the dragon clan. After all, using the fire of the dragon soul to reshape the dragon body requires the dragon soul to still exist. However, the soul-protecting spirit beads are not used. Even if the soul is gone, as long as the soul-protecting spirit bead recognizes its owner beforehand, it will be able to survive. And he still survived intact, not even losing half the power of the law. This is something that the dragon soul fire of the dragon clan cannot do no matter what. The fire of dragon soul cannot reach the level of the power of law. But the soul-protecting spirit beads can. However, as a one-time skill, the soul-protecting orb will break after use. Then why does the soul protection spirit pearl come with two one-time skills? This question is also something Qi Lu can't understand. Could it be that the soul-protecting spirit beads can be used twice, once for each skill? Then Qi Lu asked the system and the system also gave a reply. System, the two one-time skills of the host and the soul-protecting spirit bead can be used at the same time. After saying this, Qi Lu understood. What is an intact resurrection? That's it. Your soul and body will be reunited and reshaped, and the power of the law will be returned bit by bit. Such heaven-defying skills that conquer the heaven and earth are indeed worthy of the status of legendary special items. In that case, the soul-protecting spirit beads are no longer useless. You know, this is not the first time Qi Lu has seen something that can be resurrected. Qi Lu even asked the system to do something like resurrection once. However, the methods and items I have seen before are not true resurrection. The original stand-in dolls were of low quality, so the highest they could target was the hero-level realm. If you go further up to the strong level, the service scope of the stand-in doll is no longer within the scope. Moreover, the function of the stand-in doll is to protect the owner from a fatal injury, not to revive him. After that, there are some small commodities that defy death. But those things only delay the time of death a little, and have nothing to do with resurrection. Then, it was the time when Yushir was resurrected. That was what Qi Lu did after asking the system for help and leaving Yushir's body and a ray of soul behind. Theoretically speaking, it is still a step away from resurrection in the true sense. There is no need to say more about the dragon soul fire that follows. The backup plan that the Dragon Saint King left for him was also a bet that his remnant soul would come into contact with the Dragon Soul Fire. Otherwise, the Dragon Soul Fire would really have no use. However, the soul-protecting spirit beads that Qi Lu brought out from the battlefield of immortals and demons are truly resurrected. All it takes is a drop of blood to identify the master, and then leave a soul imprint in the soul-protecting spirit bead. You don't even need to separate your soul to entrust it in the soul-protecting spirit bead. You can completely ignore any conditions and be resurrected intact. If this thing is still useless, then there really is nothing that can be called a good treasure. Thinking of this, Qi Lu felt relieved. After all, the real use of the soul-protecting spirit beads is not the basic attributes, but the accompanying skills. Since it is a treasure for resurrection, you should keep it safe until the day you get it that it may be useful. Of course, if possible, Qi Lu would never want the soul protection beads to work. Because when you really need to be resurrected, how desperate it will be. Okay, that's good. The function of protecting the soul can be considered as a gift. Qi Lu nodded and put away the soul-protecting spirit beads again. Just kidding, how could such a good thing be put up for sale? Even if Qi Lu can't use it himself, if he is really in danger, he can still use it for you sheer. Anyway, identifying the master with a drop of blood and leaving a soul imprint, if the speed is faster, it can only happen in an instant. So there is no need to shed blood to admit the master now, it is better to wait until the need arises later. Now, it's time to think about how to deal with this wave of monsters that may appear at any time. We can't talk about the beast god thing for the time being, otherwise it will have a huge impact on the morale of the army. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and thought to himself. If we are just fighting against the tide of warcraft, then no matter how large the scale of the tide of warcraft is, how broad the scope of the influence is, and how magnificent the momentum is, no human warrior would have the slightest intention of shrinking back. After all, Qi Li's shop has been open for so long, and everyone is eager for a battle to verify their power. However, if there is a god standing behind this wave of monsters, then the meaning is completely different. Others are not like Qi Lu, who can talk to the Dragon Saint King freely. He also learned so many ancient secrets and knew that there must be a battle with the gods. If they knew the power of the gods and knew that this wave of monsters was the gods' means. Not to mention the loss of military morale will definitely be hit anyway. So it is better to let the human warriors fight against the wave of warcraft first. Once the tide of monsters is repulsed, and they learn about the beast god, they won't care so much. Because even the wave of demonic beasts driven by the beast god had been repelled, then from their perspective, the so-called gods were probably just like that. As long as there are no problems on the way to heaven, then everything will be fine. Although that's what I say, you still have to make preparations. System, come out and I'll discuss something with you. Qi Lu thought for a long time and finally spoke aloud in his mind. System, host, what else do you want to discuss with this system? It's a very simple thing. I want you to start a new activity in the New World mode. Warcraft sieges the city. Qi Lu raised the corner of his mouth and said seriously. Since the beast god wants to use the wave of monsters to retaliate, Qi Lu might as well rehearse it first. Starting the World of Warcraft siege activity in the New World mode not only improves the player's strength, but also helps players better master the methods of dealing with the wave of Warcraft. By the way, you can also use this as an excuse to distribute some rewards. In short, Qi Lu is planning to bleed heavily this time. After all, Qi Lu is very self-aware of who the person who offended the beast god is. So it is understandable that there will be some blood. System, host, are you sure? Starting an event is very troublesome. Listening to the hesitant tone of the system, Qi Lu nodded without hesitation and said solemnly, of course I'm sure. And this time, there will be a large welfare distribution. All expenses will be deducted from my share. Although the part of the income taken away by the system was much more than Chila's, it was all used to do business. However, the part of the spiritual crystal left in Qi Li's hands is not very useful. For this reason, Qi Lu does not want to squeeze the system too much. Understanding is mutual. In the past, it was just ignorance. Now, if given the chance, Qi Lu will still cheat the system's rewards. But when you are doing business, you still have to look like you are doing business. From this point of view, this is probably a sign that Qi Lu has become mature. System, really? That's no problem. Host, please rest assured that the activity you want will be started soon. As soon as these words came out, the hesitant tone disappeared immediately. As long as the interests of the system are not harmed, this guy is still easy to talk to. Since the host is willing to use his share to start the event, what else is there to say? Starting a new activity is a very simple thing for the system. But the rewards distributed do not appear out of thin air. Now that the host is willing to bear this cost, new activities can be planned and put into use immediately. System, host, the new activity is ready. When do you plan to start it? The whole process only took about 10 minutes, and the system's voice appeared in Qi Li's mind. You really came here to cheat on my spiritual crystal. Qi Li said that this situation was completely expected. But it doesn't matter, just show me the content of the event. In order to deal with the Warcraft wave incident, Qi Li was quite serious, otherwise he would not have started the event at his own expense. Temporary event, Warcraft Siege event. Duration, 7 days. Activity content, the ferocious and cunning monsters covet the human city-states. For this reason, they have secretly assembled a huge force and are preparing to give the human race an unforgettable surprise. After the event starts, all players can participate in resisting the siege of the city by monsters, giving these monsters who don't know the heights of the world a lesson and letting them understand who is the master of these city-states. Activity rewards. After the World of Warcraft Siege activity starts, points will be calculated. Killing Warcraft can obtain the number of points corresponding to the level of Warcraft. The points can be used to redeem rewards. The list of redeemable rewards is as follows. Novice Hunter, ordinary level title, the title wearer's attack destructive power is slightly increased. If the attack target is a monster, the effect is doubled. Usage restrictions, none. Redemption price, 10,000 points. Veteran Hunter, excellent title, moderately increases the destructive power off the title wearer's attacks. If the target of the attack is a monster, the effect is tripled. Usage restrictions, none. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Master Hunter, rare title, the title wearer's attack destructive power is greatly increased. If the target of the attack is a monster, the effect is quadrupled. Usage restrictions, none. Redemption price, 1,000,000 points. The Amulet of the Brave, excellent accessory, it slightly improves the attributes of the wearer. When the wearer is about to suffer a fatal attack, it turns into a shield to offset the attack. After use, the amulet is broken. Usage restrictions, none. Redeem points, 100,000 points. Hunter's Bone Tooth Necklace, rare accessory, moderately improves the wearer's various attributes, and comes with the skill, Hunter's Glory. Hunter's Glory, passive skill. After entering the battle, each time you hunt an enemy, you can obtain a layer of Hunter's Mark, which is used to increase the destructive power and penetration of the wearer's attack. It can be stacked up to 30 layers. When hunting, when the enemy is a monster, the maximum number of layers is doubled. After the battle, the Hunter's Mark disappears. Usage restrictions, none. Redemption price, 1,000,000 points. Strength Enhancer, rare level elixir, after taking it, it can permanently increase the user's strength attribute by a small amount. There is no limit on the number of times it can be used, but the effect of the enhancer will gradually weaken until it is completely ineffective. Usage restrictions, none. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Agility enhancer, rare elixir. After taking it, it can permanently increase the user's agility attributes by a small amount. There is no limit on the number of times it can be used, but the effect of the enhancer will gradually weaken until it is completely ineffective. Usage restrictions, none. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Physique enhancer, rare level elixir. After taking it, it can permanently improve a small amount of the user's physical attributes. There is no limit on the number of times it can be used, but the effect of the enhancer will gradually weaken until it is completely ineffective. Usage restrictions, none. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Mental strength enhancer. Explosive power enhancer. Note: all redeemable rewards in this temporary event can be redeemed Tootsiders at the original price. Since the host is responsible for all the expenses of this event, the system will not make any price difference exchanges. You know, in those past activities, if you want to exchange things in the New World mode, the price difference will be 10 times. This is mainly because the system feels that if you don't set a price difference, you will suffer a bit. But, this time it's different. Chi Li's idea was to improve the strength of his customers as much as possible before the wave of Warcraft came. So if you suffer a little loss, just suffer a little loss. And don't look at the redemption prices of those rewards. They start at 10, 000, 100,000, or 1 million. In fact, as far as the points calculation rules go this time around, that's pretty merciful. As long as you kill the Warcraft, you can get the number of points corresponding to the level of the Warcraft. What is this concept? In the current New World mode, the large map opens to the Elemental Spirit Oasis, and the player's capped level is 95. Therefore, this time the World of Warcraft siege activity will be carried out even if the level of Warcraft is compromised. That was also between level 47 and level 48. In other words, as long as you kill a monster, you can get nearly 50 points. After all this calculation, is 10,000 points really a lot? What's more, the level of Warcraft cannot all be at level 40 or 50. There are also many at level 80 or 90. In this way, the speed of earning points will only become faster and faster. After all, the Warcraft in the New World mode are only equivalent to ordinary mobs, or at best, they are elite monsters. This is also an attribute specially adjusted to prepare for the upcoming Warcraft wave. Because in the New World mode, players cannot exert their true combat effectiveness. Therefore, the fighting power of Warcraft cannot be the same as that of the outside world. Then compare the two and make attribute adjustments, and it becomes what it is now. It's not bad, the system. You can actually get so many redeemable rewards in one go. Looking at it this way, you usually hide a lot of good things from me. Sheila looked at the content of the event in his mind and said something abruptly. System, how is that possible, host? This system thinks you must have misunderstood. System, this event reward was designed and sorted out by this system after racking its brains. You don't even have a brain in this second stroke system, how can you still have brains? Sheila raised his eyebrows and replied calmly. Well, actually Chi Lu just said that casually. Because among the products in the store, there are many low-quality products, at least in terms of attributes, they are complete. If we really want to compare, it's probably just the difference in type and appearance. However, this time's event did not come without redemption rewards, that surprised Chi Lu. That is the last bunch of enhancers listed, which can enhance the user's attributes from all aspects. No matter what class of customer you are, you can find a suitable enhancer and redeem it in large quantities. And these enhancers are the biggest difference compared to the previous elixirs that permanently increase attributes. The reason is that there is no limit to the number of times these enhancers can be used. This point is similar to the Elemental Blessing Potion and Elemental Protection Potion that can be redeemed in the Elemental Spirit Oasis map. There is no limit to the number of times it can be used, but each additional use will weaken the effect of the booster. Until eventually, the reinforcers become completely ineffective. But what does it matter, compared to elixirs that can only be used 3 times or even once in a lifetime? These enhancers are simply divine objects. Even if the attributes that are continuously added are small, they will actually increase. Unless it's completely ineffective. Overall, Chila is very satisfied with the system's planning. The redeemable rewards are all items with no usage restrictions, which is great. Although the quality is not high, the most important thing about this Warcraft siege activity is to improve the overall strength of the human race. After all, there are only a small number of high-end combat power. For those guys, just let them customize their own equipment. Why come to such a temporary event and compete with those weak customers? Okay, that's it. The world announcement will be made early tomorrow morning to officially start the event. System, understood. Half a day always passes easily. Time flies and the next day comes. Following Chi Li's arrangement, the world announcement was released when the booths were almost full. World announcement, temporary event Warcraft Siege event, is about Tobjin. Every player, please be prepared to welcome the attack of Warcraft and fight back. Various rewards are waiting for you to receive. Please enter the event page for details. World announcement, temporary event Warcraft Siege event, is about Tobjin. Every player, please be prepared to welcome the attack of Warcraft and fight back. Various rewards are waiting for you to receive. Please enter the event page for details. World announcement, temporary event Warcraft Siege event, is about Tobjin. The 3 world announcements has always brought back the memories of countless old players. Thinking about it carefully, it has been a long time since the new world mode has been launched. I am getting tired of killing monsters every day. Although becoming stronger is indeed a boring process, players with all kinds of whimsical ideas will always find a little fun for themselves in this boring daily life. Even if it has nothing to do with becoming stronger, it doesn't matter, at least it can make the boring life a little more interesting. After all, everyone has their own ambitions, and it is impossible for every Anito to indulge in the process of becoming stronger. Most practitioners are just normal people, not a madman who only knows how to practice. Now a temporary event suddenly appeared, which immediately added a lot of color to the daily life of players. Warcraft Siege the City, what kind of activity is this? It's a temporary event. I thought a new big map was opened. Kill World of Warcraft, earn points, redeem rewards, and reward details can be found on the event page. Wow, these rewards are pretty awesome, and they can all be exchanged directly to the outside world. No way. Isn't there a price difference for the rewards redeemed this time? There is no price difference. All are exchanged at the original price. Awesome, Store Manager Chi is mighty. The activities and inactivity are actually just to add fun. What really interests players are the rewards they can get from each new activity. For old players, they have participated in every event in the New World mode and received rewards. It is no exaggeration to say that these event rewards are not useless. Even if you don't use it on the spot, you will have the opportunity to use it in the future. So for real players, whatever activities are opened in the New World mode are worthy of their excitement. And when they saw the rewards from this Warcraft Siege event, their whole feeling was that they were going to take off on the spot. Title badges and accessories are just minor issues. It is undeniable that those title badges and accessories are good things. But compared with those attribute enhancers, title badges and accessories are not necessary. Attribute enhancers with no limit on the number of times they can be used can completely drive these players crazy. Not everyone has such strong cultivation qualifications. When the level of cultivation cannot catch up, the only attributes that can continue to improve. So in theory, even if the qualifications are not enough, the talent is not high, and the potential is not deep, you can actually continue to get stronger. It's just that the conditions for becoming stronger are a little bit harsh. But this is nothing to Qi Lu. Attribute Enhancer, here I come. The moment before the World of Warcraft Siege event started, all the players who got the news were full of confidence. All kinds of equipment are ready, and all kinds of medicines are ready. Join the guild members, and join the group members. Qi Lu was very pleased to see the players in various big maps and city-states looking ready to go. Because from these players, Qi Lu saw the infinite possibilities of the human race, and also saw the victory in resisting the tide of Warcraft. Isn't it just a wave of monsters? Beast God, just come here. I even gave your horse to a shark. Ahem, no swearing, no swearing. Qi Lu calmed down his emotions and chose a position to stand. To be honest, not every large map currently open has a city-state. But Warcraft sieges don't only happen outside city-states. In fact, as long as there are players, Warcraft will appear and attack indiscriminately. Since it is a preview of the Warcraft wave, Qi Lu will take all situations into consideration. After all, not all the human races in the Eastern Wasteland live in city-states. Suburban villages, remote mountains and forests, deserts, grasslands. These places all have traces of human habitation, but they are not protected by city walls. Therefore, the preview of dealing with the wave of Warcraft must not only be aimed at the situation where the city-state is attacked. The possibility of field operations must also be considered. It is even said that battles in open places other than city-states require more rehearsals and simulations. After all, human city-states are protected by city walls, which makes it much easier to defend. But in the suburbs, there are not such good conditions. Here we go. Everyone, prepare to fight. Someone shouted something, which immediately ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Sure enough, in the distance, a large black shadow emerged, rolling in with smoke and dust that covered the sky. Roar. The ferocious roar of the beast was earth-shattering. The terrifying movement of countless magical beasts speeding towards them caused the earth to tremble continuously. Those players who stood on the city wall felt the deepest feeling, and could clearly see the beating of the small stones on the city wall. The battle created by this is really big. Qi Lu raised his eyes and looked away. The overwhelming tide of monsters is like a wave with no end in sight. Although the Warcraft siege incident was a preview of the Warcraft wave, it was a bit too real. Qi Lu felt that the system must be a combination of real scenes of previous attacks by the Warcraft wave against the three major forces. This is indeed more authentic, after all, it is something that has been experienced personally. Brothers, the points are right in front of you, rush for me. Everyone should form a formation for me and cooperate with each other. Don't mess up. The faster you kill, the faster you accumulate points. Don't attack randomly. Kill. The raging and violent wave of monsters is getting closer and closer. Members of the major guilds also formed their formations and began to fight. A battle with command and a battle without command are completely different things. Warcraft Siege relies on huge numbers, which many players will not be afraid of. It is even said that for these players, the greater the number of Warcraft, the happier they are. Because Warcraft represents points. The more Warcraft there are, the more points they can get. Why are they unhappy? But even so, these players did not use particularly extreme methods to kill World of Warcraft and gain points. In particular, no one uses methods such as rushing into battle or exchanging lives for lives. After all, it is also a preview of fighting against the wave of Warcraft. How could Qi Lu not consider these situations? Therefore, in order to prevent players from not cherishing their own lives and fighting haphazardly just because they can be resurrected, Qi Lu specifically asked the system to change the settings and adjust the player's resurrection time during the World of Warcraft Siege event. Every time a player dies in battle, the time required to resurrect increases by 1 hour. Such a severe death penalty instantly extinguished the crazy ideas in some players' minds. There is no way, such a severe punishment mechanism. If you die a few more times, the resurrection time may take up more than half of the activity time. Then why use it to kill World of Warcraft and gain points? Fortunately, you can only stay in the New World mode for 4 hours a day, so players will not have any fatigue problems. Facing the constantly attacking World of Warcraft, all players who come to participate in the battle can maintain their most focused state to fight. And because of the special resurrection time mechanism during the Warcraft Siege event, those players who unfortunately died in battle will log off as quickly as possible and give up their position to the people next to them. In this way, you don't have to worry about your resurrection time delaying your activities. Chila didn't care much about other things. Chila has not experienced this kind of incident once or twice. After more experience, the fighting methods and battlefield situations will naturally become clearer. The tide of Warcraft is not a problem that can be solved by 1 or 2 people. To deal with such a huge number of enemies, only troops of the same level can be used to withstand it. Coincidentally, the human race doesn't have many things, but it just happens to be a large number of people. As a race that has the most difficulty in nurturing strong men, there are many talented people in the human race. However, there are more mediocre and unqualified ordinary people. Therefore, a huge population base has become a necessary condition. In ancient times, the number of top powers of the human race was not inferior to that of any other race. But similarly, in terms of the number of race members, the human race far exceeds any other powerful race. Therefore, when facing the wave of Warcraft, the human race does not have to worry about military strength. What needs to be worried about is the backbone of the human race and the number of top combat forces. As we all know, the human race has never been short of low-end power due to its population base. What is most criticized by other races is the middle-level combat effectiveness and top-level combat effectiveness among the human race. Relatively speaking, the top combat power is better. After all, with such a large population base, it is normal for there to be so many geniuses. The number of top combatants is inherently scarce, and this is the case in any race. Therefore, even if the human race is small, it is still not much less. Sometimes, the human race can even take advantage of the top combat power. However, this backbone is the most scarce thing for the human race. This is why it is said that the human race often falls into a state of insecurity. The mainstay, why is it called the mainstay? It is because this backbone is the key link between past and future. No matter which race they are, they all attach great importance to the backbone. So what Qilu is doing now is to cultivate the mainstay of the human race. After all, the top power of the strong-level almighty realm is not very scarce in the human race now. One thing to say is that in terms of the number of strong-level powerful beings, the human race now has more people than the dragon race. However, in terms of the number of king-level powers, after all, the dragon clan survived a giant dragon holy king. Even though the dragon saint king has now fallen from the realm of the king. But it can't hide the fact that he was once a king-level power. But as for the human race, all the known king-level powers have fallen, leaving no one behind. Fortunately, the beast god cannot go down to the realm, otherwise Qilu would really have to ignore his future and be directly promoted to the realm of king. With systematic help, as long as the supreme throne is condensed. Presumably, the combat power he could possess on the spot would not be much weaker than that of the beast god. But this is a last resort. It is better not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. While Qilu was thinking wildly, the battle between players and World of Warcraft began to reach a stalemate. This is the most common state when dealing with the tide of Warcraft. The battle between the two sides with the largest numbers cannot be like Aoneon one fight, where the winner can be determined at once. Only by constantly consuming the opponent's troops and consuming the opponent's strength. The winner of this battle will not be determined until one of the parties shows obvious decline. During this period, the top combat forces of both sides of the battle were either watching the situation from behind the battle lines, or go to the battlefield and fight soldiers against soldiers and generals. The top combat forces do indeed pose a huge threat to these low-level combat forces. However, this threat is the same for both sides of the battle. That's why it is said that the bottom level's combat power determines the direction of the situation, while the top level's combat power determines the outcome. The final result of a race war is never a victory that only requires the top combat power of the race. Because to form a race, a large number of tribesmen are needed, not just a few people. Unless the top combat power just wants to be alone, otherwise, the outcome of the bottom combat power cannot be ignored. After all, even gods who can theoretically live forever will fall one day. If we ignore the inheritance within the race and the development of the people. When the top fighting force in the clan falls, is this race just waiting to be exterminated? Therefore, Qilu has never thought about using his own strength to fight against the entire wave of warcraft. It's not that it can't be done, it's that it can't be done. Even if the Dragon Saint King and the 10,000 years Black Turtle come, they will only agree with Qilu's idea. Then let's fight. The edge of a sword comes from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. If you can't survive this level of suffering, then why fight with the gods? Qilu thought silently in his heart. At least, in the New World mode, there is still room for error, and even if a mistake occurs, you can try your best to make up for it. Even if he is really killed in the Warcraft siege incident, he can still bearborn after waiting for a period of punishment. However, on the real battlefield, there is no such good opportunity. The battlefield filled with blood is cruel, and no one can stop this cruelty from happening. Unless, avoid fighting. However, this is impossible. There is a natural conflict of interest between gods, which is the competition for the power of faith. There are also natural conflicts of interest between gods and powerful beings who are about to be promoted to the realm of kings. Even this conflict is more violent than the conflict of interests between gods. It's like the old king-level powers suppressing the new king-level powers. This strife is often much more serious than imagined. Therefore, unless you are willing to become a believer supported by the gods, you can honestly provide the power of faith. He also has to worry all the time whether he will unfortunately become a victim due to the struggle between gods. Otherwise, use your own strength to compete with the gods. Even if he dies, he will die well and willingly. Based on the current momentum, when the wave of monsters appears, they probably won't panic. Qilu did not participate at all in this temporary event of Warcraft siege. I would specially come to the New World mode just to see the cooperation of the players. Now it seems that there are large and small guilds as the backbone to resist these monsters attacking the city. To be honest, the performance was much better than Qilu imagined. It is indeed organized and disciplined, cooperating with each other, forming affirmation with each other, and ensuring assistance from both sides. These are all coordinations practiced in various dungeons or in front of various wild bosses. It was through countless battle deaths and group annihilations, and through repeated attempts, that I gained combat experience. It can be said that the resurrection point is the most significant facility in the New World mode. Although these players cannot be like Qilu, they can stay in the trial space and practice their combat skills and combat awareness over and over again regardless of time constraints. But as long as you are in the New World mode, you can continue to train yourself without worrying about your own safety. For many large guilds, every mistake, every improper cooperation, and every flaw in every battle will be recorded by dedicated spectators. Then after it goes offline, it is discussed and then improved or made up for. And warned myself again and again that I would never make such a small mistake again in the future. Because everyone knows that if you make such a small mistake in the New World mode, the most you can do is to go to the resurrection point. But in the outside world, in a real battle, if you make such a small mistake, there will be no resurrection points. So, after initially trying out the resurrection point feature, most players regard the New World mode as a real world. Every battle will be focused on treating it as a real battle of life and death. If you can survive, you must survive. So in Qi Li's view, the players in this session are indeed hardcore players. After being trained in this way, becoming the mainstay of the human race just around the corner. Dragon Island, the road to heaven. The Dragon Saint King did not leave for long. After conveying the news to Qi Lu, he came back soon. Are you sure it's the breath of the beast god? The 10,000-year black turtle, who had been guarding the road to the sky, suddenly asked. Yes, I can't admit that disgusting smell. It's just that the beast god and this old man have always had a grudge. Store manager Qi provoked him this time. I don't know if it's good or bad. The Dragon Saint King glanced at the road to heaven with some worry. The road to heaven in the far west has been shattered. If the Xifeng realm still wants to give birth to a king-level powerful person, then this road to heaven must be preserved. This was also the most important part of the plan of the human race and the dragon race. Shatter a path to heaven and confuse the sight and hearing of those gods. Rebuild a road to heaven and retain the last glimmer of hope. Then, with the luck of heaven and earth, he completely blocked the breath of the road to heaven, preventing the gods from finding the lower bounds of the plane coordinates. That's why the Dragon clan disappeared in the eastern wasteland for so long and stayed on Dragon Island. Until now, the Dragon Holy King has revived and returned to Dragon Island to take over this most important task. Therefore, what is passed down among the Dragon clan is that the Dragon clan cannot leave Dragon Island until the Dragon Soul fire condenses and takes shape. This is actually what I'm talking about, waiting for the return of the Dragon Saint King. Now, due to an accident, Qi Lu was left with the mark of the beast god, and then returned to the eastern wasteland. What will happen next, even the Dragon Saint King and the 10,000 years black turtle, are hard to say with certainty. What Dragon Saint King and Qi Lu said about the possibility of a wave of monsters attacking was actually just a guess. After all, the beast god will definitely retaliate against the guy who duress kill the messenger he sent. As long as there is no more powerful god standing behind him, the beast god will always be killed. Regarding this point, the Dragon Saint King can be said to be the one who knows the most. The best way to fight a god is another god. Although the power law mastered by the beast god is not a powerful high-level law, its 30% perfection cannot be underestimated. At least it's easy when dealing with such small things. The wave of Warcraft is probably just the first wave of offensive. No matter what the situation is, we can only leave it to store manager Qi, right? No matter what happens, as long as the beast god cannot go down to the world, I believe that manager Qi will be able to handle these things. Hearing this, the 10,000 years black turtle said calmly. No matter how worried you are now, you can never leave the road to heaven. Otherwise, the situation will only get worse if the beast god notices the plane coordinates of the four directions realm. That's right. I went here to find the store manager, wasn't that just for this matter? As the current leader of the human race, Manager Qi has to shoulder the responsibility for the prosperity of the human race. If he doesn't even have such ability, then it can only be said that we should suffer this disaster. The Dragon Saint King nodded and quickly calmed down. You must know how powerful the human race was in ancient times. Top combat power, the most human race. The backbone of the force, the human race is the most prosperous. That is to say, the Dragon clan in its most prosperous period can be compared with them. It's a pity that now, all the races have almost disappeared, and the human race, which was the most powerful at the beginning, has become what it is now. The rise and fall of races is a normal development trend. but looking at it, there is always a feeling of sadness. So when faced with the current situation, the Dragon Saint King could only doubt what he should do. Try your best, but if something doesn't work, there's nothing you can do about it. However, Qi Lu had no idea about the expectations of the Dragon Saint King and the 10,000 years black turtle. Qi Lu is now just using the Warcraft siege incident to give customers in the store a preview of what the Warcraft wave will be like. As for more preparations, to be honest, Qi Lu didn't even know where to start. Having never faced a battle with a god, how could Qi Lu know what the beast god could do? So now I can only stay in the New World mode and see the situation. I have to say, the players are really an amazing bunch of guys. On the third day of the World of Warcraft Siege event, everyone was almost getting along. The battle damage rate has also been reduced to a minimum and has become an acceptable level. There is no way, it is absolutely impossible for this kind of war that consumes each other's troops to be without battle losses. Even if you are killing pigs and sheep, you have to guard against being hit by pigs or gored by sheep. Who has never encountered an accident? Therefore, Qi Lu is very satisfied if the battle damage rate can be controlled within an acceptable range. I just hope that when facing the real wave of Warcraft, they can control the battle loss rate to such a low range. 5% battle damage rate. When facing a real wave of Warcraft, it is a good thing if the battle loss rate can be below 30%. Qi Lu used the Store Manager mode to inspect the situation of various battlefields in the New World mode. The overall battle loss rate was less than 5%, which was simply a miracle amid a real wave of Warcraft attacks. And what Qi Lu said, the 30% comprehensive battle damage rate actually includes a lot of things. After all, there was an announcement about the opening of the Warcraft siege incident encountered in the New World mode. Moreover, with the resurrection point behind them, there was no need to panic, and everyone was able to exert their maximum fighting power. But in the outside world, when we encounter a real wave of Warcraft, just relieving tension and panic is a big deal. Not to mention the sense of oppression that arises after entering the battle. And the most important thing is Qi Lu's shop, although it is quite famous in the entire Eastern Wasteland. However, not everyone has experienced in the New World mode. If the wave of monsters sweeping across the entire Eastern Wasteland comes. So how effective can it be to disperse these players who participated in the World of Warcraft siege incident? This is something that has to be considered, and it is also what Qi Lu is most worried about. Practitioners would panic when encountering a wave of monsters, let alone ordinary people. At that time, it will take a lot of people to appease people's hearts. Just take it one step at a time. Anyway, I firmly believe that the human race cannot be defeated by the wave-off monsters. Although Qi Lu had the worst plan, he was not confused or pessimistic. How could the dignified human race disappear under the wave of monsters? The messenger who has been hidden for hundreds of years was killed like this? In the void, a throne that looked like it was made of fine steel was suspended. A strong man with a strong body and muscles as hard as rock seemed to be talking to himself. This aura is actually not a believer of several other gods. That's really interesting. When will it be the turn of those ants to interfere in the affairs between our gods? He actually went to another dimension. Did he come to steal the power off Faith? Another ant who wants to become a god. At this point, the strong man's tone suddenly changed, as if he suddenly became angry. Obviously, in the eyes of the gods, those believers are just ants that provide the power of faith. Wouldn't it be nice to be kept in those lower planes and live a quiet life? Why do you want to become a god? Because you always try to challenge the authority of the gods. A mere ant should be controlled by gods. Now, this ant has actually touched the god's cake and even tried to stand side by side with the god. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. However, I am really looking forward to seeing the desperate expression of an ant because his dream is shattered. Stealing the power of faith, stealing followers of other gods, and dreaming of becoming a god. In that case, let me accept your followers. As an ant, it is your honor to be favored by the gods. I will send down divine punishment to make you ants understand what the power of gods is. As soon as these words came out, the strong man suddenly opened his eyes and tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne with sudden force. Ding! A crisp sound came out. Circles of ripples also emanated from the throne. Ants howl and hate under the raging tide of monsters. Your delusions are the source of disaster. Eastern Wasteland, the Warcraft Forest at night. The so-called Warcraft Forest is actually just a general name for the large forest where Warcraft lives. Although these World of Warcraft forests each have a name, the changes that occurred at this moment are the same. On the horizon, circles of ripples that cannot be caught by the naked eye are scattered in these monster forests. It was scattered on the monsters in the forest. At this moment, the powerful monsters living deep in the monster forest opened their eyes almost at the same time. Roar! In an instant, the forests of monsters seemed to have some invisible connection. The monsters began to roar, as if they were welcoming something, and the roars came one after another. Those monsters that were already powerful were becoming even more powerful at this moment. As if he had an epiphany, he began to soar upward. The horrific sight made the members of the mercenary team who entered the Warcraft forest look horrified. What's going on? Why are these monsters making such a big noise all of a sudden? No, it's impossible. How do I feel that these monsters are getting stronger? Is my feeling wrong? You are right, because I have felt it too. These monsters are getting stronger. How could it be? Then what should we do now? How could I know? Since the major forces in the Eastern Wasteland have become friendly with each other, it has become increasingly rare for monsters to ravage. Especially after Gu Pingchuan and others became strong-level experts. Those monsters want to hide in the monster forest and never come out. Because the power of the human race has greatly surpassed the power of the monsters, those powerful monsters are not brainless. Since you can't beat him no matter what, why not hide? But at this moment, everything changed. The power that came from nowhere gave rise to countless strong men among the monsters. It is also vaguely affecting the consciousness of these monsters, making them hate humans. In fact, even if there is no such hint, the monsters in the Eastern Wasteland still hate the human race and want to catch them all in one fell swoop. It's just that the difference in comprehensive combat power is too far, so they have to hide in the major monster forests and eke out an ignoble existence. So after gaining tyrannical power, the original idea of Warcraft appeared again. Attack the human race. Defeat the human race. Destroy the human race. Under the hint of this power, the eyes of countless monsters became as scarlet as blood. There is only one thought left in the minds of these monsters, and that is to wipe out the human race in one fell swoop. As long as they are members of the human race, they will be eliminated. As long as it is a human city-state, it must be destroyed. Ouch! At this moment, countless monsters raised their heads and let out terrifying screams. Those mercenary teams that entered the Warcraft forest to hunt, but temporarily stationed in the Warcraft forest because it was getting late, were now in big trouble. And those caravans passing through the Warcraft forest have also become targets of attack by the Warcraft. The wave of Warcraft has begun to form at this moment. The first areas to be attacked were the areas near the major Warcraft forests. As the Cloud City was built close to the Cloud Forest, it was naturally among the first to bear the brunt. The screams of countless monsters mixed together and came from the Cloud Forest were simply earth-shattering. Qi Lu, who has been staying in the shop in Yunwu City recently, was the first person to notice this. Because the wave of Warcraft that could happen at any time is something that Qi Lu has been wary of recently. There must be no other reason for such an alarming movement. It's here so quickly, Beast God, you're so fast in taking action. although Qi Lu had expected it. But even before the temporary event of Warcraft Siege event was completed, the Warcraft wave came, which was probably a little too fast. What's this noise? What happened? Yu Shi'er and Yu Xuanxue in the next bedroom also opened the door. Looking at Qi Lu, who was the first to walk out of the room, he asked, with some confusion. Although the sound insulation effect of the store is very good, as a powerful person, it is impossible that he can't even detect such a big movement. In the cloud forest, something happened to the monster. If the predictions are correct, I'm afraid there will be a wave of Warcraft soon. Qi Lu did not tell the result directly, but speculated and analyzed it in a guessing tone. The matter of the beast god cannot be revealed for the time being, otherwise the morale will be greatly reduced and the wave of monsters will be more difficult to deal with. Warcraft Tide? Right. Qi Lu nodded, then took out his membership card and took a look. If the guess is correct, such a big movement should have affected the entire eastern wasteland. Now take a look at the public screens and forums of the communication system. As expected, they are all discussing this matter. Everyone, do you know what happened? Why are these monsters suddenly making such a fuss? Weren't they all hiding before? No way, is something big going to happen? It turns out you heard it too, I thought it was only my side. How can it be possible that it's only your side? There's movement in Huangqing City of Xingyao Empire. And my side is located in the Gulyuo Empire. Then I am Dragon Ruins. Qi Lu frowned as he looked at these exchange posts and the messages on the public screen. As expected, once the Warcraft wave begins, it will be a major event that sweeps the entire eastern wasteland. Even the Dragon Clan heard the noise, which is really interesting. Since the Dragon Clan migrated to the eastern wasteland, the Dragon Ruins have been owned by the Dragon Clan and used to build the Dragon Kingdom. After such a long time, with the abilities of the giant dragons of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Kingdom has probably been built. Now that the giant dragons have been blown out, it seems that the movement is really quite big. After all, ordinary monsters would not dare to mess with those giant dragons. This is bloodline suppression, a fear engraved in the bones. Only those monsters can be promoted to the same level of cultivation as the dragons to overcome this fear. The heroic realm or the strongman realm. I guessed it all. If the beast god wants to gather a wave of monsters, he will definitely increase the power of the monsters. With Qi Lu's perception, he could easily sense that the monsters in the cloud forest had definitely become stronger. This ability to increase the strength of Warcraft on a large scale can only be achieved by the beast god who collects the power of Warcraft faith. This is just like what Qi Lu has seen before, the method of the god of forging. Improving the strength of believers is just a matter of waving your hand and saying a word. Because the fate of heaven and earth is not a precious thing at all to the gods. Any powerhouse level peak power can continuously condense the destiny of heaven and earth, but the speed may be faster or slower. However, for gods, it doesn't matter no matter how slow the speed of condensing the destiny of heaven and earth is. Because gods have almost infinite time, they can slowly add up to a small amount. As long as believers can continue to provide the power of faith, what if they are rewarded with a little luck from heaven and earth? No impact at all. Therefore, at this moment, among the monsters in the East Wasteland, there are those who have been promoted to the heroic level, and those who have been promoted to the strong level. In terms of quantity, it is definitely the largest number except in ancient times. Even daring to challenge the majesty of the Dragon Clan is the best proof. But this is fine. Making such a big noise is at least much better than a sudden attack. So, is this the pride of a god, trying to attract followers by proving his power? Qi Lu secretly speculated in his heart, but he just happened to have an idea. The beast god demonstrates his power not only for revenge, but also to attract more believers. Wanting to collect the power of faith from Warcraft is both easy and difficult. But in Donghuang, we have exactly this condition. The rapid rise of the human race, and the overall strength and top combat power have been greatly improved, resulting in the continuous shrinking of the scope of activities of Warcraft. Even those powerful monsters that once wreaked havoc for a while were forced to retreat into the depths of the major monster forests. This suffocating feeling is definitely the greatest humiliation for the vicious monsters. But in the face of the tyrannical strength of the human race, they had to give in and then give in. It is under this situation that as long as the beast god shows his power and allows the Warcraft to defeat the human race, he will naturally gain the power of faith from a large number of Warcraft and develop a large number of believers. Most of the world of Warcraft are simple-minded guys. As long as they can get powerful power, it doesn't matter who they believe in. Anyway, in the minds of these monsters, the concept of the weak and the strong has become an implanted concept. Since gods are so powerful, it doesn't matter if they have faith. It's just because of this that the power of Warcraft's faith is not very easy to collect. Because for ordinary believers, as long as the gods occasionally show miracles, they can gain a large number of believers. Then you can raise it and enjoy the power of faith. Even miracles that occasionally appear can be spread through various channels. The impact lasts for decades, even hundreds of years. However, in World of Warcraft, things like miracles don't work. For the simple-minded Warcraft, only real benefits can make them believe in it. And the most important thing is that even if it is a real benefit, it can only affect one generation of Warcraft. When a new batch of Warcraft appeared, it was time to use the benefits to collect faith. Therefore, most gods are unwilling to deal with these unintelligent monsters because it is too troublesome. However, the beast god used this method to enter the Tao and became a king-level powerful person. Naturally, he could not abandon this practice. Or in other words, other races have no extra believers for the beast god to develop. So the beast god had to stay on this road until it was dark. This time, while punishing the heretics, they can also gain a group of believers. For the beast god, it is also a sure profit deal. Therefore, the beast god did not restrain himself at all, and did not intend to let the Warcraft attack quietly. Just kidding, a majestic god punishes an ant-like heretic and still uses tactics. Wouldn't that be a loss of face for the beast god himself? Using the pride of a beast god, attacking openly from the front, and then using absolute power to crush the pagans, to demonstrate one's unrivaled power is the proper approach. Maybe it can also attract believers from other races. No god can have too much of the power of faith. However, this kind of pride gave Qi time to prepare. Everyone is paying attention. Judging from the current situation, this is likely to be a wave of Warcraft that affects the entire eastern wasteland. The roars coming from the major Warcraft forests should be the order for the Warcraft tide to gather. So, everyone please be prepared to resist this possible wave of monsters. Qi thought for a while and sent a reminder directly on the public screen of the membership card communication system. Speaking directly about the World of Warcraft trend, some people may not believe it. But let them be prepared, and no one will doubt it. Hey, store manager, Qi isn't asleep yet? It turns out that manager Qi also heard it. By the way, there is the Cloud Forest next to Yunwu City. No wonder, store manager Qi woke up too. It seems that Yunwu City is not quiet either. Qi Lu, who was almost silent, suddenly appeared on the public screen, immediately surprising the customers who were talking about it. Then the next moment, many customers seemed to have discovered something. Warcraft tide? The wave of monsters sweeping across the entire eastern wasteland. No way, these monsters actually dare to gather together and form a wave of monsters. It's really strange. Haven't those monsters been hiding in various forests these days and don't dare to come out? Why would store manager Qi think so? But after hearing what you said, let's look at what's happening in these magical beast forests. Let's make some preparations. That's right. It's better to make some preparations so that you are prepared for any eventuality. Then let's go and notify the others now. The city guards must also hurry up. Especially the city-states near the major warcraft forests. If there is really a wave of warcraft, those places are the most dangerous. Don't worry, we know, aren't they the same monsters that we beat and retreated into the monster forest? Although these customers who were awakened by the roar of warcraft did not completely believe the warcraft wave. But out of the trust of the store manager, Chi, they still listened to the reminder and made preparations. Just because of the growth of human race's strength, all the former monsters ran into the forest. So at this moment, even if there is a possibility of a wave of warcraft, these people don't feel too nervous. By the way, when I talk about the warcraft wave, I think of the warcraft siege incident in the New World mode. It does seem a bit like it. After hearing what you said, it suddenly occurred to me that I haven't used up my points yet. What a coincidence, I haven't run out of points yet. Me too. It was clear that the wave of monsters was approaching, but these people suddenly remembered another thing. I really don't know whether to say that they have a good mentality, or that they are ignorant and fearless. But this is good, at least when facing the wave of warcraft, I won't be so nervous. You know, the most feared thing in this kind of battle of strength competition is tension and panic, which will lead to command deformation. Running to Chila's store, customers who have been trained in the New World mode are everywhere. But if it spreads to every force and every city-state, there is still no problem. There has been a preview of the Warcraft siege incident, so even if I encounters a wave of Warcraft attacks, it should not be at a loss. That way, preparation is enough. What happens next, we can only look forward to their on-the-spot performance. Chila put down the membership card in his hand and moved his eyes to the cloud forest outside Yunwu City. With Chili's perception, he could clearly sense that the magical beasts whose momentum had suddenly increased were gathering. The powerful monster hiding deep in the forest, under the impact of the sudden surge in power, began to feel inflated. The tide of warcraft began to gather, led by these powerful warcraft. Warcraft that can be promoted to the strong level are actually not bad in terms of spiritual intelligence. Although in the use of various strategies, it is still far from the human race. However, for Warcraft, as long as the attack of the Warcraft wave can be well directed, it will be a huge transformation. At most, in 3 hours, the wave of monsters will take shape. Then, Cloud Mist City will be attacked. After sensing these situations, Chila felt calmer. What is supposed to come will always come. Human beings do not need to escape, nor can they escape. They just need to face it openly and openly. Brother Chila. Don't worry, it's just a wave of monsters. It's not like we haven't encountered them in Cloud Mist City before. Chila smiled and reassured. In fact, when dealing with the wave of Warcraft, Chili's own safety has never been a concern. As long as the beast god cannot descend to the lower world, Chila will be invincible in the eastern wasteland. Even if invincibility is a debuff. What's more, even Yu Shi'er and Yu Shuangxue are also powerful at the strong level. Facing the wave of Warcraft, there is nothing to worry about. If the wave of monsters gathered this time could easily endanger the safety of powerful people. Chila could only say one thing: I am afraid that the entire eastern wasteland will be swallowed up by the wave of monsters. The reality is, however, that this scenario simply cannot happen. A strong person with great power, even in the wave of monsters, is still a leader-level existence. You know, the wave of monsters that can sweep across the entire eastern wasteland. Just thinking about it, you can know how huge it is. As for how many monsters there are in such a large-scale wave of monsters, it is only a rough estimate that they are probably in the tens of millions. This is only an approximate number. If you include the follow-up, it will cost hundreds of millions at least. If a wave of monsters of this scale has enough high-end combat power, it will not be easy to conquer the eastern wasteland. However, even for gods, it is not an easy task to increase the power of so many monsters in one go. After all, gods are not philanthropists, and they will not do anything without repayment. Even if it is for revenge, it is impossible to ignore everything. What's more, in the eyes of the beast god, for a heretic who is like an ant to take revenge in such a big way, he is already very proud. The purpose of the beast god is not to exterminate the human race. This kind of unprovoked killing is very detrimental to the development of believers. It's a pity that the beast god couldn't have imagined what he considered to be a foolproof method in the past. Then Dong Huang is indeed in trouble. Facing such a violent wave of monsters, it is impossible for the major force in the eastern wasteland to cope with it. However, now, Qi Li's store has been open for such a long time. Even though he was a little surprised at first, he was able to quickly react and organize effective resistance. Well, I know, I believe, Brother Qi Lu. Yu Shi'er nodded. Obviously, Yu Shi'er also sensed those powerful auras in the Cloud Forest. The Cloud Forest was originally just a World of Warcraft forest where some low-end Warcraft gathered, and was a training ground for students. But now, a few powerful level monsters can actually appear. It can only be said that the beast god is really quite capable. However, the will of heaven and earth in Dong Huang has not been broken. Such a big movement will definitely attract the attention of the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, it is probably impossible for the beast god to continue to assist those monsters. Qi Lu, is this wave of monsters you're talking about delicious? Yu Xuanxue followed behind and asked calmly. Then it depends on whether you are picky about food or not. Qi Lu glanced at Yu Xuanxue and replied expressionlessly. Well, for Yu Xuanxue, the tide of Warcraft is indeed similar to a buffet. After all, according to legend, civet cats feed on giant dragons, and facts prove this. Yu Xuanxue really likes to eat dragons, whether dead or alive. It's just that I haven't been able to come across it before. Later they met, and the dragon clan reconciled with the human clan. So under Qi Li's gaze, Yu Xuanxue never had time to speak. But, as a civet-eating cat, Yu Xuanxue can actually eat not only giant dragons, but also those powerful monsters. I just haven't met him before. After all, I have been staying in the store. Now there is such a big movement in the Cloud Forest, and all the monsters of strong level have come out. Of course, Yu Xuanxue was drooling a little bit. No way, as Yu Xuanxue's cultivation level is getting higher and higher, the improvement brought to her by the products in the store is already very small. As for those epic-level products, Yu Xuanxue cannot afford them now. Even though Yu Xuanxue is a game merchant and has made a big business, the number of epic-level products cannot be tolerated. The first one is the fairy and magic weapons that come out of the fairy and demon battlefield. Is that something Yu Xuanxue can eat? Of course, if you really want to eat it, Yu Xuanxue will definitely be able to eat it and digest it into your own strength. But the question is, will Qi Li give Yu Xuanxue food for such a valuable product? If Yu Xuanxue could buy it, Qi Li wouldn't be reluctant to part with it. The main thing is that the master of the fairy weapon is chosen, and the magic weapon is left to chance. Just having the spiritual crystal is not enough. It is not something that can be bought just by buying it. There was nothing Qi Li could do about this. So now, Yu Xuanxue's improvement in cultivation level can be said to be a bit stagnant. This is also the disadvantage that will be reflected in each generation of civet cats as they advance to the later stages. Because the spirit-eating cat relies solely on its own cultivation, its improvement speed is very slow. But when the level of cultivation reaches a certain level, the spirit-eating cat's requirements for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures it devours will also increase accordingly. However, the truly rare and precious treasures of heaven, materials, and earth are so common. Therefore, the civet cat will inevitably have to deal with those tyrannical creatures. The final purpose is to devour those strong men to enhance their own strength. It is for this reason that all races don't like civet cats very much, so Qi doesn't know about this. When the matter became clear later, Yu Xuanxue became more honest. Qi didn't care anymore. What happened to the civet cat? Isn't the silver-haired Lolita with cat ears cute now? She is so cute that she takes off. And now, Yu Xuanxue, who had been immersed in it for a long time, finally found another opportunity to eat at the buffet. Among the tide of monsters, Yu Xuanxue really looked down on those monsters that were not very powerful. But Yu Xuanxue is very greedy for those monsters at the strong level. Besides, the fighting power of the civet cat is very strong. Otherwise, how can we say that civet cats can hunt giant dragons? Do you really think it is just a rumor? How can it be? At the same level of cultivation, the combat effectiveness of the spirit-devouring cat is actually stronger than that of the giant dragon. It's just that Yu Xuanxue has been staying in Qi Li's shop and has little chance to show her strength. However, it can be seen from the fact that Yu Xuanxue has always been Thebiest in the New World mode. Except for Qi Lu, who can surpass Yu Xuanxue in terms of combat skills, everyone else can only accept defeat. Therefore, Qi Lu was not surprised when Yu Xuanxue suddenly asked such a question. The wave of Warcraft should be coming soon. If you want to have a buffet, you can prepare it now. Soon, Qi Lu added something pointedly. Yu Xuanxue is willing to fight against the tide of Warcraft, which is a big help. Qi Lu needs to take charge of the overall situation from the rear and pay attention to the attacks of those powerful monsters at any time. So there is no way to go deep into the front lines to help. As for the store, if something like this happens, the store in Yunwu City can only close temporarily. As for the City of Life, just explain it. This is a big crisis for the entire Eastern Wilderness. If the Eastern Wilderness and the Northern Mountains had not been unable to communicate with each other, I guess they would not have stood idly by. Wait a minute, the Eastern Wasteland and the Northern Mountains are connected to each other. Qi Lu suddenly thought of this. Because of Tianyuan, if Donghuang and Beishan Mountains want to communicate with each other, there are only two options. One is the space barrier that opens up the Tianyuan, and the other is on the Dragon Island side. The former is basically not an option. Then you can only choose the latter. Looking for reinforcements from the Northern Mountains, I'm really a little genius. Qi Lu thought about it carefully and felt that it was quite feasible. And the reinforcements from the Northern Mountains don't need to be too many, just let the top combat forces come over. Anyway, Donghuang has no shortage of low-end combat power. What's more, the number of reinforcements with low-end combat power is too small, and it has no big effect. Lan Qi should be familiar with the passage on Dragon Island, so just let Lan Qi take a trip. As he spoke, Qi Lu took out his membership card and contacted Lan Qi, who didn't know where he was. Manager Qi? What do you want from me in the middle of the night? Lan Qi quickly accepted the connection request and didn't seem to be asleep. You should have heard the strange movements of the monsters. Qi Lu got straight to the point. Anyway, both parties are so familiar with each other, so at this time, it's better to skip the unnecessary pleasantries. I heard it. Does Manager Qi know what happened? Lan Qi nodded, and then asked another question. It would be strange if Lan Qi didn't hear such a loud noise. Of course I know what happened. In fact, it's not a big problem. It's just the revenge of the beast god. Qi Lu shrugged and said lightly. Regarding matters from ancient times, Lan Qi, who holds the Holy King's token, is also qualified to know. Speaking of which, the Dragon Saint King probably trained Lan Qi as his successor. After all, the Bright Dragon King's character was not suitable for taking over the will of the Dragon Holy King. There is more than enough success, but not enough progress. On the contrary, Lan Qi's character is very suitable for leading the Dragon Clan to a broader world. It's just that his personality is a bit too loose and needs more training. Therefore, Qi did not hide anything about the beast god, but described the matter as simply as possible. What? Beast god? Lan Qi didn't know any beast gods. He was just a little shocked when he heard that it was about gods. Awesome, store manager Qi, I haven't seen you for a while, and you've already offended the gods. However, after a short moment of silence, Lan Qi didn't feel any nervousness, and instead spoke with some exaggeration. It can only be said that Lan Qi's brain circuit is indeed different from ordinary people. But think about it, the Dragon Clan believes in the Dragon Saint King. This is also the reason why the Dragon Saint King was able to achieve Viking level realm. He gained the power of faith from the Dragon Clan. Therefore, after hearing about the feud between the Beast God and the Dragon Saint King, it was normal for Lan Qi not to want to see the Beast God. But, Lan Qi, is now the time to say this? Qi Lu asked helplessly. It seems like it really isn't the right time. Lan Qi laughed sarcastically and said with some embarrassment, then store manager Qi is looking for me now. What's the matter? I should ask you to go to the northern mountains to find reinforcements. At this moment, Shauna, who was staying next to Lan Qi, spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, it seemed that Shauna's brain was much better than Lan Qi's. Shauna is right, it's true. I can't predict the beast god's methods, so I can only prepare as much as possible. While Qi Lu was speechless to Lan Qi, he also expressed his affirmation to Shauna. That's right, no problem, I'll take care of it. Lan Qi seemed to have woken up from a dream, and patted his chest vigorously as a guarantee. This is not a big problem. In the early days of the raging Warcraft wave, Lan Qi's level of combat power was not yet needed. But Qi Lu didn't know how much preparation the beast god had made. He could only say that he was well prepared. Then I'll trouble you. After Qi Lu finished speaking, he saw Lan Qi hang up the communication. He probably went back to Dragon Island. Then it's all about waiting. Qi Lu has already reminded what should be reminded, and all the major forces in the eastern wasteland should be ready. The wave of monsters is really coming. Store manager Qi's guess is correct, it's really a wave of Warcraft. If it hadn't been for store manager Qi's reminder, something big would have happened. It's the same on our side. The wave of monsters has appeared on the plain outside the city-state. The noise coming from the World of Warcraft forest here is getting louder and louder. It turns out to be a wave of monsters. But why is there a wave of monsters at this time? Who knows? Warcraft have never had a good impression of humans. It's not surprising at all to cause a wave of Warcraft. That's right, these damn monsters must have done this, because they couldn't bear to see the human race getting stronger and stronger. In that case, then we should let these damn monsters know who is the real master of Dan Huang. On the public screen, the emotions of the customers became more and more intense. But no one showed any fear. Nervousness and excitement are inevitable, after all, it is such a major event as the Warcraft wave. In the end, all this tension and excitement will turn into high-spirited fighting spirit, vented on those monsters. Humans and Warcraft have always been at odds. For a long time, the relationship has been that of hunter and prey. Of course, the positions of the hunter and the prey are not fixed. Whichever side is stronger is the hunter. The relationship that has been soaked in blood and tears for a long time is what it is now. Although it can't be said that they will fight to the death, once they meet, they will definitely be facing each other with swords. But what does it matter? The human race now is not the human race in the past, and there is no fear of Warcraft. For hardcore players in the New World mode, this is not just playing house, but really training yourself. Even in the face of the World of Warcraft wave, it is just a good time to verify your growing strength. After all, no matter how realistic the New World mode is, the facility of Resurrection Point is an irrefutable fact. When you know that you will not really die, you will always feel unscrupulous when fighting. So the training in the New World mode, although very effective, just lacks the tension of a life-and-death fight. This is completely different from Qi Li's training in the trial space. Qi Li's dedicated trial space is a good thing, specially provided by the system. Even the feeling of death is the most real one. At least the pain Qi Li felt was real. In the beginning, Qi Li's training in the trial space often made him feel like he was really dead. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been having nightmares for a long time after leaving the trial space. Fortunately, I became more familiar with it and got used to it, so this didn't happen again. However, the nightmare that was still fresh in his memory was still something Qi Li didn't want to recall. Now, for players in the New World mode, the real World of Warcraft wave is the best experience. This is the real life and death fight. Before Qi Li's shop became famous throughout the Eastern Wasteland, these people were all ruthless people who survived various battles. Mercenaries, city guards, border guards, various idol cultivators, disciples of major forces, students, etc. Except for a small number of rich second-generation young men who came to hang out. Others have experienced real battles. But later, as the power of the human race continued to increase, there were fewer and fewer races that could challenge the majesty of the human race. So these combatants took some time off and began to calm down and hone themselves in the New World mode. And now, the arrival of the Warcraft wave has also aroused their long-dormant passion. For the sake of humanity, they are fearless. System, do me a favor and turn on the customer live broadcast function. As Qi Li spoke, he posted another sentence on the public screen of the membership card communication system. All city-states or regions that have encountered a wave of Warcraft, if there are people there and it is convenient, can start a live broadcast to help others understand this situation and better deal with the wave of Warcraft. System, understood, the live broadcast function has been enabled. As soon as these words came out, the public screen of the membership card exchange system instantly started to boil. Store manager Qi is so awesome, he actually turned on the live broadcast function. Everyone, please show your respective situations through live broadcast now. Summarize all aspects of the situation, and then coordinate the command together. Store manager Qi always comes up with such good ideas. Qi Li demonstrated the live broadcast function in detail a long time ago when it was used to teach customers. However, later on, the communication system forum was added to the membership card, and the live broadcast function gradually disappeared. After all, everyone has to practice cultivation, so who has time to watch the live broadcast? Furthermore, the live broadcast function enabled by Qi Li is just for fun and does not bring any profit. Except for those boring young men, not many people use this thing. Because there is nothing good to live broadcast. On the other hand, those young men who have nothing to do, can still broadcast a live broadcast of feasting and drunkenness. But just because the live broadcast function is gone, it doesn't mean that Noon will use it. After some discussion, countless live broadcast rooms sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Simply pull up the public screen to see previews of these live broadcast rooms. Almost all the city-states, regions, and major forces in the entire Eastern Wasteland can be found in these live broadcast rooms. It has to be said that Qi Li's shop is really famous throughout the Eastern Wasteland, no one knows about it, and no one knows about it. A cursory glance at the live broadcast room can identify all the slightly famous forces. As for big forces like the 3 major empires or the 3 major academies, let alone that. It is basically a top-notch existence, and it can be ranked at the top based on the number of viewers. As soon as the live broadcast content came out, the wave of Warcraft sweeping across the entire Eastern Wasteland also showed its true colors. The revenge of the Beast God is truly terrifying. Although among them, there is also the hatred of the human race by the Warcraft itself. The power bestowed by the beast god is only a catalyst to amplify this hatred. However, if it hadn't been for the beast god to make such a move, this group of monsters that had retreated into the depths of the major monster forests would never have been able to do such a thing. It's just that the sudden increase in power has made their ambitions expand. And this ambition really affected all the Warcraft, giving them the idea of challenging the human race. And with the blessing of the surge in power, this idea was put into action. This scene is also vividly reflected in various live broadcast rooms. The overwhelming wave of monsters swept over like a black sky. The rising smoke covered the sky and covered the sun, like a huge dark cloud, coming quickly. The horrific scene is the same in every live broadcast room. It can only be said that these Warcraft's simple minds, at this time, have surprisingly consistent ideas. He has a simple mind and his thoughts are naturally simple. Once you have gained tyrannical power, you must get back what you lost on the spot, without delaying even a moment. This is the true thought of many Warcraft. As a result, most of the areas and city-states close to the major Warcraft forests, or the bases of major forces, were immediately attacked by the wave of Warcraft. Other areas that received the warning were also immediately prepared to resist the wave of Warcraft. This is really spectacular. So many monsters were released in one go. After this battle, I'm afraid there won't be any more monsters raging in the next few hundred years. Sheila looked at the pictures in these live broadcast rooms and couldn't help but mutter to himself. This is no joke. To end this wave of monsters, the entire human race has participated in the battle. To put it bluntly, after this battle, at least half of the monsters in the entire eastern wasteland will disappear. Even 2/3 is not impossible. Before this, Warcraft was already weak and suppressed by the human race. Now, with the power of the beast god, they are trying to take down the human race and regain the dominance of the eastern wasteland. What happens if it fails? It's very simple. From now on, it can no longer pose a threat to the human race. So in this battle, if you don't succeed, you will succeed. The beast god wants to punish the ants who dare to kill his apostles and attempt to seize the power of faith. Warcraft wants to take down the human race and regain their status. The two parties hit it off immediately, which led to this wave of Warcraft invasion. Then the human race can only respond to them and use their own strength to respond to them. What does it mean to be whimsical? What a spectacular wave of monsters. Although I know that you are dissatisfied with the human race, you should also know that the human race is also dissatisfied with the Warcraft. Gu Pingchuan looked at the incoming wave of monsters, narrowed his eyes slightly, and spoke slowly. After learning about this incident, the powerful humans of the human race rushed to the major battlefields to help deal with the wave of Warcraft. It is almost enough for each main battlefield to have a strong man to preside over the overall situation. Even if the power of the monster wave is too strong, a strong man cannot cope with it. But there is nothing wrong with just trying to delay time. Here, you need to rely on the live broadcast room to broadcast the situation in each battlefield in real time. And use this information as the basis for dispatch and command. In comparison, although the scope of the Warcraft wave was huge, it swept across the entire eastern wasteland. But when it comes to command, the waves of monsters attacking all forces are purely fighting on their own. If you can break it, break it. If you can't break it, you will die on the spot. As for support, for Warcraft, it simply does not exist. On the Brilliant Academy side, on the battlefield against the wave of Warcraft, the person in charge of the overall situation is Gu Pingchuan. Speaking of which, those city-states or regions far away from the major Warcraft forests seem quite lucky at this time. With other city-states acting as border walls, there is basically no need to worry about the threat of the wave of Warcraft. But not worrying and not preparing are two different things. After all, in the eastern wasteland, monsters may appear anywhere. It's just a different scale. Just like a huge forest of monsters, the number of monsters that can be accommodated by a mountain is completely different. In this kind of city-state or region far away from the Warcraft forest, the most important thing to pay attention to is the small group of Warcraft attacks. It was different from the overwhelming momentum of the large wave of monsters. The most disgusting thing about a small group of monster attacks is that they are unexpected. This is the most annoying point. Sudden attacks are always the hardest to guard against. Although the damage caused is not large, there is a fear that there will be a situation where the inside should cooperate with the outside, resulting in a gap in the human race's defense line. Fortunately, the human race has rich experience in this type of war. On the main battlefield, dispatch powerful men to take charge. In other places, different numbers of hero-level powerhouses will be deployed to garrison based on specific circumstances. Speaking of which, among the current human race, there may not be many powerful ones. The first is Ling Ao, the Fire Emperor of the Huanyuan Empire, who is considered the strongest among the newly promoted powerhouses. And juxtaposed with it is Gu Pingchuan, the Dean of Brilliant College. Then there are the Sword Emperor and Yu Feng of the Goryeo Empire, as well as the Paladin and the White-Clothed High Priest of the Xingyao Empire. As well as the Dean of Dadi College, Banjing, and the Dean of Pinnacle College, Rengongxiao. Then came the sect forces. Bailey Fenghua, the leader of the Sword Control sect, and Lu Jingya, the elder. I heard that another elder, Yu Qifeng, is also about to break through. He is indeed the strongest sect force. In fact, in the Huanyuan Empire, the third prince Ling Xiao is also steadily moving towards the strong level. Otherwise, why would Ling Ao want to let Ling Xiao succeed him? It's not just because among the three princes, Ling Xiao has the highest level of cultivation. It's just a pity that the eldest prince and the fourth prince's calculations finally came true for Ling Xiao. And the others may be those from Lan Ye's team. This is the real protagonist team. Lan Yi, Lan Qing'er, Lan Zi'er, and Mainland Qingqi are already at the strong level. The other three are not bad either. They have been wandering in the heroic realm for a long time. What they lack is the opportunity. I really don't know how these 7 people got together. Could it be the unique attraction between the protagonists in the legend? Thinking of this, even Qi Lu felt a little envious. Speaking of which, to become the captain of Lan Ye's team, Lan Ye's status is probably no worse than that of Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er. Qi Lu couldn't notice it before, nor did he feel anything different about Lan Yi. However, after knowing who the figure was guarding on the broken road to heaven, the feeling was different. In ancient times, the human race had a king-level power, the Overlord. With such a great background, after seeing Lan Yi, he did not pass on the inheritance to her. Instead, it was said that Lan Yi had a better inheritance, waiting for her to get it. What is this concept? The Overlord is a real king-level powerful person, a ruthless person who can confront the gods. Does Lan Yi also have a special identity? But Qi Lu didn't know about this. But all in all, Qi Lu has figured out that the treatment of the protagonist team is different. They are the children of luck. No wonder the benefits are all in favor of Team Lanya. It's naturally like fate. But then I thought about it, wouldn't a system that could fish out the Overlord's inheritance be even more powerful? System, host, this system has sensed that you seem to be praising this system. System, this shows that you, host, are very discerning. When I'm thinking about something, can your Ruby system stop peeking into my thoughts? Qi Lu said expressionlessly. I really can't get used to this kind of thing. I can't get used to it no matter what. A peak is a peak, could you please stop being so narcissistic? Even if your narcissism is well-founded, you should be humble. But one thing is right. Regardless of the treatment of the protagonist team, in the final analysis, it is not bought from Qi Li's store. In this way, we are the black hands behind the protagonist and promoting the development of the plot. no matter what, you have to be better than the protagonist. So Qi Lu doesn't really care about this matter. I mention this mainly because Lan Ye's team also participated in the war. In this wave of Warcraft attacks, they also became the main force in charge of the overall situation. The four powerful men are naturally divided into four groups. Orchid Leaves are in a group alone. Lan Qing'er and Yojiao were in a group, one far away and one close. Lan Zier and Fei Shui were paired together, mainly because Lan Zier was not good at commanding and asked Fei Shui to help. Finally, there is a group of Nailan Qingqi and Xiaoya. This is what is left. However, there is nothing wrong with Nailan Qingqi's commanding ability, so it doesn't matter if they are divided like this. One mercenary team supported four main battlefields, which is considered a legend. However, the status of these four girls is greater than the last. If you really want to tell them, they may be more legendary than legends. Wait, identity. Thinking of this, an idea flashed in Qi Li's mind, and he suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, Lan Ye's background has already involved Overlord, a king-level power from ancient times. As for Nailan Qingqi, to be honest, it should have been inherited by the Ice Spirit Holy King, another king-level power in the human race in ancient times. Bloodline of Ice, that's not a joke. Since it has already involved the king-level powers from ancient times, can we say that? This was originally the layout that Ice Spirit Saint King and others had been planning since ancient times. And Lan Yi, Nailan Qingqi, and others are just chess pieces in this layout. If you think about it this way, it's quite reasonable. The fate of the protagonist team is due to the layout of those powerful king-level players. I don't know what kind of laws those king-level powers in the human race had in ancient times. And to what extent has the law pattern been perfected? Qi Lu doesn't know these questions. But after thinking about this, Qi Lu increasingly felt that this was a possibility. Maybe among the group of king-level powerful beings, there is someone who possesses the laws of calculation. After all, the law is so mysterious that Qi Lu has never been exposed to it and does not know the specific situation. But if it is true as Qi Lu guessed, the members of Lan Ye's team might be one of the main forces fighting against the gods. I just don't know how far the combat effectiveness of this main force has developed. But this kind of thing is not something that should be thought about now. What should be done now is to deal with the tide of Warcraft and put an end to beast gods' methods. After that, I had time to think about how to fight against the gods. Speaking of this, now it can be considered that all the strong level powers of Donghuang have been displayed and joined in various main battlefields. The beast god has already lost his son, and now it is time for Qi Lu to lose his son. There is a saying that the beast god has spared no effort in improving the overall strength of Warcraft. Even though the human race has become so powerful, it still feels a little stretched when it comes to actually facing the tide of Warcraft. Fortunately, it's not just the number of strong level powers that have increased. Among the human race in the Eastern Wasteland, there are many more hero-level experts than before. After all, the hero-level realm does not involve the luck of heaven and earth, and the difficulty of promotion is relatively low. Therefore, the number of hero-level powerhouses now has increased exponentially compared to the past. It is precisely because of this that the various city-states and regions of the human race can withstand the impact of the wave of Warcraft. If the situation of the human race was still the same as before, I am afraid that it would have been overwhelmed by the wave of monsters. However, the current human race has more power than that. The monsters are coming, so we don't need to be polite. Take out all the pet cards. In order to draw SSR level pet cards, I attached the awakened pet cards. Today I finally put them to use. Brothers, take out all the pet cards you don't usually use. The pet card I have been saving for a long time has been waiting for a long time. As I said before, the A-level pet cards and B-level pet cards that have awakened 5 times have long been on the streets. In order to draw SR-level pet cards, SSR-level pet cards, and these incidental products, I don't know how much I have accumulated. It's just that there is no war at ordinary times, so these low-quality pet cards are kept in his hands. Some people even have hundreds of fully graduated A-level pet cards in their hands. Now is the time to use it. Moreover, even if the A-level pet card and the B-level pet card were sacrificed and broken, it would not hurt at all. Because low-quality pet cards are now just like gifts, with basically no value at all. But it is the best combat power to fight against the tide of Warcraft. At this moment, the top of the battlefield was almost obscured by pet cards all over the sky. Countless pet cards were thrown out, falling down like a downpour. Then he transformed into various pets and roared towards the wave of monsters. These damn monsters dare to compete with us in strength. It's really funny. With store manager Chi here, when have we ever lost a battle over quantity? Wow, this is the work of that brother. He was even willing to take out the Flame Spirit pet card. If I read it correctly, it should still be a Flame Spirit pet card that has been awakened once. This is so lucky. The constant flow of pet cards has indeed alleviated the disadvantage of the human race's lack of troops. It also completely blocked the offensive of the wave of Warcraft from the outermost defense line, and could no longer advance even half a step forward. The cruel battlefield is like a huge meat grinder, harvesting lives. The process is simple to say. But what is really invested is the lives of countless people. Those monsters also became ruthless, knowing that if this operation failed, they might no longer have a foothold in the East Wasteland. Therefore, the momentum of the attack is even more violent. With a belief that death is inevitable, they continue to charge. Countless troops were invested in the battlefield. Whether it is the human race or the Warcraft side. Through the live broadcast room, Chi Lu, who was watching the situation on the major battlefields, suddenly raised his head. Beast God, one day, I will make you pay for what you have done this time. Chi Lu is not a person with a Holy Mother's heart, but seeing the human race members dying one after another, Chi Lu feels uncomfortable. From their respective standpoints, perhaps what the Beast God did was not wrong. But why would Chi Lu think about the problem from the perspective of the Beast God? Since they are enemies, as long as Chi Lu is strong enough, there is no possibility of Chi Lu forgiving the Beast God. And repelling the tide of Warcraft is the first step. Quick, quick, everyone, follow me. Don't be reluctant to throw out the pet card. After this wave of monsters passes, the magic cores you can get will be enough for you to draw countless pet cards. Also take out all the healing elixirs and give them to the brothers on the front line. Equipment, the knights and warriors at the front, remember to put on my equipment neatly. Where's the pastor? Where's the pastor? Follow me. Don't be afraid of insufficient magic power, the elixir is sufficient. On the battlefield, roars and roars were like flash floods and tsunamis. The human generals roared at the top of their lungs, and the sound of war drums rolled in like thunder. The command flags at the front and rear of the line waved in response to each other, commanding the situation on the battlefield and regulating the movement of troops. On the battlefield, the sound was like thunder and deafening. He only commanded by roaring, even if it was mixed with fighting spirit, few people could hear him. Moreover, in such a fierce battle, few people would listen to the commander's orders and only knew how to complete their tasks. Knights and warriors are responsible for charging into the battle, rushing to the front to withstand the impact of the wave of monsters. The magicians and archers are doing their best from the rear, responsible for annihilating the enemy. Auxiliary classes such as priests are dedicated to protecting the warriors and knights in front. All kinds of treatment and protection methods were used, and together with the elemental magicians in front, the gorgeous magic elements dyed the sky colorful, exuding a soul-stirring charm. However, under this boundless beauty, there are corpses all over the mountains and plains, and rivers of blood. Looking up is heaven, looking down is hell. The two pictures are obviously very inconsistent, but when put together, there is no sense of abruptness at all. As if it was always meant to be. However, the cruelty of the battlefield is indeed like this. The overwhelming tide of monsters appears like there is no end to it. No matter how many monsters fell in front, even if the corpses piled up into mountains and formed a new line of defense, there was no hesitation at all. Although it is said that the defensive side is indeed easier than the offensive side. But when the physical fitness of the two warring parties is not equal, it is a different matter. The physical strength of warcraft is definitely stronger than that of humans. Especially when the number of warcraft far exceeds that of humans, the competition is to see who can hold on longer. It is no exaggeration to say that it is normal for this war that swept the entire eastern wasteland to last for a month or two. Even these battlefields are like meat grinders that look like abyss, devouring the forces of both warring parties without restriction. No one will back down. The racial war is so cruel. Comparatively speaking, the challenges faced by the human race this time are far greater than any previous ones. At least there is still the possibility of peaceful coexistence among highly intelligent races, and it will not be a dead end unless it is a last resort. However, there is basically no possibility of peaceful coexistence between humans and monsters. This has been the case for thousands of years. Either we don't meet, and when we meet, it's basically a battle. Therefore, facing the incoming wave of monsters, the human race never thought that this battle might be ended early. Only when these damn monsters are beaten down until they are unable to fight anymore will this battle truly end. Therefore, the human race invested no effort in terms of troops and various materials on the battlefield. Troops can be recruited again and materials can be reproduced. But if this battle is defeated, then there will be nothing. So there is no need to save at all, just take what you have, and you must keep up with combat supplies. Fortunately, all major forces have the habit of hoarding supplies. Chi Li's shop has been open for such a long time, and various forces, big and small, have come here to purchase goods many times. All kinds of elixirs, weapons, armors, accessories, title badges, and other products are all piled up in their logistics warehouse. Basically, there is no restriction on the type, just the quantity, and you need to get the items first. Anyway, there is no shortage of spiritual crystals and magic cores, so you can buy as many as you can. What's more, these things have no shelf life and will not go bad even if they are stored for decades. It just so happens that I can also help the store manager clear the inventory, killing two birds with one stone, so why not do it? It comes in handy now. This kind of competition in terms of military strength to see who can sustain a longer battle has huge demands on logistics. There is no doubt that in addition to surprise attacks and quick attacks, logistics has a greater impact on the frontal battlefield than imagined. Once logistics can no longer hold on, everything else will be empty talk. This is also the biggest difference between humans and Warcraft. Warcraft is a thing that lives in the major Warcraft forests. It is the law of the jungle that preys on the strong. There is no need for such things as logistics, because the corpses scattered all over the mountains and plains can also be used as food for monsters. Moreover, all kinds of equipment are also things that Warcraft does not need. For Warcraft, the best weapons are their own fangs and claws. However, the human race is not good at it. It cannot do what Warcraft does, so it has high logistics requirements. You know, in terms of individual combat effectiveness, among all races, the human race has always been ranked in the middle and lower reaches. This is an irrefutable fact, let alone competing with World of Warcraft physically. However, the real strength of the human race lies in wisdom. If the combat power is insufficient, a variety of weapons and armors are used to make up for it. If your cultivation speed is not fast enough, then create various powerful cultivation methods to speed up your cultivation. If individual strength is not strong enough, then learn to rely on the strength of the group. Therefore, in this battle, the difference between humans and Warcraft was perfectly reflected. That is, the confrontation between wisdom and brute force. There was a solid stalemate. Qi Lu, who stayed in Yunwu City, felt this deeply. The strong-level monsters who were watching the battle behind the wave-off monsters were eyeing the powerful ones with the same cultivation level in Yunwu City. But they never took action and just let the wave of monsters in front consume Yunwu City's troops. Speaking of which, as Qi Li's shop became famous in the eastern wasteland, Yunwu City, which was originally located on the border of the Huangyuan Empire, became a world-famous large city-state. The strong men from the entire eastern wilderness are gathering towards Yunwu City. Correspondingly, the scale of Yunwu City is getting larger and larger, and it is becoming more and more prosperous. In terms of force value, it will naturally not lag behind. It is definitely much stronger than most city-states. It's just that in normal times, there are too many strong-level powerful people coming to Cloud Mist City, so it can't be reflected at all. However, when facing the wave of Warcraft, the city guards of Cloud Mist City will not be merciful. What he displayed was definitely the demeanor of a first-class strong army above the eastern wilderness. Even compared to those border guards who have experienced hundreds of battles, they are not inferior at all. In addition, Qi Li's store is located in Yunwu City, which makes it more convenient to replenish various supplies. However, even so, Cloud Mist City did not take advantage at all when facing the impact of the wave of Warcraft. From here, we can infer what the situation is like in other city-states or where major forces are based. Perhaps the city guards of some city-states are more effective than the city guards of Yunwu City. But if you really count them, they are only a handful. And those city-states are almost all at the level of the Imperial City. Those places will definitely be taken care of by the Warcraft tide, and the situation is not much better than that of Cloud Mist City. Maybe even worse. This is evident. How huge is the scale of the wave of monsters that swept through the entire eastern wasteland this time? Although Qi Lu has tried his best to overestimate the craftsmanship of the beast god, when faced with it, the power of the god is indeed unparalleled. Even if it poses no threat to Qila itself, is it that simple to destroy Eris? In the eyes of gods, so-called believers are nothing more than tools that provide them with the power of faith. It has become a common thing for gods to be unkind. It's no wonder that the Dragon Saint King and the others want to fight against the gods. Shao Shu, if you want to take action, you can start now. Qi Li's eyes fell on the direction outside Yunwu City, where the wave-off monsters was attacking. Humans and Warcraft are still in a stalemate, and both sides are constantly consuming their own forces, trying to make the situation clearer. However, such huge casualties may be nothing to Warcraft. After all, the fecundity of Warcraft is well known. But for the human race, if they continue to consume like this, they don't know how long it will take to recuperate before they can recover. Therefore, Qi Lu feels that priority should be given to providing an opportunity to break the current deadlock. And for this opportunity, the best choice is Yu Shuangxue. As a spirit-eating cat, Yu Shuangxue is actually more inclined to Warcraft in terms of form. Let Yu Shuangxue take action and devour the monsters, just like the rebellion between the monsters. It is a boost to the morale of the human race, but it is unclear whether it can damage the morale of the Warcraft. But none of this matters. The most important reason why Qi Lu asked Yu Shuangxue to take action was to provoke a battle between powerful men. Since the situation is at a stalemate, let's start the duel with high-end combat power in advance. The biggest source of confidence for the Warcraft tide is none other than those powerful Warcraft at the powerhouse level. This is also the most critical part of the power bestowed by the beast god. To create a magical beast with a strong level, in addition to ordinary strength, it also needs to be given the luck of heaven and earth. And the stronger the monster that is created at the strong level, the more luck from heaven and earth it needs. But when these powerful level monsters are killed in battle, their destiny will not be returned to the beast god. Instead, he will stay in this world, either absorbed by the will of heaven and earth, or absorbed by other strong people. Therefore, if we are alert to this point, the number of strong level monsters created by the beast god is not particularly large. In addition to the lack of profit, there are also other concerns. Randomly disturbing the world below is quite taboo among the gods. You must know that the original intention of the gods to break the will off heaven and earth is not to leave the fate of heaven and earth behind. The beast god is acting randomly like this. It would be better if the movement is small, but if the movement is loud, it will definitely attract other gods. After all, here in the East Wasteland, no god has ever developed a pure land for believers. That's why Qi Lu will provoke a battle with high-end combat power in advance. Because not only the beast god didn't want other gods to notice, but Qi Lu didn't want it either. Just one beast god is so troublesome. If other gods intervene, the consequences will be unimaginable. I just don't know what kind of methods the beast god will use after repelling the wave of monsters. But thinking of this, Qi Lu remembered another god. That is the god of war who once sent his apostles to the northern mountains. I don't know why, but after the death of the apostle, the god of war has been silent. Anyway, Qi Lu didn't believe that the god of war would have such a big belly. If you say you don't care about this kind of slap in the face, don't care about it. However, Qi Lu had some guesses as to the general reason. That is, there is no way to reach the sky in the northern mountains, so the god of war cannot descend to the lower world. And unlike the beast god, the followers of the god of war are mainly concentrated among highly intelligent races. There is no believer base within the northern mountains. Therefore, even if the god of war wants to exact revenge like the beast god, it would be difficult for him to do so. On the contrary, it is the beast god, because the believers are mainly concentrated among the monsters. These simple-minded guys are simply too confusing. That's why the current wave of Warcraft has begun to attack the human race. Having said this, Qi Lu is quite grateful for the efforts of the Dragon Saint King and the 10,000 Years Black Turtle. If they didn't guard the road to the sky, there would really be a big problem. Should we take action now? Wouldn't it be a good idea? Yu Xuanxue pouted after hearing this. This is because I have been in the store for a long time, and the longer I stay, the lazier I am. If you don't take action soon, those powerful monsters will be snatched away by others. Qi Lu shrugged and spoke slowly. Really, then we should start early. Yu Xuanxue stood up immediately. Although Yu Xuanxue is a bit bully and afraid of the strong, these monsters are not serious enemies. Therefore, Yu Xuanxue did not shirk the blame. If she said she wanted to take action, it would be quite enjoyable. After replying to Qi Lu, he opened the store door and ran out. Very good. If we continue to consume like this, we will lose the mainstay of the human race. Warcraft doesn't need a future, but humans haven't given up yet. Qi Lu looked at Yu Xuanxue's running back and whispered to himself slowly. Maybe if the stalemate continues for a month or two, the troops will be almost exhausted. Then let the top combat forces duel to determine the winner. But the people lost by the human race cannot be replaced so easily. Because before this, the Warcraft was suppressed by the human race. After accepting the power of the beast god, if it fails, it will become benevolence. Therefore, no matter how heavy the casualties were, they were still within the acceptable range of Warcraft. After all, the worst situation for Warcraft would be to be defeated by humans again. So this time, there is no room for them in the entire Eastern Wasteland. So a mere casualty is nothing. But the human race is different. The human race still has a future. We have finally cultivated so many mainstays. If we lose them all this time, we will be back to the period of insecurity. This is something Qi Lu cannot accept. In this case, let's simply speed up the battle process. Outside Yunwu City. The wave of monsters continued to attack the defense line of the Cloud Mist City guards without stopping. The residents living in Yunwu City looked at the battlefield outside the city wall with worried faces. But there was no fear, no panic. Even though there is tension in his eyes, his behavior is very calm. Because the residents of Cloud Mist City believe that the city guards can handle such a wave of monsters. So there is no need to panic and put a greater burden on the city guards. This situation also occurs in many city-states. The reason is that the human race is getting stronger and stronger and has accumulated confidence. For any race to have the confidence to remain stable in times of crisis, it needs unparalleled strength. And this was already realized by the human race when they defeated the dragon race. Even the legendary dragon clan is no match for the human race. So what does the mere tide of Warcraft mean? It is precisely because of this confidence that the greatest pressure for this wave of Warcraft comes from the frontal battlefield. The ordinary people at the rear actually helped solve many logistical problems. This is also the most ideal state in a war. There is no need for all the people to be soldiers. After all, fighting against Warcraft still requires sufficient combat power. When ordinary people fight against monsters, they are just adding to the chaos. The truly ideal state should be for everyone to do what they can. The cultivators went to the frontal battlefield to meet the enemy, while ordinary people who did not have much combat power provided the logistics. I don't know when this wave of monsters will end. After the rotation, the soldiers who were eating looked at the wave of monsters outside the defense line and couldn't help but sigh. Who knows, these damn monsters can just hide in those monster forests. You have to challenge the power of our human race. After this battle is over, I must kill all these damn monsters. A knight next to him chewed the stewed bones into pieces and said viciously. It looked like he was biting the flesh of those monsters. That's right, we should let this group of monsters who don't know the heights off the sky know what the consequences will be if they challenge the human race. The people sitting next to him echoed. Dong dong dong. The sound of war drums sounded like thunder. The soldier who was eating took the last bite of rice into his mouth and put down the lunchbox in his hand. Okay, stop talking, the drums are ringing, it's time for us to gather. In order to cope with the never-ending offensive of the monster wave, even if you eat, you can only eat in rotation. Because those monsters will not give their opponents any time to rest, whether it is day or night. Before defeating the enemy, the wave of monsters will continuously attack the enemy's defense line. Brothers, hurry up. It's the turn of the brothers behind you to eat. Coming. Damn monster. Although there are complaints or abuses on the lips, they are just to vent their emotions. When the war drum sounded, the order was issued. Whether it was the city guards, the idle cultivators who rushed over, or the mercenaries who volunteered to join the battle, they immediately rushed to the front line without any hesitation. Fighting against the tide of Warcraft is the responsibility of the entire human race, not the task of certain individuals. So at this moment, every member of the human race is a force. Hey, that's... Just as everyone hurried to gather, a surprised voice came out. Hearing the sound, everyone turned around and saw an excited cat-eared Lala running towards the front line excitedly. Wait a minute, little girl, in front of you is... Someone was about to give a reminder, but was suddenly covered by the person next to him. Stop talking, don't you know who she is? Who? It's from Manager Chi's store. The person next to me gave a hint. Those who were unaware of the situation suddenly realized. It turns out they are people from Manager Chi's store. That's okay. Those guys are much better than me. There was no way, Yu Shuangshua's time in the store in Donghuan was too short, and she basically stayed in the northern mountains. If you are a customer from the northern mountains, you will probably be able to recognize Yu Shuangshua's identity when you see the pair of cat ears. Even store manager Chi has taken action, so we are sure to win this timeless Warcraft wave. Of course, how powerful store manager Qi is, that is the pride of our human race. The people who suddenly became excited began to discuss. And Yu Xuanxue, who ran out happily, also ran to the front line of the battlefield. Along the way, there were always people who could recognize Yu Xuanxue's identity, so no one came to block the way without looking at her. The overwhelming tide of monsters immediately made Yu Xuanxue's eyes light up. Although the quality of this buffet is not very good, the quantity makes up for it. Sure enough, I should have come out early. I haven't been able to eat so happily for a long time. Yu Xuanxue recalled her life in the store. There was something to eat, but it was not entirely enjoyable. Thinking of this, Yu Xuanxue no longer hesitated, and the aura on her body suddenly surged, turning into the spirit-eating cat's body. The giant beast that was tens of meters tall covered the sky and the sun, and its terrifying aura was as terrifying as an abyss and a prison. In fact, Yu Xuanxue can become bigger, and it will be effortless to catch up with the size of the dragon. It's just that it's difficult for a behemoth that's nearly a kilometer to move around on this battlefield. So Yu Xuanxue is still very measured. However, the sudden appearance of this giant beast shocked the people in Yunwu City. What's going on with this giant beast? Countless people were shocked and inexplicable. Fortunately, some veteran customers in the store recognized the appearance of this giant beast. Don't take action. This is Shao Shu from Manager Qi's store. This giant beast is Shao Shu's true form. She is here to help us. Xiaoya. The expressions on everyone's faces suddenly became wonderful. Who can connect this giant beast with that cute cat-eared Lolita? But it doesn't matter, as long as it's one of your own, judging from the aura exiting from this giant beast. With Shao Shu's help, the chance of winning this battle will increase by at least 30%. Then you're welcome, I'm going to start. Yu Xuanxue politely said a prayer before the meal. Then he opened his mouth wide, as if it was a black hole with infinite suction. The monster charging at the front was pulled into the air without any resistance by the suction force, then roared in panic and flew into Yu Xuanxue's mouth. As a civet-eating cat, Yu Xuanxue has an endless appetite. The monsters all over the sky roared in horror, but they were unable to resist this devouring power. For a moment, it was like 1,000 streams returning to the sea, pouring into Yu Xuanxue's mouth, and then being refined into pure energy. This is the unique ability of the spirit-eating cat. No matter what it swallows, it can be refined into energy and used for its own use. However, when devouring living creatures, you must ensure that you can defeat the target. That's why the spirit-eating cats in the past preferred to devour heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Because these things are dead and will not resist. However, having said that, how strong can these monsters that appear along with the wave of monsters be? When facing the powerful civet-eating cat, Qi Li's words were indeed correct. For Yu Xuanxue, this is just a buffet. This scene not only shocked the defenders on the Cloud Mist City side, but also caused the wave of warcraft to stop for a moment. After all, in the eyes of these warcraft, the civet-devouring cat should belong to their side's combat power. Why attack our own people? This has nothing to do with the hatred between humans and warcraft, it is completely an internal rebellion. The sudden scene completely confused even these simple-minded monsters, which were even red-eyed at killing them. It shouldn't be. Didn't we agree that after accepting the power of the beast god, we would destroy the human race together? Why did you rebel midway? How could it be said that World of Warcraft has a simple mind? It's a pity that Yu Xuanxue doesn't know how to explain anything to these monsters. She is enjoying the buffet right now and can't spare any time. There was an awkward silence for a while. But soon, Yunwu City reacted. Yu Xuanxue's identity was quickly passed among the city guards, and soon everyone knew it. It turns out she is Shao Shu from Manager Qi's store. I didn't expect Shao Shu to be so strong. Store Manager Qi has sent people to help us, we will win this battle. Brothers, don't be stunned. Even Shao Shu is working so hard. Do we still have Ida watch? The human race will win, repel the wave of monsters, and kill the monsters. Kill the monster. Kill. In an instant, the defense personnel of Yunwu City were in high spirits and their morale was skyrocketing. The cultivators who were already very angry towards the monsters became even more eager to fight and filled with murderous intent. In just such a short period of time, the combat effectiveness of Cloud Mist City's side increased by at least 20%, and maybe even more. In such a large-scale battle, morale is such an important thing. The improvement in combat effectiveness is obvious. The violent offensive immediately caught the group of monsters off guard, and they seemed to have the potential to be suppressed. This kind of thing is simply incredible. You must know that the human race is on the defensive side and has always been in a passive state against the raging wave of monsters. After all, the sudden surge in power of Warcraft was completely unexpected for the human race. Who would have thought that the monsters that were previously suppressed by the human race and did not dare to show their faces would suddenly become so powerful? Fortunately, Manager Chi's shop is famous throughout the Eastern Wasteland, which has allowed the overall strength of the human race to rise several levels. He also prepared a large number of pet cards, various elixirs, weapons, armor and other strategic materials. Otherwise, under the impact of this wave of monsters, the human race would probably be in dire straits now. It is simply impossible to resist the wave of Warcraft tenaciously like now. You can even fight against the wave of Warcraft, and the fight is back and forth. This was an unimaginable picture before. However, it is impossible for Qi Lu to tell them now that this is actually the first time that humans have fought against gods. This wave of Warcraft is of course different from the usual wave of Warcraft. It is already remarkable that today's human race can withstand this wave of monsters. Although it is still not as tyrannical as the human race in ancient times, it is getting closer after all. Maybe one day, today's human race will be able to regain its power in ancient times. Even more than the human race in ancient times. Qi Lu has no doubt about this. It's just that this matter requires time and continuous accumulation by the human race. Even if the products in Qi Li's store are magical, it would still be impossible to achieve them in such a short amount of time. After all, what needs improvement this time is not just one or two people, but the entire human race. There are so many human races living in the Eastern Wasteland. To be honest, Qi Lu didn't know how many there were. But this time, when resisting the wave of Warcraft, the number of troops displayed by the human race can be seen. You know, the wave of Warcraft sweeping across the entire Eastern Wasteland this time. Even if it is just the first wave, there are hundreds of millions. It is unknown how many Warcraft will continue to emerge from various Warcraft forests. So looking at the military strength displayed by the human race, there are tens of millions. This includes the number of participants from all major forces. It seems like a lot. But think back and think about it. In the decisive battle between the Huangyuan Empire and the Xingyao Empire at Shuiguan, both sides used nearly 1 million troops. This is just the number of border garrison troops stationed at a checkpoint of the Huangyuan Empire. There are also border guards from other levels and city guards from various states. In addition, other large and small forces also have a lot of fighting power in their hands. Although compared with behemoths like the three empires, it is indeed inferior. But don't forget, in the Eastern Wasteland, apart from the famous big forces, there are other forces that don't go out everywhere. There are also idle cultivators in various places, as well as mercenaries in various regions and major city-states. After such calculations, tens of millions of troops are actually not an exaggeration. And these troops are only the number of people who have the ability to go to the battlefield and fight against the wave of Warcraft. Apart from these people, how many ordinary people are there? And how many people are there who have cultivation qualifications but do not yet have sufficient strength? That's why we say that there is indeed a long way to go to improve the strength of the entire human race. But Qi Lu also knew that there was no point in rushing. What's more, isn't the beast god sending a big gift? With the addition of Yu Shuangxue, the situation in Yunwu City has begun to become clearer. The civet cats continue to devour the monsters, which not only boosts the morale of the human race, but also reduces the morale of the monsters. That's a good start. As long as the tide of monsters can be repelled, the corpses of monsters left behind will be a huge wealth. This is the first gift sent by the beast god. Without the reward from the beast god, these monsters would not dare to attack human territory like this. The second gift will only appear after those powerful level monsters take action and then fall. That is the vast amount of luck in heaven and earth. This kind of gift was given once by the god of war in the northern mountains. The apostles sent to the northern mountains to prepare for the development of believers all died. The fate of heaven and earth left behind will naturally belong to the will of heaven and earth. The current beast god also sent such a big gift, which was really too polite. The destiny of heaven and earth at the level of gods is an extremely excellent nourishing treasure for the will of heaven and earth. After the will of heaven and earth digests it, it will be fed back to the thousands of creatures in the eastern wasteland to help them improve their strength. And this will be reflected in the fact that the shackles of cultivators become easier to break through, and the energy between heaven and earth becomes more intense. There will be more and more beings with the qualifications for cultivation. The difficulty for strong people to appear will also become lower and lower. Especially those beasts of the strong level mixed in the tide of warcraft, ready to fish in troubled waters. After their death, the strong level trial crystals left behind are even more of a gift. Speaking of which, this so-called trial crystal only exists in the Sifang realm. It is a test specially set by the will of heaven and earth for the human race. This made Qi Lu feel very strange. Among all races, the human race is not a race with extraordinary talents and strong qualifications. But why don't other races have this restriction? Even for the Dragon Clan, one of the top races, the path to promotion is smooth and does not require external assistance. However, only the human race needs to pass the test of the trial space before they can advance to the great realm. However, Qi Lu doesn't think this is a deliberate embarrassment of the will of heaven and earth. Because of the existence of the trial space among the human race, there is Noon, who is either golden or jade, but also a loser. What kind of cultivation realm you have, what kind of combat effectiveness you have. And it will only be stronger, not weaker. Therefore, there are almost no opportunistic cultivators among the human race. After all, it is impossible for a state of cultivation achieved through opportunism to pass the test of the trial space. Therefore, rather than saying that the trial space is the will of heaven and earth making things difficult for the human race, it is better to say that it is another form of screening. In Qi Li's view, this is more like a kind of favoritism, but the favoritism is very subtle. Now that such a great gift was delivered to him, how could Qi Li not want it? Roar! Just when the defenders of Yunwu City, under the leadership of Yu Shuangxue, were gradually suppressing the wave of monsters, a loud roar suddenly sounded like thunder. The earth-shattering momentum almost made people's hearts stop for a moment. What was that sound just now? Just hearing this roar can actually make my whole body shiver. How is this possible? Could it be a monster at the strong level? No, can we really defeat a monster of that level? The roar, like thunder, almost instantly suppressed the momentum of the human race attack. All the defenders looked at each other and felt that their heartbeats had slowed down a beat. The monsters at the strong level are indeed terrifying. When Qi Lu heard the sound, his face darkened. Finally, I can't stand it anymore. Are you ready to take action? There is no doubt that this roar must be the roar of a powerful level monster. Apparently he was angered by Yu Xuanshua's unrestrained devouring of monsters, and was ready to take action himself and join the battle. However, this is exactly Qi Li's original intention. It is necessary to lure out the powerful level monsters as soon as possible. Now that the goal has been achieved, it depends on how Yu Xuanxue performs. Top combat power is where morale lies. Who wins and who loses has a direct impact on the situation of the battle. It is no exaggeration to say that if Yu Xuanxue is defeated, the morale of the Yunwu city defenders will plummet. The offensive of the wave of monsters will be more ferocious and violent, like a flash flood and a tsunami. But similarly, if Yu Xuanxue wins, the morale of the human race will become even higher. Whether we can completely suppress the wave of warcraft depends on this wave. Therefore, the importance of Yu Xuanxue is naturally self-evident. But Qi Lu is not worried about Yu Xuanxue's safety. If the majestic spirit-devouring cat cannot be taken down together with the magical beasts at the same level of cultivation, it would really be a discrescito this status. Sure enough, after hearing this loud roar, Yu Xuanxue also stopped devouring the monster. Of course he was not frightened by this loud roar. Because if you look carefully at Yu Xuanxue's eyes, you can find that her eyes are radiating with desire. Is the main course on the table? That's right, in the eyes of the civet cat, there are actually two types of enemies. One is edible, and the other is temporarily inedible and reserved for later consumption. Therefore, Yu Xuanxue never fights without confidence, and it was the same when she faced Qi Lu. When it was time to give in, Yu Xuanxue was definitely faster than anyone else. If you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. Now that Yu Xuanxue can show such a look, there is only one outcome. That means Yu Xuanxue can be sure that she will defeat this guy. Ouch! As if in response, Yu Xuanxue also let out an excited roar. To be honest, although it is called a roar, to Qi Li's ears, it feels like an amplified cat's meow. But it doesn't matter what happens. The strong-level monster hidden in the tide of monsters suddenly became furious when he heard that the other party dared to respond. The next moment, its figure was revealed. It was a giant tiger tens of meters tall. A pair of crimson beast eyes were like a pool of blood forming a deep spring. Just looking at it can send chills down your spine. The huge body is also shocking. For a monster at the strong level, it is still very simple to change its body shape within a certain range. But the giant tiger that suddenly appeared in the tide of monsters panicked the defenders of Cloud Mist City. The terrifying and intimidating momentum makes those with insufficient cultivation level start to tremble in their legs. Such a terrifying momentum, such terrifying pressure. It is definitely a powerful monster. There is no mistake. I have only experienced this level of aura from Dean Guan the others. Damn it, why do powerful monsters appear? The defenders of Cloud Mist City had a heavy expression on their faces. Facing the powerful monsters, it was impossible for them to resist them. There is no way, there is actually no strong-level powerful person stationed in Cloud Mist City. They all gathered here, just for the sake of Manager Qi's store. Now that the entire Eastern Wilderness is facing such a huge crisis, these powerful experts must naturally take care of their own forces first. Therefore, facing a monster of this level, we can only ask the store manager Qi to take action. However, before the heavy look on everyone's faces could completely fade away, Yu Xuanxue suddenly rushed out. That speed turned into a phantom on the spot, instantly appearing in front of the tiger. The giant tiger was suddenly startled, and looked at the white figure that suddenly appeared in front of him in amazement. The moment he reacted, he raised his tiger paw and slapped it towards Yu Xuanxue. Warcraft are all majoring in physical fitness, and with one claw, they are naturally powerful. It even caused gusts of wind and thunder, causing countless cracks to appear in the space. It's a pity that it's still not enough to see in front of Yu Xuanxue. Currently, the only one who can bully Yu Xuanxue in the eastern wasteland is Qi Lu. Even the giant dragon Saint King dare not say that he can definitely defeat Yu Xuanxue in his current state of remnant soul. Therefore, it is indeed out of respect for Qi Lu to call the dragon Saint King his senior. He is a mighty king, but he is willing to give up his own life for the sake of thousands of creatures in the four directions. Such a benevolent and righteous person is worthy of respect. But now is not the time to talk about this. What we should talk about now is the battle between Yu Xuanxue and the giant tiger. The giant tiger raised its claws and was about to slap Yu Xuanxue. Warcraft, which majors in physical fitness, has always been the simplest way in terms of fighting style. Not so many fancy moves. But the destructive power caused is extremely terrifying. However, Yu Xuanxue did not dodge, and went straight towards the giant tiger's claws. Seeing this scene, the defenders of Yunwu City took a breath of cold air, their hearts were in their throats, and their heartbeats almost stopped. That is a monster at the level of a strong person. How could you go up to it like this? But the next scene made everyone unable to believe it. Because Yu Xuanxue bit the claw of the giant tiger in one bite, then pulled hard, and immediately tore off the claw. In an instant, blood spattered and scattered among the tide of monsters. The giant tiger in severe pain let out a miserable roar. The devouring power of the spirit-devouring cat is not polite. After tearing off this tiger claw, Yu Xuanxue swallowed it on the spot and refined it into energy. Sure enough, the big dishes are more delicious. Yu Xuanxue's eyes lit up after swallowing the tiger claw, and she could clearly feel the improvement in her own strength. Thinking back to the beginning, Yu Xuanxue was also the one who devoured the corpse of the giant dragon. Those guys who are used as cannon fodder in the wave of Warcraft are just filling their teeth. Now that she has finally eaten a powerful level monster, Yu Xuanxue has a new understanding of the energy content in it. Although Yu Xuanxue also eats giant dragon corpses, they are not as good as fresh ones. Because after the death of any species, the power contained in the body will continue to be lost. In the end, only the energy contained in the pure body is left. So now that she had something fresh to eat, Yu Xuanxue suddenly became excited. I finally came to the right place now. Qi Lu didn't lie to me. However, Yu Xuanxue was excited, but the giant tiger opposite was confused. Who is this guy? Why is it more like Warcraft than Warcraft? No, this guy is a Warcraft. The monster that tore off one of his tiger claws in one go. The loss of a leg has a huge impact on a monster's combat effectiveness. Warcraft battles mostly rely on hand-to-hand combat, and with a missing claw, the combat effectiveness is reduced by at least 30%. After all, a tiger is not a centipede, and missing one leg has no big impact. The tiger, which only had 4 legs in total, suddenly lost one leg. I'm afraid it would have problems in daily operations, let alone fighting. But now that the matter has come to this, retreating is impossible. The giant tiger knew that behind him, there were still many powerful level monsters staring at him. Those guys were scattered on the main battlefields, driving these monsters toe-tack the human territory. If he ran away, those guys would definitely not let him go. So it is better to die here. Even if I die, I still have to eat a piece of human flesh. Thinking of this, the giant tiger roared again, and then rushed towards Yu Xuanxue. The ferocious aura was filled with determination to die. Well done. Yu Xuanxue was also unambiguous, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Thetish in front of her. And the results are obvious. The gap in hard power cannot be explained by underestimating the enemy. The spirit-devouring cat is worthy of its name of devouring all things. Even if it faces a powerful monster, it can easily defeat it. Although this is also related to the fact that this giant tiger is just a newly promoted monster to the strong level. But the process is not important. The battle between the human race and the Warcraft, the top combat power, requires the result. The only thing that can boost morale and determine the direction of the battle lies the result. Finished. The fuse has been lit, and what will happen next is the defeat of the Warcraft tide. Qi Lu sensed that in the tide of monsters, the strong level monster fell down and its breath completely disappeared, and a smile appeared on the corner of Ophi's mouth. Although the beast god bestowed luck on heaven and earth, it helped some monsters break through to the strong level. However, if you want to continue to improve in the realm of the strong, you also need to use the luck of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, in the current Dong Huang, it is obviously impossible to obtain so much luck from heaven and earth. However, it is impossible for the beast god to reward the luck of heaven and earth without restraint. After all, the most important thing for improving Warcraft this time is quantity. The main purpose of the beast god is to develop believers and gain the power of faith. As for the so-called revenge, it is nothing more than killing two birds with one stone and doing it by the way. Qi Lu knew this, so he let Yu Xuanxue provoke a battle at the strong level. Through the live broadcast room, the battle scenes on the Cloud Mist City site are relayed to the powerful experts in other battlefields. In this way, they will know what to do next. You must know that none of the powerful men who can pass the test of the trial space and are successfully promoted are idiots. This is why Qi Lu feels that the trial crystal is actually a partiality of the will of heaven and earth towards the human race. There is no doubt about the combat effectiveness of cultivators who can pass the test. Of course, the fact that so many cultivators in today's human race have passed the test actually has a huge relationship with Qi Lu. For example, New World Mode. Otherwise, why are there so many hardcore players in the New World Mode? It's not just to hone your fighting skills and be able to better pass the test off the trial space. The main function of the New World Mode is daily training and experience accumulation, and it does not come with breakthrough effects. If you want to advance to a higher realm, you still need to use trial crystals. As for the trial space, it's all one-time use. If you can pass it, you can pass it. If you can't, you will fail the promotion. Therefore, except for those with extraordinary talents, ordinary practitioners must calm down and hone themselves. Fortunately, the number of trial crystals produced by the trial chamber provided by the system has also increased significantly. Although the supply of strong-level trial crystals is not available, but other low-level trial crystals are still enough. Of course, Qi Lu discovered this situation accidentally, and he didn't know what happened in the middle. Anyway, the production of trial crystals suddenly increased. After asking the system, the answer I got was also due to the will of heaven and earth. Through this answer, Qi Lu can basically be sure of one thing, that is the trial space. Maybe it is really the will of heaven and earth that favors the human race. That being said, Qi Lu cannot be 100% sure about the real situation. But then again, this matter actually has nothing to do with Qi Lu. The biggest impact is on the entire human race. So now, the most important thing to pay attention to should be the situation in other main battlefields. Above the eastern wasteland, every major forces station, every importancity state, and every key checkpoint can be regarded as one of the main battlefields as long as there is a powerful person joining them. While those powerful experts were supervising the battle from behind, they also paid attention to the situation in the live broadcast room. This is what Qi Lu said: the fuse has been lit. The battle situation in Cloud Mist City is the battlefield that everyone is most concerned about. There is no other reason. It is because the strong man stationed here in Yunwu City is store manager Qi, who is recognized by everyone as having unfathomable strength. So other strong-level experts also thought to see if they could learn from manager Qi's fighting method. However, the fact is that the battle situation in Yunwu City was beyond everyone's expectations. Because the one who joined the Yunwu City defenders was Shao Shu Jiu, who had been staying in the store and rarely showed up. Who would have thought that the cat-eared lowly, who usually looks so cute, could actually be so cruel? Facing a monster at the strong level is like eating. That's right, just like eating, the giant tiger was eaten on the spot and devoured, completely. To be honest, the first person to be shocked by this scene was not the audience in the live broadcast room, but the defenders of Cloud Mist City who witnessed this scene at the scene. I was so shocked that I didn't know what to say to express my shock. The previous worries about Yu Xuanxue had already flown to who knows where. The only remaining thought is I hope the Warcraft wave is okay. Wait a minute, the Shao Shu we are talking about is not Senior Little Kitty, right? What? She is a little kitten? The little kitten who is so famous in the New World mode? It turns out she is just a little kitten. No wonder she is so strong. Then after another silence, someone suddenly thought of this matter. Immediately afterwards, the crowd roared again. The defenders of Cloud Mist City stared at the giant white beast that was rampaging among the tide of monsters. The more I look at it, the more familiar it becomes. Isn't this an enlarged version of the predecessor, a little kitten in the New World mode? That's right, it's true, this is the businessman who is so powerful in all the big maps of the New World mode. No, it's the magical cat. I really don't know if Yu Xuanxue will feel happy or sad after knowing this. Anyway, when Qi Lu heard these discussions, his first reaction was that he almost laughed out loud. That's really interesting. Yu Xuanxue's presence in the store is not as strong as in the New World mode. But I guess Yu Xuanxue didn't react at all. The race of civet cats is a single generation, and there is only one species in a race. I have long been used to being alone, and I have no sense of presence, which is actually a good thing. However, through the live broadcast room, the powerful people who watched the entire battle all expressed their surprise. I never thought that in addition to Manager Qi, there is another guy whose strength is unclear in Manager Qi's store. Shao Shu is also a store clerk, right? Sheer strength is not bad, at least not weaker than you. That's right. It's not surprising what happens in Manager Qi's store. Yu Shier's strength was known to everyone during the last battle between the human race and the dragon race. So now that there is another month of frost and snow, all the powerful experts are just surprised. After that, there will be no follow-up. Instead, he was more concerned about what store manager Qi did and how he fought back the wave of Warcraft. Although Qi Lu didn't say anything, it could be seen from the screen in the live broadcast room. After Yu Xuanxue ate the giant tiger, the morale of the Warcraft tide plummeted. This is not to say that these monsters no longer hate the human race. It's not that these monsters are bloodless. But when one side has strong level power and the other side does not, morale is naturally suppressed. Just like the bloodline suppression between Warcraft, if there is a gap in cultivation level, they will also be suppressed. The suppression of blood is particularly evident on the battlefield on the Dragon Clan side. Although the main target of the Beast God is not the Dragon Clan. But today's Dragon Clan also lives in the Eastern Wasteland. The Dragon Kingdom was built on the original site of the Dragon Ruins, even if it was just on the border of the Eastern Wasteland. But no matter what, it is a piece of land that belongs to the Eastern Wasteland. Since the Dragon Clan has inherited the love of the human clan, they will naturally take action to help the human clan when they are in trouble. And the effect of long-way suppression of ordinary monsters is surprisingly good. As long as there is a wave of monsters, there will be no strong-level monsters to resist the might of the dragon. Then just the power of the dragon exuded by the giant dragon is enough to stop most of the monsters in the wave of monsters. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom has the largest number of strong-level monsters invested. Of course, the main purpose of the wave of monsters in the Dragon Kingdom isn't to defeat the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, it was to restrain the giant dragons of the Dragon Clan and prevent them from intervening in this battle. But, none of that matters now. Because these powerful experts also discovered Yu Xuanxue's action. It seems that taking action early and defeating the strong-level monsters in the wave of monsters can better suppress the wave of monsters. In this case, in order to minimize the losses of the human race, it is the duty of all the powerful and mighty people. It turns out there is still such a practice, but I have learned a lesson. Gu Pingchuan's eyes lit up slightly, and then he took out his staff. A magician at the strong level poses a huge threat to the wave of monsters. But before that, the top combat powers of both sides did not take action, but were wary of each other. Now that Manager Qi is a role model, Gu Pingchuan is no longer polite. He has long been dissatisfied with those monsters. In a confrontation with top combat power, wouldn't it be enough as long as we kill all the powerful monsters? Fire, a series of blasting fireballs. With a wave of the staff, the rolling fire elements gathered over. As soon as Gu Pingchuan took action, it was his ultimate move. Countless fireballs exploded in the wave of monsters and then turned into a sea of fire. All monsters affected by the flames were burned to death on the spot, without exception. It's just that monsters with a higher level of cultivation will burn longer. Only a monster at the heroic level can survive. But the destructive power caused by the blasting fireball is also not low. The final sea of fire is just the residual power. In other main battlefields, those powerful people were not polite. As long as you have confidence, you can defeat those powerful level monsters hidden in the tide of monsters. Then just use your ultimate move without hesitation. The human race doesn't have a good impression of Warcraft. The Sea of Fire roars. When it comes to fire magic, Ling Ao is the expert. The fire elements all over the sky instantly converged into a sweeping wave of fire, slapping towards the wave of monsters. This is a genuine attack performed by a powerful person, and there is absolutely no fraud in terms of destructive power. Boom! The roar of the Sea of Fire was like thunder. The impact on the wave of Warcraft was like two waves, colliding hard together. But the roaring Sea of Fire was obviously more powerful, ruthlessly devouring the incoming monsters. Your Majesty, the Sea of Fire, this is His Majesty, the Sea of Fire. His Majesty Huahai has taken action, this battle will be won. The Huangyuan Empire must win. A mere wave of monsters dares to attack our Huangyuan Empire. We really didn't know how to live or die. Follow His Majesty, the Fire Emperor's footsteps, and kill all these damn monsters. The news of the powerful man's attack quickly spread throughout all battlefields. Whenever there is a main battlefield guarded by strong-level powerful people, the human defenders have seen what the power of strong-level powerful people is. The destructive power that can destroy the world at every turn is simply shocking and inexplicable, and at the same time, it makes people feel proud of the human race. Look, this is the power of the human race. With the battlefield on the Huangyuan Empire's side, the human race gradually overwhelmed the wave of Warcraft. Following closely, came the good news from the Gu Luo Empire and the Star Empire. After all, the military strength of the three empires is the largest among all the forces in the Eastern Wasteland. As for the three major colleges and each major sect, the most important force is still the students in the college or the disciples in the sect. Compared with the three major empires, the number is not even a bit inferior. Because there are not many colleges in the Eastern Wasteland. But the most famous ones are still the three major colleges. So overall, the number of students in each college is not very large. If there are tens of thousands of students, it is considered a large college. And there are basically none that can compete with famous colleges like the three major colleges, which have tens of thousands of students. The situation of the sect is of course not much different. But compared to the academy, it's still a little better. After all, the sect's requirements for recruiting disciples are different from those of the academy. At least in terms of age, they won't be so stuck. But if you really want to talk about it, it's actually only half a dozen. Fortunately, unlike the city guards or border guards of the three major empires, the troops of the academy and sects are much stronger in quality. Therefore, when facing the wave of Warcraft, it will not be as hectic as imagined. Now with the addition of strong-level powerful people, the battle situation has improved a lot. The first one to report the good news was the Sword Control sect. After all, it was the #1 sect in the Eastern Wasteland, and its disciples were already strong in combat. Even in the incident in the Shadow Palace a long time ago, the losses were heavy, but the recovery was quick. A person's name, the shadow of a tree. As long as the golden brand name of the Sword Control sect is not broken, it will never perish. Immediately afterwards, the good news came from the brilliant academy located in the Huangyuan Empire. Gu Pingchuan's fighting power is obvious to all, even in terms of pure destructive power, he is not as good as Ling Ao. But it is still easy to deal with the monsters in this wave of monsters. Along with the good news, from various live broadcast rooms, it reached the ears of human generals in various battlefields. The morale of the human race began to rise steadily. Every time a good news comes, the encouragement it brings is huge. With both warring parties having similar military strength and combat power, the final battle is the battle of morale. There is no doubt that the human race generals are all veterans when it comes to boosting morale. On the other hand, on the Warcraft side, once their leader is defeated, their morale will drop again and again. There is no way, simple-minded monsters don't know any rhetoric, and they don't know what it means to bewitch the beast's heart. How could those powerful level monsters that were catalyzed be the powerful opponents of the human race? Just kidding, are the combat skills honed in the New World mode just for fun? It is true that Warcraft is addicted to the law of the jungle. It is ruthless and bloody. But the will of the human race is not a joke. It has been tempered in the New World mode and tempered in the trial space. Any powerful person in the human race has an undoubted fighting ability. It's just that before this, the human race's fighting style was imprisoned by the inertial thinking of the past. It wasn't until Qi Lu pointed this out through Yu Shuangxue that they suddenly realized it. It's impossible for humans and Warcraft to reason, so don't be polite. The Warcraft wants to destroy the human race, and the human race doesn't want to completely defeat the Warcraft. As a result, the showdown between the top combat forces began to take place in the major battlefields. The human race's strong-level powers no longer hold back and go all out. I just want to use the fastest way to eliminate the powerful combat power among the Warcraft to completely suppress the wave of Warcraft. Even if it means exchanging injury for injury, that's no problem. The strong-level monsters catalyzed by the Beast God can only be regarded as new strong-level ones at best. However, people like Gu Pingchuan have been adapting to the strong-level realm for a long time. And there is also a New World mode for them to hone themselves. But even so, the number of strong-level powers from the human race is still not as many as those from the Warcraft side. This is the biggest problem. The duel between top combat powers has begun, and the powerful combat power among the Warcraft will no longer be hidden. The so-called pulling one hair and affecting the whole body refers to this situation. Once on a certain battlefield, there is a powerful level of combat power that has not been discovered, hidden in the tide of Warcraft. Then it would be a huge disaster for the human race. Even if it is just a newly promoted strong level, it is definitely not an enemy that the heroic level can deal with. However, as smart as Qi Lu, how could he not think of these things? Lan Qi, it's almost time for you to come back. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of Long Island. Perhaps, the two highest combat powers, the giant dragon Saint King and the 10,000 years black turtle, are unable to participate in the battle. But it doesn't matter, there is still a lot of help on the other side of the northern mountains. Saratel of the Beastier tribe, Tiana of the Elf tribe, and the new dwarf tribe leader. There are also tribesmen among these three major races. As long as they have and combat power, they can also be of great help. Then there are the dragons who are staying in the Dragon Kingdom and have not come out yet. As long as it is liberated, it is a force that cannot be ignored. In this battle, there is actually no strategy at all, and the wave of Warcraft will not use any strategy. What is competing is the military strength and actual combat power of both sides. So Qi Lu simply gathered all the combat power he could muster. Beast God, you may be very powerful, but Dong Huang is not something you can move just because you want to. The balance of victory has tilted towards the human race. After this battle, recuperating is what the human race needs to do. Because after the scourge of the monsters is eliminated, the only ones that can threaten the human race are the gods. Whether it is the eastern wasteland or the northern mountains, all intelligent races are in a state of peace. This kind of situation could probably only be encountered in ancient times. All races work together to fight against the gods. I just don't know how far the Dragon Saint King and the others have gone in the ancient times. Store manager, Qi, I hope I'm not late. Lan Qi also opened a live broadcast room at some point. Then he spoke in the live broadcast room. Although he didn't know if Qi Lu could hear it, Lan Qi was sure that Qi Lu must be watching the live broadcast now. In this case, if you see the audience in your live broadcast room, you can tell store manager, Qi, this sentence. It's just the right time. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and whispered to himself. Now is the critical moment for the showdown between top combat forces. The help from the northern mountains was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was enough to completely shift the balance of victory to the side of the human race, causing the tide of Warcraft to retreat steadily. It's over. I have to say that this great gift from the beast god is really thoughtful. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. If the beast god knew that this would happen, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Losing his wife and losing his troops, that's probably it. In the void, on the throne of power. The beast god frowned slightly. Strange, the mark hasn't disappeared yet. Could it be that the attack of the wave of monsters failed? Moreover, why are my believers constantly disappearing? Didn't I give them power? Impossible. How can a mere ant withstand the power of gods? This is impossible. That damn ant must have used some disrespectful means to withstand God's sanction. Are you taking away the power of faith from the gods? Believers who sees gods, do they also want to become gods? That's really damn good. The beast god doesn't really care about the power he bestows. After all, as long as the power is willing to be rewarded, it is insignificanto the beast god. But the beast god is very concerned about why the power of faith he has obtained is slowly decreasing. This shows that the number of believers who have gained his power is slowly decreasing. That's why the beast god guessed whether this guy who dared to resist the gods also wanted to become a god. You know, for all gods, those ants who want to stand up and become gods are absolute enemies. The power of faith comes from believers, and the number of believers cannot change drastically in a short period of time. Then every new god is a guy who comes to share the cake. The natural conflict of interests caused all the old gods to hate the new gods. Unless it is necessary to cultivate a controllable pseudo-god from among your own believers, then that is another matter. However, a god who is qualified to cultivate false gods must have at least 60% perfection in the laws and patterns. Moreover, it is necessary to master high-level laws. Anyway, the beast god is not qualified. So faced with such a situation, the beast god also became really angry. If such whimsical ants appeared in other places, the beast god wouldn't care. After all, there are so many gods, and as long as they are not within the jurisdiction of the beast god, he doesn't have so much time to take care of them. It is the most taboo thing to reach into the realm of other gods without their consent. Unless he decided to go to war, it would be impossible for the beast god to do such an unruly thing. However, this time is different. This ant trying to stand up appeared within the jurisdiction of the beast god. In other words, it appeared in the area where the beast god was preparing to develop followers. Even, there are still ants who want to seize the power of faith from the beast god to achieve the position of God. How could this not make the beast god angry? Of course, if Chila knew what the beast god was thinking, he would probably say, unjust. The power of faith in the beast god cannot be taken away by anyone who wants to. Because in Chili's opinion, it is really not feasible to allow those monsters to become his followers. However, the beast god does not know the situation in Donghuang, nor does Huan to know the situation in Donghuang. What the beast god wants to do most now is to crush that ant to death. Anyone who dares to offend the majesty of the gods will be punished. However, the plane coordinates of the eastern wasteland were only detected by the beast god through the marks left by the apostles. In other words, in the world where the ant is, there is no way to reach the sky. In this case, even if the beast god wanted to take action himself, he would not be able to go down to the realm. No, that's not right. If there is no way to reach heaven, what's the use of an ant snatching the power of faith? It seems that some means must have been used to cover up the spatial coordinates of the world where it is located. No wonder I have been unable to determine the specific spatial coordinates. I can only rely on the mark to locate that damn ant. However, although the beast god has a bad temper, his ability to become a god proves that his mind is definitely not simple. The simple-minded guy has been tricked to death by other gods long ago. When it comes to collecting the power of faith, there is absolutely no trust between gods who are in natural conflict. Unless they are gods from the same camp, you can feel a little more at ease. So the beast god quickly thought of the weirdness in this matter. Did you receive blessings from your ancestors, or have you contacted other gods? The beast god frowned involuntarily when he thought of this. This situation is actually quite rare. Because it has been mentioned once before that when a person becomes a god and leaves his original world, the will of the world will be shattered. This is to prevent the power of faith that should belong to you from being taken away by others. Therefore, if you want to become a god, it is basically impossible to get help from your predecessors. Just kidding, what kind of lunatic would be so kind to have one more god to share the power of his faith? So the biggest possibility is the second one. When a powerful god cultivates a pseudo-god that he can fully control, he will actively block the coordinates of the plane for protection. The so-called false gods are called gods, which is actually fine. They are the lower gods who are trained by gods whose power of law is strong enough to better develop their followers. Generally speaking, he will select his most loyal believer and then help him become a god. But divine life and death are all in the hands of the Lord God. Because the source of the power of divine laws relies on the power of faith given by the Lord God. Once the Lord God no longer rewards the power of faith, it means that there will no longer be any progress in being godly. So it is actually normal for the beast god to think of this. After all, belonging to God is not a secret thing among gods. On the contrary, for those tyrannical gods whose laws and patterns have been perfected to more than 90%, and it is almost impossible to go further, there is basically no existence that does not belong to gods. And these tyrannical gods are also respected as main gods by other gods. Because if you want to have your own divine attributes, the minimum threshold for completing the law pattern is 60%. And this is based on the laws and patterns that are mastered, which are high-level laws. If it is not a high-level law, I want to have my own god. Then the perfection of the law pattern is 90%. As mentioned before, every slight improvement in the perfection of the law pattern will have a huge impact on the power of the gods, and it can even be said to be a world of difference. The three biggest thresholds are 30%, 60%, and 90%. Of course, if you have to add another threshold, it will only reach the state of 100% perfection. It's just that the state of 100% perfection is too far away, so I won't mention it for now. After all, the Dragon Saint King has never mentioned a god of that level. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of gods who have reached the level of 100% perfection in the law pattern, Even gods with 60% perfection in the law pattern are probably on the same level as ants. This is definitely not a joke. The gap between gods is much wider than imagined. Otherwise, why are there divisions between main gods and gods? Is the title Lord God a joke? How can it be? So when the beast god considered this possibility, there was a hint of retreat in his eyes. The Lord God is definitely not an object that can be touched by only 30% of the gods with the perfection of his laws and patterns. At least not now. To put it bluntly, for the main god, it is easy for a god of the level of the beast god to crush him to death. You can even just send a bunch of attribute gods to attack, and you can take down the beast god. Therefore, faced with such a serious possibility, the beast god had to be cautious. No, that shouldn't be the case. If it is really a god cultivated by a certain Lord God, then there is no need for him to snatch the power of faith himself. The beast god quickly denied his guess. God's life and death are all in the hands of the Lord God. However, you don't need to worry about the power of God's faith. You only need to steadily develop believers. So think of this relationship, from top to bottom, as Lord God, God, apostles, and believers. This kind of connection is enough. The main God and the subordinate gods are both among the gods, so they cannot descend to the heaven and earth where there is no way to ascend to heaven. Then it is the task of the apostles to develop believers in those lower planes. The responsibility of gods is to manage their respective apostles well and develop more believers for the Lord God. After all, the number of believers the Lord God has is simply countless. It's almost impossible to manage it yourself. What's more, letting the Lord God manage his own believers would also lose the identity of the Lord God. Furthermore, wouldn't it be embarrassing if there was no one available under his command for a majestic Lord God? Therefore, the gods came into being, and the main God provided the power of faith to cultivate and birth them. They were completely loyal to their main God, and could even provide the main God with considerable power of faith. The power of faith that belongs to God. It was also based on this that the beast god denied his guess. How could someone who is about to become a god try to snatch the power of faith by himself? Isn't that a slap in the Lord God's face? This is like saying, if you can't even provide the power of your own divine faith, how can you still have the nerve to become the Lord God? You know, there are not just one or two main gods among the gods. There are also grievances between the main gods. Such a shameful thing would be impossible for any Lord God to do. As the saying goes, people compete for a breath, Buddha competes for a stick of incense, and gods also want face. Not to mention those main gods. Therefore, that guy definitely cannot be a god being cultivated by a certain main god. Now that this matter has been confirmed, the beast god also feels that his next guess should be correct. That is, that ant learned about the gods for some reason. So some means were used to obscure the plane coordinates. At the same time, it also blocks the breadth of the road to heaven. This kind of thing can be done. As long as you have the power of the king-level realm, it is actually a very simple matter to block the coordinates of the plane. Of course, what can be shielded is only the coordinates of lower planes. The so-called lower planes refer to those worlds where gods do not exist. Note that there is no God, not that there is no God. The meanings of these two words are completely different. As long as a god is born, it is possible to leave some treasures behind. It is not impossible to encounter a treasure that can shield the coordinates of the plane. So the beast god speculation also came to this aspect. An ant accidentally learned about the gods and was lucky enough to obtain related treasures. Then he began to daydream, dreaming of transforming from an ant into a god. It's such a pity. Since you are an ant, you should just be an ant honestly. The world of gods is also very cruel. After understanding this, the beast god finally decided to take matters into his own hands to deal with this ant. Just out of final caution. Even if the beast god has this guess, he is not prepared to go down to the world himself. If there is no way to reach the sky in that part of the world, then the beast god will be sitting on wax. There is no peace among the gods. If his opponent catches this painful foot, the beast god will feel more uncomfortable than imagined. So, just use another way to deal with this whimsical ant. I hope you, an ant, can withstand the wrath of the gods. In the eastern wasteland, the tide of monsters has begun to show signs of retreat under the suppression of the human race. As the powerful level monsters were dealt with one after another. This time, the human race can be truly proud. However, if you really want to talk about it, it doesn't seem to mean much for the human race to be proud now. After all, in the eastern wasteland, the only race left that can compete with the human race is Warcraft. All other races were defeated. It may be a bit bad to say this, but it is indeed true. But the human race is a peace-loving race after all, so even if it occupies a dominant position in the eastern wasteland, it has never thought about driving out other races. But what Warcraft did this time was really too much. Seeing the retreating tide of monsters, the defenders of various human city-states and the combat power of major forces began to advance. Continuously push the position of the defense line further to the outside, pushing back the wave of monsters farther away. After all, ordinary people are still quite vulnerable in front of Warcraft. Therefore, no single monster can be allowed to break through the front line of defense. For this reason, human cultivators also paid a heavy price. There is no such thing as a racial war that is not cruel. Regardless of the fact that the human race has indeed gained the upper hand now, they are killing those monsters that are retreating steadily, leaving mountains of corpses. But the human race has also lost a lot of troops. If we really want to count them, it will only make people sad and silent. However, this is a necessary sacrifice made to protect the entire human race. The rise and fall of a race is never judged by its top combat power. It is always the younger generation of this race that truly carries the future of a race. Because even gods who are theoretically immortal will fall one day. No one can take care of a race forever. Therefore, the cultivators among the human race can be regarded as doing their best. They are all heroes. As the defense line advanced, the corpses of the killed monsters were also cleaned up along the way. Those who are unable to participate in the battle, due to lack of strength in the rear, are tasked with cleaning up the battlefield. Dispose of the corpses of these monsters, keep the useful things, and burn or bury the unused things. On the battlefield, the bones of the human race compatriots were naturally taken back and buried alive. This can be regarded as the last contribution that the human race can make to these heroes. It's really more tragic than I imagined. Sheila watched the entire Warcraft wave attack through the live broadcast room. The price paid by the human race is too great. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators die in battle every day. Even if the number of monsters left behind is several times, or even dozens of times, the number of human sacrifices, it is still difficult to accept. Because among Warcraft, once a wave of Warcraft is triggered, all Warcraft can participate in the battle. Unless they are those baby monsters that are just born and can't walk yet. Otherwise, almost all monsters have combat effectiveness. This is something that the human race cannot compare to. Therefore, in terms of military strength, no matter what, the human race cannot be compared with the Warcraft. But under such circumstances, it is already remarkable that the human cultivators were able to repel the wave of monsters. The dawn of victory has shone above the human race, revealing the power of the human race. Likewise, it illustrates the greatest desires of each race. Peaceful development and mutual competition are the best relationships. After all, the human race's victory this time is inseparable from the help of other races. Whether it was the Dragon Clan, the Beastier Clan, the Elf Clan, or the Dwarf Clan, they all generously extended a helping hand. They even came to the eastern wasteland from the North Mountain Range to provide support. Without them, even if the human race could win, it would not be possible so quickly. And there will definitely be more sacrifices. Fortunately, this war that has swept the entire eastern wasteland is finally coming to an end. Such a large-scale wave of monsters has been repulsed. Even if the monsters are not completely exterminated, there will be no major movement of monsters within hundreds of years. Qi Lu said slowly to himself. The cultivators on the human side have changed from the defensive side to the pursuing side. However, it is basically impossible to chase into the warcraft forest and strangle all the warcraft. Forest terrain is not a combat terrain that humans are good at. If you follow blindly into the forest of monsters, you might even be bitten by escaped monsters. If this happens, it will probably be a huge blow to the cultivators who finally won. Anyway, if the remaining monsters are allowed to escape, they won't be able to cause any big trouble. In just this battle, at least half of the monsters in the entire eastern wasteland were lost. Moreover, the losses of World of Warcraft were almost all high-end combat power. To recover from such huge losses, these monsters would have to rest and recuperate for at least several hundred years. During this period of time, it is impossible for these monsters to challenge the majesty of the human race. So Qi Lu is quite relieved. Even if the beast god tries his previous methods again. Judging from the current foundation of the remaining warcraft, it is impossible to threaten the human race. After all, it is impossible for the beast god to catalyze these monsters regardless of the consequences. Doing so would be completely outweighing the gains. So now, the victory of the human race has been determined. It is only a matter of time to deal with the escaped monsters. Whether to pursue or let it go depends on the cultivators themselves. Anyway, Qi Lu didn't intend to interfere with those people's actions. Because no matter what they did, Qi Lu felt it was reasonable. However, it will take a lot of time to handle all the follow-up matters off this battle. Even if such a huge wave of monsters escapes, the impact will be extremely huge. The main reason is that the conditions in each major battlefield are different. Maybe the monsters over there have started to escape, but the battle is still going on here. It is obviously unrealistic to expect such a huge wave of monsters to escape together like they did when they attacked together. This is why it is said that Warcraft is simply inferior to humans in terms of strategy. There is no unified command among the Warcraft, and the offensive and defensive scheduling cannot be coordinated at all. Attacking together can also be said to be the guidance of the beast god. But running away together. For the Warcraft that fights endlessly, it is really a bit ironic. But it doesn't matter what happens, as long as the human race wins, that's a good thing. Thinking of this, Qi Lu also smiled happily. However, this smile disappeared from Qi Li's face in the next second. What's going on with this terrible feeling of oppression? The human race's victory was right in front of them, but the sudden and terrifying pressure made Qi Lu completely unhappy. This kind of coercion swept down from the sky and then spread to the entire world, like a huge wave that was everywhere, surging forward and inevitable. Qi Lu may not be affected by this pressure, but he can clearly feel the power contained in this pressure. That was a pressure that was far above the level of a strong person. Even the mighty ones at the peak of the powerhouse level can't compare. And it wasn't just Qi Lu who felt this pressure. As long as they are the creatures in the eastern wasteland, all the creatures feel this majestic pressure, like the sea. Falling from the sky, like a huge wave falling from the sky, hitting everyone. All the creatures who felt this pressure were breathless. This is an extremely terrible oppression. Even those powerful men and women all changed their expressions. What's going on with this pressure? How could there be such terrible pressure? This kind of oppression is simply irresistible. Powerful level. No, this level of power has already surpassed the powerful level. The expressions of all the human race members changed. The joy of victory was completely diluted. A look of panic appeared on the faces of ordinary people, and the terrifying pressure made them tremble. The cultivators can feel even more how powerful the power contained in this pressure is. It's simply impossible to resist. It is no exaggeration to say that if this coercion wants to kill them, all it takes is a thought. Damn it, is this also the method of those monsters? Gu Pingchuan and other powerful experts were guessing with solemn faces. But soon, he shook his head. Impossible. If Warcraft had such means, it would not be defeated by the humans. You must know that this terrifying pressure can be suppressed even by powerful men. Not to mention the terrifying power that the coercive master possesses. Eastern Wasteland, Dragon Island. Beast God. The Dragon Saint King suddenly raised his head. Others may not know the source of this pressure, but the Dragon Saint King knows it clearly. The familiar aura caused a trace of anger to appear in the eyes of the Dragon Saint King. The breath of the Beast God is impossible to forget no matter what. Dragon Holy King, do you think this is the breath of the Beast God? Did that guy choose the lower world? The 10,000 years black turtle, not far away, also asked. No, it's not the lower world. We blocked the breath of the road to heaven. There's no way that damn guy could have chosen the lower world. The Dragon Saint King shook his head. Even if a god who dares to go down to the lower world in private before the situation is determined, it cannot be a beast god even if it exists. Even the main gods are restraining each other and will not lose face to do such a thing. That's not to mention the beast god, a god who is still far away from the main god. Then this pressure is law clone. The Dragon Saint King thought for a moment and then spoke categorically. Law clone is a method that can only be used by gods who have perfected the law pattern to 30%. Through the power of the law pattern, he condenses the power of his own law into a clone. When the main body is inconvenient, you can let the clone do things. But in fact, not many gods are used for this method. Because only if the law clone is immortal, the law pattern will remain intact. And if the law clone is killed, then the power of law used to condense the law clone will dissipate between heaven and earth. The dissipated power of the law will affect the perfection of the law pattern, thus causing damage to the law pattern. Although this kind of damage can be slowly repaired by using the power of law gathered later. But the power of the law that disappeared before can never be recovered. That is a real loss. You must know that every ray of law power condensed by the gods takes a long time. The power of the law required to condense a law clone is definitely a huge amount. If it just dissipates, no matter which god it is, it will definitely feel sad. So even if there is such a method, there are not many gods who actually use law clones. And those main gods have replaced the role of law clones with gods. If you can't do things that are convenient for you, just let God do it. Why should you use the law to clone yourself? Generally speaking, law clone is a relatively useless ability. At least the battle between gods, unless the strength is enough to crush them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use the ability of law clone. However, the power of the law clone is more than enough to deal with those who have not become gods. It must be for this reason that the beast god dared to condense the law clones with such confidence and send them to the lower world. And the most important point is that law clones are not included among the gods. Even if you come to a world where there is no way to reach heaven, as long as you don't go too far, no one will care. This can be regarded as a loophole left by the rules between gods. As long as the beast god does not touch the believers of other gods, and does not steal the power of faith from other gods. Get a law clone in the lower realm, who cares? But that's all. Law clones belong to the rules between gods, deliberately leaving loopholes. But the gods themselves are absolutely not allowed to descend into a world where there is no way to reach heaven. Therefore, the apostles sent by the previous god of war were all wiped out in the northern mountains, and the god of war could not say anything. As for the avatar of the law of condensation, to be honest, it is not necessary unless it is a last resort. Apostles are to gods what gods are to the Lord God. It's gone, just cultivate it again. As long as we don't get to the root of the benefits, it's actually not that big of a deal. After all, the number of apostles under each god is a huge number. If the life and death of every apostle needs to be controlled by gods, then what has become of the gods? Nanny? What's more, although loopholes in the rules can be exploited, they must not be exploited frequently. Occasionally, once or twice, the other gods turned a blind eye and it passed. But after all, this is not something within the allowable scope. Furthermore, the fact that the apostle died for the sake of the god to develop followers was something that the god expected. Therefore, it is not unheard of before that the entire army was annihilated in a certain area of the world. Especially the birthplace of some gods, who knows what treasures are left behind. This blessing of predecessors is also the most troublesome issue when developing believers, so it's okay not to mention it. But this time, the beast god's law clone actually arrived in the eastern wasteland. After all, Qilu accidentally intervened in the dispute between believers among the gods. I met the beast god again, a guy who was determined to take revenge. Due to various coincidences, this extremely unfortunate situation has arisen. The beast god's law clone. I can't believe that that guy actually has such courage and can condense the law clone into the lower realm. The 10,000 years black turtle's pupils shrank and he spoke in a complicated tone. Because the law clone is indeed an unexpected situation. Even if you still can't believe it, this aura cannot be faked. The Dragon Saint King took a deep breath and said aloud, "Now, we can only hope that store manager Qi can keep the law clone. The aura shielding on the road to heaven cannot be compromised. Otherwise, what is in the lower realm is not just the law clone, but the beast god himself. Although the law clone is strong, it is still much weaker than the beast god himself. As long as this law clone can be broken, the beast god's law pattern will be damaged. So, no matter how angry the beast god is, he can only give up this time. Even if he wants to continue to take revenge, he will wait until the law pattern is repaired before continuing. But this feud was definitely forged. But does this make any difference to the Dragon Saint King? Not at all. Originally, when the god of summoning achieved the status of god, the hatred between the beast god and the Dragon Holy King was forged. You know, the summoned god's combat power is not weak. After all, once he is promoted to the king-level realm, his combat power will be doubled. Ordinary gods will not cause trouble to the god of summoning. But between the beast god and the Dragon Saint King, there is a battle between believers and a competition for the power of faith. So for the Dragon Saint King, the current situation is actually not bad. So the more times like this, the more important it is to guard the road to heaven. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. I hope so. The 10,000 years black turtle also echoed softly. Could it be that the beast god himself came down to the realm? Clearly aware of the terrifying pressure, Qilu also had a guess in his mind. If the beast god hadn't descended to the realm in person, how could there be pressure that surpassed the peak of the strong level? If this guess is true, then Dong Huang is really going to be in disaster. System, no, host. System, host, please rest assured that this system has not detected the existence of law patterns, so this pressure is not released by the so-called beast god. Just when Qi Li's face was extremely solemn, the system suddenly made a sound. It's not that the beast god descended to the realm in person, so why is there such a terrifying pressure? Qi Li asked quickly after hearing this. System, it's very simple, just use the law clone. Regarding this type of knowledge, the system is quite clear, so I explained it to Qi Lu, by the way. Law clone, that's not the same power as the king-level realm. Qi Lu thought the law clone was something, but it turned out that it was just as difficult to deal with. The power of the king level realm and the power of the strong level realm are hugely different in terms of levels. Even if it is just a law clone of the beast god, it is still condensed from the real power of law. No matter how weak the level of power he possesses, it must be at the level of king level power. This is a fact that cannot be changed, no matter what. I thought that we would be done with the monster wave, but I didn't expect that the beast god would be so willing to spend a lot of money. What on earth did I do to make the beast god hate me so much? Qi Lu couldn't help but shake his head when he talked about this. How big of a deal is this? As for using such a high-end method as the law clone? The place where this law clone descends is in the sky above Yunwu City. Because he locked the mark aura on Qi Li's body, he appeared here. Speaking of which, if the beast god's aura is not locked and resolved, the beast god's revenge will continue. Even if the beast god's legal clone is eliminated this time, who knows if the beast god will have any more tricks. System, is there any way you can clear this aura lock? Therefore, adhering to the good habit of looking for the system when in doubt, Qi Lu immediately asked aloud. System, not yet. Hey, there's nothing you can do about it, I thought you were omnipotent. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and tried to use provocation to stimulate the system. If this matter is not resolved, the subsequent troubles will never stop. System, host, the breath lock is not based on the mark on the host, but the beast god has set his sights on you. System, cleaning the marks is a very simple matter for this system, but the main cause of this incident lies with the beast god and has nothing to do with this system. If you think about it carefully, this seems to be the case. Qi Lu had to admit that the system was right. Now it was no longer a problem that could be solved by clearing the marks. Being able to make the beast god so angry that he can condense the law of condensation into a clone means that the beast god has become really angry. Now that the situation has developed to this point, no matter how it develops next, it is already a never-ending situation. So let's think about it quickly, how to solve this law clone. System, however, the host can try to use the soul-protecting spirit beads to find a solution. Qi Lu heard this sentence before he had time to think. System, what do you mean, let me fake death once and then use the soul-protecting orb to resurrect me? Qi Li's tone was a little uncertain, but he still asked. After feigning death, eliminating the beast god's aura lock, and then using the soul-protecting orb to resurrect, you can get rid of the current situation. However, it is a pity to just use the soul-protecting spirit beads. System, no, it's more than that. System, because this system just thought of a good idea. What other good ideas have you come up with? Qi Lu always felt that the system's thinking today seemed particularly out of the ordinary. System, while using the power of the soul-protecting spirit beads to reshape the physical body, this system can help the host condense the body of laws based on the destiny of heaven and earth and the power of faith. The body of law. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This name sounds quite domineering, but what's the use? It seemed that it heard the confusion in Qi Li's tone, and the system explained it responsibly. The body of law, as the name suggests, is a body condensed by the power of law. In a systematic sense, he wanted to reshape Qi Li's body in the same way as the Supreme Throne, and engrave the law patterns directly on Qi Li's body, so as to achieve the state of being able to use any kind of law. What? Can this method be successful? Isn't it dangerous? Qi Li's eyes widened, and he had a new understanding of the system's whimsical ideas. I had heard the system mention it before, saying that it wanted him, the host, to have the ability to use all laws after being promoted to the king-level realm, so it had been suppressing power and not allowing him, the host, to advance. Originally, when Qi Lu heard this idea, besides being excited, he felt that the system was joking. The power of law is the purest and most powerful force between heaven and earth. Even a god can possess one kind of supreme power. It is simply impossible to use all the power of law. But what I never expected was that the system had already thought of a way. Reshaping the physical body, and even reshaping the soul, is to accommodate more laws and patterns. Moreover, Qi Lu, who was promoted to the realm of king in this way, does not need to gather the supreme throne. Because Qi Li's body is an artifact that contains and condenses the power of law, the supreme throne is a shackle. System, this method was just thought of by this system. System, previously, this system has been restricted by the condition of the supreme throne. All I thought about was how to engrave more laws and patterns on the supreme throne, but this is simply impossible. System, so when we mentioned reshaping the physical body just now, this system thought of engraving the law patterns directly on the host's body. No, system, what I'm asking is this method really not dangerous? After listening to the system's explanation, Qi Lu didn't feel at ease at all. This kind of method that was thought up in a flash of inspiration seems unreliable no matter how you look at it. However, when Qi Lu asked about security again, the system's tone suddenly became excited. System, host, are you kidding? If you are gone, do you think this system can still exist? System, this system cannot find the next host, so this method will definitely succeed. So I'm so important? I'm so flattered. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, then replied helplessly. Well, although I had guessed that this would be the case a long time ago. But after getting confirmation from the system, my feelings were still different. In that case, let's do it. Qi Lu did not expect that the soul-protecting spirit beads that he had just obtained and had not yet covered the heat would be used in this way. However, the harvest that can be obtained is indeed in line with the level of the soul protection spirit orb. Legendary special items. Reshape the physical body and condense the body of laws. As long as the body of law is condensed, with the destiny of heaven and earth and the power of faith stored in the system, wouldn't it be easy for Qi Lu to crush a clone of the law of the beast god to death? Moreover, even if he is targeted by the beast god, Qi Lu, who has the body of law, does not care. As long as the main god is not involved, there is nothing a mere beast god can do against Qi Lu, who possesses the body of law. After all, according to the consistent character of the system, either don't do it, or do your best. Qi Lu can imagine the fighting power of the body of law. Besides, doesn't the system still have so much power of faith in its hands? It can be used to condense the law pattern for Qi Lu. System, since the host has decided, let's die first. What's the word? What does go and die first mean? This is not nice to say. But Qi Lu also knows that even if he is at the peak of the strong level, but it is still unlikely to defeat the beast god's clone of a law. A battle involving the power of law is not a matter of power level at all. However, even so, Qi Lu still wanted to try to see how big the gap was between him and the gods now. No way, generosity and sacrifice are indeed inspiring. But to die without any resistance is really a bit of a character breakdown. Even though Qi Lu has decided to use the soul-protecting spirit beads to shape his physical body to condense the body of law. But the battle that should be carried out is still indispensable. Another reason is that no one has been able to make Qi Lu use his full strength for a long time. So Qi Lu also wanted to see what he could achieve now. Sheer, stay in the store. The enemy this time is very dangerous. Qi Lu turned around and gave Yu Shi a warning. He was really afraid that Yu Shi would come over to help desperately if she saw that he was in danger. The enemy that needs to be faced this time is not an opponent that Yu Shi can handle. No matter how weak the law clone is, it still has the power of the king-level realm, far exceeding the ordinary strongman-level power. Brother Qi Lu, Shi knows, please be careful. Yu Shi was stunned for a moment, but still agreed. I will, Shi, don't worry, I will definitely win. Qi Lu nodded and spoke with confidence. Yes, even if you can't defeat it now, after reshaping the body of law, will you still be unable to defeat it? The beast god must have never imagined that he not only gave a big gift to Dong Huang, but also gave a big gift to Qi Lu himself. If it weren't for the clone of this law, the system still doesn't know when it will come up with this solution. I just don't know if the beast god will be so angry that he will have a cerebral hemorrhage after knowing this. By the way, can God suffer from cerebral hemorrhage? Who knows? Well, Shi'er will be waiting for brother Qi Lu in the store. Yu Shi'er nodded seriously and spoke solemnly. Good. The law clone of the beast god descended into the sky of Yunwu City. It was an extremely muscular figure. Every muscle on this figure's body seems to be carved out of hard granite. The soul-stirring pressure is like a high mountain oppressing everyone's shirt. Let people not even have the courage to look up. Mortals cannot look directly at the majesty of gods. Yu Xuanxue, who had transformed into her true form, gritted her teeth and looked at the figure in the sky. The power possessed by the clone of the law, condensed by the law of power naturally, comes from the law of power. Mixed with the pressure, it is a majestic force. The pressure is so oppressive that even a hero-level warrior can only tremble. Only a powerful person can look up and look directly at this law clone. Is this the power of God? It is indeed powerful beyond imagination. Qi Lu came to the street outside the store, looked up at the sky, and looked at this figure. At this time, Qi Lu was not worried at all that those monsters would make sneak attacks while the human race was trembling. Because the law clone of the beast god will not take special care of those monsters. It can be said that in the current eastern wasteland, almost all living beings are under this pressure and unable to move. This is also the reason why among the gods, any god is prohibited from going down to the lower world privately. Because it is too easy for a powerful god to destroy a lower plane. Even if the entire world cannot be destroyed, it is simply easy to kill all living creatures. Therefore, God prohibits the lower world and can only send apostles to develop believers. Even if it is a loophole like the law clone, it is not allowed to go too far. Basically, you can only take revenge if you have a grudge, and repay a grudge if you have a grudge. After all, the god's face is still very important, and there is still no problem in taking revenge. But expressing anger is quite taboo. Therefore, although the pressure of the law clone is terrifying, it will not destroy the human race. At most, it is just to let human beings feel the power of gods, so as to facilitate the development of believers in the future. But it is precisely because of such a powerful force that I want to challenge it. Qi Lu has the heart of a strong man, so he will not be affected by the pressure of this law clone. After confirming the position, he instantly appeared in front of the law clone. It has to be said that the beast god who possesses the law of power, and the condensed law clones are full of power just by looking at their appearance. Those muscles definitely contain terrifying power. However, Qi Lu was not afraid but had high fighting spirit. Beast god, you should be able to hear me. The clone of the law is condensed by the power of the law. The gods can completely gain control of the clone of the law through the pattern of the law. In the same way, gods can naturally know what the law clone feels. You are the one who interfered in the disputes between gods and dared to steal my power of faith. Ants are ants. Why don't you do what ants should do instead of rebelling against the gods? As expected, the law clone looked at Qi Lu and spoke. It was just that condescending tone that made Qi Lu extremely unhappy. God? Is it just you? So Qi Lu asked back without any politeness. Does a guy who feeds believers and is the source of power of faith also worthy of being called a god? It's just a guy who claims to be a god for his own selfish desires and wants to become stronger. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't have the ability to change this situation now, so can only refute it verbally here. I can be called a god, but you, an ant, can't judge me. Competing with the gods for the power of faith, you can only die to apologize. The law clone of the beast god sneered. A creature that can be promoted to the realm of king level has such a tough mind. So Qi Lu also knows that it is impossible to be reasonable, and the truth is the hard fist. For these guys who claim to be gods, they will only listen to what you say if you are stronger than them. Otherwise, no matter how nice your reasoning is, it is just a joke. It seems that the logic doesn't make sense anymore. Then let me see the power of gods. I hope you won't disappoint me. Qi Lu stopped talking and instead tried his best to burst out his own strength. A majestic sea-like momentum surged out, colliding with the pressure of this law clone. Boom! In an instant, there were bursts of thunder from the sky. It is no exaggeration to say that Qi Lu can now be called the strongest person in the Eastern Wasteland. Even if the power level is not as good as the Beast God's Law clone, the collision of momentum will not result in too much loss. The two extremely violent forces collided fiercely, tearing apart the space instantly. At the same time, it also reduced the pressure released by the Law clone, and the pressure generated made thousands of creatures in the Eastern Wasteland breathe a sigh of relief. Now that the real owner who offended him has been found, the beast god is too lazy to care about other ants. Just get rid of the guy in front of you, that's all. The remaining ants might even develop into their own followers. So at this moment, although the ordinary people were still trembling, most of the cultivators still raised their heads, looked at the sky, and looked in the direction of the battle. Although in most places above the Eastern Wasteland, no battle scenes can be seen. But everyone vaguely inferred that the place where the battle should take place was in the sky above Yunwu City. Because even if you can't see the battle, just look at the torn sky. Feel the violent momentum escaping again. You can guess what a terrible battle it was. It was so terrifying that the residual power of this battle spread to the entire Eastern Wasteland. It is really unimaginable what a horrific scene it would be in the center of a battle. I'm afraid it only takes a little aftermath to kill a hero-level powerhouse. Speaking of which, in front of gods, can heroic cultivators still be considered strong? Although those self-proclaimed gods are a bit arrogant, it is undeniable that they are indeed unrivaled. The aura erupted by Qi Lu collided with the coercion emitted by the Beast God's Law clone. The movement generated was enough to spread to the entire Eastern Wasteland, allowing everyone to feel it. This alone is enough to explain the problem. Donghuang is so huge, just the collision of momentum can cause such a big movement. Not to mention how terrible the scene would be in actual combat. However, the main reason for this situation is that the space barrier in the Sifeng realm is not stable enough. The stability of the space between heaven and earth is closely related to the living beings accommodated between heaven and earth. Just like the fairy and demon battlefield that Qi Lu had been to before. The stability of the space is so high, and whether the Beast God's Law clone can distort the space is another question. After all, Qi Lu has personally tested it. With Qi Li's current level of strength, it is quite difficult to even break the ground. Not to mention shattering the space. But this is to be expected. If the space of the fairy and demonic battlefield was not stable enough, how could it possibly be able to withstand such a terrible battle? To put it bluntly, the war between immortals and demons that lasted for nearly 10,000 years would have been fought in the Eastern Wasteland. It is estimated that within 10 days of fighting, the world of Donghuang will be shattered. However, the spatial stability of the fairy and demonic battlefield is so exaggeratedly high precisely because of the creatures bred in it. A world that can give birth to immortals and demons, if the space barrier isn't strong enough. Wouldn't it mean that the world would be created at every turn? It is a pity that Donghuang is currently only a low-level plane. Even though there has been a king-level power in the past, there is no king-level power now. Therefore, the stability of Donghuang's space barrier has not been able to be improved. It is precisely for this reason. Just the collision of momentum between Qi Lu and the Beast God's Law clone can alarm the entire Eastern Wasteland. Fortunately, it was just a shock. Although Dong Huang is still a low-level plane, it cannot be destroyed by the beast god's law clone. Otherwise, the disaster this war will cause to Dong Huang will definitely not be less than the previous wave of Warcraft. No wonder you, an ant, want to stand up. It turns out you have already reached this state. The richness of the destiny of heaven and earth you possess has reached the level closest to that of a god. And this collision of momentum also allowed the beast god's law clone to sense Ji Li's situation. This unreserved burst of momentum cannot be hidden. Not only is the beast god's law clone aware of Ji Li's situation, but Qilu Isno also aware of the law clone's situation. It is indeed a genuine king-level realm, so powerful and terrifying. It's just that in the realm of the king level, the difference between strength and weakness is huge. The beast god himself has only perfected 30% of the power law patterns. Then the power level possessed by this law of law clone is only half of the law of power Dao pattern at most. However, if this law clone is broken, then half of the beast god's law pattern will be truly lost. To put it simply, the perfection of the beast god's law patterns will drop from 30% to 25%. As mentioned before, there are three major thresholds for the perfection of a law pattern. 30%, 60%, 90%. This situation of falling directly onto the threshold is definitely something that no god would want to encounter. So, speaking of it, this desperate approach would have been possible if the beast god hadn't determined that his legal avatar was working in the lower realm. That is a method that is impossible to use no matter what. It is easy to fall off the threshold, but it is even more difficult to repair the law pattern again. Otherwise, the law clone can easily use the ability of any god whose perfection of the law pattern exceeds 30%. However, few gods use this ability. I'm just afraid of capsizing in the gutter. Even if the possibility of this happening is almost zero, you can't risk yourself. However, there are always some arrogant people who think that this situation will never happen to them. The beast god is an example of this. The closest thing to a god? I'm really sorry, I'm not shameless enough to call myself a god. Of course, Qila knew what the beast god's law clone meant. The peak of the strong level is the final step to the king level. This is what these guys who claim to be gods say are the closest to gods. As for cultivators at the peak of the power level, the destiny of heaven and earth is endless. The higher the concentration, the stronger the foundation. The beast god was naturally aware of this through his law clone, so he said this. But Qi Lu didn't agree with what the beast god's law clone said. Just like the great human beings from the ancient times of the Sifeng realm, they never called themselves gods. Qi Lu doesn't think that since he has entered the realm of king, he is qualified to call himself a god. If you just enjoy the power of faith enshrined by believers from above, you don't care about the life and death of believers. In the final analysis, he is just a selfish guy. You know, the power of faith collected by the system has given something away. Whether it is elixirs, weapons, armor, or martial arts or magic taught, it is an improvement after all. There is nothing wrong with the systematic approach, saying it is a kind-of transaction. It's just that the currency has been replaced by the power of faith. But those guys who claim to be gods are just enjoying the power of faith from above. What are the things you do for believers? Rather, it is because of the disputes between believers that many believers live extremely miserable lives. Of course, this statement is not absolute. Qila just can't stand the aloof appearance of these gods. Of course you are not qualified to claim to be a god, because you are just an ant. Even if you have the posture closest to that of a god, it's useless. Because you will soon pay a heavy price for your ridiculous daydream. The beast god's sneer came out through the law clone. Then he didn't say anything more, but raised his right hand and slowly made a fist. This action is definitely not because of the slow movement of the beast god's law clone, but to give Qila greater pressure. Just kidding, the majestic beast god, even if he masters the law of power, it does not mean that he is slow. In any case, the law clone is also the power level of the king level realm. Even if he is not good at speed, he will never be slower than Qi Lu. It's just that the action of slowly clenching fists and gathering strength brings a sense of oppression that cannot be achieved by quick attacks. What's more, the bonus that the law of power can provide when charging is also the strongest. Boom! The rolling thunder comes suddenly and makes people's hair stand on end. The power, contained in just a fist-clenching movement, can shatter the space. The law of power, even if it is only a low-level law, is definitely not a force that a strong-level practitioner can withstand. Sensing this immense power, Qi Li's muscles all over his body tightened. This is the power of gods, this is the power of law. I definitely felt it. Qi Li took a deep breath and said to himself calmly, "There is no inferiority or arrogance, but I feel this power very calmly." Because Qi Li knows that after this battle, he himself will truly enter the realm of king level. Now it's just a matter of feeling this power in advance. Speaking of which, although the power of laws is a general term, the power of various laws should be different. Come on, if I don't resist, I'll look cowardly. The next second, Qi Li's eyes narrowed, and all the strength in his body also focused on his right fist. Since the beast god controls the law of power, Qi Li will try to compete with the clone of this law in terms of power. The winner has already been decided, but Qi Li wants to experience it for himself. It's not that Qi Li has any weird habits, he just wants to use this incident to remind himself. Speaking of which, since Qi Li came to this world and got the system, apart from suffering some hardships at the hands of the system, it has been smooth sailing and he has not suffered any setbacks. Now after this battle, it can be considered complete. How can a life without any setbacks be considered a complete life? If you have not experienced the baptism of the soul in desperate situations, how can you truly stand at the highest point? You actually want to compete with me in strength. I really don't know who gave you the courage to do such an overestimating thing. However, if you have the courage, then I can also kindly satisfy your wishes and let you die more happily. When the beast god's law clone saw Qi Li's actions, a smile of disdain and sarcasm appeared on his face. A mere ant, an ant that has never even seen the power of law. He actually wanted to compete with himself in terms of strength. The beast god couldn't help laughing when he said this, let alone actually encountered it. Although the law of power is a subordinate law of the law of power, the collision in terms of power is not bad at all. Even among most of the low-level laws, the combat effectiveness of the law of power is still at the forefront. So when encountering such a funny thing, the beast god will certainly not besting you with his ridicule. As for torturing his opponent, the beast god has not thought about it yet. After all, he's just an ant, and it's not worth wasting his time. If you offend yourself, just crush the ant to death. Make my death more pleasant? Then come and try it. Qi Li didn't care at all about the beast god's ridicule. Although Qi Li must win this battle, he never thought he would win at this time. If the realm of the strong man can challenge the realm of the king, then it's impossible for the gods to be so high. Qi Li didn't think he could do such a thing. Although Qi Li has done a lot of things that break the iron rule. But this time, it's special. In the sky above Cloud Mist City, two terrifying forces are converging. One side is as majestic as the sea, and the other side is as vast as an abyss. No one can look directly at the coercion that emanates, even if it is not deliberately directed at others. It can be said that the residents of Cloud Mist City feel it the most. Even if they are thousands of miles high in the sky, the trace of the aftermath that escapes can make them unable to move. If it weren't for the cultivators who stayed in Cloud Mist City, they would use all their strength to burst out their strength to withstand the aftermaths. I'm afraid it's difficult for them to even breathe. Maybe the casualties caused by this aftermath will exceed the casualties caused by the wave of monsters. The constantly collapsing and broken space and the torn sky are the best evidence. This is also the reason why Qi Lu places the battlefield thousands of miles high in the sky. If this punch collides, put it on the ground. The residual power that escapes is enough to wipe out everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. At least in the current Donghuang, nothing can withstand the destructive power brought about by the explosion of this remaining power. Everyone was feeling uneasy at this moment. Because they can't judge who will win and who will lose in this battle. Manager Qi's strength is truly unfathomable. But the enemy that appeared this time was too powerful and terrifying. Even though store manager Qi's strength has been deeply imprinted in their hearts. At this moment, I don't have full confidence. Manager Qi, we must win. This is the voice of countless people. At this moment, the thousands of creatures in the eastern wasteland had unexpectedly unified thoughts. Now that he decided to use this blow to determine the outcome, Qi Lu naturally had to use his full strength, without reservation. The law clone of the beast god is not in a hurry. It is rare for an ant Tadar to challenge the god. Then give this ant a chance. Just let other ants take a good look at what the power of gods is. The beast god's idea is nothing more than to use absolute superiority to completely crush those strange thoughts. Let them understand that as ants, they only need to honestly worship the power of their faith, and that is enough. The position of God is not something they can covet. Both sides have their own plans, and the power gathered is naturally getting stronger and stronger. One thing to say, as far as past battles are concerned, there is really no way for Qi Lu to exert his full strength. So Qi Lu actually doesn't know where his limit is. Just take this opportunity to test your limits. However, after this test, Qi Li's limit may have to go up several levels. But what does it matter? This rare opportunity must be taken advantage of. Come on, this punch will leave no regrets. This was the first time that Qi Lu felt that the power condensed in his right fist was so majestic. It feels like having the whole world in your hands. The infinite destiny of heaven and earth, like an endless river, surged quickly in Qi Li's body, and then converged towards his right fist like all the currents returning to the sea. One full blow, one punch. Kai Tian. Qi Lu, who concentrated all his power into this punch, punched out without hesitation, hitting the beast god's law clone. This punch does not require any skills or any fancy back moves. All you need to do is use all your strength to blast towards the beast god's law clone. Because Qi Lu knew that it was impossible to dodge the beast god's law clone. This is related to the face of the gods. If he didn't even dare to follow up with this punch, then the beast god's state of mind would definitely change. The road to perfecting the laws and patterns in the future will become increasingly difficult as the beast god's state of mind is broken. After all, the law of power will never evade a confrontation involving power. Especially when facing an opponent who is so much weaker than himself, if he voids it. The beast god's understanding of the law of power will also stagnate. Therefore, Qi Lu does not need any skills for this punch. It's a complete clash of forces. Well done. I'll show you, an ant, how overestimating your abilities are by trying to challenge the gods. The law of power condenses. The beast god's law clone, just as Qi Lu thought, had no intention of evading at all. The violent power gathered crazily towards the right fist of the law clone. Then his fists clenched suddenly. Boom. At some point, the sky became like a smashed mirror. Countless cracks, along with the collapsed space, are like the end of the world is coming, making people feel chilly in their hearts. What a terrifying power this is. Is the enemy store manager Qi faces this time so tyrannical? We are tens of thousands of miles away from Cloud and Mist City, and the shattering of the sky can actually spread to this side. Unknowingly, store manager Qi's strength has reached this level. But in the confrontation between these two forces, store manager Qi did not gain the upper hand. Could it be said that the enemy's strength is not weaker than that of store manager Qi? How can this be? All kinds of speculations are accompanied by this spine-chilling vision of heaven and earth. The torn sky was just like everyone's mood, panic and anxiety. No one knows what the outcome of this battle will be. I don't know if the invincible manager Qi can continue to win. But no matter what, the prayer in everyone's heart is that manager Qi must win. It's a pity that Qi Lu can't hear everyone's prayers. As the clone of the beast god's law clenched his right fist, the law of power was also condensed. Even in that punch, there was only a ray of law of power, but its nature was completely different. God's punishment. A loud shout sounded like thunder. The beast god's law clone also punched and headed towards Qi Lu. The fists of both sides collided without any surprise. In an instant, the sky became dark and the earth became dark, and the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The sky, which had been shattered into pieces, now looked crumbling, as if it would fall down under its weight in the next second. And the air waves that spread down from thousands of miles high in the sky carried a terrifying impact and swept over them with overwhelming force. Yu Shi'er, who was paying close attention to the battle in the store, changed her expression and quickly raised her hand. Shield of control, come out. Heaven controlling barrier, open. In an instant, the Yutian barrier shrouded above Yunwu City. Boom. Then in the next second, the rapid air waves bombarded the sky controlling barrier. The terrifying momentum showed how terrifying the impact of this air wave was. To put it bluntly, without the protection of Yutian barrier, the cloud and mist city at this moment would no longer exist. However, even so, under the protection of Yutian barrier, a large number of residents still vomited blood and fell to the ground unconscious. Even those cultivators were shocked to the point where their blood surged and they vomited blood. The power of this punch was actually terrifying. Even though it is thousands of miles above the sky, the air waves that spread have such terrifying impact. In the center of the battle, if people like myself had gotten closer, they might have been crushed into powder by now. This guess became even more convincing after seeing what was happening in the areas outside the Yutian barrier. The sky-controlling barrier opened by Yu Shi'er only covered Yunwu City and a small amount of areas outside. Outside the sky-controlling barrier, the impact of the airwaves has long since wiped out everything. Most of the trembling monsters lying prone on the ground were crushed to pieces at this moment. Most of the cloud forest disappeared, revealing the bare ground, leaving no wood chips behind. If such a terrifying power were to affect Yunwu City, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Fortunately, it was blocked. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Yu Shi'er's forehead. Without the help of the heavenly shield, even if Yu Shi'er was now a powerful person, she would not be able to withstand this impact. The collision between Qi Lu and the beast god's law clone has reached the limit of Dong Huang's carrying capacity in terms of power level. It is not surprising that it can cause such huge destructive power. Dragon Island, far away in the endless sea. The giant dragon Saint King and the 10,000 years black turtle guarding the road to heaven also sensed this power. After the two looked at each other, a look of shock appeared on their faces. In his eyes, he looked even more surprised. Is this the aftermath of the battle between store manager Qi and the clone of the law? The 10,000 years black turtle took a deep breath and asked in surprise. I know the power of the beast god, but I didn't expect that store manager could actually resist it. The dragon Saint King also expressed his astonishment in that unbelievable tone. You must know that the dragon Saint King, who was once a king-level powerful person, was very sensitive to the aura of the power of law. As for Qi Lu, the dragon Saint King could definitely say that he definitely did not sense any breath of law power. In other words, Qi Lu can never reach the realm of the king. So, in the current battle, Qi Lu is fighting against the law clone of the beast god with his power at the peak of the strong level. How could such an unheard of thing not surprise the Dragon Saint King and the 10,000 years Black Turtle? The human race is really better than others. Likewise, every corner of the eastern wasteland. When Qi Lu and the beast god's law clones fisted together, the power fluctuations that erupted spread throughout the entire eastern wasteland almost instantly. All practitioners who were paying attention to this battle were shocked from the bottom of their hearts when they felt this terrifying energy fluctuation. Fortunately, although the impact of the airwave was strong, it swept out like an overwhelming mountain. But the place with the greatest impact is right below the battlefield, the Tiz, Cloud Mist City, and the surrounding areas. But with Yushir in Yunwu City, Yutian Barrier has already absorbed the first wave of impact. Therefore, the impact transmitted to other places is actually not much. Although the impact force was blocked, the majestic and mighty momentum could not be intercepted. The pressure that spread out was like being thrown into a lake with huge rocks. Like ripples, spreading outward in circles. Brother Qi Lu, we must win. Yushir panted slightly, her eyes flashing with worry. Just from the Yutian barrier, you can feel how terrifying the movement caused by this battle is. Whether the battle was fierce or not is not a question for the time being. Just such a confrontation, no matter how intense it is, how intense can it be? Although Qi Lu used all his strength to throw this punch. But for the beast god's law clone, it may not be considered a powerful attack. Although Yushir didn't know this, there was no doubt that Qi Lu had never exploded with such a powerful force before. In the past, no matter what kind of enemy he faced, Qi Lu could appear to be at ease, as if he had a chance to win. Only this time, this level of power exploded from the beginning. It is enough to imagine how terrifying the enemy Qi Lu faced this time was. So Yushir's worry is not without reason, but she keeps this worry in her heart and won't say it out loud. The power of law is much stronger than I imagined. After throwing out a punch and actually fighting against the beast god's law clone, Qi Lu truly experienced how terrifying the power of the law was. I have to say that it is indeed the purest and most powerful force in the world. The power level of the power of law is really at the top. The only thing that can suppress the power of law is a stronger law. So the result is obvious. Before Qi Lu reshaped the body of law, he had no way to deal with the power of law. A blow with all your strength may cause some minor damage to the beast god's law clone, but it will never hurt the root. Before this, Qi Lu's understanding was not deep enough. But now, Qi Lu has understood. Sure enough, the gap between the strongman level and the king level cannot be bridged by just trying your best. The gap in realm and the crushing power of law are simply a gap that cannot be bridged. Qi Lu spoke slowly, as if he was explaining something, and also as if he was speaking to himself. In fact, after throwing this punch, Qi Lu was no longer able to fight anymore. Because the law of power contained in the attack of the beast god's law clone has shattered the bones of Qi Lu's right hand. In terms of strength, Qi Lu, who was at the peak of the powerhouse level for the time being, was still a step behind. Anyway, the right half of Qi Lu's body is now numb. And this situation is getting worse due to the erosion of the law of power. An ant is just an ant. Even if it has a posture that is closest to a god, I suggest that? The beast god looked at Qi Lu's appearance, and the law clone couldn't help but taunted him. Are you still embarrassed to say such things now? Qi Lu sneered and raised his left hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was a little blood, but it didn't seem serious. But in fact, Qi Lu's current bad situation can be explained by more than just a little blood. Because in the confrontation just now, Qi Lu's internal organs were damaged beyond recovery. There was only so much blood simply because he could no longer spit it out. Bones were shattered and body functions were greatly damaged. All Qi Lu can feel now is the severe pain caused by the broken internal organs. But even so, Qi Lu will not lose his momentum in front of the beast god's law clone. Because Qi Lu never thought that these guys were superior gods. You keep calling me an ant, but as a god, you can't even crush an ant to death. Such a god is too rubbish. Qi Lu endured the severe pain with a contemptuous smile on his lips. Those who should be ridiculed should be ridiculed. Qi Lu is not a bad person who cannot retaliate when scolded or hit. Since the beast god is calling him an ant, you can't blame yourself for calling him trash. Humph, damn guy. The beast god's law clone heard the words and immediately let out a cold snort. Ants are just ants. If they don't have enough strength, they can only use their words. Since you are so eager to seek death, I will help you. He can stand out among countless creatures, become a king-level power, and call himself a god. Even if the beast god has an irritable character and is determined to retaliate, he will not be angered by such a simple provocation. However, the original purpose of the beast god is to punish those who dare to offend him. So it can't be said that he was angered at this moment. It can only be said that it speeds up the speed of doing business. Then give it a try. Beast god, let me see what qualifications you have to call yourself a god. A meaningful smile appeared on Qi Li's face. It's just that this smile was fleeting and was not captured by the beast god's law clone. It would be better to say that the law clone of the beast god didn't care at all what kind of expression Qi Lu would show. Because the beast god is different from those gods who like to enjoy the happy struggle of their enemies. He only retaliates, but he is not cruel. As long as the goal is achieved, the beast god doesn't care at all as to how the enemy will struggle or whether he will beg for mercy. Therefore, the beast god did not see this smile that contained a hint-off meaning. I will never know what this smile means. System, are you ready? I probably won't be able to hold on anymore. After Qi Lu said those words to irritate the beast god's law clone, he shouted again in his mind. This time I was really going to die. If something unexpected happened, it will be a lot of fun. System, don't worry, host. This system is always ready and waiting for this moment. Are you waiting for your host to die? Do you have any other hobbies for this Irby system? Why does this sentence sound so scary? It must be an illusion. Forget it, at this time I won't complain about you, as long as you are ready. Qi Lu also took a deep breath and looked at the beast god's law clone. Although I had tasted all kinds of death in the trial space before. But in the outside world, it was the first time that I truly experienced this feeling. But speaking of it, if I had experienced it before, it wouldn't have happened now. Forget it, it's useless to say so much now. Let's wait for the body of law to condense, and then beat the beast god's clone of law. I just don't know how long this remodeling process will take. Yes, how long does it take to reshape the body? Qi Lu suddenly remembered this question. What if the beast god's law clone escapes while he is reshaping his body off law? Then didn't he die in vain this time? System, this system is not clear on this issue, because this system is also the first time to reshape the body of law. Also, it's all guesswork and inference, and no one knows the specific situation. But even so, this had to be done. Because the law of power is still eroding Qi Li's body. If you want to dispel the erosion of the law of power, you must either gather the supreme throne or reshape the body of the law. So, how to choose should be very simple. Okay, it's useless to ask. If the beast god's law clone runs away this time, then I will go to the beast god personally in the future and make him pay the price. Qi Lu had nothing to hesitate, but he puffed up his chest as if he were about to die. You are a stubborn ant. Unfortunately, your stubbornness will only bring you death. The beast god's law clone didn't say any more nonsense. The law of power condensed on his right fist and blasted towards Qi Lu again. But this time, Qi Lu could no longer fight back with any punches. Boom! A loud noise exploded in the sky. not as tragic as imagined. The crushing force, brought by the power of the law, is too simple to annihilate a person who has not mastered the power of the law. However, the mighty momentum still spread throughout the eastern wasteland, and the answer to this battle was also spread. This was done deliberately by the beast god's law clone. If you want to scare these ants, you can't do it without showing some strength. And what could be more shocking than directly killing the strongest one among these ants? Therefore, the beast god's law clone spread the battle situation without hesitation through changes in breath. All the cultivators in the entire eastern wasteland who are paying attention to this battle have sensed it. The aura in the battlefield is missing. Store Manager Chi's aura disappeared. No, it's impossible. How could such a thing happen? How could Store Manager Chi's aura disappear? How could Store Manager Kylos? No, I don't believe it. Store Manager Chi's strength is unfathomable. How could he lose to this guy? If even Store Manager Chi loses, then who else can defeat this sudden enemy? Is the human race really going to be destroyed today? The familiar aura suddenly disappeared, causing everyone who knew Store Manager Chi to tremble slightly. The expressions on his face include shock, disbelief, surprise, and horror. Then to panic and panic. In the end, he became even more desperate. Manager Chi is already recognized as the strongest person in the Eastern Wasteland. But now, even Store Manager Chi has fallen. Who else can resist this sudden enemy? No one knew the answer, but the fear and panic in their hearts had given them a feeling of despair. No way, Store Manager Chi is just gone? Lan Chi stared, a little unbelievable. Although I don't want to believe it, the aura will not be fake. If Manager Kai's still here, there can't be only one aura. Shauna also frowned and responded to Lan Chi's words. If Chi Lu didn't react at all to such a big movement. In fact, it is no different from death. You're right. Store Manager Chi died in the battle. It's unbelievable. Manager Chi, who was so powerful that we couldn't even see through it, actually. Gu Pingchuan also looked shocked, even a little scared. You know, Chi Li's strength has always been a mystery in the eyes of these people. But even such a powerful Store Manager Chi, who has never shown his full strength, is still no match. You can imagine how powerful the enemy this time is. Presumably the reactions of others are not much different. After all, the powerful man above the Eastern Wasteland is more or less related to Chi Lu. It's just a matter of closeness or not. Now that Store Manager Chi has died in the battle, I'm afraid it will be their turn next. For the sake of humanity, even if I cannot win, I will definitely die on the way to attack. All the powerful men had no idea of retreating, but instead became more determined. Even Store Manager Chi is willing to dedicate his life to protect the human race. Then why can't you? Store Manager Chi's aura has disappeared. In the midst of silence, the 10,000 years black turtle suddenly said this. I've sensed it too, there's no need for you to specifically say this. From the side, a somewhat surprised voice sounded. I really didn't expect that the war situation would change so quickly. The Dragon Saint King replied with a gloomy expression. Sure enough, it is still too reluctant to face the law clone of the beast god at the peak of the power level. Although the Dragon Saint King had already thought of this situation. But what I didn't expect was that it would come so quickly. Then what should we do now? Will Store Manager Chi's sacrifice be in vain? The 10,000 years black turtle was silent for a while, then suddenly asked. A leader of the human race who finally appeared has fallen like this. Is it really wrong to fight against the gods? The Dragon Saint King shook his head and said, just wait and see what happens. Of course we won't just let it go. One day, we will kill the heavenly vault god realm again. But now is not the time, 10,000 years black turtle, a small impatience will ruin a big plan, you should have heard this sentence. It would be the worst-case scenario if the beast god sensed the aura of the road to heaven. At that time, store manager Chi's sacrifice was really in vain. Hearing this, the 10,000 years mysterious turtle shook his head slightly and said, "Of course I know, but I just don't want to give in." "Aren't you willing to give in?" The Dragon Saint King raised his head and looked towards the horizon. "They will return it, and our sacrifice will never be in vain." However, emotions of astonishment, shock, disbelief, and even despair spread throughout the eastern wasteland. In Yunwu City, Qi Li's shop. When Yu Shi'er noticed that Qi Li's aura had completely disappeared, she felt that her world had suddenly lost its color. "No, it's impossible, Brother Qi Lu. This must be a lie, right? Brother Qila, how could you lose? You are the strongest, Brother Qi Lu, how could you lose, how could you?" Yu Shi'er, who was muttering to herself and whose eyes became extremely hollow, sat on the ground blankly. The imperial barrier that shrouded Yunwu City shattered at this moment. At this moment, Yu Shi'er could clearly feel that her world was shattered together, so how could she continue to maintain the sky barrier? Met Qi Lu, got along with Qi Lu, was saved by Qi Lu, and had a family again. Scenes from the past kept flashing before Yu Shi'er's eyes, weaving into a warm world. But at this moment, this warm world was shattered. Because the most important person in building this world has disappeared. It can be said that Qi Li's significance to Yu Shi'er is more important than Yu Shi'er's own life. And the only one who can understand this feeling is probably Yu Xuanxue. Because for Yu Xuanxue, the meaning of Qi Lu is equally important. Before this, all the civet cats existed alone and were always lonely. However, when Qi Lu appeared, this situation began to change. Yu Xuanxue no longer feels lonely, and she no longer has to be enemies with all living things. So when Qi Li's aura disappeared, Yu Xuanxue really couldn't believe it. Is this really the Qi Lu who suppressed himself? If it was Qi Lu who was invincible, he would definitely not lose. Yu Xuanxue firmly believed, and raised her head, looking directly at the figure in the sky. "Qi Lu, you gave me a happy life, so I will make this vow for you. No matter who the enemy is, I will definitely devour them all." After the words fell, Yu Xuanxue's aura began to rise. For the first time, Yu Xuanxue was no longer afraid of facing a strong enemy. Even if you may die in battle, you are no longer afraid. However, after Yu Xuanxue made up her mind, another terrifying momentum broke out in Yunwu City. That familiar yet unfamiliar aura made Yu Xuanxue look in the direction of Yunwu City in shock. This breath, is Shi'er? Yu Xuanxue had never thought that Yu Shi'er could burst out with such terrifying momentum. The majestic coercion emitted soared into the sky, sweeping towards the previous battlefield, and its intensity continued to rise. What's going on? How does Shi'er have such power? Yu Xuanxue's eyes were full of confusion. Originally, she planned to use a move that the civet cat could only use once in its life. He was ready to use his own life to avenge Qi Lu. But this sudden pressure caused Yu Xuanxue to stop her movements. Because Yu Shi'er suddenly burst out with such terrifying power, Yu Xuanxue was really worried. And in Yunwu City, in Qi Li's shop, Yu Shi'er, whose eyes were still empty, had now stood up from the ground. The aura on his body was also rising steadily, and soon he had reached the peak of the strong level. However, this climb has not stopped, it is still continuing, and it even has the momentum to break through to the peak of the strong level. But at this moment, a huge whirlpool seemed to appear between heaven and earth, pulling in all the surrounding forces. It's like a giant funnel, concentrating these forces into one point. And at the bottom of the funnel stood Yu Shi'er. Shi'er doesn't want a world without Brother Qi Lu. If there is no Brother Qi Lu in this world, then Shi'er won't care about this world anymore. Brother Qi Lu is Shi'er's world. No matter who it is, if it destroys Shi'er's world, then Shi'er will destroy your world. Yu Shi'er whispered to herself in a low voice. His empty eyes also looked towards the sky. The beast god sitting on the throne of power suddenly sat upright. How can it be? This murderous intention can be transmitted directly to me through the law clone. The beast god's face was solemn, with some disbelief in his eyes. Damn, is that really a lower plane? How could such a terrifying existence appear? Who is it? The sharp killing intent can be directly transmitted to the main body through the law clone. Unsurprisingly, this is absolutely impossible for a creature from a lower plane to do. Is it a god hidden in a lower plane? This palpitating feeling is just murderous intent. Could it be the Lord God? The beast god's face turned quite ugly when he thought of this. Whether it is the main god or an ordinary god. But just by looking at this killing intent, the beast god can be sure that his law clone is definitely no match. No matter who the opponent is, my goal has been achieved anyway, so we should quickly take back the law clone. If the law clone is lost in a lower plane, the beast god will vomit blood. Whether it is vomiting blood in a real sense or in a psychological sense. After all, the feeling of falling over the threshold is not very pleasant. Run? How could I let you run away? Yu Shi'er looked up at the sky, seemed to feel something, and said something in a cold tone. The next second, Yu Shi'er raised her hand and shook it. Blockade. As soon as the words fell, the coercion from the sky rolled up between heaven and earth. Yu Shi'er's figure also came to the beast god's law clone. His eyes were still empty, but they had no effect on the murderous intent on his face. No matter who you are, it doesn't matter. If you dare to destroy Shi'er's world, then Shi'er will destroy your world. Damn. The beast god's law clone looked extremely ugly. Although the beast god has long thought of taking back the law clone to prevent the law pattern from being damaged. But the moment this thought appeared, the entire world was suddenly blocked. Even if the power of law is used, there is no way to break through this blocking power. Immediately afterwards, this girl appeared in front of him. So who is the person blocking this world? The answer is self-evident. It's you. The beast god stared at the girl in front of him with a cold expression through the eyes of the law clone. The fierce murderous intent and violent pressure made the beast god clearly feel that this battle was destined to be unwinnable. But at the same time, the beast god also felt puzzled as to why a god-level power would appear in a lower plane. It can be seen just from the hand of sealing the world. This girl is absolutely adept at controlling the power of law. Who are you? Why do you stay in a place like this? And why do you want to attack me? The reason why these questions are asked is naturally not just the beast god's own doubts, although there is indeed a reason for this. But the most important thing is to delay time and try to take back the law clone. If it were to deal with an ant, half of the law pattern would be lost. He even fell down the threshold because of it. That's something that's not worth the gain. However, Yu Shi'er didn't intend to answer the beast god's question, she just looked at the law clone with a murderous look on her face. It seems to be distinguishing something, and it seems to be recalling something. After a long while, Yu Shi'er slowly spoke and said in a cold tone, "The law of power, beast god." As soon as these words came out, the pupils of the beast god's law clone suddenly shrank. You know that You came down from the sky realm? The world where the gods live, the sky realm. It is the end of the road to heaven, and it is also the world where king-level powers leave their own plane. Naturally, the beast gods also live in the heavenly vault god realm. However, for the creatures in the lower planes, it is impossible for them to know the name of the sky god realm. As for the titles of these gods, if you are not a believer, you will generally not understand them. But the girl in front of him not only told her name, but also directly told her the laws she mastered. It's really hard for the beast god not to think too much. The most likely possibility is that the girl in front of him comes from the sky realm. It is very unwise to judge a god who has almost eternal life based on his appearance. Therefore, it is impossible for the beast god to make such a low-level mistake and think that the girl who appears in front of him is really a girl. Who knows if it could be disguised by a god who has lived for who knows how long. Then, there is this shocking guess about the beast god. The heavenly vault god realm. I remember this place. As if hearing the familiar name, Yu Shi'er's movements became slower. But the hand that reached for the beast god's law clone did not stop. Wait a minute, since you came down from the sky realm, you should know that gods are not allowed to go down to the realm. I don't know what your purpose is, but you have been hiding it for so long, you definitely don't want other gods to know about it. Looking at the girl in front of him, the right hand that was stretched out was getting closer to his law clone, and the uneasiness in the beast god's heart became stronger. It was an extremely clear and obvious premonition. If he were to fight with the girl in front of him, his own law clone would have no chance of winning. That's why the beast god said this, wanting to distract the girl and see if he could let the law clone escape. You must know that the perfection level of the half-completed law Dao pattern, plus the threshold of 30% perfection level. If you really fell down because of this incident. So considering the situation of the beast god, it will take at least tens of thousands of years to recover. And if the beast god's opponent finds out about this, I'm afraid the recovery time will continue to be greatly extended. So even if there is only a slight possibility, the beast god will try. Let my law clone go. I can pretend that I have never seen you. What you want to do has nothing to do with me. The beast god continued. Shi'er doesn't care about this kind of thing, Shi'er just wants to avenge brother Qi Lu. Yu Shi'er, however, remained unmoved. The violent killing intent was concentrated in her hands, sealing off the surrounding space. At this moment, the beast god also felt that his law clone was suddenly unable to move. Suppressing murderous intent? The beast god's heart felt cold, and a chill came from behind. Gods who control the laws of killing also exist in the sky god realm. And the combat power is quite strong. Compared with the beast god, it is definitely a superior existence. Although the law of killing is not a high-level law. But the law of killing, which was born out of the law of death, is absolutely unquestionable in terms of combat effectiveness. If the law of power is to enhance strength and control power, then the law of killing is purely for killing. And this suppression of killing intent is a very iconic locking method. No way, could this guy also master the law of killing? Why would a guy with such terrifying fighting prowess appear in such a low-level plane? The beast god felt chills in his heart, and the doubts in his mind became even heavier. And he was even more certain that his law clone could never be this girl's opponent. Because in terms of the level of laws, the law of killing is higher than the law of power. Therefore, the beast god has no intention of letting the law clone fight to death. In the face of absolute power, fighting to the death is just a joke. No matter how hard an antelope works, no matter how brave and fearless it cannot be a match for a tiger. Damn it! Why would a mere ant let such a terrifying existence take action for him? Why? Why did this happen? The beast god couldn't figure out why. A god who has mastered the law of killing is hidden in a place like this. He also wants to take action for an ant who is not even a god, even at the risk of exposing his identity. This is completely unreasonable. Is it really a godly person cultivated by a certain Lord God? But this is completely unreasonable. How can a god need to collect the power of faith by himself? Moreover, it is impossible for the Lord God who controls the law of death to do such a thing. If you can cultivate a god who masters the law of killing, it can only be the main god who masters the law of death. After all, the relationship between the gods and the main god leads to the laws between the two, which must be a superior subordinate relationship. The laws controlled by gods are generally subordinate to the main god. Then this possibility can be ruled out. Just kidding, there is only one main god who controls the law of death in the entire sky god realm. The strength is so strong that it is bottomless. How could it be possible to do such a thing? Even if you are cultivating a new godly person, given that person's character, he will not be so sneaky, but upright. It is even possible for other gods to release news, to protect the new god. In the heavenly vault god realm, as long as your fist is big, you can realito whatever you want. Now that this possibility has been ruled out, what else could it be? However, Yushir didn't give the beast god much time to think. The movements that had become a little sluggish before because of hearing the name Vault of Gods suddenly sped up. Under the lock of suppressing murderous intent, it is impossible to escape from the beast god's law clone. Either choose to fight against each other, or choose to resist head-on. Therefore, even if he knew that his law clone was no match, the beast god would not be able to just take the attack in a daze. The law of power once again condensed in the right fist of the law clone, and then bombarded towards the girl in front of him. But Yushir always pressed her palm towards the law clone. It seems like there is no strength at all. Only the law clone locked by this seemingly delicate palm can feel the terrifying power within it. The violent killing intent was transmitted directly to the beast god through the law clone. I don't believe how powerful a god hidden in a lower plane can be. The beast god was also angered by the girl's stubborn attitude. No matter who it is, Shir will never forgive you. Yushir stretched out her palm with an expressionless expression and pressed it on the fist struck by the beast god's law clone. The next second, the law of power condensed on the fist of the beast god's law clone began to dissipate. The movement of the beast god's law clone also stopped for a moment. Then, the right fist held down by Yushir began to melt rapidly, like snowflakes touching hot water. The most frightening thing is that this time the two collided, there was no movement at all. It doesn't look like two evenly matched opponents fighting at all. On the contrary, it was like a one-sided killing. An antelope cannot make a sound when a tiger knocks it down and bites its throat. Puff. The beast god far away in the sky god realm suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The throne of power beneath him also trembled, and in the next second, the law patterns on it dimmed. Damn it, I've already guessed this would happen, but, ahem. Why would such a powerful god appear in that place? The beast god couldn't help coughing twice, and some blood spattered again. Although the law clone has not been completely broken yet, it is not far away. Otherwise, it would not be directly fed back to the law pattern. But even though he had been mentally prepared, the beast god did not expect that his law clone would be defeated so quickly. After just one move, there were already signs of the law breaking down. This is enough to prove how terrifying the opponent's control over the power of law is. At least half of the law clones condensed by the law of power have no power to fight back. Why did such a powerful god descend to the lower world privately, and neither god got the news? Or, the law clone of the beast god looked at the girl in front of him in astonishment. The right arm has completely melted now. Just with the move that they just collided with, the beast god's law clone had lost all its combat effectiveness. Almost all the laws of power he possesses have dissipated, and even if there is a little left, they are all sealed and cannot be mobilized. But what shocked the beast god even more was that after taking action, the aura of the girl in front of him was changing. Your breath suddenly becomes familiar. I have definitely sensed this aura before. You are not a god from the sky realm. The beast god, who was still angry and thinking, suddenly got up and stared at the girl in front of him. The god's mental power is strong and his memory is unquestionable. Even if it is a long time ago, it is not difficult to remember something. Especially this incident is still fresh in the memory of the beast god. Because the aura of the girl in front of him is still changing. And it is getting closer and closer to a breath in the memory of the beast god. You are the madman. How is that possible? Aren't you dead? Why are you here? Until the beast god completely recalled that figure, a horrifying emotion suddenly occupied the beast god's mind. What are you saying? Shi'er can't understand. Yu Shi'er looked at the beast god's law clone indifferently. Even though the horror of the beast god was completely displayed on the face of the law clone, he remained indifferent. Shi'er only knows that you will definitely die. Not only this law clone, but also the original body that stays in the Skyvault god realm. Having said this, Shi'er waved her hands, preparing to completely annihilate law clone in front of her. However, the beast god was already a little incoherent at this moment. Human king, you are still alive. I'm afraid those gods would never imagine that the human king who turned the Skyvault god realm upside down is still alive. You went to great lengths to hide in a lower plane just to avoid being hunted. You want to seek revenge from me? Then come on, human king, come to the Skyvault god realm to find me. I am waiting for you here. I hope you can come out of the sky realm alive this time. The beast god's words seemed to reveal a lot of information. But Yu Shi'er's expression did not change at all, and there was even a hint of impatience in it. It's so noisy. After saying that, Yu Shi'er waved her hands and clenched her fists. Boundless power gathered in an instant and squeezed the beast god's law clone.